A man's body contains a prison, imprisoning many powerful monsters from ancient times to the present, including the howling moon silver wolf, golden scale venomous python, chaotic ox demon, and even angels judging the world. Any one of them is stronger than the beings in this world. As the eldest son of the first family in Lingyun City, you awakened the beast soul at the age of 8. Until the age of 18, a full 10 years, the power of 10 beasts was absorbed by the beast prison. But you were completely unaware. However, every awakening ceremony ended in failure, and Li Xiao, the half-brother with the same father but different mother, awakened the astonishing power of the beast at the first awakening ceremony, reaching the 4th stage, becoming the first genius of Lingyun City, and also the pride of the Li family in Lingyun City. According to the clan rules, if you have not awakened the power of the beast by the age of 18, you will leave the clan to take care of the clan's business. And the clan arranged for you to marry Su Xianwan from the Su family in Liuyu City. Su Xianwan is the only daughter of the Su family, famous for being a great beauty, but she has not been able to awaken the power of the beast. You originally wanted to live a peaceful life as two ordinary people, but on the day of the big wedding, Li Xiao burst into the bridal chamber and plotted against your wife. In the bridal chamber, Li Xiao, dressed in white, pulled off Su Xianwan's cover in an instant, and Li Xiao was stunned. Truly the number one beauty of Luyuan City. Su Xia climbed onto the bed in fear and slowly moved back. Who are you? Let go of me quickly. I'm going to call for help. Help! Save me! At this moment, the door of the bridal chamber was kicked open, and you stood at the door with an angry face, but Li Xiao seemed completely indifferent, and he stood up leisurely after letting go of Su Xianwan. I said, brother, I have also taken a liking to Su Xianwan. I will tell father to let her marry me. You find someone else. You gritted your teeth and roared angrily. Is what you're saying even human language? In such a situation, how could a man possibly endure it? The next moment, you angrily rushed up and kicked at Li Xiao in midair, but with no awakened beast power. You were simply giving yourself away. Li Xiao easily dodged, then reached out and pressed your head, slamming it hard onto the table. The round table was smashed into pieces, and then Li Xiao stepped on your head with his foot. Whether you believe it or not, even if I kill you now, my father won't do anything to me. You tremble all over, and let out an angry roar. Li Xiao, I swear I will not be a human being if I don't avenge this grudge. Ha ha, just based on you? Li Xiao said disdainfully. My dear elder brother, today I will let you see with your own eyes how your bride submits under me. Then he twisted his hands and directly broke your legs. You immediately let out a hoarse and desperate scream. However, at this moment, a furious shout suddenly came from outside the door. What are you doing? Li Xiao was suddenly frightened and turned his head to see Li Zhan standing coldly at the door with his men. Father, I was wrong. Li Xiao immediately knelt down, then moved to Li Zhan's feet. Father, please listen to my explanation. It was because I drank too much that I did such a ridiculous thing. Please, father, I really didn't mean it. Li Zhan coldly glanced at Li Xiao, then looked at you lying on the ground like a dead dog, and then instructed the people around him. Get someone to treat him. You and I will come over. Yes, father. Li Xiao suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Li Xiao stood up. Then a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, glanced at you, and then left. From start to finish, Li Zhan never personally went to see your injuries. At this moment, lying on the ground, you are completely disappointed with the entire Li family. At this moment, the fresh blood on your forehead dripped down drop by drop, falling on the ring on your left hand's ring finger, and the blood immediately disappeared from the ring. At the same time, a mysterious voice echoed in your mind. After consuming the power of the 10 awakened segments of the Great Perfection Beast 10 times, I have finally restored 1% of my strength, allowing me to awaken from the darkness. The beast prison recognizes its master with blood, and we finally have the opportunity to see the light of day again. Ha ha, after hearing the voice coming from your mind, you suddenly opened your eyes wide, but at this moment, the healing-type beast tamer came over and interrupted you. After treatment, the fracture has gradually healed, and there will be no major issues as long as a few more days of rest are taken. After the servants came in and tidied up, they quickly closed the door and left the whole room. You were lying on the bed, while Su Xianwan sat on a stool at a loss. The sky darkened gradually. Su Xianwan poured a cup of tea and came to your side. Do you want to drink some water? Su Xianwan asked timidly, but you have your eyes wide open, staring straight at the ceiling, silent, and no one knows what you are thinking at this moment. Time passed by minute, and you, still intoxicated, gradually closed your eyes and fell asleep. Su Xianwan has been sitting on the stool and dare not go to bed. After seeing you fall asleep, she carefully came to your side. Regarding your story, Su Xianwan had already heard about it after being accused of marriage. This man, who has not yet awakened the power of the beast and has a similar experience of suffering as herself, now appears so helpless. However, it had to be said that Li Xian's appearance was beyond Su Xianwan's expectations. Su Xianwan has been lowering her expectations of Li Xian, just in case you see it and are greatly disappointed. But what I saw today, Li Xian's angular face was covered with perseverance, and with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, although he had not yet awakened the power of the beast, but from his eyes it could be seen that Li Xian was still full of hope. In the future, we're going to be dependent on each other. Will you be the man I imagined you would be? Su Xianwan looked at the sleeping Li Xian, stretched out the 10 fingers like bamboo shoots, wrist like white lotus root delicate jade hand, gently stroked Li Xian's cheek, and at this moment, for everything in the outside world, Li Xian didn't have any feelings at all, because at the moment, he was in the middle of a pitch-black space. Where is this place? Anyone? Looking around, Li now found himself in the middle of a long hallway. On both sides of the corridor, all of them were cells with an area of hundreds of square meters and a height of more than 10 meters. At this time, on the first cell on the left side of Li Xian, the word 100 was written on it. Looks like it might be the number of these cells. On the right-hand cell, there is the word 99. On the left side of the cell, a huge white wolf with a snow-white body and a length of 7 or 8 meters was looking at Li Xian with a pair of green, bizarre and humanized eyes. Suddenly, Li Xian's eyes stared and noticed a series of words written on the wall of the cell. Ancient demonic beast, tsunami silver wolf. Ancient demonic beast? This white wolf is an ancient demonic beast? How is this possible? On this Tian Yuan continent, the beast souls that people absorbed were calculated according to the year of the demonic beast. 10-year demonic beasts, 100-year demonic beasts, 1,000-year demonic beasts, 10,000-year demonic beasts, 100,000-year demonic beasts. Further up, there are the legendary ancient demonic beasts. And this white wolf, it was actually an ancient demonic beast? At this moment, the whistling moon silver wolf seemed to have sensed Li Xian's shocked emotions at this moment. In the next moment, what shocked Li Xian even more was that this whistling moon silver wolf actually opened its mouth. Hello, little doll. Dear Lord Warden, how can I help you? You. Li now stepped backward in horror. Bang! It slammed directly into the iron cage of jail cell 99 across the street. Subconsciously looking back, he only saw that in the iron cage of number 99, a large snake that was bucket thick, black in color, and eyeballed to be dozens of meters long, was curled up in the corner without moving. Looking along with it, the cell was clearly written, Ancient Demonic Beast, Golden-Scaled Poison Python. Seeing that this golden-scaled poison python was in a drowsy state, Li Xian was instantly relieved. Lord Warden, don't be afraid, we won't hurt you, the whistling moon silver wolf said to Li Xian in as gentle a tone as possible. Who the hell are you guys? Li Xian asked as he looked around incredulously. Lord Prisoner, this is the space in the ring you carry on your hand. This ring is called the Beast Ring, and the space here is called the Beast Prison. The entire Beast Prison is divided into 4 layers. For the 4 levels of heaven, earth, Xian and yellow. This level that Lord Prisoner is currently on is the yellow cell, holding 100 different ancient demonic beasts. At the end of the corridor, that staircase you see is the one that leads to the Genji on the upper floor. The cells of the Xian size hold ancient demonic beasts that are even more powerful than the ancient demonic beasts. The cells further up the earth size hold even more powerful Taiku demonic beasts. The last floor, the heavenly room, holds the most powerful ancient demon beasts. After listening to the introduction of the whistling moon silver wolf, Li Xian murmured, Ancient, swift, eternal. That's not right. Aren't the most powerful ones ancient demonic beasts? Could it be that above it, there are even more powerful existences? That's for sure. The whistling moon silver wolf let out a humanized laugh. It was only after your 10 awakenings of beast power, which was absorbed by me, that I was able to awaken, along with the blood drops of your blood recognizing your master, which opened this beast prison space, that we were able to meet. What? Li Xian instantly widened his eyes, and then pounced over like a fierce beast, grasping the arm-thick iron railing of the number 100 prison cell in a death grip and roaring angrily asked, 10 years of beast power, absorbed by you? Yeah, if it weren't for your beast power, I wouldn't have been able to awaken. The whistling moon silver wolf didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation and looked at Li Xian with some confusion, only to see Li Xian gripping the railing with both hands with great force, staring at the saw moon silver wolf with a pair of eyes that were strong enough to kill. I failed to awaken the power of the beast for 10 years, and it was all because of you? Chapter 2, Ancient Demon Beasts. When that whistling moon silver wolf heard this, he immediately understood what was going on. However, right at this moment, in the middle of prison cell number 100, along with the increase in Li Xian's anger, A destructive pressure was unleashed from Li Xian, crushing towards the Saw lunar silver wolf. Don't Lord prisoner, don't kill me You wait first. The whistling moon silver wolf was instantly shocked, and its huge body curled up in a corner and begged for mercy. You have opened the beast prison and will gain the power of all the demonic beasts in the entire beast prison. I am an ancient demon beast. Don't you want the beast soul of an ancient demon beast? Hearing this, Li Xian's anger gradually eased. The beast soul of an ancient demonic beast? You explain everything to me, one by one. I won't spare you until you give me a perfect explanation. After saying that, Li Xian realized that he actually had the power to absolutely punish demonic beasts in this space. As long as he wanted to kill them, Li Xian, who was a prison master, could kill them with a single thought. Lord prisoner, listen to me. All the demonic beasts amongst the beast prison, although they are currently in the sleeping stage, as long as there is enough power for us to devour, we will be able to wake up all together. And Lord prisoner is the master of the beast prison. All the ancient demonic beasts, Taiku demonic beasts, and eons of demonic beasts in the beast prison can be driven by you, while others can only obtain 3 or 4 different beast souls. You, on the other hand, directly possess 400 powerful beast souls. Could this not be in exchange for your 10 years of failed awakenings? In addition, although you failed to awaken for 10 years, you are now going out to awaken again. As long as I don't absorb the beast power, you will naturally awaken the beast power. Moreover, after you awaken the power of the beast, you will be able to summon the beast soul to me, and I will be able to go out and help you fight. Hearing this, Li Xian's anger completely disappeared. If it's really what you say it is, I can choose to forgive you all. It's all true, and it seems that the Lord Warden doesn't know your beast power level, does he? Aha! Li nodded now. I've been absorbing your beast power for 10 years and already know your beast power level. Even I'm a bit surprised. Your beast power level is a 10-stage innate full beast power that comes along once in 10,000 years. You know? What? Li Xian instantly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed incredulously. Really? Of course. Hearing this, Li Xian immediately let out a loud, excited laugh. But laughing, Li Xian suddenly cried. For 10 years, he himself has suffered from those who have counted an endless number of abuses and accusations. Now that he's been able to turn the tables, Li is now crying tears of joy. But then, please also ask Lord Prison Master to find something containing energy for me to devour as soon as possible. Currently I've only recovered a mere 1% of my power. Even if they were summoned to fight with their beast souls by the Lord Prison Master, they could only be considered by the outside world as a 10-year beast soul rank. However, I am an ancient demonic beast, and the strength I exert, on the other hand, can reach the point of 100 years of beast soul, something that contains energy. What exactly does that mean? Li Xian asked in a hurry. The beast soul and the body of a beast master, the flesh of a demonic beast, the beast soul of a demonic beast, as well as precious some medicinal herbs and so on are all fine. Okay, no problem. I'll go out and get it for you, Li now said impatiently. But in a whirlwind, Li now asked in doubt. So how do I get out now? The Lord Warden only needs to concentrate to get out, even when he comes in. Hearing this, Li now closed his eyes slightly before focusing on the outside. In the next moment, the dark cell in front of him disappeared, and in its place was the sight of his own bridal chamber. Looking around, Li Xian saw a girl in a red wedding dress, sitting on the edge of the bed, her head resting on her arm, sleeping so hard. Thinking of what had just happened, Li Xian hurriedly looked at the ring on his hand. No one knew that this ring, which had followed him over after crossing over to the Tianyuan continent. I didn't expect that it would bring me so much luck. Wait, what if I was just dreaming? Li Xian was suddenly stunned, then closed his eyes and focused on the beast ring. In the next moment, Li Xian appeared in the beast prison again. Looking at Li Xian, who had reappeared, the whistling moon silver wolf asked suspiciously, "What are the orders of Lord Prison Master?" "Nothing, I'll see if I'm dreaming." After saying that, Li Xian once again left the place. When the whistling moon silver wolf saw this, it couldn't help but reveal a humanized smile. At the moment, it's dark outside and I don't know what time it is. The lamps and candles in the room gradually burned out, and Li now moved his legs, feeling surprisingly uncharacteristic. Withdrawing his arm that was pressed underneath Su Xianwan, Li Xian slowly sat up. Getting out of bed, Li Xian patted Su Xianwan's shoulder. Only Su Xianwan rubbed her disoriented sleeping eyes, then sat up. You're awake? Su Xianwan immediately sat up in shock after seeing that Li Xian was actually standing on the ground. Why are you standing up? Hurry up and sit down. Looking at Su Xianwan's panicked appearance, Li Xian suddenly laughed. At the same time it felt that this woman, too, wasn't a pussy. Under the dim candlelight, Su Xianwan's long hair was draped over her shoulders, with uneven air bangs in front of her forehead, and her body was not considered proud, but it was also convex and warped. Being stared at by Li Xian like this, Su Xianwan instantly twisted her head shyly. Why are you looking at me like that? You're my wife, why can't you look? Li Xian gave a charmed laugh, then walked over to the newly replaced round table and poured a cup of tea and drank it in one go. And for this brand new name, Su Xianwan didn't seem to be ready for it. She didn't answer and just stood on the side so shyly. Anyway, from now on, you're my woman, and I'll never let anyone bully you again. Listening to the man in front of her promising herself, Su Xianwan revealed a smile of happiness. Well, it's getting late. Let's rest. Li Xian sat back on the bed again, but Su Xianwan didn't move a muscle. Only Su Xianwan nervously thwarted the corner of her clothes. At this moment, her mind was all about Li Xian's words, let's rest. What to do next? Su Xianwan had already guessed, even though this moment had been fantasized in her mind many times. But when it really came to this moment, Su Xianwan was still nervous. Before she got married, Su Xianwan's father told Su Xianwan that after she married, she must listen to her husband. This is the most basic principle of being a woman. What's the matter? Still shy? Li Xian took off his shoes and got on the bed, looking at Su Xianwan who was standing there like a wooden stake. He couldn't help but smile. Only then did Su Xianwan shyly take small steps to the front of the window before taking off the pair of red embroidered shoes. Li Xian found the original piece of cover and then covered Su Xianwan's head. Li Xiao that bullied you. I'm bound to make him pay the price of blood. This cover. Let's take the cover again. After saying that, Li Xian gently lifted Su Xianwan's cover. Looking under the cover, Su Xianwan's crimson lips, long eyelashes, the twinkling pair of big eyes, shyly not daring to look directly at Li Xian. Gently grabbing Su Xianwan's small hand, Li Xian softly said, follow me, I will definitely take good care of you. After saying that, Li Xian slightly tilted his head, then leaned towards those red lips. Feeling Li Xian's hot breath, Su Xianwan's heart thumped like a deer. The moment she saw Li Xian lean over, Su Xianwan gently closed her eyes. The curtain in front of the window fell, and under the illumination of the candlelight, Li Xian gently pushed down Su Xianwan. Red wedding dresses, pants, bibs, and blasphemy pants, one after the other, were thrown out from between the curtains. Immediately afterward, the entire wooden bed began to shake. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The voice rang through the silent room. It went from slow to fast and eventually came to a halt. Looking at the sleeping Su Xianwan with a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth, Li Xian tiptoed up his clothes and then went out. Lightly, he arrived on top of a high platform on a martial arts field. A huge, carved boulder with flying birds and beasts was placed on it. This is the beast soul stone that awakens the power of the beast. The whistling moon silver wolf said that Li Xian was a 10-to-1 full beast power. Li Xian didn't believe it and had to come over to see if he couldn't. In addition, the awakening of the beast power must be through the beast soul stone. Only a beast soul stone could bring out all the beast power in the body. Touch the beast soul stone, and the beast soul stone will emit a great pressure. And the longer you hold on, the more the beast power will be energized. Apprehensively arriving in front of the beast soul stone, Li Xian tremblingly placed his right hand on it. The moment his right hand touched the beast soul stone, immediately, a huge pressure came from the beast soul stone. It was a feeling that Li had never felt before in the previous 10 years of his current awakening ceremony. Really, surprisingly true. What the whistling moon silver wolf said is true. A tremendous pressure swept over him, and the beast power within Li Xian's body was once again stimulated. On the beast soul stone, the carvings of those flying birds and beasts lit up with gleams of light. 1 paragraph, 2 paragraphs, 3 paragraphs, 10 paragraphs, 10 stages of beast power awakening. Li Xian let out a hearty laugh as he felt the immense power coming from within his body. But in the next moment, Li Xian hastily closed his mouth, then withdrew his right hand. With the beast power being turned on, Li Xian was now finally able to use his beast power and absorb beast souls. On the beast soul stone, the light dissipated. Li now tiptoed back into the house again. However, Li Xian did not notice that the beast soul stone was still on the beast soul stone because of the display of the 10 stages of beast power. The next day, the person in charge of cleaning the martial arts arena rubbed his eyes incredulously when he saw the 10 stages of beast power labeled on the beast soul stone. 10 stages of beast power? You're kidding, right? Is this thing broken? Just then, a sexy woman in a cheongsam came in style. The subordinate in charge of cleaning immediately told her about it. 10 stages of beast power? The cheongsam woman was the one responsible for the awakening yesterday. After seeing the display of 10 segments of beast power on the beast soul stone, but not thinking that something had gone wrong, so the traces were removed. No one knew that yesterday night, a 10-segment beast power supreme demonic talent, in the Li family of Lingyun City, was born. Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Su Xianwan who was sleeping in his arms, Li Xian gently kissed her forehead. With this kiss, Su Xianwan also opened her eyes. Awake? After Su Xianwan opened her eyes and saw Li Xian, she looked down at her body in the quilt again and couldn't help but shyly bury her head into Li Xian's arms. Husband, you're annoying. Looking at people with such eyes, Su Xianwan had completely become Li Xian's woman. At this moment, her entire heart was also placed on Li Xian's body. In the next moment, only Su Xianwan pulled out a white handkerchief from the quilt, but it was imprinted with drops of red blood. This fallen red is gifted to my husband, and in this life, I am your man. This handkerchief, which was of great significance, was patted and carefully collected by Li Now. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and the voice of an underling came from outside. Young master, get up and wash. Although not favored, but Li Xian is at least the eldest son. This subordinate should have the treatment is still there. When he got up, the underling came in with a tray in his hand at the same time. The pallet held a stack of silver checks, as well as a deed to the tavern and a certificate of operation. Obviously, this is for Li to now hit the road today. Li Xian was pale and expressionless, and after washing up with Su Xianwan, he packed up his things and left this place of wrongdoing. The Li family, not to return thereafter. As for Li Xiao, Li Xian stood outside that huge Li family gate and silently chanted Li Xiao's name. Lingyun City is a famous city in Daxia. The Li family is based in Lingyun City for hundreds of years. Rich in heritage, not ordinary people can be pushed down. Li Xian has no feelings for the Li family. The next time we meet, it will be with a vengeance. Leaving Lingyun City, the carriage traveled on the official road, and at this moment, 5 or 6 mysterious people dressed in black followed closely behind, following Li Xian out of the city. Young master, if you catch Li Xian's daughter-in-law this time, you have to let us taste the soup. What kind of soup? White soup. Maybe Li Xian already took that Su Xianwan's fallen red yesterday. A man on horseback, following the wagon in front of him unhurriedly, said to a man on a white horse next to him, regardless of whether Su Xianwan has broken her body or not, I'm going to have some fun. Out of the Li family, out of this Lingyun city. He, Li Xian, is not even a fart. This person was clearly Li Xian's half-brother, Li Xiao. Early in the morning, Li Xiao told his men to keep an eye on Li Xian, and as soon as he left the city, he immediately followed him. Worried about accidents, Li Xiao trailed for a full 30 miles. Wang Longpi, Li Xiao pressed on and gave a wink to a few other people. Prepare to make your move. This is Wang Longpi. There are bandits from time to time. Kill Li Xian. God will not know what's going on, and you can frame the bandits for it. The next moment, the 5 of them clipped their horses' bellies and immediately chased after them. Da-da-da-da. The sound of rushing hooves came, and when Li Xian heard it, he immediately poked out the window to look. Upon seeing Li Xiao at the head of the group, his face changed. It's the middle of nowhere. No one will notice if someone dies. Stay in the wagon for a while and don't come out. Li Xian patted the back of Su Xianwan's hand and instructed. In the next moment, Li Xian focused on the beast ring and then entered the beast prison. I'm in danger. How am I going to use you as my beast soul? Arriving at the door of the Tsunami Moonsilver Wolf's cell, Li Xian anxiously asked. Lord prisoner, you only need to run the beast power and then focus on the beast ring. I will feel the beast power and naturally enter your body and become your beast soul. Yes, Li Xian was overjoyed, and after leaving the beast ring, he told the carriage to stop. Looking toward those people, Li Xian revealed a cold smile. Today, I'll let you die without a burial place. Chapter 3 The Mysterious Black Mist in Su Xianwan's Body. 4 or 5 people forced the carriage to a halt, each holding a long sword and looking at the carriage with a teasing face. By now they couldn't wait to pull the woman in the wagon. Wildly, out and press her into the grass next to them. My punk brother? I didn't expect to see that here. Li Xiao rolled over and dismounted from his horse. The beast power in his body gathered in his palm and ruthlessly slapped at the carriage. Boom! The powerful force shook off the carriage, and the horses, frightened, broke free of the carriage and then ran wildly away. The wagon lost its front supporting force and tipped forward. In the next moment, a silhouette jumped out of the carriage, supporting the heavy carriage with one hand before slowly placing it on the ground. The curtain of the car was lifted, and Su Xianwan walked out from it in some panic, carrying a bag. Li Xian smiled faintly and patted Su Xianwan, signaling her to rest assured. Afterward, Li Xian turned around and coldly looked at Li Xiao. Followed me all the way to the press? Since you know I'm following you, why don't you return to Lingyun City? Li Xiao asked rather surprised. How can I avenge yesterday if I don't lure you here? Li Xiao first froze, then laughed out loud. Revenge? With you? What ability do you have to take revenge as a piece of trash who can't even awaken his beast power? As the words trailed off, Li Xiao let out a furious cry. A great evil wolf silhouette emerged from within his body and hovered in the air behind Li Xiao. This is Li Xiao's beast soul. Beast soul charge. Not innately awakened, but after killing a demonic beast, absorbing its soul and becoming it, before summoning it with beast power to fight. 400 years of blast demon wolf beast soul. What are you going to mention revenge to me? Sucking slippery. Li Xian stared blankly at the blizzard demon wolf silhouette behind Li Xiao and licked his lips greedily. Well, how much strength can 400 years of beast souls restore to you? In his mind, the voice of the whistling moon silver wolf came from within the beast ring. Heh, 400 years will allow me to increase my strength to 5%. Great. Li Xian once again looked at Li Xiao. At this moment, in Li Xian's eyes, these people were already tonic for restoring the whistling moon silver wolf. I don't know if my 10-year portion of beast soul is enough to qualify? Li Xian revealed a hideous smile, and under everyone's gaze, a white light appeared from within Li Xian's body. In the next moment, a wolf-shaped demonic beast that was 7 or 8 meters long and snow-white like pure moonlight slowly emerged behind Li Xian. Ow! The whistling moon silver wolf raised its head to the sky and let out a hiss that shook the soul. The blizzard demon wolf behind Li Xiao was currently trembling in fear like a grandson, curled up into a ball and did not dare to move. You have a beast soul too. Li Xiao's pupils attempted to shrink and his body trembled. The pressure emanating from that white giant wolf caused Li Xiao, who had absorbed the soul of the same wolf-like beast, to experience a powerful pressure from his soul. It took a while before Li Xiao gradually recovered from the shock. Impossible. This is impossible. You can't even stimulate the awakening of beast power. How could you possibly possess a beast soul? And this beast soul, how did it get so big? This can't be a 10-year beast soul. This is 500 years. No. This is 1,000 years. No. This is a 10,000-year beast soul. 10,000-year-old beast souls. The other 4 Li clan disciples who had followed Li Xiao along widened their eyes. 10,000-year-old beast souls were few and far between in the entire Great Summer Kingdom. At this moment, their intestines were green with regret. They were never expecting that the eldest son of the Li family, who was known as a 10-year waste, had been holding back and absorbing 10,000-year-old beast souls without letting anyone know. No, it's a fake. It's an illusion you made. 10 years. 10 whole years. You've been hailed as a waste of 10 years. There's no way you could have a beast soul and not tell anyone. This is your way of scaring me, and I'm not going to fall for it. Li Xiao simply could not accept the reality in front of him. In the next moment, Li Xiao's eyes erupted with ferocious killing intent. Blast demon wolf. Kill him for me. At Li Xiao's command, the blizzard demon wolf regained some of its fighting spirit. Driven from his master's soul, the blast wind demon wolf held back the pressure and let out a weak growl. With that, he lunged towards Li Xian, but this only about 2 meters of the blizzard demon wolf. In front of the tsunami moon silver wolf, it was like a social tattooed strong man and a kindergarten class child. As the blizzard demon wolf pounced strongly, the whistling moon silver wolf opened its mouth wide, and a powerful aura from an ancient demonic beast gushed out. At this moment, the blast demon wolf regretted it. At this moment, Li Xiao also regretted it. This was because he clearly felt that the huge 10,000-year-old demonic beast in front of him, which gave him a sense of suffocation, was real. Li Xian really possessed a beast soul that was over 10,000 years old, and he had really held back for 10 years. Everybody doesn't know about this, and as the first person to witness this and see Li Xian's true strength, it was none other than Li Xiao. Escape. This was the first conscious thought that sprouted after Li Xiao's tremor, but it was too late. Yesterday's vengeance was completely unleashed the moment the whistling moon silver wolf opened its maw and swallowed the blizzard demon wolf. The beast's soul was eaten hard, and the break of the contract from the soul caused Li Xiao to suffer a great backlash effect. However, the only remaining sense told Li Xiao to immediately kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Puff! Without saying anything, Li Xiao directly knelt on both knees. Then Tang Tan moved to both knees in front of Li Xian. Brother, please, spare me. I'm your brother. I'm your own brother. Li Xiao hugged Li Xian's legs and prayed in panic. Kissing brother? You beastly thing. You still know that you are my brother? Let me tell you, I don't have a brother like you. If I don't kick your head like a ball today, I'm not a man. Bang! Containing a furious strike, Li Xian kicked Li Xiao in the head and then fell to the ground. 10 years. Has Li Zhan ever looked at me squarely once? Do you know how my birth mother died? It was by your second mother. Who forced her to die? You two, mother and son, are no good. Li Battle has placed all his hopes on you. Today I'll let him taste how sour it feels to have his hopes dashed. Looking at Li Xian, who was already nearly insane and overwhelmed by hatred, Li Xiao forced himself to move backward against the dizziness and pain on his head. Blood flowed down his forehead and into his eyes. Li Xiao didn't even dare to wipe it. Blood blurred his eyes, and Li Xiao kept blinking. But right at this moment, A rip-roaring pain came from his crotch. With the sound of something bursting, Li Xiao curled up like a reptile and kept rolling back and forth on the ground. Move! Taking advantage of this, the other four immediately rode off into the distance. Li Xian turned around and snorted coldly. Tsunami Moon Silver Wolf! Kill them for me! The huge 7 or 8 meter long whistling moon silver wolf leapt out. A jump landed in front of the four men, opening their bloody mouths. Several people were directly swallowed into their bellies by the whistling moon silver wolf. Looking at Li Xiao, who was drawing out on the ground, Li Xian did not have any hint of pity, and the beast power in his body was running to gather in his right leg. Bang! In the next moment, a foot stomped out viciously, directly stomping on Li Xiao's head, and when Li Xian turned back to Su Xianwan, Su Xianwan had already fainted from the bloody scene in front of her. Xianwan! Li Xian panicked and went over to help Su Xianwan up. Finding a horse at random, Li Xian fixed the carriage briefly before placing Su Xianwan in the carriage. Looking at Li Xiao's white horse and the other remaining horses, Li Xian looked puzzled for a moment before patting the horses but then driving it away. Looking around, Li Xian realized that this was Wanglongpi, a place frequented by bandits. Thinking of this, Li Xian walked over and searched everything on Li Xiao's body before pushing his body into the grass. After doing this, Li Xian clapped his hands and then drove away from Wanglongpi. And after Li Xian left, the bandits from Wanglongpi arrived. The commotion made by the whistling moon silver wolf just now caused the bandits in the distance to rush over. On their way over, however, they came across a couple of fine horses on the way. After leading it away, these bandits didn't even care to realize that there was a body discarded in the grass by the side of the road. There is no such thing as a free dinner, and picking up things can lead you to your doom. A few days later, the news of Li Xiao's disappearance immediately spread throughout Lingyun City. The Li family sent out a large number of people to begin the search. Li War originally thought that it was a few other rival clans that had done the deed, but when he received the news that the Wanglongpi bandits had Li Xiao's BMW, he immediately rushed over with his men. The bandits of Wanglongpi never dreamed that the few horses they picked up were from the Li family of Lingyun City. When Li Zhan looked at those batches of Li family's BMWs, he immediately took control of the entire bandit nest. But the bandits were dumbfounded. They didn't know anything. And just in time, someone found Li Xiao's body on the official road at Wanglongpi. Li Xiao disappeared with his possessions all over his body, and his BMW reappeared in the bandit nest. Things are obvious. None of the Lingyun City lords had expected that the Wanglongpi bandits, who had caused them to suffer for decades, would be slaughtered cleanly by the Li family in one night. But no one seemed to notice that the bandit had the strength to kill Li Xiao though. However, the bandit leader that day, that Soul Silver Imperial Beast Master, was not inside the bandit den. As for Li Xiao, as the leader of the young generation, he had reached Bronze Imperial Beast Master at the age of 16. Throughout the entire bandit nest, there were only a handful of people who could kill Li Xiao. No one was focusing on an ordinary man who had been sent away to run the family estate. Wingate County is small and geographically remote. It seemed that Li War was really disappointed in Li Xian to the extreme. The whole of Daxia is extremely wide. 18. Under the great leader's city, there are several dozens of slave cities that are managed separately. From below the city, there are countless more counties and villages and towns. In the Tianyuan continent, each country for the management of the city, called the leader of the city. The meaning of leadership. It was equivalent to the same as the provincial city in Li Xian's previous world. A follower city is a city that is attached to a leader city, equivalent to the second, third and fourth tier cities before Li's present. It had already been a few days since he came to Yangon County, and Su Xianwan had also recovered from the weak state of being stunned that day. Husband, Su Xianwan weakly called out. Xianwan. Li Xian came to the bed with the chicken soup. How's it going? Much better. Li Xian slowly helped Su Xianwan up and let him lean against the bed. Here, have some chicken soup. Husband, I've made you suffer these past few days. Su Xianwan apologized. It was only after entering the door, letting Li Xian take such careful care. Su Xianwan's heart was very unfavorable. You're my wife. It's only right to take care of you. You'll only be able to help me run the tavern once you've recovered. Li Xian carefully blew on the chicken soup, then fed it into Su Xianwan's mouth one bite at a time. After drinking the chicken soup, Su Xianwan's complexion was obviously better. You have a good rest. I'll go to the tavern to see go. This Yangon County is not big. Not many people. The tavern business is also average. For the time being, you do not need to help. Aha! Su Xianwan lay on the bed and nodded happily. Wingate County is part of a county under Willow Park City. It's not far from Su Xianwan's mother's house. It would be convenient for Su Xianwan to go back if she wanted to at that time. And the entire tavern is located on the center street of the county, with 2 floors above and below. The street-level location, with a wine storehouse and brewery at the back. and at the back is the courtyard where Li now resides. The tavern, plus the brewing staff, came down to 15 people. When Li Xian arrived, he took over everything straight away. But Li now didn't ask questions about all the work and let them continue to follow the previous process. And everyone gets a 5% raise in their compensation. In this way, Li Xian could also feel very comfortable being a shirker. It is said that new officials have 3 fires, but Li now comes over differently. With 15 fellows, the treatment had been increased quite a bit, which made all of them feel quite good about Li Xian. In the next room, Li now pushed the door and walked in. It's been 2 or 3 days since I came to Wingate County. Li Xian also didn't have the time to check all the things obtained from killing Li Xiao. Killing Li Xiao and devouring the beast soul of the blizzard demon wolf allowed the whispering moon silver wolf to reach 5% recovery. It also went up to 6% after devouring 4 others. 6%, equivalent to the strength of a 600-year-old beast soul. Throughout the entire Yangon County, those who had reached this height, even the Lord Governor was not as high as Li Xian. Beast soul absorption and its difficulties to achieve a high level of fit. First of all, the soul of the beast you've absorbed has to be terminated by you in order to do so. This led to many people's initial absorption of beast souls to be just 10 years or more. Think about it. How are you going to kill a several hundred-year-old portion of a demonic beast when you're someone who can't even reach the level of a black iron beast swordsman? Even if it was Li Xiao, he only obtained that 400-year-old blasted wind demon wolf after ending the demonic beast with a final blow with the help of many experts from the Li clan. And Li Xian's 600 years of ancient demonic beasts. You can imagine how powerful it is. Opening the bag, a bunch of silver tickets appeared inside. These were given by the family when they came out as well as those on Li Xiao. A total of 30,000 taels. 30,000 taels for an ordinary family would be something that could not be earned in a lifetime. But for Li Xian, it was just the price of a 100-year portion of herbs or demonic beast materials. Li Xian was now considered a black iron imperial beast master. The whistling moon silver wolf, which was equivalent to a 600-year-old beast soul, was enough for Li Xian to use for the time being. So now, Li Xian had to find a way to raise his strength to a bronze imperial beast master. Having reached this height, walking anywhere in the Great Summer Country was also slightly more grounded. In this Tianyuan continent where imperial beasts are dominant, the ranks of imperial beast masters are divided into a total of. There are 10 levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, star, glow moon, and obsidian. Black iron sentinel. You only need to obtain a beast soul of your own. And reaching bronze sentinel requires you to be able to perfectly utilize your beast soul strength. In terminology it's called fit. The fit of a freshly absorbed beast soul will be directly related to your beast power based on the process of slaying demonic beasts. If a demonic beast was decapitated by you from start to finish, then the fit would definitely be higher. The other thing is your beast power. The higher the beast power, the higher the strength of the beast soul that was brought into play, and the higher the fit would be. Li Xian didn't need to take the risk of hunting demonic beasts in the wild. Several hundred powerful demonic beasts among the beast rings themselves could be transformed into beast souls at will, assuming there is enough energy. Of course, as for the degree of fit, the whistling moon silver wolf said that Li Xian was a 10-to-1 great perfection beast power, plus he was completely obedient to Li Xian. Therefore, Li Xian was able to easily reach 100% for the tsunami moon silver wolf's beast soul use fit. It could perfectly and undoubtedly bring out the power of the whistling moon silver wolf. In other words, Li Xian should now be considered to have entered the bronze imperial beast master. And the next target was the silver imperial beast master. The condition of a silver imperial beast master was that the beast soul could leave the body to fight. The beast master absorbs the beast soul, and the beast soul is dominated by the beast master, and cannot leave the beast master's body, or the beast soul will gradually dissipate. A silver imperial beast master, on the other hand, could make the soul of a beast leave his body and fight. This way the beast soul could more perfectly utilize the strength of its own demonic beast. But, Li Xian suddenly thought of the scene when he killed those 4 people around Li Xiao. The whistling moon silver wolf seemed to pounce out of his body all of a sudden at that time. Lord Warden, these days, I have also gotten to know your current world. The voice of the whistling moon silver wolf suddenly rang out. As far as this current world of yours is concerned, in my opinion, the so-called imperial beast masters, below the gold level are all one and the same. There is no difference. We are all ancient demonic beasts, transformed into beast souls to help Lord Prisoner in battle. Don't be talking about fitness, fighting away from the body. All of these are a breeze. What? Then, according to you, I've now reached the level of a silver imperial beast master? Li Xian asked incredulously. It can be understood that way. And if Lord Prisoner restores my strength to 100%, we can then merge into one. What you call the Golden Imperial Beastmaster. That's right. A golden beastmaster can become one with a beast soul and gain its powerful strength. This was the ability of the golden imperial beastmaster. I'm a silver imperial beastmaster? I'm a silver imperial beastmaster now? Ha ha. Li Xian looked incredulous after what he had learned about his own strength. Then others didn't know how long they would need to work hard, how long they would need to struggle, before they could reach 100% fit, before they could let their beast souls leave their bodies to fight. Now just because one's beast soul was an ancient demonic beast, one could simply ignore these factors. Then all I need to do next is spend energy to boost your recovery. Of course, when I recover, that's when Lord Prison Master reaches Gold Imperial Beastmaster. The Golden Beastmaster. Li Xian was overwhelmed with emotion. It was his own cheap father, Li Zhan, who was only a Golden Imperial Beastmaster, and he, himself, was one step away from that level. At that time, when they returned to Lingyun City, who in the Li family would dare to point their finger in front of them? After surging internally for a while, Li Xian was able to stabilize his emotions. There were more than just silver tickets and a ring that were scavenged from Li Xiao. This thing, which Li Xian recognized, was called the Yuan Ring, which was made by taking a special material from the Tian Yuan continent. Within this Yuan Ring, it was a world of its own, which was large or small, depending on the material. It is a must-have item for home travelers. This Yuan Ring was not something that could be used just by picking it up. The owner of the Yuan Ring would use beast power to set a barrier on the Yuan Ring, and unless one possessed strength stronger than that of the original owner, it would not be possible to unlock the barrier of the Yuan Ring at all. Li Xian operated his beast power and then wrapped this Yuan Ring. In the next moment, the beast power transformed into a spear and impacted towards the Yuan Ring's barrier. Click! A tiny cracking sound rang out, and the barrier of the Yuan Ring was broken through by Li Xian's beast power. In Li Xian's mind, all the images in the Yuan Ring immediately surfaced. The space in here was about 5 cubic meters in size, and it was cluttered with things stacked in it. Among them were piles of gold and silver treasures, piles of antique and interesting objects, and piles of miscellaneous daily necessities. In the corner, there were also some exquisite gift boxes. These were all things that Li Xiao had raked in from the family's finances over the years. Taking out those exquisite gift boxes, Li Xian opened them one by one. This is a beast technique. Looking at an ancient blue lacquered book placed inside, Li Xian's eyes widened instantly. The main power of the Beastmaster comes from the beast soul. The spirit of the beast itself possesses combat experience from its lifetime. However, after reaching silver, the beast souls could leave their bodies to fight. Then the Imperial Beastmasters themselves became isolated. Therefore, the beast technique was applied. The use of a beast technique was a powerful skill that was unleashed based on the power of the beast. If issued in conjunction with the use of one's own beast soul, the power was even better. If the beast skill was in one with the beast soul attribute, the power would be in a win. On this beast skill, it was written Gale Steps. Gale Steps? The Gale Demon Wolf? Li Xian suddenly thought of Li Xiao's beast soul. It seems that this should be that cheap old man getting this guy again. It's just that Li Xiao doesn't seem to have practiced yet. Flipping it over, the grade of this beast skill was clearly written on it. Beast techniques are also graded. Beast techniques were mainly divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian and Yellow. And this book of blistering wind steps in his hand was clearly a yellow grade medium grade beast skill, sort of average quality. Afterwards, Li now looked through a few other gift boxes. In it, Li Xian finally found a treasure that could be of use. Lord Warden. This is a 200-year-old tumbleweed. The Whistling Moon Silver Wolf in the beast prison seemed to have felt this majestic power as well, and immediately awakened with excitement. How much strength can I regain by swallowing this? At least to the point of 10%. The Whistling Moon Silver Wolf said confidently. But in the next moment, the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf suddenly hesitated. Actually, I wouldn't want Lord Prisoner to use this wind chime grass on me. Oh, why? Li presently asked in confusion. Wouldn't it be good for you and for me to regain your strength? Lord Prisoner, at present, my 6% recovery degree is sufficient to ensure Lord Prisoner's safety for the time being, but as Lord Prisoner has a single means, I do have a better way. Tell me about it. Li Xian was instantly curious. Lord Prisoner, please come inside the beast prison first. Li Xian's expression moved and he immediately flashed to the beast prison. In the middle of the dark and cold beast prison, the snow-white Whistling Moon Silver Wolf slowly stood up. It was only when he came to the front of the cage that the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf slowly said, Lord Warden, amongst this yellow prison cell, there are 100 ancient demonic beasts, including myself, who have different abilities. So if Lord Warden can restore the other ancient demonic beasts with different abilities, then Lord Warden will also gain different strengths, won't he? Hearing this, Li Xian's eyes widened. There was no doubt about the strength of the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf, but if he awakened other different demonic beasts, Li Xian would also gain different abilities. Lord Warden, the higher the ranking of the demonic beasts, their comprehensive strength is also the more powerful. You first go to understand their identity and background as well as their strength, and then pick the right ones to go and revive them. Li Xian said half-jokingly. Feeling that your 100th place is the weakest one? Ha ha, that's natural. Amongst the demonic beasts the strong are honored. The weak are the strongest. How many pounds of my strength? In front of the other ancient demonic beasts, I'm still self-aware. The whistling moon silver wolf didn't care about Li Xian's flirting. Well then, I'll go ahead and get to know them. Saying that, Li Xian nodded his head and then began to check them out one by one. Number 100 is the tsunami silver wolf. 99 is the golden-scaled poisonous python. Its abilities are powerful poison and strong entanglement. Number 98, a demonic beast called the Xian turtle, possessed a strong defense ability. 97, a phantom butterfly with strong psychedelic abilities, one after the other to see. Li was now also pondering what exactly was the ability he needed at the moment. Whistling Moon Silver Wolves possesses great speed and attack ability. As far as the attack piece was concerned, Li was now satisfied. Therefore, if he were to pick a suitable demonic beast, Li Xian planned to pick a support class demonic beast. And right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly saw a humanoid demonic beast called the Holy Envoy of Light that ranked 8th. This holy messenger of light had the appearance of an angel, and a female angel at that. Unclothed, she lay still in the middle of the prison cell. Tsunami Silver Wolf said, "Don't let her appearance fool you. Underneath that polished and seductive exterior, hidden was the heart of a cruel demonic beast. She heals others, but feeds on hearts. That's her." The main reason for choosing the Holy Envoy of Light was because of her powerful healing ability. Of course, Li now said that to the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf. As far as the inner nuggets are concerned, no one knows. After all, men are teenagers until they die. Who would turn down a shirtless angel? That angel had 2 pairs of wings and a chest proud enough to put most women to shame. A blonde hair, definitely an exotic species, and there was a pair of horns on top of his head, similar to antlers in general, but pure in white. Slowly taking out the tumbleweed, Li now used it on this light saint envoy. The 200-year portion of Pocahontas was transformed into pure energy, like a wisp of green smoke, and drilled into the body of the Holy Envoy of Light. The next moment, a muffled grunt suddenly came from the silent cage. Moved. Li Xian's eyes widened in excitement. Only the Holy Envoy of Light slowly sat up. Her bare ass, sitting on the cold ground, made Li Xian couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Looking along with it, Li Xian instantly spat out blood for it. A 200-year portion of Pocahontas grass, but it only restored 2% of the recovery degree of the bright Holy Envoy. However, the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf said that the more forward the demonic beast, the stronger it was, so the more energy it takes to recover. It's understandable. But looking along with it, the Holy Envoy of Light woke up, but crouched in the corner, looking at Li Xian with shivering eyes, never daring to come over. "Hi, hello, I am the owner of the beast prison. Your prison master." Li now waved with what he thought was a gracious and friendly smile. In the next moment, the Holy Envoy of Light did move, only to see her revealing a pitiful look. Beaming her mouth, she slowly came in front of Li Xian. "Lord Warden, was it you who revived me? It's so dark here. I'm so scared." This look, this voice, this softness that made a man want to protect at all costs. Even Li Xian's heart was moved. "Lord Warden, I'm so scared. I've been sleeping for I don't know how many years. Can you let me out?" The Holy Messenger of Light's 10 fingers were like bamboo shoots and his wrists were like lotus roots, gently grasping the thick black iron fence. "Of course there's no problem, but you'll need to be my beast soul for that." Li Xian was not stupid and naturally knew that this Holy Envoy of Light had other plans. "How about not being a beast soul? You let me out. I'll stay by your side every day, and I'll do whatever you want me to do." The Holy Envoy of Light slowly extended his right hand, wanting to touch Li Xian. However, when she had just touched Li Xian, a black lightning bolt emitted from Li Xian's body. This black lightning bolt directly struck the white jade-like hand of the Holy Envoy of Light. "Ah!" The Holy Envoy of Light let out a miserable scream and hastily retracted his arm. Looking along with it, a black scar appeared on that slender jade hand. "Lord Warden, you're so fierce, you don't have any mercy at all," the Holy Envoy of Light said in an aggravated voice. "So are you going to be my beast soul or not?" Li Xian asked with a cold snort. "The beast soul can only be in your body. But people want to be by your side all the time. Don't you want to have their body?" Saying that, the Holy Envoy of Light stood up, then twisted her body wonderfully in the middle of the cell. Gulp! Li Xian involuntarily swallowed. "That slight quivering, letting you pick it up. Of course I want to, but I still want you to be my beast soul." Li Xian is not stupid. This guy is flirtatious and seductive. Put out is not estimated to know how many men scourge. Moreover, she was fond of eating hearts, or ancient demonic beasts, so it could be imagined that her ferocity was directly proportional to her beauty. Recognizing her seduction ploy, Li now looked a little impatient. Answer? Seeing that Li Xian's face suddenly changed, not eating his own set of words at all, the brightness holy envoy could only sigh and give up. She knew that in this beast prison, the prison master was the master. If Li Xian wanted to kill her, just one thought was enough. There's no point in going any further. Since the Lord Prisoner has requested it, then the Holy Minister of Light has no objections. Seeing this, Li Xian was relieved. Don't worry, after being my beast soul, I will restore all of your strength. After saying that, Li Xian turned away in triumph. But just then, Li Xian suddenly remembered something. By the way, if you were to be my beast spirit, would you look like this when I summoned you out? That's natural, the Holy Envoy of Light said without thinking. That won't work. That won't work, Li Xian said as he waved his hand repeatedly. Can't let other men get a load of that yet. I'll go find you something to wear. After saying that, Li Xian went out of the beast prison, and then found a set of Su Xianwan's clothes for the bright saint envoy to put on. Right, the light holy envoy can recover. Xianwan's body is weak. Why don't we use the light holy envoy to heal her? Thinking of this, Li now hurried to the room. Husband. Seeing Li Xian come in, Su Xianwan propped up her arms and tried to sit up. Lie down. Lie down. Li Xian took an arrow step forward and gently helped Su Xianwan up. Close your eyes and I'll heal you. Oh, husband still knows the art of healing? Su Xianwan asked in surprise, but still obediently closed her eyes. Li Xian stood up and operated the beast power in his body. In the next moment, two beast souls unexpectedly surfaced in Li Xian's mind. One of them was the whistling moon silver wolf, and the other one was clearly the Holy Envoy of Light. You're it. Focusing his attention on the Holy Envoy of Light. In the next moment, the Holy Envoy of Light transformed into a beast spirit and slowly floated into the air above Li Xian's back. Li Xian turned to look, but was surprised to see that the Holy Envoy of Light was not wearing the clothes he had given her at the moment. Instead, she was wrapped in a faint golden sheen. The four-winged angel stood behind him, arms crossed over his chest. Long, white thighs were exposed, a water snake-like willow waist, and a lovely navel dotted the very center. The Holy Envoy of Light opened his eyes slightly, revealing a smile. The beast power in Li Xian's body combined with his beast soul and gently stretched out his arms. However, he saw that the Holy Envoy of Light behind him had similarly made such a move. Then he gently bent down and propped up Su Xianwan on the bed. The Holy Messenger of Light radiated a soft light, then wrapped Su Xianwan's entire body. And just then, Li Xian let out a light eep and suddenly opened his eyes, summoning a beast soul. The Imperial Beastmaster is in tune with the beast soul's mind. At this moment, through the beast soul, Li Xian could clearly feel the specific situation within Su Xianwan's body, only to see a black mist coalescing in Su Xianwan's abdomen. This mist wrapped around the land of Beast Yuan, making it impossible to see what exactly was going on inside. And from the fog cohesion situation in the body, this fog cohesion time in Su Xianwan's body, afraid of not 3 days or 2, it's probably gathered inside her since she was a child. And as for the other abnormalities in Su Xianwan's body, they were quickly restored by the bright holy messenger. In doubt, Li Xian gently placed Su Xianwan on the bed. With that, Li Xian withdrew the beast soul and returned to his original state. Su Xianwan unbelievably opened her eyes and surprisingly stood up like nothing. Husband, I feel much better, and my body isn't so weak anymore. You would have just been shocked. It's really not that big of a deal. Li Xian comforted. Spin asked suspiciously. Wife, what is that black gas in the land of the beast's element inside you? Black gas? What black gas? Su Xianwan asked with a confused face. Looking at Su Xianwan's appearance, Li Xian guessed that she might not know anything about this at all. Without continuing to mention this matter, Li Xian immediately had a method. Su Xianwan was already Li Xian's person. As a husband, Li Xian had to figure out Su Xianwan's affairs. By the way, Yangdong County is not far from your Willow Garden City, so get ready today and let's make a trip to Willow Garden City tomorrow, okay? Really? Hearing that she was going back to her mother's house, Su Xianwan's entire body jumped up in excitement. Husband, do you really want to go home? Of course, after getting married. I haven't returned yet, so let's get ready this time, and I'll go over to see my old husband. That was wonderful. Husband, you're too good to me. Just going back to her mother's house once made Su Xianwan happy like this. Li Xian couldn't help but laugh. But in fact, he himself had gone over there mainly to figure out what was going on inside Su Xianwan's body. I'm new to Wingate County and there's not much to organize. During the afternoon meal, Su Xianwan was in a happy afterglow and seemed a little distracted. The sun is setting in the west, and the moon is on the branches. Su Xianwan called for foot washing water and placed it in front of Li Xian, then gently removed Li's present shoes. The hot, steaming foot washing water made Li now take a long, comfortable breath. Su Xianwan lowered her head and helped Li Xian wash his feet. There were no underlings here, so all the care for Li Xian's living had to be done by Su Xianwan. At least she was once a great lady. These underlings work. Su Xianwan was a bit rusty when she did it. After wiping his feet clean, Li now lay down on the bed. Not long after the lights went out, Su Xianwan groped her way onto the bed as well, gently lifting the quilt. Su Xianwan drilled into the quilt wearing a belly band. She was like a docile cat, her little head snuggled in Li Xian's embrace. The thighs were like octopuses, tightly wrapped around Li Xian. Just by touching it occasionally, Li now couldn't help but feel a hint of a strange sensation. In the next moment, Su Xianwan's eyes widened incredulously. Thinking of the night of the wedding day, Su Xianwan couldn't help but look forward to it a little. But as a woman, it was impossible for her to initiate in such matters. Good things, however, always come as they should. Li now rolled over, one hand gently encircled over, then pulled. The strap behind the belly band was undone. The clouds are turned upside down. The flowers are fatigued. Half an hour later, looking at the sleeping Su Xianwan in his arms, Li Xian once again entered the beast ring. Coming straight to the holy envoy of light, Li Xian opened his mouth and asked, "That black aura felt today. Do you know what it is?" The land of beast origin is the source of the beast power in your human body. That black mist obviously sealed the land of beast origin. That's why she's just like an ordinary person, unable to awaken her beast power and become a beast royalist. The holy messenger of light obviously knew something. Then you know if it's congenital or man-made. This is obviously an acquired man-made that mist aggregation is very strong, feeding on the beast power in the body, the blood qi, so that it can be sealed all the time. And do you know how to disarm it? Li Xian asked in a hurry. This mist seems to be very similar to the aura on that guy in number 2. If you can wake him up, you might be able to lift it. Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately brightened up, and hurriedly moved forward, arriving in front of the yellow number 2 prison cell. When he fixed his eyes on it, it was clearly written, Shadow Bull Demon. Looking out toward the jail cell, a huge minotaur that reached a height of 10 meters and was as strong as a mountain and stone fell motionless to the ground. Chapter 4, Su Xianwan's True Identity. Whispering Moon Silverwolf said, "The more forward the demonic beast, the more massive the energy needed to revive it. A 200-year portion of Pocahontas could revive the 8th-ranked Light Holy Envoy to a 2% recovery. As for the 2nd-ranked Shadow Demon Bull, it was estimated that it would require a 1,000-year portion at the very least to be able to do so." Li Xian exited the beast prison and then drifted off to sleep. The next day, Li Xian got up early and began to study the yellow-grade middle-grade beast skill. Blistering Wind Steps. The blast steps are not very complicated. It is divided into 2 parts, top and bottom. The upper portion focuses on linking the base strength of the legs. It's the lower part that teaches you how to run your beast power to gather it in your legs and how to use it in combination with your soul beast. Li is overly ambitious and simply ignores basic leg training. Then it was time to learn how to work the beast's power. The method of leg training as written above is very troublesome, and there was a better way for Li to do this than with weights. Ancient lightweight. Weighted. One day, when the weight is lifted, it will be a step of tens of meters. Su Xianwan woke up at the point and started to freshen up. "Xianwan, get ready. Let's go to the street to buy some things to bring to your father." Li Xian's voice came from outside the door. Li is now out early in the morning. Su Xianwan's voice came from inside the room. "Okay." And outside the house, Li Xian was walking as slowly as a snail, only on his legs. He was currently wearing a pair of iron shoes. The outside of this iron shoe was no different from an ordinary shoe, but the actual weight, however, reached 10 pounds. As it turns out, these weighted workout items are sold in stores down the street. This saves Li Xian from having to specialize in building a pair. It was only after about an hour that Su Xianwan walked out of the house. After seeing Su Xianwan's makeup, Li Xian instantly brightened up. "What a warbling beauty! Honey, you're beautiful." Li Xian didn't mince his words of praise, and when he passed, he lifted her chin and measured her. Being praised so much, Su Xianwan heart that sweet the whole happy expression is overflowing on the face. After taking care of the tavern, Li Xian found a carriage and set off with Su Xianwan. The moment, the shopkeeper, who turned out to be in charge of the tavern, leaned on the door of the tavern and watched the carriage slowly leave. "Brother Yong, we've snooped around, all poked and prodded?" The man leaning against the door asked coldly. "All probed clearly. It is indeed the Li family's unpopular eldest son, a 10-year waste, who has yet to awaken his beast soul." The tavern mate, with a yellow towel slapped over his shoulder, whispered, "Lingyun City is hundreds of miles away from Willow Garden City. and Yangon County is on the edge of Willow Garden City, and even thousands of miles away from Lingyun City. For the Li family's titular eldest son to be tasked to come to this mountainous place, it seems that he has truly been given up. The man called Yong is responsible for the brewery, before the entire tavern. Are he in operation? Just every year the Li family to collect the accounts over. They do some false accounts, hastily cope with the matter, will be able to earn a lot of money. Now that the Li family has sent in a direct manager, it's cutting off Yong's fortune. That's right, Yong. Dude suddenly remembered something. After they left, I snuck and pried my way into their room to have a look around. And then I found this thing. Do you think it's worth anything? The fellow reached out his hand and an ancient ring appeared in his hand. This is... Yong's pupils suddenly shrunk as he slowly reached out and took it in his hand. Meta ring. A meta ring? The meta ring that imperial beasts use to store things? The mate shuddered in fear. This shopkeeper, is he a beast sentinel? No, 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 this can't be right. Yong shook his head in denial. If he's truly a beast sentinel, there's no way the Li family would have left it alone. Right. Yong suddenly remembered something. Then in a burst of fumbling in his pocket, he produced a crumpled lettergram. Upon opening it up, a graphic appeared above. The genius of Lingyun City has fallen, and Li Xiao, the first disciple of the Li family, was killed at Wanglongpi. A familiar ring pattern was listed amongst this graphic. Yong looked at the letter report and then at the yuan ring in his hand. This is Li Xiao's yuan ring. How could it be in his hands? Yong pondered in a daze. The fellow suddenly interrupted. Brother Yong, they're out of the city. Should we make a move? No need. I've got a better idea. Yong revealed a cold smile, then commanded, hurry up and give this ring to the people of the Li family in Lingyun City, and say that it was found on Li Xian, and it's exactly the same as the one recorded in the letter. It's Yong. The fellow drew down the yellowed rag and then left the tavern. Yangon County was the county under the jurisdiction of Willow Garden City, which was also hundreds of miles away. At the slow pace of this carriage, it is estimated that it will take 2 days to arrive. By the way, what kind of business does your Su family mainly do? How are your father and mother? Along the way, Li Xian kept asking about Su Xianwan's family situation, or to be able to deal with it comfortably at that time. However, right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly remembered something. After Wanglongpi, Su Xianwan seemed to have been inquired about her beast soul. At least she was the daughter of a third-rate family. It was impossible for her not to recognize the beast soul, and before joining the Li family, she must have known something about herself. For example, one is a loser and cannot awaken the power of the beast. In that case, why didn't Su Xianwan ask? Curious, he inquired to Su Xianwan instead. Aren't you curious? Curious about what? Curious as to why I have a beast soul. Because I know what to ask and what not to ask. Su Xianwan knew how to make people's hearts ache, and said with a sweet smile, husband's beast soul if everyone knows, then in the Li family is not the current situation? Since it is concealed, naturally there are reasons for husband. If I don't hear about it and don't know it in my heart, I won't disturb husband and harm him. Su Xianwan's words touched Li Xian's heartstrings. In the carriage, the two snuggled together, holding on tightly. 2 days of traveling, not too fast and not too slow. However, when Li Xian arrived at Willow Garden City, he heard the bad news. 120 members of the Su family were slaughtered. It seemed to vaguely sense that the atmosphere in the city was weird and unsettling. Su Xianwan kept holding Li Xian's hand tightly. Husband, did you hear what they were talking about outside? It's nothing. It's almost here, isn't it? Li now blushed a little less, because when he entered the city himself, he did hear it. 120 members of the Su family were slaughtered overnight. What kind of people do that? I don't know. When the Willow Garden City Lord himself arrived with his men, there was already a river of blood, turning the corner to the Su residence. At this time, the entrance to the Su residence is heavily guarded. Lifting the curtain to look along with it, Li Xian's heart thumped. Why is the Li family here too? Turning his head to look at Su Xianwan, Li Xian took a deep breath and comforted. No matter what happens in a while, don't be afraid, okay? Su Xianwan seemed to feel something as well, and didn't chime in, just nodded numbly. After getting out of the car, the guards guarding the entrance of the Su residence immediately rushed up. What kind of person? What's going on and why are you guarding our door? Su Xianwan was a bit flustered and went up to go in. Stop! The guards at the entrance put their weapons across the front, stopping Su Xianwan. What for? This is our house. What are you doing? Li Xian immediately rushed up, pointing at the guards and then roared. Just then, the Li family members who were climbing with the guard captain in the distance also rushed over at the sound. Grand Elder? Just now, I only saw the Li family, but I didn't expect the visitor to be the Li family's Grand Elder. Li now? Get him for me. With an order, the Grand Elder called for people to come over and suppress Li Xian. Without returning the favor, Li Xian looked up and asked angrily, "What are you doing?" The Grand Elder sneered, then slowly took out a ring. This ring was clearly Li Xiao's ring. However, it was already empty, all of which had been transferred by Li Xian to the beast ring in his hand. Seeing this ring, Li Xian instantly frowned. Isn't this sitting in the Yangon County Tavern? How did it come to be in his hands? Li Xian instantly realized that the tavern still had the Li family members who were spying on him, and after he left, they found the ring. "This is your brother Li Xiao's ring. What is your explanation?" the Grand Elder asked in a stern voice. "Explain, my ass. I picked this up in Wanglongpi and I don't know whose it is. No matter what the reason is, the ring is in your hands. The death of your younger brother Li Xiao is unrelated to you. Bring it back to the Li family and hand it over to the head of the family for personal interrogation." With that, the Grand Elder called for someone to prepare to take away Li Xian. Let go of me. What's going on in Xian Wan's house? You let go of me, let me go in and take a look. Li Xian roared. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder could not help but look at Su Xianwan, and then waved his hand, signaling to let go of Li Xian. Li Xian and Su Xianwan nervously walked in, and after seeing the corpses strewn about in the courtyard, Su Xianwan trembled and called out, "Father and mother." After saying that, he rushed towards the main courtyard of the mansion. At this moment, in the middle of the main courtyard, the Willow Garden City Lord and a group of his men were investigating the cause of the tragic death of the Willow family. "Father, mother." Seeing her parents who had lost their breath and had their throats sealed with a sword, Su Xianwan hugged the corpse in agony. After seeing this scene, Li Xian turned around and hissed angrily at the Li family's Grand Elder. "Suspecting me to be Li Xiao's murderer just based on a ring. You guys killed Xianwan's whole family to take revenge on me. Are you still human?" With that, Li Xian copied the bench and rushed up. "I'm just an ordinary person. Can I kill Li Xiao? More than 100 lives up and down the Su family. You shall not die." Seeing that Li Xian actually thought that it was the Li family that killed the Su family, that Grand Elder immediately snorted. Just then, the Willow Garden City Lord walked over and stopped Li Xian. "My condolences. The people from the Li family in Lingyun City just arrived in the morning as well, and the person who killed the Su family, according to our investigation, should be someone from the Shadow Phantom of the Great Zhou." Great Week? Shadow Phantom? How did they get here? Great Zhou has been at war with Great Xia for years. How could their people enter Great Xia? And why did they have to kill someone from an ordinary third-rate family? Li Xian said incredulously. The Shadow Phantom is an ancient assassination organization in the Tian Yuan continent. They have been suppressed by various countries, and their lair located in Dezhou 10 years ago was also annihilated by Dezhou's army. And now that the Shadow Phantom has once again appeared in Dexia, this means that the new lair of the Shadow Phantom is very likely to be rooted in Dexia. And this matter, it must be reported to the Dexia royal family, the lord of the city side. Now that you've returned, make good arrangements for their aftermath. My condolences." After saying that, he left the place with his men. "Well, you're coming with us too," the Grand Elder commanded in an undeniable tone. "Your father is dead. Won't you bury him?" Li Xian turned to the Grand Elder and started cursing. Over 100 lives, left here unattended? The Grand Elder, who was a few dozen years old, was red-faced and scolded by Li Xian pointing at his nose, daring to insult the family elders. "You're looking for death." The Grand Elder raised his hand to teach Li Xian a lesson. Right at this moment, the Willow Garden City Lord suddenly turned around and said, "Elder Li, since the Su family is married to all of you, help out. At least we are in-laws. This does not care about it. Do not tell people to laugh." After looking at Li Xian, the Grand Elder also felt that he was an ordinary person who couldn't turn over the sky. So he agreed. Su family 100 years, a clean slate. Only Li Xian and Su Xianwan for his mourning. Su Xiaowan and Li Xian checked the home, and all of the home's belongings had not yet been lost. This huge family business left Su Xianwan alone. He is a girl family cannot keep. Plus, Li Xian was a husband and a member of the Li family in Lingyun City. Unsurprisingly, all of the Su family's properties will end up in the hands of the Li family. Li Xian saw the problem, and that night, he told Su Xianwan to sell his family's assets and prepare to escape. Back to Lingyun City? It's a death sentence. Li Xiao was indeed killed by Li Xian. When we go back, with a little investigation, it will be hard for Li Xian to get away with it. Moreover, the Li family had many experts, so I'm afraid that some people could tell at a glance that Li Xian had already possessed beast power and had become a beast master. When the time comes, it's certain death. Yangon County also cannot go back, but with the Su family this huge family business in hand, the ends of the earth where cannot hide. When the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf recovered completely and Li Xian entered the Golden Imperial Beast Master, the Li clan would not be enough to fear. Xian Wan, since this revenge is done by Shadow Phantom. But don't worry, I will definitely help you take revenge in the future. At midnight, Li was now comforting Su Xianwan in his room. At this time, Su Xianwan had already recovered from her grief. Emotions became stabilized as well. The Li family has already suspected me, and they're bound to take me back. But I killed the man in the first place, so I can't go back with them. Moreover, the Su and Li families are in-laws. This huge family business will inevitably fall into the hands of the Li family in the future. I told you to sell your family property. The purpose is to escape from Willow Garden City. You and I, husband and wife, the ends of the earth and the sea. Feel free to gallop. Marrying a chicken follows the chicken and marrying a dog follows the dog. Since I married my husband, whether I die or live, I will follow him. Wherever he goes, Xian Wan will go there. Without the pillar of Su Xian Wan's family, Li Xian has just become her spiritual pillar. Well then, get some rest. And at dawn, we're outta here. The Grand Elder was a beast master who had entered gold at the beginning. Strength cannot be underestimated, but it wasn't the Grand Elder who was guarding the door, but the other guards of the Li family. Among these guards, there were only 2 silver royal beast masters. If Li Xian was alone, he could naturally escape easily, but bringing Su Xianwan along, that would be a bit difficult. By the way, Xianwan, the Su family's heritage is also good. I saw that you found a lot of 100-year-old copies of herbs. Can you give me some? The Su family's family foundation, at this time, was all in the Yuan ring in Su Xianwan's hand. Li now did not ask for it, but at that time, Su Xianwan wanted to give everything to Li Xian, but it was rejected by Li Xian. Your family has just passed away, so it's better for you to hold this huge foundation in your hands. You and I have just gotten married, and I'm afraid you'll be worried. What if I take it in my hands, and I just walk away and leave you alone? That's why it's safer to keep this money in your hands. Li Xian's words touched Su Xianwan to the core. Now Li now opened his mouth to ask about some herbs. Su Xianwan gave it all to Li Xian without saying a word. 800 years of Zhu Lingua, 500 years of thunderwood flowers, 300 years of red flame fruit, a number of other 100 or 200-year-old copies. Staring blankly at so many treasures, Li Xian licked his lips. I wonder how much strength he could regain by giving all of these things to the Saw Lunar Silver Wolf. But Li now vetoed the idea. The Shadow Bull Demon needs to be revived as a matter of urgency. Let him take a look at the situation inside Su Xianwan's body. After nightfall, Li Xian sat in front of the window and did not go to bed. After Su Xianwan fell asleep, Li Xian also entered the beast ring. With the herbs in hand, Li Xian hurried to the front of the Shadow Bull Demon's jail cell. The 800-year-old vermilion spirit fruit turned into pure energy drilling into the Shadow Bull Demon's body. Li Xian stared nervously at the Shadow Bull Demon. But right at this moment, the Holy Envoy of Light suddenly said, 800 years of medicinal herbs only will not be able to revive that big guy. Hurry up and work harder. It doesn't matter if the year is a little less. After hearing the Holy Envoy of Light's opinion, Li Xian hurriedly threw in the 500-year-old thunderwood flower as well. Next moment, the huge, black-haired minotaur let out a muffled grunt. The breath was like a gale, surging wildly in the prison cell. The stench was incomparably fishy, blowing on Li Xian and lifting the corners of his clothes, and he couldn't help but make Li Xian frown slightly. Li Xian seemed to feel that the entire yellow jail shook. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly turned towards Li Xian. In the next moment, the 10-meter-tall giant minotaur slowly walked out of the darkness. Why am I still in this beast prison? The Shadow Bull Demon made a deafening sound that rang like a great bell. Upon seeing Li Xian, he lowered his head and erected his bull horns, and then ruthlessly charged towards Li Xian. Seeing this, Li Xian hastily retreated backward, not stopping until he had retreated in front of the opposite prison cell. Boom! The huge bull's horns topped the prison cell, and the entire yellow-sized prison cell trembled 3 times. This size cute is still so arrogant in front of Lord Prisoner? Lord Prisoner, kill him. The Holy Envoy of Light watched and egged Li Xian on. However, this guy had just awakened and was emotionally unstable, so I'm afraid he won't be quiet until he's taught a lesson. Shadow Bull Demon, if I can revive you, I can certainly destroy you. If you don't keep quiet, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Li Xian pointed at the Shadow Bull Demon and shouted angrily. At the same time, a pressure swept towards the Shadow Bull Demon. The strong pressure made the Shadow Bull Demon gradually calm down. Lord Warden, are you the new Lord Warden? That's right. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. Li Xian nodded. The style of the prison master was reflected perfectly. Although the Shadow Bull Demon was powerful, in the beast prison, it was still very much in fear of the prison master's existence. Shadow Bull Demon submits to Lord Prisoner. As long as Lord Prisoner can let me out, I'll do whatever Lord Prisoner tells me to do. Great. very satisfied with Shadow Bull Demon's attitude. Li Xian then told Shadow Bull Demon about Su Xianwan's physical state. A black mist? Similar to my attributes? In the land of the human's beast element? The Shadow Bull Demon murmured the point of this statement made by Li Xian. Could it be a magic trick? The magic barrier technique? What's that? Li Xian was instantly delighted and quickly asked. Obviously, the Shadow Bull Demon should recognize those black mists. In the ancient times, humans had just risen to power, and the demonic beasts of the Shadow Clan fought more than just humans. But humans are very smart. They have mastered a lot of shadow energies themselves based on the abilities of our Shadow Demon race. And one of those abilities is the magic barrier technique. The magic barrier technique could seal the human's aura from being felt by demonic beasts. The method of its execution was to mobilize shadow energy and blockade the land of the beast's element, making it impossible for others to pry into its mysteries. But gradually, humans who knew the art of shadows gradually lost their nature. Later, they feed on human brains and suck up memories in order to find themselves. But the more they do, the more evil they become. And even we of the Shadow Demon clan have to retreat. And the spell caster. Did someone else help cast the spell or? Li Xian's face gradually became grave. If it's really as Shadow Bull Demon said, it was just some blindfold. So who exactly was hiding Su Xianwan's scent? Of course not. The magic barrier technique can only be performed by yourself. Because of the blockade of the land of the beast elemental and its dangers. So it can only be performed by yourself. Hearing, Li Xian was instantly shocked. Cast it yourself? If that's the case, then the magic barrier technique on Xianwan's body, was it also performed by himself? This can't be right. No, 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 I'm going out now, so you can personally help me see if it's a magic trick. After saying that, Li Xian left the beast prison. Su Xianwan was asleep on the bed, and Li Xian silently operated his beast power, then summoned his beast soul. In the next moment, the Shadow Bull Demon's shadow surfaced behind Li Xian. In just a flash, Li Xian retrieved the beast soul, and right at this moment, the corner of Su Xianwan's eyes slightly shook a little, but Li now did not care at all to. Since there were people guarding the outside, Li now let the Shadow Bull Demon look at it and let it put away. Immediately returning to the beast prison once again, Li Xian arrived at the second prison cell. Is the magic barrier art? For the shadow energy, I am very clear. That little girl child beast Yuan of the ground-sealed black mist, is the shadow energy? Its gathering does not disperse. Is the magic barrier art? Must be that girl child themselves to perform. Do not want to let others see her own strength. Arriving in front of the Shadow Bull Demon, before Li Xian even opened his mouth, the Shadow Bull Demon patted his chest and assured Li Xian. Li Xian was silent and nodded. Afterward, Li Xian arrived in front of the whistling moon silver wolf. Take out all the remaining precious herbs. Li Xian turned it into pure energy and gave it all to the Saw Moon Silver Wolf. The pure energy restored the strength of the whistling Moon Silver Wolf. In the blink of an eye, the recovery reached 10%. 10% was already equivalent to the strength of 1,000-year level beast soul. When Li Xian summoned the whistling Moon Silver Wolf, he was summoning 1,000-year-old beast soul. Of course, the whistling Moon Silver Wolf, itself an ancient demonic beast. The strength that erupted was definitely far beyond that of an ordinary 1,000-year-old beast soul. After doing so, Li Xian left the beast prison once again. In the room lit with a single candle, Li now slowly opened his eyes. Looking back at the sleeping Su Xianwan, Li Xian's heart, to Su Xianwan, there was a hint of vigilance and caution. Why did she perform the magic trick? How does she know the magic barrier technique? What is she hiding? The magic barrier technique is shadow energy, the ability of the shadow demon race. How could Su Xianwan do it? Wait, Li Xian suddenly thought of something. An ancient assassination organization. Shadow Charm also belongs to a branch of the Shadow Demon clan. Turning back with an open mind, Li Xian looked at the motionless Su Xianwan on the bed, and his entire body instantly tightened up. A crazy idea appeared in Li Xian's mind. No way. No way. How could she kill her parents? Over 100 lives, all of them her closest relatives. How could she? And, even then, what for? Countless crazy thoughts were rapidly turning in Li Xian's mind. After a long time, Li Xian gradually calmed these crazy thoughts in his mind. But anyway, first of all, she didn't mean to hurt me. With this foundation, Li Xian was slightly relieved. And at this moment, Su Xianwan, who was lying on the bed, slightly opened her eyes. A cold light flashed in those half-squinted eyes. Dawn. Li Xian gently woke up Su Xianwan. Wife. Su Xianwan slowly opened her disoriented sleeping eyes. Husband, are we leaving? Get ready. We're leaving immediately. Li now looked at the door, where the guard had fallen asleep against the wall. Dawn is the time when a person is in a state of deep sleep. Leaving at this time is the least likely time to be noticed. They were asleep against the doorframe. Leaving through the front door is impossible. Li now gently opened the window, then removed the iron shoes on his legs. Putting it into the beast ring, Li Xian just went barefoot, then climbed out silently with Su Xianwan on his back, walking barefoot without the slightest sound. The escape route was found last night with Su Xianwan. There's a back door to the Su residence, so you can leave quickly once you're out. However, when Li Xian carried Su Xianwan to the back door, he saw that the back door was actually guarded by someone as well. "Husband, come this way," Su Xianwan whispered in his ear, then pointed to a path leading to the backyard. Li now followed the path in and then came to a secluded courtyard. The yard is enclosed, and no one will notice if you go over the wall from here. Looking at the nearly 2-meter-high wall, the beast power in Li Xian's body was running, flowing through his legs. The blast wind steps were inspired to be released, and Li now scurried out in a single step, almost nearly 3 meters. Rushing to the wall, he leapt and jumped straight over the 2-meter-high fence. Outside the wall was a narrow alley. Li Xian continued to carry Su Xianwan on his back, then quickly left the city. The moment, in the middle of the city lord's mansion, the Willow Garden City Lord opened his eyes slightly as he listened to the report from his men. "Gone? Yes, Lord Citadel. Let's go." A mysterious man dressed in a black power suit knelt on one knee on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Follow them, kill the Li family's men, and bring Su Xianwan back to me." "Yes," Mystic nodded in response. "But, Lord City Lord, are you really sure that Su Xianwan is the person of the shadow charm? Isn't it suspicious that the Su family was silenced just as we were investigating them?" The lord of the city said confidently. "And this Su Xianwan, who had been diagnosed as critically ill 10 years ago, but hardened and lived again until now. I suspect that this Su Xianwan is definitely not the previous Su Xianwan. According to what I've heard, the ancient shadow phantoms, sucking on people's memories, they have powerful minds and abilities beyond ours. And if I can obtain their abilities, throughout the whole of Daxia, they won't be able to escape my control. Lord City Lord is mighty. My subordinates will go and catch this shadow charmer." At this moment, Li Xian carried Su Xianwan on his back and ran wildly outside of Willow Garden City. Last night Li now had a purpose. This time, he left and ran straight to Great Zhou. No matter how old or new, going abroad is the best way to escape a crisis. But trying to cross the battle line to Great Zhou was no easy task. But Li now believed that money could make things happen. And when he got to the front of the battle, there would definitely be a way. Because the battlefront, as I've heard, specializes in a type of person who helps other people sneak across the border. Some people who have committed crimes in Daxia, or Dazhou, wanting to escape the local law, they travel to other countries. And these people who help smuggle people in were born. The sky was white with the color of a fish's belly. The beast power in Li Xian's body was nearly depleted. Running at full speed with his blast steps, Li Xian ran out hundreds of miles in one breath before stopping. And at this time, in the middle of Willow Garden City, the Li family's grand elder arrived outside Li Xian's door early in the morning, because today is the deadline. By the end of the day, Li now had to go back with him. Knock knock. The first elder called for a knock on the door, but the door was unlocked and there was no movement inside. After 3 door slams, the grand elder frowned. The next moment, the grand elder stepped forward and kicked open the door of the room. Upon seeing that it was empty, the grand elder was shocked. On the other side, Li Xian didn't take the official road, and specialized in small roads. But even so, a clatter of hooves was heard coming from behind. Mud! It's catching up so fast. Li Xian was shocked and hurriedly led Su Xianwan into the dense forest to the side. Dozens of mysterious people in black power suits with bandanas covering their mouths and noses arrived. When they came to the location where Li Xian's duo hid into the woods, they surprisingly stopped. Right around here. Li Xian, who was hiding in the woods, was alarmed. Can this nigga even find out? Over here. One looked around and immediately spotted Li Xian and Su Xianwan. They're not from the Li family. Behind his back, Su Xianwan said suspiciously in his ear. With that said, Li Xian fixed his eyes on them and realized that they were not the people of the Li family's grand elder. These people were refined beyond measure. Their movements were nimble, and they looked to be good at what they did. After seeing Li Xian and the two of them hiding in the woods, the man at the head of the group, without saying a word, rolled over and dismounted from his horse and commanded, "Do it!" After saying that, dozens of people drew their weapons and surrounded towards the dense forest. "Good man, spare your life. We have money. We can give you money, but please spare us. When you come out to hang out, it's not all about seeking money, and peace begets wealth, so we'll give you money, and you'll let us go, okay?" However, the other party didn't pay any attention at all to Li Xian's remarks. Li Xian's gaze hovered over these people, realizing that they were purposeful and were coming for himself. However, Li Xian realized that their gazes were not on him from the beginning to the end. Instead, it was on Su Xianwan behind her back. Thinking about last night's suspicions about Su Xianwan, Li Xian also began to suspect that these people should be rushing towards Su Xianwan. Go! With a command, these people rushed up without hesitation. Li Xian hurriedly put down Su Xianwan, then looked at these people vigilantly. These people were up to Silver Imperial Beast Masters, 3 Silver Imperial Beast Masters, and the rest were Bronze Imperial Beast Masters. Not to be feared. Early in the morning, still in the middle of nowhere, far away from the official road, Li Xian also has nothing to worry about. Coldly looking at these people, Li Xian said in a deep voice, "Since there's no discussion, don't blame me for being rude to you." The words lagged behind. Beast power was running in Li Xian's body. The whistling moon silver wolf was summoned and transformed into a white shadow that floated behind Li Xian. Ow! The sound of wolves howling was heard for 10 miles around. The dozens of Imperial Beastmasters that were just about to rush up stopped in unison. They looked up incredulously behind Li Xian. The pure white giant wolf that was 7 or 8 meters long and huge was currently staring at each and every one of them with a pair of sinister eyes. Feeling the powerful pressure from the whistling moon silver wolf, the 3 silver Imperial Beastmasters at the head of the group were instantly horrified. 1,000 years. 1,000 years of beast souls. Aren't you a waste of the Li family? Aren't you an ordinary person? How come you're also a royal beast master, and also have 1,000-year-old beast soul? The crowd was terrified, but there were also calm people. Don't be afraid, everyone. The 1,000-year-old beast soul is indeed powerful, but seeing as he's only a black iron Imperial Beast Master, for the fit of the beast soul, it's not high at all, and he can't utilize the powerful force of the beast soul. Let's all make a move together and kill him. The words trailed off and the crowd reacted, along with a burst of animal roars rang out, only to see these people summoning their beast souls. However, the size of these beast souls was simply like an eagle and a chicken in front of the whistling moon silver wolf. Bronze Sentinel. Perfect use of the beast soul's power. 100% fit. Li Xian synchronized with the whistling moon silver wolf, and his huge claws swooped over, opening his bloody mouth to tear apart the beast souls of the 2 men before swallowing them whole. Perfect fit. Bronze Sentinel. A man saw this and cried out in horror. But the next moment, just as they were about to combine their efforts, it was accompanied by a hand gesture from Li Xian. The whistling moon silver wolf leapt forward and scurried out directly from behind Li Xian. Those people were so shocked that they turned around in a hurry and fled. At the same time, his mouth cried out, "Beast souls leaving the body. Silver Royal Beast Master. There's a change in plan. Retreat." Dozens of people fled in haste. However, in front of the disembodied whistling moon silver wolf, it was simply unbeatable. However, right at this moment, Li Xian was single-mindedly dealing with these people. Su Xianwan, who was subordinate, approached one of the corpses silently. Only its mouth was slightly opened. A wisp of white smoke floated out of that corpse's head, then drilled into Su Xianwan's mouth and was swallowed into her stomach. After gathering these people, Li Xian retrieved his beast soul, then once again came to Su Xianwan's side. "Xianwan, are you alright, husband?" "I'm fine." Su Xianwan smiled sweetly and revealed a smile. "It seems that after what happened last time, your mental quality, too, is getting stronger." Li Xian smiled in relief. "I have to become strong so that I can't drag my husband down." Su Xianwan tilted her head playfully and adorably. Seeing this scene, Li Xian couldn't help but be captured by it. At the same time, he said to himself, "If you mean no harm, what harm is there in having a secret in your heart?" Afterwards, Li now came to these people and started searching. "Husband, let me help you." Su Xianwan followed and came behind Li Xian and began to feel around on these people. But Li is now in front, and Su Xianwan is in the back. Li Xian didn't even see that whenever Su Xianwan walked past a person, with a slight long opening of his mouth, a wisp of white smoke flew out and was swallowed into Su Xianwan's abdomen. After a search, Li now found 6 or 7 yuan rings on them. Yuan rings were precious and not for everyone. It was understandable that 6 or 7 out of dozens of people wore meta rings. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Let's hurry up and leave before we see what good treasures are inside. After saying that, Li Xian rode their horses and left the place together with Su Xianwan. Not long after the Li present duo left, dozens more men in black arrived, and the man at the head of the group, riding a dark red high-headed horse big, and it's mighty. Immediately after seeing the body on the side of the road, he rolled off his horse and began to check it out. "Lord City Lord, it was the Imperial Beast Masters who did this. The yuan rings on them are all gone." After checking it out, a man came to this person and reported. The man was silent, looking over a body. After a moment, a deep breath was taken and said slowly, "Transforming essence into chi. This shadow charmer's level isn't low. Transforming essence into chi? What does Lord City Lord mean by this? The shadow phantom has been passed down from ancient times and likes to eat human brains to obtain memories. But a high-level shadow phantom can obtain a target's memories without having to open their skulls. So obviously this shadow phantom's class is not an ordinary shadow phantom. Speaking of which, the Lord of the City slowly stood up. But this is even better. If I can devour this shadow phantom, then I will be able to access all the abilities and memories in her. This is much more powerful than an ordinary shadow phantom. Much more powerful. However, looking at the tragic state of the scene, the Lord of the City frowned again. 3 silver Imperial Beast Masters have died here, which means that this shadow charmer is very powerful. We can't be tough. With a slight thought, the Lord of the City smiled. Isn't the Li family's eldest son with them? If there is no accident, the eldest son of the Li family should have been controlled by this shadow phantom. It seems that Su Xianwan's marriage to the Li family should also be for the purpose of finding a better hiding place. Immediately tell the Li family about this place. Let the Li family find them first, then we will make our move. Yes, the Lord of the City rushed back immediately. But before he could return to Willow Garden City, he met the Li family's grand elder halfway. Elder Li, you've come at the right time. The eldest son of your Li family has escaped. I sent people to chase after him all night long but I couldn't catch him. He's an ordinary man. How come Lord City Lord didn't catch up with him? Elder Li asked incredulously at once. It's not what you think it is. The Lord of the City wryly thought about it, and then he said, he was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He is the Imperial Beast Master. Otherwise, how could he have killed your family's genius Imperial Beast Master? Li Shao. Hearing this, Elder Li became furious. Sure enough, this fellow, report to the family head immediately. Chapter 5 Chief. However, what the Willow Garden City Lord did not expect was this. Elder Li of the Li clan, however, led people back. He didn't have someone notify the Li family first and then go after them himself. Instead, they all went back together. Elder Li, aren't you guys going to chase after them? The City Lord asked with a confused look on his face. What's the chase? Who knows where it went? Elder Li said with an indifferent attitude. We'll leave if there's nothing else. Not. The Lord of Willow Garden City couldn't figure out what this was for even if he thought about it. But for Elder Li, he only needed a result of going back to resume his duties and that was enough. Li Shao is the son of the family head. Unsurprisingly, the future of the Li family was in his hands. But now that he's been killed, then this future successor to the Li family is up for grabs. As a grand elder, his grandson had even awakened the 3rd stage of beast power this year. That was the first person under Li Shao, although nearly 6 years old. But with proper training, the future is bright. Would Elder Li be stupid enough to go and get Li Xian back? Well, at least 2 of them are the duo of the head of the family. One's already dead, and the other one isn't a waste now. Even if the head of the family was angry, there was no way he could have killed his own son with his own hands. Moreover, Li Xian has already become a royal beast master. In case the family had another successor, then it is not the end of the matter. So now all that was needed was to go back by himself and describe the evil deeds of Li Xian, 10-fold and 100-fold, in extremely exaggerated terms. By having the head of the family give up this son of his own grandson could potentially take the throne. And at this moment, Li Xian had already arrived in the middle of another city with Su Xianwan. There's no internet in this world. There's no phone. Hundreds of miles apart, Li Xian and his duo were not afraid of being recognized when they arrived. Honey, let's rest here for a day before we leave. Now it's exhausting for Li Xian. After staying at the inn, he called for water to be put on for a beautiful bath. Not having rested at all in the past few days, Li Xian rested early with Su Xianwan. The sound of a night watchman came from outside, and before I knew it, it was already the 3rd hour of the night. In the dark, Su Xianwan opened her eyes wide. In the darkened room, Su Xianwan's eyes flickered with a faint green light. Slowly, he sat up. Su Xianwan looked at the sleeping Li Xian next to him, opening his mouth slightly. A wisp of white smoke flew out of his mouth. Then along with Li Xian's breathing, it was inhaled into his body. After doing this, Su Xianwan put on her clothes and walked outside. The only thing in the outstretched room was a pair of eerie green eyes. Su Xianwan's pair of light green eyes seemed to be able to see things in the dark, and any obstacles in the room could be easily dodged. Gently opening the window, Su Xianwan flew out so lightly. In the middle of a building not far from the inn, the windows were open and it was dark inside. Su Xianwan floated in so silently. The darkened room seemed empty, but when Su Xianwan went in, a voice rang out like a ghost. Greetings, Chief, Lord of Willow Garden City, Eagle Claw of the Great Xiaojinmu Division. Kill. Su Xianwan, who had drifted in, let out an ethereal voice that was a world away from her usual image. Yes, a dark shadow, if anything, in the darkened room. After hearing Su Xianwan's voice, he was shaken and answered in a deep voice. The Su family, up and down, did not do a clean job. Whoever did it, let him cut himself. My subordinates know they are wrong. The weird thing was that there was more than one dark shadow in the room. But the next moment, just as the man finished speaking, a sword shadow flashed across the room. Immediately afterward, a head fell to the ground. When it landed, it turned into a black smoke and disappeared. I thought that he was just an ordinary person, and with the help of his identity, he could continue to hide. But I didn't realize that he even had secrets. Su Xianwan looked in the direction of the inn, a wry smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Unsurprisingly, that whistling moon silver wolf should be an ancient demonic beast, as well as that humanoid angel that healed me, and that huge, shadow energy emanating minotaur. They should all be ancient demonic beasts. Chieftain, according to your description, combined with the information we have, the humanoid angel should be an ancient fae, the evil light holy envoy, and the minotaur containing shadow energy should be an ancient giant, the shadow bull demon. Oh, 3 ancient demonic soul beasts. This husband of mine, he's really something. Su Xianwan's pair of charming eyes twinkled, not knowing what she was thinking about. Chief, 3 ancient beast souls, if they can be used for us, are you asking me to kill him? Su Xianwan turned slightly sideways, a cold light appearing in her eyes. The dark shadow in the corner behind him immediately bent down, his forehead pressed to the ground. Subordinate wouldn't dare. But, he found the magic barrier technique in my body, said that he brought me back to the Su family. In fact, he wanted to ask about my body, showing that he still cares about me. But this can't be hidden, so all of the Su family must die. Besides, that shadow bull demon might know about me. That means he knows about me too. But what is the intention of not making a statement or asking questions? Is it, are you really in love with me? What a ridiculous human emotion. That's all. All instability is an obstacle to my shadow phantom's great cause. After sighing, Su Xianwan ordered, the time is almost ripe, ready to implement the flower-attracting butterfly plan. I want the thousands of clans in Xia to come out to support the border. At that time, I will devour the memories of the shadow charmer, and obtain the secret fortune of the thousands of clans, which is just a matter of time. Yes, quietly, the room returned to calm. Su Xianwan was like a ghost, floating out of the window. Once again, when he returned to the inn room, he looked at the sleeping Li present, and then noiselessly lay down on the bed. The next day, Li now lifted the covers and stretched comfortably. It's so cozy, how can I sleep so well this sleep? Aha! Next to her, Su Xianwan rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly opened them. Husband, did you sleep well this night? I've been tired for days, and I slept really well last night. Looking at the expression on Li Xian's face that did not show the slightest sign of doubt, Su Xianwan spread her arms out. Hold me up. What's the point of getting up? A year's plan is in the spring, a day's plan is in the morning, and the morning is good for exercise, so we need to exercise more. Husband has the grace to move his muscles, so let's get up quickly. Saying that, Su Xianwan propped up her arms and was about to sit up. You don't realize, wife, that the most productive way and place to exercise is actually in bed, Li Xian said with a bad smile. Then the whole person pressed on Su Xianwan's body, and this type of exercise, once is half an hour, quite lasting and effective, and does not need any tools to assist. Oh, there's such a magical way of exercising under the sky. Tell me about it, husband. I've never heard of it, Su Xianwan said with a curious and innocent look. Li Xian looked at the pure eyes like a clear spring, from which he could not see any other emotions. How nice it would be if you really didn't know about the magic barrier technique, if you really didn't know about the condition of your own body. How nice it would be if you were really just an ordinary young lady of the Su family. Looking at Su Xianwan, who was so close that the tips of her noses were about to touch each other, Li Xian secretly thought in his heart, if that's true, I'll give up my life in this life to give you the greatest happiness and security. But it's a pity. Why you're hiding it? Husband, what are you thinking? You haven't answered me yet. Su Xianwan suddenly interrupted Li Xian's thoughts. Oh, I've got this workout that will work you until you're weak in the knees and unusually aroused. Su Xianwan's face gradually blushed with shame. She seemed to have guessed what was going on. The little birdie parted her head and hit Li Xian's chest with her small fists. Husband is nasty. Husband is nasty. He will bully me. I can tell you. In 2 days, my monthly letter will come. If it doesn't come, then it's going to have it. What's there? Li Xian was a bit bewildered and didn't understand what a moon letter was. I hate it. It's just my period. Ha! Li Xian instantly panicked a bit, but the whirlwind suddenly snapped out of it. What am I afraid of? I'm already married. It's a normal process. It's not like it's something unseemly. Thinking about the past, When he heard his girlfriend say that her period didn't come, Li Xian would be scared half to death. Really? But it's fine. If we do have a child, we'll find a paradise to settle down and live peacefully for the rest of our lives. Aha! Su Xianwan's eyes were filled with yearning and anticipation for this kind of life. Eyes don't lie. That's the window to the true flow of human emotion. Li Xian suddenly, at this moment, began to choose to forgive Su Xianwan for her concealment. If, indeed, it's not something that's hidden to the detriment of others, let's just leave it at that. Quite. Li presently thought so, then gently leaned down. After an hour had passed, Li Xian panted and rolled off his horse. At the same time, the knock on the door suddenly sounded. Guest, the rental time is almost up. May I ask if you still want to renew your stay? No. Go prepare some lunch. We'll eat and go. Yes sir. The store assistant gradually walked away, and Li Xian and Su Xianwan began to put on their clothes. And right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly saw that on Su Xianwan's chest, there was a black, sun-like mark, so small that he couldn't find it at all without paying attention. I didn't notice it before because every time I went to bed I did it in the dark, so I couldn't see it. I just woke up today and suddenly noticed this little difference. However, Li Xian did not open his mouth to ask about it, but memorized the appearance of this mark, intending to find an opportunity to investigate it. After getting dressed, the two of them washed up and went downstairs to get ready for dinner. This inn is a decent size. 3 stories. The first floor is a place for ordinary people to eat and drink. The second floor is a place for people with a little bit of class to eat and drink. And there are private rooms. And the third floor is a room for accommodation. Coming to the second floor near the window, Li Xian and Su Xianwan sat down. The shopkeeper had already set the meal on the table, so he could come down and eat it straight away. The service is still pretty good, but right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly saw that there seemed to be a lot more people eating on the second floor, and many of them were dressed in uniform and appeared to be from some organization. Chapter 6, Dare to Touch My Wife. Looking for death. What are these people? Li now looked around strangely and whispered, maybe, it's someone from one of the major beast defense sects. Su Xianwan tilted her small head, resting her chin in her hand and musing. Once upon a time, the Su family also had dealings with an imperial beast clan, and I once saw them, all dressed in uniform attire like these people. So it's them. Li Xian nodded thoughtfully, but was a bit puzzled. However, I've heard that the imperial beast sect is usually uninvolved in the world and dedicated to cultivation, so how did they suddenly appear in the public eye? Won't we know if we listen to what they say? Su Xianwan made a cute appearance of perking up her ears and silently listened. The Tiger's Grotto Pass has lost its defense. The Great Zhou lions are pressing in, and there are even bandits messing with it. So it seems that this mission is rather complicated. You don't say that the clan rewards are also much richer. Yes, the reward of a quest is 10 times more than usual. Put it together. 100 years of beast souls for 1,000 years. But I've heard that thousands of clans in Great Xia have even created a clan alliance over this matter. Is there such a thing? As a citizen of Xia, at the time of the national disaster, it's natural for the thousands of sects to unite and form an alliance, as well as to better command the battle. Li Xian ate and listened while he sort of figured the matter out. It turned out that the war was raging, and the imperial beast sect was out in force. In the current chaotic world, don't you want to accomplish something, husband? Su Xianwan looked at Li Xian expectantly and asked, how can we call it a chaotic world when the Great Xia imperial family has yet to move? Li now shook his head to dismiss the idea. Now although the south has a great Zhou nuisance, but the north also has a great Shang eyeing the tiger, even within the territory of Daxia, is also a chaotic banditry. Daxia Western region, those barbarians cannot hold back. How can you not call it a chaotic world? Li Xian looked at Su Xianwan with some surprise, because Su Xianwan's analysis of the current situation is organized off, thinking about Su Xianwan hiding certain secrets from herself. Li Xian then pretended not to know and asked, so if it were you, what would you be prepared to do? Well, Su Xianwan flexibly rolled her eyes and thought, the shortcut way is to join the Great Xia Imperial clan and build a career. But that's dangerous. Secondly, it is to join those sects, but I heard that the requirements for joining a sect are very high. But I think, right, it's better to go it alone. Solo? Li Xian was instantly speechless. You think too much of me. Husband is the most powerful person in my eyes. Su Xianwan said smugly. What bull **** royal family? What bull **** clan? None of them are as powerful as husband. Ha ha, you, so what's so great about me? Li now asked with a bad smile. However, with the content of their reckless chatting, the people at several tables not far from the side all threw in strange looks. Hey, you pair of dogs, what did you just say? Say it again. A man slammed the table and pointed at Li Xian and cursed viciously. Who are they? Ah, the people of the Imperial Beast sect. The Emperor's family is in charge of the merchants and the people. The clan's status is second only to the royal family. Not only did this person look down on the clan, he even cursed the royal family as well. Isn't this looking for death? Li Xian also instantly felt that he had slipped his tongue. However, after hearing the other party's words, his face suddenly became gloomy. Slowly looking back, Li Xian coldly asked, "What did you say?" "I say, you pair of dogs, how dare you look down on the clan and insult the royal family? I think you're really impatient with life." Snap! The man had not finished. Li Xian then catalyzed his beast power and performed the blistering wind steps, and before the others could react, he directly went up and slapped at that person. This person was directly blindsided by Li Xian. When he looked at Li again now, he was already seated. "Mud, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Hula! The 4 or 5 people at the same table immediately surrounded the Li Xian duo. Su Xianwan was so scared that she immediately hid in Li Xian's arms. "Senior brother, I see that these 2 people are sneaky. Maybe they are spies sent over by Great Zhou. Indeed, if one dares to insult the royal family and the great clans, there will be no one else but someone from Great Zhou. Kill them." After the words trailed off, one of them reached out and grabbed at Li Xian. Beast power surged. The man's arms were sinewy and full of power. The other person, taking the opportunity, actually grabbed at Su Xianwan. Li Xian slapped the table and rose up, embracing Su Xianwan with one hand and grabbing at the nearest person with the other. At the same time, the moment Li Xian stood up, the shadow of the whistling moon silver wolf emerged behind him. As Li Xian grabbed with his right hand, the front paw of the saw lunar silver wolf also grabbed over fiercely. The claws of the huge whistling moon silver wolf slapped past, and the man was directly slapped away. Boom! The man flew 5 or 6 meters, smashed into a wall, and smashed a table when he landed. Mad! Dare to touch my wife! Looking for death! Li Xian gently protected Su Xianwan behind him. Then one person faced the remaining 4 alone. Leaning against the window, Su Xianwan looked at Li Xian, who had suddenly stormed off, with an unbelievable look in her eyes. There was a little bit of calmness underneath those seemingly innocent, and dripping with a hint of fear, eyes. It is impossible for one person's eyes to embody so many feelings at once, but Su Xianwan could, because I don't know how many people's memory she has devoured. She is able to act any natural, unquestioned expression, even with her eyes, based on the memory she has devoured. Su Xianwan didn't expect that Li Xian would start a war with someone else without saying a word because of himself. Touch my wife and you're dead. It did make Su Xianwan move slightly, but from Shadowmist's point of view, this display of pure fervor, it's just an irrational display of being in love. Maybe, when the heat wears off he won't do that to me again. Based on the memories of the multiple people she had devoured, Su Xianwan had predicted how Li Xian would treat herself in the future. But, when Su Xianwan saw that Li Xian actually dared to go on a killing spree with the people of the sect, she couldn't help but. A plan to try to utilize Li Xian quickly took shape in her mind. Thinking of the upcoming plan, Su Xianwan revealed an untraceable wink of an evil smile. Right at this moment, a person from the sect who had avoided Li Xian's attack suddenly noticed Su Xianwan. Su Xianwan noticed this person at the same time, but Su Xianwan didn't care and deliberately let this person get close to her. Killing someone from my clan. I'll make you pay in blood. After that person approached Su Xianwan, a vicious dog beast spirit burning with fire behind him growled and pounced madly towards Su Xianwan. Su Xianwan didn't move at all, simply ignoring this person's attack. It was only when the beast spirit attacked Su Xianwan that she let out a miserable scream. "Ah, husband!" With a wail of pain, Su Xianwan slammed hard against the wall. Li Xian heard the commotion, but realized that he had actually fought and left Su Xianwan. Looking at the collapsed Su Xianwan, Li Xian instantly stormed out. "Ow!" The whistling moon silver wolf roared, opened its mouth, and ruthlessly bit off the head of the one-person huge white tiger beast soul, then swallowed it whole. Immediately after that, Li now performed the blistering wind step. This was the blistering wind steps under synchronized execution while the beast soul was in his body. In an instant, Li Xian reached Su Xianwan's side. After slowly lifting him up, Li Xian realized that Su Xianwan had already passed out. Whistling moon silver wolf, kill for me, leave no one behind. The tsunami moon silver wolf that was originally bent over Li Xian's body suddenly sprang out, and in a few bites, it tore the remaining sect disciples to pieces. At this time, the entire second floor of the inn was already empty. Seeing this, Li Xian put away the beast soul and left the inn with Su Xianwan in his arms. This was still in the city, so Li Xian was not afraid, but bringing Su Xianwan with him was a bit of a hindrance. In case the people from the city lord's mansion were lured over, it would be a bit of a problem. After leaving the city, Li Xian ran furiously all the way and stopped at a broken Taoist temple 30 miles away from that city. Immediately summoning the Light Saint envoy, Li Xian gave Su Xianwan a healing treatment. And right at this moment, the voice of the holy envoy of light suddenly resounded in Li Xian's mind. Lord prisoner, it's just a superficial wound. Not enough to cause a coma, right? This little girl is hiding something from you. Li Xian was slightly moved, but he also ignored the voice of the holy envoy of light. Li now knows there's something wrong with Su Xianwan. But so far, Li Xian had yet to know Su Xianwan's true identity. What was she doing lurking around herself? All of this Li now needs to figure out. Right at this moment, Su Xianwan let out a light hum, then slowly opened her eyes. Husband, where is this place? Looking around in confusion, Su Xianwan was suddenly startled and hurriedly felt up and down for Li Xian's body. Husband, are you alright? Those clan people didn't hurt you, did they? Looking at Su Xianwan's flustered and concerned appearance, Li Xian inwardly sighed sadly. If you are faking all this, then how sad I should be. To be honest, on the wedding day, Li Xian was moved when he saw Su Xianwan, a lady of the house, decent and generous, gentle and showy, with a little playfulness now and then. It was comfortable and fun to spend time together. Li Xian enjoys his time with Su Xianwan, so now even if he knew that Su Xianwan had something to hide from himself, he was not willing to go deeper. It's fine, we've already left the city. I was worried that the city lord's office would pursue the matter, so I ran away. I don't know which royal beast clan those clan people are from. If they are from a superior royal beast clan, that would be the end of it. Su Xianwan said worriedly. I've heard my father say that the great summer beast royalty sect forests the world and is divided into the upper, middle and lower 3 levels of sects, and they take in disciples, and they have very strict requirements on the beast power level of the beast royalty, and they all need a minimum of 3 stages of beast power in order to enter. And after entering, the clan will help you choose and capture the right beast soul. The right beast soul can better utilize their clan's unique beast techniques. Li Xian let out a bitter laugh. Why do I feel like I'm not even as good as you? I don't know anything about this kind of thing at all. I've heard my father mention it occasionally. Su Xianwan explained. The two of them rested for a few moments in this broken Taoist temple, and then they were ready to set off again. And the next destination was the Beast King Ridge, because the Tiger's Nest Pass was broken. There was a war there, and the Beast King's Ridge was located in a fortress behind the Tiger's Nest Pass. At this time, the people of the sect and a large number of righteous people rushed to Beast King Ridge to support them. It can be a war zone there. The ancient demonic beasts in the beast prison needed energy to recover. Where to go to collect more beast souls? But just at this moment, a sudden burst of disorganized footsteps came from outside the Taoist temple. Li Xian immediately got up to check it out. Upon seeing the group of people coming over in the distance, they immediately changed their faces. Chapter 7: 3 Powerful Beast Techniques. Li Xian never expected that just after arriving here on the front foot, those people would follow him on the back foot. Wife, hide behind the statue and wait for me to kill these guys before we leave. Li Xian hurriedly turned around and hid Su Xianwan behind the statue. When these people came outside the broken Taoist temple, Li Xian walked straight out. That's him. A person with different clothing from the other sect disciples pointed at Li Xian and said, there's another woman who should be in the Taoist temple. It seemed that this person should be one of the bystanders just now, and it was estimated that it could also be someone from another sect. The gang totaled 12 people, and with a glance, Li Xian unexpectedly found a golden imperial beast master among them. You're the one who killed my Tiger's Whistle sect's disciples. The middle-aged man at the head of the group was the golden imperial beast master that made Li Xian wary. What bull ***** Tiger Tsunami sect? They insulted my husband and wife and bullied them with their power. Are we going to sit back and wait for death and let them bully us? Li Xian stood up to counterattack with a fearless face. Wantonly killing my Tiger's Whistle sect disciples. Arrest them and bring them back to the sect for interrogation. In the next moment, with a hoot, a dozen people swarmed up and surrounded Li Xian. Sect disciples are extremely difficult to deal with. Just now, Li now had a deep understanding. The main thing was that these guys mastered a variety of beast techniques, and beast techniques could skillfully and very powerfully utilize beast power, which caused Li Xian to feel a bit overwhelmed all of a sudden. If only I could control more beast techniques, Li Xian thought darkly. More than 10 people surrounded them, and the only one who watched the battle with cold eyes was the golden imperial beast master. Li Xian licked his lips and revealed a greedy smile. That's really good. After swallowing you guys, the Tsunami Silver Wolf's recovery should be able to reach 20%. Come out. Tsunami Silver Wolf. It was accompanied by the sound of a wolf howling. A white giant wolf that was 7 or 8 meters long appeared in front of everyone. A dozen people retreated, looking at this scene incredulously. What year of beast soul is this? Why is it so big? Could this be an ice-cold wind wolf? But it's not right. The ice-cold wind wolf isn't this big. And the aura it emits isn't that of an ice-cold aura. The 10 or so people pointed at the huge whistling moon silver wolf. And for a moment, they actually forgot to attack. Seeing this, Lee now sneered. In the next moment, the arms swung and the wolf claws synchronized. 2 heads fell to the ground in a matter of moments. Gale steps, summoning a beast soul and using a soul skill. The soul skill was released with the beast soul and was 10 times more powerful than if Li Xian had released it himself. The huge body of the whistling moon silver wolf did not affect its speed in the slightest. Instead, under the fast running speed of the blizzard steps, those 10 or so people only felt a blur in front of their eyes. And when there was a reaction, they had already fallen to the ground. That golden imperial beast master was the first to react. It was accompanied by the sound of a tiger whistle. A battle tiger silhouette emerged behind this person. In the next moment, this battle tiger shadow gradually coalesced and finally disappeared into this person's body once again. But instead of disappearing, the beast's soul is merged with it. This was the exclusive ability of the golden imperial beast master. Man and beast in one. A royal beast master with a fused beast soul could perfectly utilize the power of the beast soul. And the power of the beast technique he performed was 100 times stronger than normal. Li Xian thundered out and harvested the lives of a dozen people. The scene was directly left with only this one golden imperial beast master. This golden imperial beast master's eyes were filled with shock. Looking around, the disciples of this sect were killed in a matter of moments. This was even if he had made a move. He wouldn't have been able to kill so many people in such a short period of time. Who exactly is this person? When did my tiger's whistle sect offend such a high-ranking person? The golden imperial beastmaster thought with a grave face. Hey! Right at this moment, the golden imperial beastmaster's right front suddenly sounded Li Xian's voice. Looking along with him, Li now looked at the man with an evil face. But just then, the golden imperial beastmaster suddenly felt movement coming from behind him. It was too late to turn back, and years of combat experience had taught him to duck. Without any hesitation, the man didn't say a word, and the fusion of the battle tiger beast soul filled his body with powerful strength. With a long jump, he jumped 3 meters away. Next moment, the huge whistling moon silver wolf lunged from behind, but pounced. Seeing this scene, Li Xian couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for it. This move of sounding out the east and striking the west was just comprehended by Li Xian. However, the opponent's combat experience was too rich, and the first time he used it, he unexpectedly failed. But the man was also secretly shocked. It was so close he was hit. Shocked, but also angered the man. Boom boom! The golden imperial beast master's legs filled with explosive power violently stomped on the ground. Accompanied by a roar, the golden imperial beast master charged towards Li Xian like a meteorite. Battle tiger jumping stream. Beast technique. Battle tiger jumping stream. Up and down the tiger's whistle sect. All of the subdued all of the tiger-type beast souls. This is so that the same beast techniques can be used uniformly. That's how powerful the clan is. The merging of man and beast reduced many of the weaknesses of the imperial beast master. For example, the danger to the imperial beastmaster himself when the beast soul leaves his body. This gold imperial beastmaster saw that Li Xian was a silver imperial beastmaster. So naturally, he also knew the weaknesses of silver imperial beastmasters. A silver imperial beastmaster can make the soul of a beast leave his body to fight, but he himself is unprotected. Therefore, the battle can be disintegrated by killing the imperial beastmaster himself. It was also the first time that Li Xian had encountered such a difficult opponent. Is this the power of a golden imperial beast master? Previously, Li Xian still thought that his cheap father, Li Zhan, was also a golden imperial beast master, and with his current strength he should be able to compete. Even if he was not defeated, he could easily escape. However, after the battle at this moment, Li Xian had a new understanding of the power of the golden imperial beast master. Tsunami Silver Wolf, come back! Li Xian stood loftily where he was. A low, unhurried gulp. In the next moment, the distant whistling moon silver wolf suddenly disappeared from its original location. In the blink of an eye, it returned to Li Xian's body. Boom! The battle tiger jumping stream's beast technique struck Li Xian and was blocked by the shadow of the tsunami moon silver wolf. At the same time, Li Xian was knocked out tens of meters. So strong, Li Xian was shocked as he felt the attack just now. Right at this moment, the whistling moon silver wolf suddenly said, "Lord prisoner, you don't have a beast skill. It's a bit tough to win him by simply relying on my power. I just devoured those people's energy and have already reached a recovery degree of 19%. Just a little bit more is needed and I'll be able to reach 20%. And at that time, I will be able to awaken the beast soul's innate soul skill." Instinctive soul technique. Li Xian's heart was in awe. Although he didn't know what this was, he vaguely felt that this was a very powerful ability. Just a little bit more? Li Xian was in a difficult situation. The herbs that he had previously asked for with Su Xianwan were all for the purpose of reviving the Shadow Bull demon. And at this moment, there was nothing left on his body that could be converted into energy. And right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly saw that at the entrance of the broken Taoist temple, Su Xianwan was probing her head and cautiously peering out to watch her battle. Gale steps. Utilizing his blistering wind steps, the Sailor Moon Silver Wolf brought Li Xian to the entrance of the broken Taoist temple in a matter of moments. Xianwan, are there any more treasures containing energy on your body? No, those herbs are all for you. Su Xianwan didn't know what Li Xian was up to and shook her head. Hey, Li Xian sighed, but just then, he saw the bodies of those lying on the ground again. A meta ring? Li Xian noticed that on the hand of one of them, there was also a yuan ring. Someone who can afford to bring a yuan ring must have quite a few treasures. Li Xian thought darkly. So he commanded, Tsunami Moon Silver Wolf, you pester that fellow, I'll go fetch the yuan ring. After the words trailed off, the whistling Moon Silver Wolf disembodied itself and pounced towards that golden Imperial Beast Master. Li Xian pulled out his legs and ran, not daring to waste a single second. But when he ran to the man, he couldn't get the ring off his finger. Mud! Li Xian cursed, took out a knife, and directly cut off this person's finger. The bloody finger dropped to the ground. Li now ignored the blood on it and then took off the ring. The fierce beast power impacted towards the yuan ring. Boom! The seal of the yuan ring was instantly opened. In the next moment, everything inside came to mind. Feel all the things inside that emit energy. Li Xian took out a herb of unknown year and unknown name and directly summoned back the whistling Moon Silver Wolf. Hurry up and absorb it. After the words trailed off, he only saw the herb turn into pure energy that drilled into the body of the Saw Moon Silver Wolf. Watching the gradual climb, moving only a single digit of recovery, 20%, Li Xian was instantly relieved. Just right, it's still a 500-year-old herb. The whistling Moon Silver Wolf let out an exclamation. The further back you go, the harder it is to recover, and the more energy you need. And right at this moment, that golden Imperial Beast Master multiplied his victory and attacked again. But right at this moment, the Saw Lunar Silver Wolf silhouette that was attached to the back of Li Xian's body suddenly roared up to the sky. Whistling Moon Silver Wolf's native beast skill, Werewolf Under the Moon. It ends with a growl, only to see the originally 7 or 8 meter long Whistling Moon Silver Wolf suddenly stand upright. Its front paws began to go down and it stood upright as if it were human, with a height of more than 7 or 8 meters. He stood behind Li Xian as if a giant was protecting him. Li Xian could clearly and distinctly feel that the strength of the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf had been drastically increased. Passing through the beast's soul, Li Xian's power also increased at the same time. Lord Prisoner, you lack beast skills. I'll pass on some of my wrestling experience to you. In a moment you'll be able to give free rein to it, and you'll definitely be able to explode with a power no less than that of a golden Imperial Beastmaster. The voice of the Tsunami Silver Wolf came again, and at the same time, Li Xian also received some of the Tsunami Silver Wolf's techniques from previous battles. You call that skill? Li Xian couldn't help but widen his eyes as he felt what the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf had imparted. Is this a mad dog tearing? Going up there and just biting, clawing, scratching, tearing, ripping, unleashing the wildness to the fullest. However, with this kind of combat experience and approach, it is able to explode all of your aura and power. Watching the golden Imperial Beastmaster rush over, feeling the power coming from the beast's soul, Li Xian clenched his claws with both hands and similarly impacted. In mid-air, the two met. Li now hugged the guy and rolled into the distance. At the same time, the sharp wolf claws and sharp wolf teeth began to tear wildly at the sight of any part of this fellow. The Whistling Moon Silver Wolf that cast Wolfman under the moon and could walk upright, being an ancient demonic beast, directly crushed the opponent in terms of bloodline and strength. Bloodline suppression. The opponent's strength was drastically reduced, plus the power of the Tsunami Moon Silver Wolf's innate beast skill. Under Li Xian's frantic attack, he even hardened and swallowed that golden Imperial Beast Master's battle tiger beast soul one bite at a time, swallowing it all and replenishing it into his own energy. At this moment, Li Xian was covered in blood, looking at the golden Imperial Beast Master who was like a puddle of mud, and after removing his yuan ring, he then came in front of Su Xianwan. Xianwan, it's okay. Li Xian sighed in relief as if he was relieved. Looking at the corpses outside the Taoist temple, Li Xian did not care about cleaning the filth on his body and hurriedly urged Su Xianwan to leave the place. There was too much loss of beast power in the body. Li Xian simply couldn't hold on to continue fighting. If it wasn't for the Tsunami Moon Silver Wolf's innate beast skill, I'm afraid that I would have to explain myself here today. Running out more than 10 miles in one breath, Li Xian was directly exhausted. Husband, husband, Su Xianwan kept calling out to Li Xian, but Li was now fighting with his eyes and simply couldn't hold on any longer. The physical load brought about by the loss of beast power caused Li Xian to no longer be able to hold on and directly pass out. As Li Xian's body softened, the worried look on Su Xianwan's face immediately disappeared. In its place, there was a greedy smile. That pair of jade hands gently scratched the skin on Li Xian's face. My good husband. I'm sorry, the powerful ancient demon beast soul in your body is a great temptation for me. So sacrifice a little to help your wife achieve great things, okay? This is a good time to absorb Li Xian. However, right at this moment, a black shadow swooped down from the sky and landed directly in front of Su Xianwan. Seeing this, Su Xianwan became furious. Who let you come to see me in broad daylight? That black shadow was shaken. His body trembled slightly, and he hurriedly explained, Lord Chief, the Great Summer Demon Suppression Division knows your identity. Put. After saying that, a mouthful of black blood was spat out, but he was too late to erase it and continued. One of us was captured, and his memories were devoured by the people of the Demon Suppression Division, so he knew your identity. This damned Jin Demon Division. Su Xianwan no longer pursued the sudden appearance of this person, and gently placed Li Xian on the boulder. Su Xianwan looked at Li Xian, and then looked at the black shadow. This body of yours can't be used anymore. 10 miles to the south, there are now the corpses of dozens of disciples of a medium imperial beast sect, Tiger's Whistle sect. Go over there and just find a random body to use first. Then hide. Don't show your head lately. Yes, the man responded in a hurry. But, what about you, Lord Chief? The District Demon Suppression Division, as long as their chief, Xiang Wentian, isn't the one to step in, what can the others do to me? Su Xianwan stood with her hands in the air and said confidently, my subordinates retire. After saying that, the man leaped and flew towards the south. After this person left, Su Xianwan came to Li Xian's side. After absorbing your memories and energy, although I can gain access to all of your memories and abilities, you are still too feathery to be on your own. If you can accelerate your growth and be of use to me, you might be enough to fight against the people of the Department of Demon Suppression. Thinking of this, Su Xianwan revealed a soft smile, gently braying Li Xian's cheeks. Su Xianwan tenderly said, my dear husband, you have to grow up fast and protect your wife well yo. Sleep well, after you wake up, your wife will give you an unexpected gift. It was getting dark. By a campfire, Li Xian's head was resting on Su Xianwan's thigh. The warmth of the flame next to him made Li now feel very warm. After an afternoon of recovery, Li now had his body's self-healing ability to gradually restore some of the beast power in his body. Slowly opening his eyes, Li now caught a tantalizing body odor. This familiar flavor made Li Xian feel doubly close to him. Seemingly sensing Li Xian's awakening, Su Xianwan hurriedly called out softly, husband, you're finally awake. Under the reflection of the campfire, looking at Su Xianwan's teary eyes, Li Xian couldn't help but reach out and wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. What are you crying for? Your husband, I have a great life. It's just that I lost too much beast power and slept for a while. I'm scared if you don't wake up. Su Xianwan choked. It's so dark in here. I had a hard time lighting the fire. I was so worried about you. Saying that, Su Xianwan jumped into Li Xian's arms and whimpered. Okay, it's okay. I'm waking up, aren't I? Li Xian gently patted Su Xianwan's back with one hand and stroked her hair with the other to comfort her. Only after a moment did Su Xianwan sit up from Li Xian's arms. Don't allow this in the future. If we can't beat them, we'll run away. It's unnecessary to carry them to the end. Well, all at my wife's behest. Looking at Su Xianwan, who was beaming and thrusting her waist, looking like she was teaching herself a lesson, Li Xian nodded his head with a compensatory smile. But then, remembering the battle at that time, Li Xian couldn't help but sigh. It's just that I mastered too few beast techniques, otherwise it wouldn't have been so overwhelming at all. Beast skill? What's that? Su Xianwan asked curiously. An attack skill used to function with the soul of a beast. Husband, look, are these the ones? Saying that, Su Xianwan took out 3 books from the yuan ring in her hand with a confused expression. Curious, Li now took it and examined it. At this look, he immediately brightened up. This is a beast skill. In the next moment, Li Xian looked up incredulously at Su Xianwan. Where did you come from? It's the one I found from my father's room before we came out. So this is the beast technique? Su Xianwan asked thoughtfully. And will this help the husband? Wait, let me see. Beast techniques are cultivated according to the type of beast soul that the Imperial Beast Master possesses. A suitable beast soul coupled with a suitable beast technique can bring out exponential power. I'll go, Li presently exclaimed. This is a Xian grade middle grade beast skill. Your family's third-rate family. How could you have a Xian grade middle grade beast skill? Li Xian acted incredulous. However, Su Xianwan's heart was slightly flabbergasted. I really didn't expect that an unimpressive Xian grade beast skill would surprise you so much. It's fortunate that I didn't take out any beast skills above the earth grade or else I would still be suspected. Xian grade middle grade, wind and thunder triple kill. Li Xian was deeply drawn in by this beast skill. It took a full quarter of an hour before he reacted from his immersion. Subtle, truly subtle. This wind and thunder triple kill, together with the whistling moon silver wolf's beast soul, can maximize its display. Together with the whistling moon silver wolf's ancient demonic beast bloodline, the power is infinite. Xianwan, you are truly a blessing to me. Li Xian put down his beast technique and held Su Xianwan's head for a nibble. Ouch. Yuck. Your spit. Your spit. Su Xianwan giggled, but couldn't break free. After letting go of Su Xianwan, Li Xian picked up the second beast technique, but when the first page was turned over, there was another gasp of surprise, another Xian grade beast skill. Lower Xian grade, running thunder beast power figure. What a strange name. What's it for? Li now curiously flipped it open and read it. A few moments later, above the wilderness, issued Li Xian a burst of wolf howling voice. This is used to restore the beast power of the beast skills? When he thought of his previous coma due to the depletion of his beast power, Li Xian felt a pang of fear. It can be dangerous if the enemy has backup. If you fall into a coma at that time, the enemy's backup will come and you'll be finished. Instead, this Xian grade lower grade beast skill could effectively restore the beast's strength. In addition, this was different from other ordinary beast techniques that restored beast power. He was in combat to help recover, hence the name Ben Thunder. The more fiercely you fought and the more furiously you operated your beast power, the more beast power the running thunder beast power figure recovered. It's the equivalent of refueling while you're flying an airplane. The range, that's great. After calming the excitement, Li Xian hugged Su Xianwan and nibbled again. At this moment, perhaps this was the only way to express Li Xian's joyful feelings. Finally, Li Xian opened the last beast technique. Barta. The beast technique in his hand suddenly dropped to the ground. An earth grade lower grade beast skill? Even the Li family in Lingyun City doesn't have any earth grade beast skills. And your family, a third-rate family, even has an earth grade lower grade beast skill? Li Xian looked at Su Xianwan incredulously. One must know that the Li family that Li Xian was originally a part of, as a large family in a collared city, the highest beast skill that the Li family possessed was only the Xian grade upper grade, and Su Xianwan's family, a third-rate family that needed to climb up to the Li family, even possessed an earth grade lower grade beast skill that made even the Li family envious and jealous. Is that awesome? Looking at Li Xian's already skeptical appearance, Su Xianwan revealed a confused and curious look. Her head slightly tilted a little bit as she asked, "Of course it's awesome." Seeing Su Xianwan's appearance, Li Xian knew that she was afraid that she didn't know either. It was estimated that the Su family had a mysterious past in the past, or Su Xianwan's father had an unknown experience. That's why it's such a powerful earth grade beast skill. With that, Li Xian flipped open this local grade lower grade beast skill and looked at it. Lower earth grade, 10,000 horses running. Word by word, he flipped through it. After a long time, Li Xian took a deep breath and calmed his agitated mood. This is a beast skill that applies to a wide range of areas. Basically, some large beast-like beast souls can be used. After using it, you can manifest a lot of beast soul silhouettes, like 10,000 horses galloping towards the enemy. It can deal a wide range of damage. However, if this beast skill was used by, for example, a rhinoceros type, brute bull type, elephant type, and other such beast souls with a large tonnage, the power would be simply unimaginable. If it was used by the tsunami silver wolf, it would be that much worse, but it was also very powerful. After all, the tsunami silver wolf was also very large. Right, Li Xian suddenly thought of Shadow Bull Demon. If one uses this beast technique with a Shadow Bull Demon, then the power is simply unimaginable. These three beast techniques could be said to completely make up for all of Li Xian's current flaws. With a long breath, Li Xian looked at Su Xianwan. At this moment, Li Xian had a lot of thoughts, and Su Xianwan clearly saw in Li Xian's eyes a strong love and gratitude for herself. With 4 eyes, the two of them slowly embraced. And at this moment, Su Xianwan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Silly boy. I'm using you. Ah, you're actually showing true feelings for me. Chapter 8, Sword Execution by the Department of Demon Control. After obtaining these 3 beast techniques, Li Xian could be said to be like a tiger with wings. It was just that what made Li Xian strange was that just tens of miles apart, the people from the Tiger Tsunami sect didn't chase after them anymore. Unbeknownst to him, the one under Su Xianwan, when he found his way to the outside of the broken Taoist temple, he casually found a body and drilled into it. At the same time, he likewise gained all of the person's memories and abilities. Naturally, he also knew what had just happened. Just as he was just getting used to this body, the rest of the Tiger's Whistle sect's support rushed over. Help me! Help me! This person under Su Xianwan called out as if he was seriously injured. Where did that pair of dogs go? The leader of the group asked in a stern voice. Toward that way. The man pointed the other way in the opposite direction. That's how the people of the Tiger's Whistle sect were lured away. There is reserve food in the Metering. After Li Xian and Su Xianwan ate something, Su Xianwan lay in Li Xian's arms and drifted off to sleep. Li Xian, on the other hand, took out thick clothes and spread them on the boulder, then took out some more clothes to cover Su Xianwan's body. The campfire burned with the occasional crackle of invested branches. Under the firelight, Li Xian concentrated on learning the three beast techniques. Early the next morning, Li now rubbed his sleepy eyes. Su Xianwan was still in his arms, curled up asleep like a cute little kitten. After noticing that Li Xian's body moved, Su Xianwan also opened her eyes. The campfire had gone out next to it, but there were still ashes burning and wisps of smoke wafting. After packing up their things, Li Xian and Su Xianwan washed their faces at the riverbank not far away before continuing to start on the road. After a night's rest, coupled with Li Xian's cultivation of the penetrating thunder beast power diagram, all the beast power in his body had been completely restored, and the upper limit of the beast power reserve has, as a result, been raised by quite a bit. At this moment, in Lingyun City's Li family, which was thousands of miles away, a group of mysterious people wearing black robes with a picture of a mighty Qilin embroidered on them arrived at the Li family. Dozens of people riding tall warhorses stopped at the Li family's entrance. The guards at the entrance of the Li family, after seeing such an aggressive group of people, immediately walked forward to inquire. Please ask. The Demon Control Division is on business. Go away. The man at the head of the group flashed his identity token, and as soon as he pushed the man away, he walked in. After the Li family heard the news, Li Zhan led a group of elders to rush out to greet them. Before they could reach the door, the people from the Demon Suppression Division came in aggressively. I don't know that you all have come to visit all of a sudden. I'm sorry to have missed your welcome. Please come inside quickly. All of you. Li Zhan hurriedly made away and brought the group from the Demon Suppression Division into the hall. My lords. Li Zhan looked at the group of people from the Demon Suppression Division somewhat at a loss for words and inquired in a puzzled manner. But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. The only daughter of the Su family in Willow Garden City can marry into your Li family? The only daughter of the Su family? Li Zhan was slightly puzzled and immediately came to a realization. Yes. The only daughter of the Su family is married to my rebellious son, Li Xian. But they, call them out. A person from the Demon Suppression Division coldly commanded. It was only at this time that Li Zhan saw that this person was actually a sword guard of the Jin Demon Division. There are 4 ranks up and down the Department of Devil Suppression. They are, the head, the highest leader of the Jinmu Division, the sword bearer, the top management of the Jinmu Division, the sword bearer, the mainstay of the Jinmu Division, and the apprentice, the lowest ranked member of the Jinmu Division. But even the lowest ranked Situ was still in existence that no clan in the major cities would dare to mess with, even one with a sword. Even some of the city lords from the cities had to be courteous, and in front of him, a sword wielder, leading 5 with swords, leaving 10 stoics. This formation, which is what the Li family has seen. My lords, you don't know. This rebellious son is my Li family's eldest son, but some time ago, he hadn't yet awakened his beast power at his bar mitzvah, and in accordance with my clan's regulations, he was assigned to marry the Su family's only daughter, and then assigned to Yangon County to manage the family's business. But who knows? He became entangled with his own brother and went so far as to kill him. Now he's wanted by my Li family and doesn't know where he is. Looking at Li Zhan's exasperated and terrified explanation, the Demon Suppression Division's executive sword believed in him 3 times. Do you know what the consequences of concealing the Jinmai Division are? Yes. I know. Your Excellencies. Just ask who would dare to hide anything in front of the lords of the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division's sword-wielding guard gave a light grunt, then directly stood up and walked outside. Just after leaving the Li family's gate, the lord of Lingyun City rushed over. But who knew that this Shinmu Si, who was in charge of the sword, just glanced at it with his afterglow and walked past the Lord City Lord. I don't even care. This, Lord City Lord looked overwhelmed as he looked at the people of the Demon Suppression Division and then at the people of the Li family. Wait until the people from the Demon Suppression Division are far away. The City Lord's great talent hurriedly inquired. What is the reason for the sudden visit of the Jinmu Division? It's to find my rebellious son, I reckon. My rebellious son must have caused some trouble outside, Li War said at a loss for words. The lord of the city was stunned. I can tell you, Li Zhan, don't bring any trouble to my Lingyun City with your Li family's affairs. Got it? Or else I won't let you off. Yes. Don't worry, Lord City Lord, Li Zhan responded in succession. I will notify the world. Will be that rebellious son expelled from the Li family? I and that rebellious son, completely cut off the father-son relationship, in the future to meet, will be the sword to meet. So very good. The lord of the city waved his sleeve robe, then turned around and left. Da-da-da-da. After the group of people from the Demon Suppression Division exited the city, they sped off in the direction of Willow Garden City. From above the city's head, the lord of the city watched the group leave and murmured. It's all alarmed one of the Demon Suppression Division's sword executives. What's going on here? Lord of the city. Just then, a guard from the city lord's mansion hurriedly walked over. There's news. Say, the Su family, a third-rate family in Willow Garden City that was married to the Li family, had its entire family of 120 mouths massacred a few days ago, and according to what I've heard, it was. As he spoke, the guard suddenly lowered his voice. What is it? Come on. It's the work of Shadowmist. What? The lord of the city opened his eyes wide. This shadow phantom came to Great Xia? Weren't they wiped out by the people of Great Zhou 10 years ago? How come they've come to our Great Xia now? Lord City Lord. I wonder what this shadow phantom is? Next to him, a close associate of the city lord asked suspiciously. Shadow phantoms are bizarre creatures inherited from ancient times. They can possess a person's body and acquire all of that person's memories and abilities. No one knows what they look like. Maybe there are shadow phantoms all around us, too. What? The crony looked around in sudden horror. Willow Garden City. A group of people from the Demon Suppression Division arrived here in the middle of the morning. The Willow Garden City Lord received the news and hurriedly brought his men out to greet him. Lord of Willow Garden City, Divisional Secretary of Demon Suppression, Xiao Yong, Sea Lord Sword Deacon. Seeing this person at the head of the Demon Suppression Division, the Willow Garden City Lord immediately knelt down on one knee. Get in there and talk. The group of people from the Devil Suppressor Division thundered into the city and then arrived at the City Lord's mansion and stationed themselves there. They didn't have the slightest smile on their faces, as if they were tireless machines. Just sat down. Will straight ask, will that day news, one by one to me all out? Yes, that Su Xianwan came early the next morning after the entire Su family was killed? A moment later, the Demon Suppression Division's Sword Execution Lord asked suspiciously. Yes, why did you kill their entire family? For a good reason. It is reasonable to say that we had not yet discovered her identity at that time. Could it be that their family had discovered her identity? The Lord Deacon's thoughts were running fast, considering all that was involved. But after thinking about it for a long time, I still can't think of any reason. And where are they now? According to the scouts' return, yesterday they stayed in Yuhua City for one night, and the next day they had a conflict with the medium Imperial Beast Sect Tiger Tsunami Sect, and that Li family's eldest son, Li Xian, killed several people from the Tiger Tsunami Sect, and then fled Yuhua City. What? The Lord Sword Executioner of the Demon Suppression Division suddenly said. Then isn't Li Xian not awakening his beast power in a wastrel? No. It said that he's hiding extremely deeply, and based on the beast souls he displayed, the beast soul vintage reaches 1,000 years at the very least. Willow Garden City Lord Xiaoyong still said with some incredulity. Ha! Funny. Who knows? That sword executing lord was not shocked but pleased, and suddenly laughed softly. It seems that, unsurprisingly, she killed 120 people up and down the Su family for fear of that Li Xian finding out. The Devil Suppressor Division, who knew how Shadow Phantom acted, immediately guessed all the things that had happened. Only, what interests me more now, is that Li Xian, does he know Su Xianwan's identity, or does he not? If he knows, I'm afraid that this person will not live long. Lord Deacon knew deep down that Shadowmist would never let a human know who they were. They hide 1,000 times for fear of being exposed, hiding in the Su family, marrying into the Li family, and all sorts of behavior, all to hide their identity. It can even kill a family of instants overnight for fear of identity exposure, without mercy. Willow Garden City, Rainy Rest City. It seems that the purpose of their trip should be the Beast King Ridge. The Jin Demon Priest held his sword and stood up with an open mind. Inform the people from the Tiger's Whistle sect, share the information about their whereabouts with them, and had them head to Beast King Ridge first to intercept Su Xianwan. Yes, the closer one got to the Beast King Ridge, the more people one encountered, the more diverse they became. There were bandits, deserters, armies, clans, all sorts of people appearing on the official roads and paths. Each rubbed shoulders and eyed the other warily. Li Xian made Su Xianwan wear a long robe with a hat to cover that pure and moving face. This can greatly reduce a lot of unnecessary hassle. The Beast King Ridge was a city, and the Great Xia army was outside the city, and the army supplies were also here at the Beast King Ridge. At the same time, it was close to one of the largest demonic beast forests between the two countries, split in half by a transverse mountain range. So, it also supports a large number of mercenaries. Looking at the people coming and going, this city located at the edge of the demon beast Great Forest, Li Xian finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 9, The Four Wastes of Lingyun. However, when Li Xian arrived at the Beast King Ridge City Gate building, he saw a group of people gathered at the edge of the city gate. Curious, Li now walked over and stood on his tiptoes to look inside. At this look, there was a sudden change in his face. On that city wall, there was a portrait of a wanted man posted. Does anyone recognize the words on it? Read it out for all to hear. Let me see, let me see. A young man with a bookish look squeezed in. But in the next moment, this person's face suddenly changed. This is the wanted notice of the Jin Demon Division. This one next to it is from the Imperial Beast Sect Tiger Tsunami Sect, but the general content is the same. Recently, there was the eldest son of the Li family of Lingyun City's Lingyun City, Mr. and Mrs. Li Xian, who arrived at the Beast King Ridge. Previously, Li Xian, the eldest son of the Li family, was wanted by the Li family as well as Lingyun City for maliciously murdering his biological brother, Li Xiao, due to internal conflict within the family. Later, the Jin Demon Division discovers that Li Xian's wife, Su Xianwan, has close dealings with the enemy country, Great Zhou. Li Xian and his wife are now wanted. Those who provide clues will be rewarded 1,000 taels, and those who make arrests will be rewarded 100,000 taels. Attach another Lingyun City Li family announcement. Lingyun City Li family head Li War. This notice, notify the world. I Li family head Li War. Early before, with that rebellious son Li now, severed the relationship between father and son. Meet in the future, will be swords to each other. After the Shio-kai-like youth finished reading, the people around him immediately talked. This Li family is also scared, to the point of directly severing the father-son relationship for fear of implicating them. That's for sure. The daughter-in-law is an enemy traitor, which is punishable by 9 clans. Just how seductive the Su family's only daughter looks, to make the Li family's eldest son pursue her crazily despite everything. Hi, you guys don't know. It's not at all what you think. I just came from over there. The Li family's eldest son, Li Xian. That's a notorious waste. 10 years have not yet awakened the beast power. Not at all treated well by that Li War. At the bar mitzvah, Li Xian's last awakening also ended in failure. So he was sent out of town by his family to manage the family business. Before her departure, she was assigned the only daughter of the Su family to marry this Li Xian. After they left, the genius of the Li family, on this Li Xian's own brother, was killed by bandits. I reckon the Li family is afraid of drawing fire. So they say that Li Xian killed his own brother, and then say to the public that they have long severed their relationship, leaving this matter clean. The crowd listened and then realized. However, this Li War is a bit too ruthless, isn't he? Pushing his own son out. If it were you, you'd do the same thing. Use a son, protect a family. Anyone with a little bit of brains would do it. However, this reward is so rich, that Li Xian couple is still an ordinary person. This is giving us money for nothing. Che, you think it's that simple? Who sent out this wanted notice? Jin Demon Division. Jin Demon Division have issued a wanted notice. Do you think this money is good? However, I reckon that this Li Xian is just a piece of trash. It's better to take down. The important thing is this Su Xianwan. Yes, a woman in the district is a spy of an enemy country. Her means cannot be underestimated. So saying, the crowd came to a realization. Li Xian tightly grabbed Su Xianwan's hand, then silently left the crowd. Wanted by the whole city. This Beast King Ridge is not safe anymore. Right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly stopped walking, then immediately turned around and pretended to be buying something with Su Xianwan. The next moment, a line of dozens of people walked past behind them. As he looked at them with his remaining light, these people were clearly the people from the Tiger's Whistle sect. Li Xian really underestimated these people of the sect. They had some huge networked nature, and between each other, each sect could contact each other. So news traveled quite swiftly. But, the point doesn't seem to be here, does it? Li Xian slowly looked up at Su Xianwan next to him. Great Zhou spies. How is this possible? Judging from the wanted notice, they were clearly coming for Su Xianwan. It doesn't seem to have much to do with himself. Could it be that this is what Xianwan has been hiding? Just as Li Xian was suspicious, a person suddenly tapped Li Xian's shoulder. This really startled Li Xian. Looking back, a stocky, somewhat naive-looking youth carefully sized up Li Xian. Penis, is it really you? The man looked at Li Xian incredulously and asked. Lao Si? Li Xian's eyes widened instantly. Why are you here? Have you forgotten? 3 years ago I said I was going to go to Tiger's Pass to break into something big. Li Xian instantly remembered. Back then, Li Xian and the man in front of him, along with 2 others, were known as the Four Wastes of Lingyun. That's notorious. The oldest, Ling Tianxiao, the son of the Ling family, the first family of Lingyun City. Although he had awakened his beast power, his qualifications were mediocre. Later on, when he met Li Xian and the others, he indulged in eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. Then there was a time when he lost a street frontage of the Ling family. He was directly arrested and imprisoned by his old man for half a month and had a finger chopped off. The second is Li Xian, 10 years waste, although also follow them to fool around. But Li Xian has a bottom line in everything. Anything is not deep in it. The oldest three are called Wang Xiaoer. The name was Junior, but everyone called him Lao San, or Little Three. This kid, from the city, that's a notorious gangster, thief and robber. Several times he stole money from Li Present and 3 others. Once caught, the kid was beaten over the head, but he didn't even scream. Then there was a time when Ling Tianxiao's sister was arrested by someone because of gambling. Wang Xiaoer saved Ling Tianxiao's sister by chance. Just like that, one way or another, he also became one of the 4 wastes of Lingyun. The oldest 4 is the simple, burly youth in front of him, called Zhou Shan. This kid was the Grand Duke of the last city lord's house of Lingyun City, because once he couldn't stand the sight of a man forcing a girl to drink with him in a greenhouse, and accidentally killed the man. Who knew that this person was from the Kyoto prefecture, backed by the Daxia royal family? A direct wave took it down along with his old man, the city's lord at the time. The year was exactly 3 years ago. So angry that his old man just cut off his father-son relationship with him, Zhou Shan also gambled as if he was angry and threatened to go out and do something big. And so it came to the Beastmaster's Ridge. Originally, he was prepared to join the army, but because the army was so disciplined that he couldn't stand it, he came to Beast King Ridge and joined the local mercenary group. 3 years down the line, he had hardened himself and sat down as deputy regimental commander. Zhou Shan was faintly emanating a ferocious aura. It seems like those 3 years have really been quite an experience. By the way, Dick, what the hell is wrong with you? Zhou Shan was shocked and lowered his voice to ask, but looking around, he led Li now toward the city. This is no place to talk. Follow me. Obviously, Zhou Shan already knew about Li Xian. Su Xianwan nervously clutched Li Xian's hand and looked at Li Xian. Li Xian smiled faintly, signaling Su Xianwan to rest assured, because Zhou Shan is a person that Li now understands. This guy is real honest and righteous. At that time, the 4 of them were together. Let him beat whoever he wants. Let him steal whatever he wants from the house. If he could have Zhou Shan's help, he might be able to evade the people from the Jinmu division and the Tiger's Whistle sect. There were a lot of guards at the city gates because of the wanted notice. Li Xian and Su Xianwan pretended to be Zhou Shan's men and easily entered the middle of the Beast King Ridge city. This Beast King city was filled with a heavy aura. The huge stone pavement beneath his feet was occasionally visible as the marks of swords and claws. Here, things like fights are commonplace. The pedestrians coming and going. Not a single smile could be seen on any of their faces. They brushed past each other, hurrying along, neither looking up at anyone. Following Zhou Shan, Li Xian quickly arrived in the middle of a large courtyard within a residential area in the city. Everywhere there are 3 or 6. The large Beast King city was divided into 5 areas. The mercenary district, the civilian district, the commercial district, the city government district, and the rich district where some rich, powerful and influential people live. Tianyuan continent. Imperial zone made merchant folk. Mercenaries are second only to clans. Living on the tip of a knife, they are equally powerful. They operate in a wide range of industries. Merchants hire them to protect their belongings, and power hires them to search for precious medicinal herbs in the dangerous forest of demonic beasts. Anytime there's a high-risk job like this, it's done by mercenaries anyway, but with high risk comes high reward. Entering a compound, Li now saw all kinds of big and thick, all kinds of mercenaries among them. Most of them were at the rank of Bronze Imperial Beastmaster. Occasionally, a Silver Sentinel appears. However, Gold Imperial Beastmasters were almost non-existent. From this, it could also be seen that the strength of this mercenary group of Zhou Shan's was only of a medium to high grade. There is a 3-story floor in the courtyard. Li Xian followed to the 3rd floor, then followed the corridor into the innermost room. After entering the house, Zhou Shan unlocked the door. Elder, what the hell is going on? How did this wanted notice get sent here? Zhou Shan turned around and asked after closing the door. Li Xian had been holding onto Su Xianwan's hand from the beginning to the end. Immediately after seeing Zhou Shan's action of closing the door, he tensed up. Penis, don't you believe me? Seeing Li Xian's tense appearance, Zhou Shan was instantly enraged. Old 4, I'm afraid I've already died if I wasn't a little more vigilant on this journey here. Zhou Shan sighed and nodded in understanding. The room was simply furnished with a bed, some tables, chairs and benches and a cupboard. He only saw Zhou Shan pouring some tea to Li Xian, while he himself opened a pot of wine. Tell me what I need to do to help you. Zhou Shan didn't ask Li Xian what had happened. Straight to the point, he asked. I'm going to Great Week. Is sister-in-law really from Great Zhou? Zhou Shan looked unbelievably at the tightly wrapped Su Xianwan next to him and asked in shock. Do you really believe what's up there? This, to be honest, your sister-in-law's family, was wrongly accused. The whole family up and down 120 mouths all killed. If not a few days ago married to me. I guess it was also exterminated. Li now found a reason to say. What about you? Did Uncle Li really cut ties with you? Did you really kill your brother Li Xiao? Hearing this, Li Xian pondered slightly and finally nodded. Regarding Su Xianwan, Li Xian could find a reason, but regarding himself, Li Xian didn't want to lie to Zhou Shan. For one thing, it was emotional, and for another, it was also true and false, so that Zhou Shan would not be suspicious. Chapter 10, Time Changes Everything. Ha, but that's good. I don't have to look at those people's faces anymore. Li Xian let out a bitter smile and shook his head helplessly. And you know it, growing up, was I ever looked at squarely once in that house? Seeing Li Xian in this state, Zhou Shan reached out and patted Li Xian's shoulder. It's okay, the second one will stay here from now on. You and I will make a fortune together as brothers. By the way, they say that you still haven't awakened your beast power. But some people say that you've awakened your beast power and that you've killed the people of the Tiger's Whistle sect. Is this true? Li Xian nodded. It's true. By chance, I awakened my beast power, and also absorbed a 500-year-old wolf beast soul. And now I'm already a silver imperial beast master. Really? Ha ha, brother, I'm also a silver royal beast master. If you join our mercenary group, the two of us brothers will grow bigger and stronger together and create another glory. Zhou Shan instantly became excited. Because in the current state of affairs in Beast King City, for each mercenary group, the addition of a silver imperial beast master would be the mainstay of their existence. Those were all objects that the major mercenary corps wanted to compete for even if they broke their heads. But before that, don't we need to get two identities for us? Yeah. Zhou Shan came to his senses. Don't worry about this point. This Beast King City is chaotic. All sorts of people come here. Getting two identities is too easy for me. You two stay here. I'll go and come. Well then, thanks a lot bro. What's the point of talking about that when you're your own brother? After saying that, Zhou Shan went out. Li Xian also stood up and watched Zhou Shan leave, and didn't sit down until he was out of the courtyard gate. Husband, I'm scared. Su Xianwan took off her mask and hat and snuggled into Li Xian's arms. Don't be afraid. When we get another identity, we'll be fine with a slight disguise. Li Xian patted Su Xianwan's shoulder and comforted her. But, I always feel that this brother of yours is not reliable. Unreliable? No way. Of the four of us, he's the most reliable. Li Xian said with a smile. Don't you know that time changes a person? Su Xianwan sat up from Li Xian's arms and said seriously. 3 years? 3 years of what he's been through, do you know? And it's still close to the borderline. On the edge of the great forest of demonic beasts in turmoil. There are all sorts of people from all sorts of religions here. What do we represent now? A walking 200,000 tales. By Su Xianwan's words, Li Xian's heart thumped. Why did he meet Zhou Shan just after arriving at the Beast King City's gates? And it was also recognized by Zhou Shan at a glance. Could it be that he would have been waiting at the gates of the city? Because he was the only one who knew Li Xian the best. You can recognize even a look or a backstory between people who are familiar with each other. Thinking about the fact that Li Xian was closely dressed at that time, only revealing a pair of eyes, but Zhou Shan still recognized him at a glance. There was also the fact that when he came here, he subconsciously had to lock the door. Various factors told Li Xian that there was something wrong with Zhou Shan. Thinking of this, Li Xian immediately stood up, then looked out. At this look, Li Xian instantly changed his face. The originally hot and bustling courtyard was all filled with mercenaries, but at this point, it was empty. Mud. Li Xian cursed and hurriedly opened the door, but the door had been locked. Move. Turning around and walking to Su Xianwan, Li Xian pulled Su Xianwan up and was about to leave. Bang! The wooden door was viciously kicked open by Li Xian. Come to the door and look down. Hundreds of people gathered at the entrance to the courtyard, eyeing the duo upstairs intently. Looking around, Li now saw Zhou Shan leading a group of people, walking while pointing at the place without knowing what they were saying. Looking at those people's costumes, Li Xian's face instantly became gloomy. Tiger Tsunami Sect. Smashing his fist hard against the wall, Li Xian looked around, then picked up Su Xianwan, leaped, and jumped directly from the 3rd floor. Before he even landed, a huge whistling moon silver wolf appeared at Li Xian's crotch. Ow! The shadow of the whistling moon silver wolf growled and led Li Xian to jump onto the right side of the roof in a single leap. They're getting away. Go after them. Hurry up and notify the city gate guards to block the gates. The mercenaries at the door immediately shouted. The mercenary district was mostly 1 or 2 story buildings. and the tsunami silver wolf got rid of them with a few jumps on the roof. But in the next moment, Li Xian looked back, only to find dozens of people riding tiger-type beast spirits coming after him, and there were also quite a few flying beast souls rapidly chasing after them. It was also those flying beast spirits that were faster. After all, there were no obstacles. The other walking beasts were simply not as fast as the tsunami moon silver wolf. This way, Li Xian remembered the way he came and recklessly rushed towards the city gates. Beast King City had no shortage of great powers. In case you startle them, there's only death in store. Therefore, Li Xian couldn't run around and could only return the same way and leave Beast King City. On the wide street, the huge whistling moon silver wolf frantically fled. The pedestrians on the road were directly knocked out. When he was about to reach the city gates, Li Xian suddenly saw that the guards were actually closing the gates. Tsunami Moon Silver Wolf. Speed up and rush over. Li Xian slapped the Tsunami Moon Silver Wolf's head and said loudly. At the same time, it directly turned on the gale steps. Phew! It's almost like a gust of wind blew by. The speed of the whistling Moon Silver Wolf was comparable to a 180 mph sports car. Closer, closer. He saw that he was about to rush to the entrance of the city. Who knew that dozens of guards would rush over with guns? Jump over. Li Xian didn't dare to tangle with them at all at this moment, only to see the Tsunami Moon Silver Wolf leap. A jump actually reached a height of more than 10 meters. Over those guards came to the entrance of the city. At the moment, the gates were closed down to a gap that only allowed one person to pass through. Li Xian let go of Su Xianwan, allowing him to hold on to the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf. With that, he stepped on the head of the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf and jumped straight down. There were only 3 guards responsible for opening the door. After Li Xian went down, he directly unleashed his beast skill, Wind and Thunder Triple Kill. Swish swish swish. The beast power transformed into 3 streaks of light and directly chopped off the heads of these 3 people. With that, Li Xian stepped forward and forcefully opened the city gate. But the moment the city gates were opened, Li Xian's face suddenly changed. Just outside the door, there were hundreds of guards standing in unison. Looking back, Zhou Shan led the mercenaries as well as the people from the Tiger's Whistle sect to rush over as well. Seeing this, Li Xian closed the city gate with force, then coldly walked towards Zhou Shan and the others. I haven't seen you in 3 years. You've gotten a lot slicker. Lao Si, Elder, surrender. You can't run away. After 3 years of bitter experience, I'm no longer the old Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan persuaded. Don't worry, as long as you surrender and hand over the woman beside you, I can make them not kill you and keep you alive. Yeah, 3 years you have indeed grown a lot, but you have turned into a dog. Zhou Shan, you are really a dog. For 200,000 even betrayed me. It's not a matter of 200,000. Lao Air, you know, I don't lack this amount of money, but maybe you still don't know. I'm still a member of the Jin Demon Division. If I catch this woman, I can be directly promoted to a guard with a sword. Brother, help me, okay? Oh, so that's what it looks like. Li Xian suddenly came to a realization. But the $200,000 and the promotion vouchers are right here. Come and get them. Li Xian pointed at Su Xianwan beside him and said coldly. Brothers of the Tiger's Whistle sect, this matter has something to do with you as well. Catch him. $200,000 goes to you, and that woman goes to me. Zhou Shan said to the people of the Tiger Whistle sect around him. Go! The people of the Tiger's Whistle sect immediately separated and surrounded Li Xian. At this time, Li Xian was located in the middle of the city gate hole. The city gate behind him was locked. The only way to be saved was to fight. Zhou Shan, today's matter, you and I are severed, and the next time we meet, we will fight each other with swords. After saying that, Li Xian retrieved the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf. Seeing that Li Xian had actually retrieved the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf, everyone was instantly puzzled. Isn't this the start of a fight? Why is this a surrender? Li Xian's movements made even Su Xianwan, who was next to him, feel strange. Just when she thought that Li Xian was really going to hand herself over, Li Xian told Su Xianwan with practical actions. He, who would never give up on her. Next moment, it was accompanied by a cow cry. A huge black ox-like beast soul floated behind Li Xian. The Shadow Bull demon's huge body almost couldn't even fit in this city gate hole. When the people around them saw this scene, their mouths all opened wide in shock. So big, so dark, so long. I'm talking about the size of this cow. I'm talking about the color of this cow. I'm talking about the horns of this cow. Li Xian hugged Su Xianwan and jumped onto the Shadow Bull demon with a long leap. Condescendingly, he looked at Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan, I haven't seen you in 3 years. You've changed, and so have I. You're no longer the naive and honest Zhou Shan, and I'm no longer that punk. After saying that, Li Xian shouted angrily. 10,000 horses running. Rumble. The entire city gate was crushed by dozens of huge Shadow Bull demon silhouettes. Dozens of Shadow Bull demons reversed their direction and blasted towards the back of the collapsed city gate. The hundreds of guards outside were directly trampled by the bull's hooves, or were knocked away by the huge bull's horns. Wherever the iron hooves passed, corpses were everywhere. The crowd rushed out of the ruins, only to see Li Xian riding a huge Shadow Bull demon as he rode away. He has, surprisingly, more than one beast soul. I thought that wolf was already the limit, but I didn't expect this cow to be more terrifying than even that wolf. No wonder he was able to kill one of my Tiger's Whistle Sect's Golden Imperial Beast Masters. What? Zhou Shan, who was next to him, immediately widened his eyes. He was able to kill the Golden Imperial Beast Master? That's right. By conservative estimation, this kid is on the verge of breaking through the rank of Gold Imperial Beast Master, the man from the Tiger's Whistle sect said with a grave expression. But the next moment, Zhou Shan burst into a rage. Marred, why didn't you tell me about this kind of information earlier? If I knew that Lauer had this kind of strength, I would have dragged it out until the Demon Suppression Division came. Right at this moment, another intersection that diverged outside the Beast King city. A group of people riding uniformed black warhorses quickly arrived at the city gates. Looking at the clothing on these people, they were clearly people from the Demon Suppression Division. Chapter 11, Poor, Humble Love. What's going on? The person at the head of the group was the sword guard of the Demon Suppression Division. When this person saw that the gates of the Beast King city had all collapsed, he asked in a stern voice, Beast King Ridge, Beast King City, deputy leader of the Beast King Mercenary Corps, and newly promoted disciple of the Demon Suppression Division, pay respects to Lord Sword Executioner. Seeing this person, Zhou Shan immediately walked out and knelt on one knee. You're Zhou Shan? Where are Li Xian and the others? Deacon asked in a cold voice. Reporting to Lord Sword Executioner, Li Xian and his wife. Zhou Shan lowered his head deeply, terrified inside, but still said truthfully, they escaped, just a little while ago. Waste. Then why don't you go after them? Deacon burst into a rage. Lead the way. Zhou Shan snapped his head up and bellowed. Yes. Not long after, Zhou Shan led the people from the Beast King Mercenary Corps to take the lead in the direction where Li Xian had fled. The people from the Department of Devil Suppression followed closely behind, and the Tiger Tsunami sect and the others followed suit. Reporting to Lord Sword Executioner, they went in the direction of the Demon Beast Great Forest. On the way to the chase, Zhou Shan said to the Demon Suppression Division's group, what was that monstrous shadow demon chi just now? That Li Xian summoned out a huge black cow-like beast soul, the so-called shadow demon aura that Lord Deacon's word is supposed to be emanating from that cow. It seems that Li Xian's ability to recover his beast power is directly related to Su Xianwan. Lord Deacon guessed. Moreover, it's highly likely that Li Xian has already known Su Xianwan's identity, and it should be Su Xianwan who has given him a strong power that made Li Xian go out of his way to protect her. Along the way, some mercenaries could be seen from time to time. By asking these people, Zhou Shan would be able to control Li Xian's whereabouts in real time. Ha ha, Lord Sword Executioner. They don't know the great forest of demonic beasts well. This path is a dead end. Past that is the two boundary cliffs now. There is simply no other path to take. When Zhou Shan saw this path that the others were pointing to, he immediately reported with excitement. Everyone split up and surround towards the Two Realms Cliff. Immediately, the people from the Demon Suppression Division, the Beast King Mercenary Corps, and the Tiger Tsunami sect surrounded the two boundary cliff in a semicircle. At this point, Li Xian and Su Xianwan had already reached the edge of the Two Realms Cliff. Looking at this 10,000 feet deep abyss, Li Xian's face instantly became gloomy. Go this way. Li Xian continued to walk forward, but the cliffs are still ahead. The two boundary cliff is a cliff shaped like an oval. Right at this moment, the Demon Suppression Division and the others narrowed their encirclement and all gathered around. Looking at the figures in the dense forest that surrounded this place, unbelievingly, Li now looked down again, but the cliffs below were frighteningly straight, and it's so deep that no one knows what's really down there. Look forward. There is also a cliff across the street though, but the two cliffs were a dozen feet away from each other. Even if you were riding a tsunami silver wolf, you wouldn't be able to jump over it. Right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly had a flash of light in front of his eyes. Holy Messenger of Light. The Holy Messenger of Light has two pairs of wings and can fly. All of the flying beast spirits can carry the Imperial Beast Master in flight. Letting the Light Saint Envoy carry himself and Su Xianwan was enough to fly over the 10 or so feet of cliff. And the cliff on the other side is the boundary of Great Zhou. After they passed, the people from the Demon Suppression Division didn't dare to come after them. However, just as Li Xian was about to summon the Light Saint Envoy to fly away, Su Xianwan beside him suddenly pulled Li Xian back. Wait! Li Xian immediately stopped, then looked in the direction Su Xianwan was gazing. The crowd of the Demon Suppression Division had come into view. They surrounded them unhurriedly, while the leader of the group, the Jin demon priest, who wielded a sword and wore a black Qilin robe, coldly threw a person in front of him. Su Xianwan, do you recognize this person? Looking along, the person who was thrown to the ground by that person was clearly a little girl who was only 14 or 15 years old. Tiny. Su Xianwan's face turned cold and called out the girl's name. At this moment, Li Xian clearly felt that Su Xianwan's body at this moment was undergoing a sea change. Her expression, her breath, were all like nothing Li had ever seen before. Do you think you can escape? The Devil Suppressor Division's sword executing protector sneered. Do you recognize this little girl? Do you need me to introduce you? Xia Xiao Xiao, the young princess of the great Xiao royal family. But what about reality? But it was the Shadowmist leader's identical sister. The Shadow Phantom has no entity and needs to be dependent on a person to survive. You and he were originally separated from the same strand of Shadow Demon Qi. I really didn't expect that you, your sister, had possessed the young princess of the Xiao royal family. If it wasn't for the timely discovery of my Lord Chief of the Demon Suppression Division, the consequences for my great Xia Imperial clan would have been unimaginable. But do you think you Shadow Charmers are the only ones who can suck out memories? I, the Jin Demon Division, have struggled with you Shadow Phantoms for thousands of years, and I have also discovered the art of soul-taking to extract memories. I'm sorry to hear that. From Xia Xiaojiao's mind, we acquired all the information about you Shadow Charmers. That includes you, Su Xianwan, Lord Shadow Charmer Chief. Zen Muji said all of this smugly. However, Li Xian, who was next to him, froze his entire body. Originally holding Su Xianwan's hand tightly, Li now slowly loosened it. Su Xianwan didn't seem to feel Li Xian's movements, and just looked at Xia Xiao, who was lying on the ground, with emotionless eyes. What do you want? Su Xianwan opened her mouth, but that voice, it was like the voice of a ghost from the Nine Ghosts. Where was the previous appearance of being pampered and cute in front of Li Xian? Not really. Just telling. Besides, don't presume to negotiate with us. You in your current situation don't have that qualification. The sword guard stepped forward and stomped Xia Xiao directly under his feet. Shadow Phantom, you shall not die. Don't you presume to escape. 10 years ago you were struck by the soul-suppressing nail of my Lord Head of the Demon Suppression Division. Your strength now is only equivalent to that of a Platinum Royal Beast Master. I alone can take you down. Platinum Imperial Beast Master. And it's still a strength that hasn't recovered after the injury. Then how strong was Su Xianwan at her peak? At this moment, Li Xian, a pair of eyes stared at Su Xianwan with a deadly stare. The news brought by the Jin Demon Division completely overturned Li Xian's perception of Su Xianwan. Thought she was just hiding something else. But it didn't occur to him that Su Xianwan's origin was so complicated and incredible. But the next moment, Su Xianwan suddenly laughed out loud. It's only a struggle of decades. Do you think that your Jin Demon Division understands Shadow Charm very well? Let me tell you. You know too little about us? Do you think that if you capture her, I will be able to tie my hands? Tiny. End your life. However, what Su Xianwan did not expect was that Xia Xiao shook her head helplessly. Sister, they used soul suppressor nails to completely trap me in this body. I don't even have a chance to commit suicide. That's good. In that case, go in peace. As she spoke, Su Xianwan raised her hand to attack, but just then, a large hand directly grabbed Su Xianwan's hand. Su Xianwan looked back at Li Xian with some shock, yet what was presented to her was Li Xian's gentle smile. Just leave the fighting and killing to us men. Husband. Su Xianwan looked at Li Xian with a stunned expression. In the next moment, Li Xian gently pulled Su Xianwan behind himself. The Demon Suppression Division is it? Li now looked up at the people in front of him. At least I'm her husband. Come over to take someone without saying anything and not ask my opinion? You? The sword guard suddenly snorted. It's just that this Shadow Charmer helped you awaken your beast power and gain a beast soul that surpasses ordinary people, giving you some self-confidence. What do you think you are in front of the Jin Demon Division? You're not even an ant, you know that? Even your entire Lingyun City Li family is not even as good as trash in front of the Demon Suppression Division. A mere puppet whose mind has been compelled by the Shadow Charm. What qualifications do you have to show off in front of us? Do you think that your so-called manliness, your heroism, will move your so-called wife? I'm telling you, everything you're paying for is her using you. Okay? Finished? Li Xian silently watched all of this, not moving at all. As you said, the Li family is all a piece of trash in my eyes, and from the moment I stepped out of the Li family, I had nothing to do with them. But, I'm actually thankful for them, because, when I was still in the Li family, they married Xianwan to me. From the moment Su Xianwan married me, I swore that I would protect her with my life in this lifetime. I had my doubts. I knew Su Summerwing was different, but I didn't realize she was so far from the truth. Available at What's in it for me? At least from the time she married me until now. She's never had to hurt me. She's been with me all the way here and has given me more faith than I've ever had. So, for everything today, I live and die with my wife. The moment Su Xianwan looked at Li Xian's back in a daze, a tear slowly slipped from the corner of her eye. At this moment, the memories of the countless uncountable people she had devoured were thoroughly confused. Su Xianwan didn't know whether the feelings at this moment came from those devoured memories or from her shadow phantom itself. No. That's definitely not true. Shadamas doesn't have feelings. It must be of those feelings emanating from the devoured memories. All this time, I've just been using him, and when the time is right, I won't hesitate to devour his memories and abilities. Right, that's it. But, why should I shed tears? Su Xianwan stood there at a loss for words for a moment, staring blankly at Li Xian's back. At this moment, she felt for the first time that there really was a man, in her heart, so great, because from the time she was born, from the time she became conscious, she had never really admired or been impressed by any of the men in this world, but at the moment it was this man with low strength, with a little bit of chance, and only the strength of a silver royal beast master, who for the first time made her feel that this was what a man should really be like. Snap! There was a sudden burst of applause. The sword guard shook his head in admiration and said, "Shadow Charm, I have to say that your methods are truly admirable. Now it's amazing that you don't even need to devour it, and you can get people to die for you just by confusing them with your appearance. It's this conquest from the mind that's the craziest. But, boy, you're going to pay with your life for your poor, humble love." As he spoke, a huge, golden mantis-wielding twin sword slowly emerged behind the sword-wielding guard. 500-year-old soul beast, soul chopper twin-blade mantis. As for Li Xian, he wasn't the least bit afraid, and behind him, the silhouette of the whistling moon silver wolf slowly emerged. "Get ready to save your sister." Li Xian's voice entered Su Xianwan's ears, waking her up. Chapter 12. Let me do one last thing for you. 1,000-year beast soul. It really is 1,000-year beast soul. That sword guard lit up before his eyes, but then lamented. Unfortunately, just a silver imperial beast master. Cannot exert any great power? If you reach my level, platinum imperial beast master, maybe I'm not your opponent. But go to hell you. After the words trailed off, the sword guard leapt forward, and behind him, the soul-cutting dual-blade mantis instantly disappeared into his body. Man and beast in one, the ability of the golden imperial beast master. And at this moment, in the hands of that sword guard, there were also two more longswords. The longsword was as sharp as the twin blades of a praying mantis. He chopped hard at Li Xian, facing a platinum imperial beast master. Li Xian was not afraid, because there's a woman behind him that he's trying to protect, even if the enemy is strong. Wind and thunder. However, right at this moment, a sudden powerful force pulled Li Xian back. Phew! With a fleeting sensation, the sword-wielding guard's twin swords landed with a thud. At this moment, Li Xian was pulled behind Su Xianwan. It's too fast. It's just too fast. Li Xian looked at this scene in shock. If I hadn't been pulled back myself just now, before his own wind and thunder triple kill could be used, he was struck by that sword-wielding guard. "Husband, I'm grateful that you still stood up for me even after knowing my identity, but you're not a match for him yet," Su Xianwan said with a grave expression. "But just like what he said, I've been using you from the beginning to the end, you know? You are nothing more than a tool, a puppet in my eyes, so you'd better not flatter yourself. I know you have a beast soul that can fly. Get yourself out of here." After saying that, Su Xianwan looked up at the sword guards. "Today, all of you will die." After the words trailed off, a hideous and terrifying beast soul slowly emerged behind Su Xianwan. That beast soul was like a demon from the abyss, slowly crawling out from Su Xianwan's body. It was a mysterious monster with a pitch-black body, haunted by a shadow demonic aura. The shadow demon aura wrapped around his body, making it impossible to see his true appearance. With just a single shot in the void, Xia Xiao Xiao, who was lying on the ground in the distance, was sucked over and then landed in front of Li Xian. "If you still have any regard for husband and wife, do me one last favor and take her away and never come back." Looking at Su Xiao Xiao who was lying on the ground, Li Xian couldn't bear it in his heart, but he still picked her up. Then, the Light Saint Envoy beast soul appeared with a bang. The huge humanoid beast soul emitting a golden luster and growing two pairs of wings caused the distant Beast King mercenary group led by the Jin Demon Division and Zhoushan to be instantly startled. A ferocious wolf-like beast soul, a huge bull-like beast soul. This kid even has a mysterious humanoid beast soul. What kind of beast soul is this? There are even people who can make beast souls? With wings? She's not human. She's an angel. Angelic beast souls, unseen in ancient times. Seeing that Li Xian was going to leave with Xia Xiao Xiao, the people of the Demon Suppression Division swarmed to try to stop them. Roar! But just as he made his move, Su Xianwan let out a stern cry. The monstrous shadow demon Qi swept out, and dozens of people were instantly lifted off the ground. Only the sword guards and the guards with swords and others held on for dear life. Seeing this, Li Xian picked up Xia Xiao and flew out of the Two Realms cliff in one leap. Then he flew toward the Great Zhou boundary, which was a dozen feet away. Halfway through the leap, Li Xian hurriedly let run the beast power, communicated with the Light Holy Envoy, and used the Light Holy Envoy's ability to start healing for him. This girl has been hit by the soul-suppressing nail. We can only heal her external injuries and give her the ability to move. But we can't remove the soul-suppressing nail. Good. Heal as much as you can. In the next moment, golden light wrapped around Xia Xiao. At this moment, Xia Xiao, her pair of eyes, kept looking at Li Xian. Feeling the healing energy in her body, Xia Xiao suddenly smiled. Are you considered my brother-in-law? Being asked this, Li Xian froze for a moment. To marry in the open. To live and die together. Don't you think? Xia Xiao didn't reply. Chewing on Li Xian's words, it didn't take long to reach the opposite cliff. After putting him down, Li Xian said to Xia Xiao, your body's injuries have recovered, but I can't do anything about the soul-suppressing nail in your body. I can only give you the ability to move, but I can't take out the soul-suppressing nail, so hurry up and get out of here. What about you? Not coming along? Xia Xiao asked suspiciously. Go, my wife is still over there. How can I leave? Li Xian snorted, then waved his hand and said, come on, I've done what I promised your sister. You're going back? Xia Xiao looked at Li Xian in shock and asked, but what answered her was only Li Xian's resolute back. You'll die if you go back. My sister, she's very powerful. Nothing will happen. You're coming with me. You crazy bastard. We're shadow mistresses. You're a human. Is it worth it for you to give all this for a shadow mistress? Li Xian suddenly stopped. Then turning back slightly, he turned sideways to reveal half of his face and said with a smirk, maybe if I leave with you, I'll survive, but I won't be happy. One has to do something in life. In my last life I was on tenterhooks, and in this life I accomplished nothing until I met your sister. After saying that, Li Xian came to the edge of the cliff and leapt and flew out. Xia Xiao was just about to say something, but Li Xian had already flown away. We'll live, but we'll not be happy. One has to do something in life. Xia Xiao murmured Li Xian's words and eventually left. Before she left, she suddenly smiled. Why would I not want to save my sister? But Shadow Charmer has a mission and I must live. Gradually, Xia Xiao disappeared into the dense forest of the Great Zhou Cliff. Huffing. At this moment, on the Two Realms Cliff, Su Xianwan and the sword guard collided in midair before both being forced back. When they landed, they all gasped for air, and next to it, corpses were strewn everywhere. The Beast King Mercenary Corps and the Jin Demon Division's group of disciples and guards with swords were all dead or injured. Even the people from the Tiger's Whistle sect hid far away, fearing that they would be affected. But they didn't leave. Instead they watched the battle in silence, waiting for an opportunity to find a chance to deal a fatal blow to Shadowmist. Shadow Phantom Chief, truly living up to his name. Even after being hit with the soul-suppressing nail, he is already able to reach the Platinum Imperial Beastmaster realm. What a surprise! The sword guard looked at Su Xianwan incredulously. Who knew that the losses would be so severe after what was thought to be a win? But that's where it ends. Saying that, the sword-wielding guard took out 3 thick black nails. When Su Xianwan saw this, her pupils suddenly shrunk. Soul-suppressing nail. That's right. My master explained before his departure that he should never use the soul-suppressing nail until it's absolutely necessary. But now, the one I want to capture is the Shadow Phantom Chief. This soul-suppressing nail. It's just right to be able to use it. And it's not a waste. Whoosh! 3 soul suppressor nails flew in a zigzag pattern. Su Xianwan was startled, and the beast soul formed by the black shadowy demonic chi behind him let out a deadly spit, trying to knock down the soul-suppressing nail. But this soul-suppressor nail was prepared to restrain Shadow Charm. After the shadow demon chi came close, they were all dispersed, unable to avoid. Su Xianwan looked at the abyss behind her and prepared to jump. If these 3 soul-suppressing nails were nailed to her body, Su Xianwan would surely die. But just in the nick of time, a silhouette fell from the sky. Snort! 3 soul suppressor nails were ruthlessly shot into the figure. Ah! A miserable scream came, and Su Xianwan was just about to jump off the cliff to commit suicide when she jerked back to look, only to see that 3 meters away, Li Xian was kneeling on both knees, his arms supporting the ground as he let out a painful scream. Husband! Seeing this scene, Su Xianwan immediately stormed out. This tremor from the soul. Su Xianwan found the source. She knew that she wept, she grieved, she was moved, all from her own shadow demon essence body. Instead of those countless memories that were devoured, she was touched by the man in front of her. She had originally been unconvinced, but now, She believed. She's in love with him. Yes, a shadow charmer. A shadow charmer without feelings. With feelings. She's in love with this man. Husband. Husband. Su Xianwan gathered the beast soul formed by the shadow demon Qi behind her and pounced over regardless. 3 soul suppressor nails were nailed in from behind and pierced through the chest. The tips of the nails were faintly visible. At this moment, Li was now a blur in his chest. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Behind him, the sword guards cursed and leapt forward to kill Su Xianwan. Li Xian sensed the strange movement behind him and hissed with the last of his strength. Holy Minister of Light, I order you, take my wife away. Now, get my wife to the opposite cliff. Li Xian was covered in golden light. The Holy Messenger of Light reappeared. Upon hearing the order, the Light Saint Envoy picked up Su Xianwan and flew over to the opposite side. Husband, Su Xianwan broke free and hugged Li Xian to death. Go, go, I beg you, go. Let me do one last thing for you. Even though this matter is against the world, let me not regret this, okay? You go. Li Xian used his last strength to break Su Xianwan's hand away. Su Xianwan looked at Li Xian in a daze. 2 lines of tears could not stop sliding down. In the end, Su Xianwan took the yuan ring in her hand and threw it directly to Li Xian. Before Li finally passed out now, he put the yuan ring into his beast ring. Watching Su Xianwan being carried over, Li was now in a daze before his eyes. At this moment, the double swords of the sword guard had arrived. Li Xian clenched his teeth and used all his strength, then leapt forward and lunged down towards the 10,000 feet deep abyss. But it's still late. The double swords of the sword guards did not hesitate to stab into Li Xian's back. 3 soul-suppressing nails plus 2 sword-penetrating colds. Li Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and then completely fainted. However, Li now originally did not have enough strength to jump off the cliff. Under the added weight of those 2 swords, he was pushed down the cliff viciously. On the opposite side, the Holy Envoy of Light, who had just arrived at the edge of the cliff, dissipated between heaven and earth and returned to the beast prison due to the loss of Li Xian's spiritual support. The sword guards were alarmed. He didn't expect that he would end up with a boost, pushing Li Xian into a 10,000 foot cliff. If he captured Li Xian, he might be able to force the shadow charmer to show up, but unfortunately, he got nothing now. But then, the sword guard turned his thoughts. Even if he catches this fellow, according to Shadow Mist's temperament, he probably won't come to the rescue. Looking at the disappearing Su Xianwan on the opposite side, the sword guard snorted coldly before turning around and leaving. All that's left is this field of corpses. Chapter 13, from today on, your name is Li Xingchen. When Li Xian woke up, he realized that he was actually at the edge of a fast-flowing river. Just now the eye of the formation. The intense pain on his body made Li Xian let out a muffled grunt of pain. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps came from the distance. Li Xian was shocked, but he could not move his body at all. Ah! A scream rang out. Li now heard that it was a girl's voice. The next moment the girl yelled out and left. Teacher! Teacher! There's a dead man here. It wasn't long before a group of people arrived in a hurry. Li now closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. Instead, he saw the man roll over Li Present's eyes and measure his nose and carotid arteries. Then he said, alive! It was clearly the voice of a mature, middle-aged woman. Teacher, this person is still alive after such a serious injury. It can't be someone from Daxia, right? Teacher, why don't we leave him alone? Let's go. Teacher, I'm scared. This is the great forest of demonic beasts, the junction of the Xia and Zhou realms. This man must be from the Great Xia, or else we'll kill him and take him to claim the credit. And what if it's one of us from Great Zhou? At that moment, everyone was all quiet. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Not to mention that we're still from the Imperial Beast Academy. So how can we see death and save it? A mature female voice came again. You two get him up here. Li now couldn't move his body, so he could only let it be manipulated. After being carried up from the river, Li now felt the clothes on his body being torn open, and then some medicinal powder was sprinkled on his wounds. A cool sensation came over him, and the pain in Li's body was now much reduced. You two cut some branches and let's make a simple stretcher. Within a short time, Li Xian was lifted up. Feeling the gradually recovering vitality in his body, Li Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, this life has been saved, and I don't know where Xianwan is now. However, judging from their conversation just now, one was now in the territory of Great Zhou, and one was indeed a Daxia person, so one must not reveal one's identity. Right, I'll just pretend to have amnesia. After all, I'm justified in pretending to have amnesia after such a serious injury. Thinking this way, Li was now taken back and then arranged in a room. Li now closed his eyes and felt everything around him. I just saw the female teacher bring in wave after wave of people to observe herself. There are treatments for yourself and explanations for others. said he picked it up from the great forest of demonic beasts. Squeak! The door was closed softly. Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. It was a very simple house, small in size, holding 2 beds. 2 beds were placed opposite each other, with a small round table in the center, and a couple of stools with teapots and teacups on them. Li now pricked up his ears and listened carefully. It should be someone from the Great Summer Kingdom, right? Ah! What then? Principal? The female teacher exclaimed. Or we can just hand it over to the authorities. It's someone from the Great Xia Kingdom, but it's definitely a mortal enemy of the Great Xia Kingdom. Principal, what does that mean? The female teacher asked suspiciously. He had 5 fatal wounds, all in his chest, and they still ran from his back to his front. The principal explained. 2 of them are sword wounds, extremely sharp, and the other 3 are 3 black nails nailed to his chest. By the way, principal, why don't you take those 3 nails out? Because that's the Great Summer Kingdom, the soul-suppressing nail of the famous Demon Suppression Division. The principal said in a grave tone. Is that the one, called the right hand of God of the Great Summer Kingdom, the Jinmu Division? The schoolteacher asked incredulously. That's right, there are 2 great murderous weapons in the Great Summer Kingdom, the God's right hand Demon Suppression Division and the God's left hand Shilin Guard. The Department of Devil Suppression is in charge of all cases big and small, and the Kirin Guards are in charge of guarding the frontier. This person was injured by 3 soul-suppressing nails, so it was conceivable that he was an extremely important and wanted criminal in the Great Xia Kingdom. But it is not yet known whether he is a monstrous criminal who is 10 times worse, or a good man who has been wronged. Well, can't we just wait until he wakes up and ask him? Do you think he'll talk? Then what should we do now, principal? Don't let our academy draw fire because of him alone, or else we'll really hand it over to the officials to deal with it. The female teacher saved Li Xian out of kindness, but she didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble to the school because of Li Xian. No need. This matter should be kept quiet for now. I also have some affinity with the head of that great summer country's Jinmu division. I want to find out some things about the Jinmu division from this person. Go and get him a qualified identity over and stay in the academy for the time being. Yes, principal. Remember, this matter must not be publicized. And say to those students as well. Just say that this person is a former student of our academy. Don't worry, principal. The sound of footsteps faded away. The door was opened again, and Li now hastily closed his eyes. Light footsteps came. The sound of high heels on a wooden floor. I could tell it was the female teacher by the footsteps, only to see this female teacher come in front of Li Xian, then slowly lifted the clothes on Li Xian's chest. Looking at the hideous wound in the shape of a zigzag on her chest, the female teacher muttered to herself, I hope I didn't save a vicious bad guy. If I bring unnecessary trouble to the school, so I will regret it for the rest of my life. Feeling that now was a good time, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Li Xian, whose eyelashes were slightly moving, the female teacher immediately brightened up. Cough cough. Li Xian coughed lightly, but in the next moment, he let out a miserable scream. Ah! Coughing tugged at his chest, bringing about intense pain that instantly caused Li Xian to wail in agony. Don't you move. You're hurting so bad now. The governess was at once a little fidgety and comforting. Where is this place? Wait, who am I? Why can't I remember anything? Li Xian deliberately pretended to look confused and said, You? Looking at Li Xian, who didn't know anything, the female teacher hurriedly inquired, What is your name? I'm the one who saved you. This is the Great Joe Cloud Shadow Imperial Beast Academy. Li now murmured dully, seemingly reminiscing. What's my name? Yeah, what's my name? Do you even know what your name is? The female teacher asked in surprise. What's my name? Li Xian still murmured to himself, then made a pained face. Ah, my head hurts. My head. Just then, a man walked in from outside. What's wrong? The speaker was none other than the principal just now. He went and returned, ready to come back and instruct the schoolteacher in one thing, when he suddenly saw this scene. Headmaster, you're just in time. This boy, he seems to have lost his memory. Soul-suppressing nail is an attack against the soul spirit, and he was so seriously injured. It's not bad if his life is preserved. Losing his memory is a small matter. Seeing that Li Xian did not look like he was faking it, the principal explained with his own suspicion. That's right. You tell someone to inquire at the Beast King City on the border of the Great Xia. They might be able to find out about this person. Yes, principal. You really don't remember anything? The principal stood in front of Li Xian and stared dead in the eyes. But Li was now prepared for this and showed a vacant look. Who am I? Where am I? And who are you? Hey! The principal sighed. It seems to be a real memory loss. The 3 soul suppressor nails ran through his back, very skillfully passing through the gaps in his internal organs, and that's why they were able to save his life. I don't know if it was his luck or the skill of the people in the Jinmu division. Let him rest. and call in someone to take care of him for the next few days. Yes, come out here for a minute. I have something to tell you. With that, the two walked out again. In this way, Li now lay in bed for a full half-month. In this half a month, Li Xian was truly physically unable to move. The people from the Cloud Shadow Academy had found someone who specialized in taking care of Li Xian. It was just that what embarrassed Li Xian was that this person was actually a girl of about 16 or 17 years of age, but by the manner and skill with which she takes care of people, she seems to specialize in this line of work. It was probably also a child of a poor family who hadn't awakened their beast power before specializing in taking care of other people's ups and downs. At first, Li was now really embarrassed. Since she can't move her body, this little girl is the one who handles all the poop and pee. In other words, Li now looked at this little girl all over from top to bottom. But slowly, Li now adapted to this girl as well. And the reason why this girl was so open and generous in taking care of Li now, it's because in this girl's eyes, Li is now a person who has lost his memory and is as indistinguishable from a child. One day, the female teacher walked in again. During this time, Li Xian also knew her name, called Jin Ningjing. Married, but her husband was killed at the front. I've heard that I've never even been in a cave, because her husband was a general in the Great Zhou. On the day of their wedding, when Daxia came to invade, her husband went to the battlefield in his red dress, but this is goodbye forever. Jin Ningjing came in front of Li Xian. From today onwards, your name will be Li Xingchen. Understand? Li Xingchen? My name is Li Xingchen. Li now murmured the name. Li is now acting amnesiac, not a cutie. It's just forgetting certain things from the past, not forgetting some of the basic operations of life. After a few times of exhortations, Jin Serenity left the place. After Jin Ningjing left, the Qiaoer girl who took care of Li Xian smiled and walked up to Li Xian. Li Xingchen, so your name is Li Xingchen. If you weren't a little cutie, how good it should be. Pity this good skin. Li Xian's heart was 10,000 grass mud. The horse galloped past, while calling out in his heart, Lao Zi, this is amnesia, not a little cutie. However, the next moment, Li Xian heard Qiaoer working alone while murmuring to herself, I heard other people say that they are happy after they get married. Chapter 14, Three Kingdoms Characteristic Battle Styles. After Jin Ningjing left, he hurried to the principal's office. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The principal's authoritative voice came from inside. Headmaster, that kid's identity has already been processed. It's called Li Xingchen, right from our Cloud Shadow City's shelter area. A wounded soldier who retired from the battlefield. Great. The principal nodded. Also, regarding this person's origin, our people have returned from the Great Summer Beast King City. Oh, the principal immediately put down his work and looked up to ask, tell me about it. This person, named Li Xian, is the most wanted person in the Great Xia Kingdom, but he is not some kind of evil person. Moreover, according to the rumors, the reason for wanting him, surprisingly, says that he is a person from our Great Zhou Kingdom. It is reported that he and his wife were jointly wanted that day and forced to jump from the two-boundary cliff. He was revived by us and his wife was nowhere to be found. I really didn't think he was even married. Our Great Zhou Kingdom? The principal frowned at once. However, to be able to startle a person from our Great Zhou Kingdom who was wanted by the Demon Suppression Division, perhaps this person is someone from our Great Zhou Kingdom who has come from an extraordinary background. Perhaps it was secretly dispatched there by the Great Zhou Imperial clan. Maybe it's someone from another clan in Great Zhou. In any case, this person definitely comes from an extraordinary background and has a great deal to offer. The principal had utilized his brainchild to the extreme, hard-blowing Li Xian into a mysterious undercover agent from a great power or royal family. Be sure to take good care of this person. If this person regains his memory, perhaps our academy can soar because of him. Yes, since there is no problem with this person's identity, or he is a person of my Great Zhou, in order to avoid accidents, let him use the name Li Xingchen for the time being. I reckon that the Department of Devil Suppression won't be able to see his body, and will definitely send people to search for him. So if we continue to allow him to use the name of Li Xian, there will be trouble. Li Xian didn't even know that the principal's maneuvering had really spared him the worry of future problems, because at this time, the people of the Demon Suppression Division were indeed searching everywhere for Li Xian's body. He even sent people to secretly sneak into the Great Zhou territory to start searching. It also had undercover agents lurking within the Great Zhou territory conduct a search, but no one had thought that at this time, Li Xian had become a person who had lived in Great Zhou for 18 years and had also gone to war, resulting in a serious head injury and losing his memory. And it's also called Star Li. After about a month or so, Li Xian was finally able to get off the ground. The coquette who took care of Li Xian has also stayed around. It was just that Li was now silent all the time. The thing you do every day is sit on the front steps and look out at the view. It was because Li Xian had entered the beast ring since he could act. However, Li Xian was shocked to discover that he was unable to enter the beast ring. The 3 soul-suppressing nails in his body completely sealed Li Xian's beast power. At the moment, Li Xian was a man with no hands. The soul suppressor nail in his body prevented Li from doing anything now. You can't even go out and look for Su Xianwan. Dinner. Coquette's voice came from the house. Li now recovered from his thoughts, then slowly stood up. After today, I'm leaving, Xiaoer said with some loss while helping Li Xian to serve his meal. You're free to move around and I'm going to go and get my next job again. How nice would it be if you were never able to move around? That way I'd always be able to take care of you and stay by your side all the time. Li Xian was speechless. What's going on in this girl's head? Surprisingly, he cursed himself. Li Xian buried his head and ate his meal, and Xiaoer stared at Li Xian with her hands resting on her chin in a daze. I heard that there are breeder jobs at the academy. Why don't you try them out? Li Xian said as he ate. Coquette's eyes widened instantly. You're not a cutie. You can talk? You're not mute? It's like you can't wait for me to be a cutie. Isn't that right? Hey. No. Xiaoer waved her hand to explain in succession. I'm just, Coquette murmured for a moment, but didn't know how to explain it. I just lost my memory. I'm not stupid. Those are 2 concepts, okay? Isn't amnesia just stupid? Coquette mumbled something under her breath as she didn't seem to understand either concept. Li Xian shook his head inside. This girl, simple and cute. After eating, Li now stood up, intending to go out for a stroll. Wait a minute. Mentor Jin asked me to take care of your living. She said that wherever you go, she wants me to follow you. Coquette couldn't be bothered to clear the table and hurriedly followed. This was the first time Li now stepped out of this courtyard. It is a small courtyard located at the back of the college. After the small courtyard went out, it was where the instructors lived. Is this that distant cousin of Tutor Jin? It seems so. When I first heard that the husband who died in battle after Tutor Yen was in the same army in the first place, probably because of kinship and because it was because of his relationship with Mentor Yan's husband. So Mentor Yen took him out of the holding area. I heard he lost his memory and can't remember what his name is. Isn't that silly? Li Xian kept walking out. Listening to the people around him talking couldn't help but feel a little speechless. How come all these people think that amnesia means stupidity? Just like Cozy? After passing through the area where the tutors lived, Li Xian arrived at the teaching area of the academy. At this point, many of the trainees coming and going were talking and laughing in groups. Li Xian had also gained a certain understanding of the academy over the past month. This academy is called the Cloud Shadow Imperial Beast Academy. It was an academy in one of the Great Zhou's collar cities, Cloud Shadow City. Cloud Shadow City was located on the border of Great Zhou, bordering Great Xia, and was not very far from the area where the 2 countries were at war. So relatively speaking, Cloud Shadow City wasn't exactly peaceful. Li Xian wanted to take a walk out of the academy, but he was stopped by Xiaoer. Mentor Jin said not to let you go out. In desperation, Li now had no choice but to call it quits. Tasteless, Li Xian went back, but just as he returned, Jin Ningjing came. Where have you guys been? Jin Ningjing's long hair was draped over her shoulders with a little bit of waves, and a light blue tight-fitting robe, which showed off her plump, fat figure displayed perfectly without a doubt. On her feet, she wore a pair of short boots, giving the impression of maturity with a hint of girlishness. Seeing Jin Ningjing, Li Xian revealed a sincere smile. To be honest, if it wasn't for Jin Ningjing, I'm afraid I would have died. So for Jin Ningjing, Li existing a kind of heartfelt gratitude. And, after this month together, Jin Ningjing was extraordinarily caring towards Li Xian, allowing Li Xian to experience a sibling-like sort of emotion. Sister. Li Xian opened his mouth and called his sister straight, calling Jin Ningjing's heart to blossom. Hey, what a good boy. Jin Serenity smiled and stroked Li Xian's head. Star. Sis came over today to talk to you about something. I want you to carry out your studies at the academy. I don't know if you're willing to do that? Learning? Don't you need beast power to learn from the imperial beasts? Could it be that you've forgotten? Beast masters, are they divided into 2 kinds? Jin Serenity explained. Awakening the beast power and absorbing the soul of the beast. This is the true meaning of the imperial beast master, and the most powerful one. But there's another kind of imperial beast master that goes about raising demonic beasts, nurturing a living demonic beast with affection so as to command that beast to fight. Li Xian was instantly puzzled. In the past, when I was in Disya, it seems that I hadn't heard of this kind of imperial beast master. This is a means of combat that our great Zhou has researched, and we will select some demonic beasts with a gentle character that are suitable for cultivation. Hearing this, Li Xian suddenly came to a realization. Each country, outside of the basic imperial beast master, has its own other specialty battles. This way of imperial beasts in Great Zhou was their characteristic fighting style, and Daxia's firearms. Daxia's firearms are world famous, but ordinary people don't have access to that stuff. Firearms are in the hands of the Daxia army. Daxia has two bottom cards, God's right hand Zenmushi, God's left hand Kirinwai. The name of this Kirin guard is derived from the possession of powerful firearms. This powerful firearm can cause fatal damage to the Imperial Beastmaster. There was another powerful nation, the Great Shan. The Great Merchant State has always been relatively neutral. They don't clash with the other two countries and they don't interact with the other two countries. But don't you underestimate the Great Merchant State. They have their own special fighting style in addition to the basic sentinel. That's puppetry. They can refine wood, stone, etc. into puppets with great power. There was also the ability to take the corpses of powerful demonic beasts and refine them into puppets. This kind of powerful fighting style made both Great Xia and Great Zhou not dare to provoke it. Hearing that Jin Serenity had asked herself to feed a demonic beast and learn how to cultivate to obtain a demonic beast, Li Xian was instantly interested. But sister, can you let Xiaoer go along too? Xiaoer, who was just standing quietly behind Li Xian, raised her head in shock after hearing Li Xian's words. Jin Serenity looked towards Xiaoer, but after a slight thought, she asked, would you like to? Coquette. Mentor Jin. I can, Coquette asked, incoherent with excitement. Sure, you can go with Star if you want, but again, you still have to take care of him. Aha, I do. Xiaoer nodded her head in agreement. Alright then, I'll go and check in for you too, and you'll go directly to the Demon Beast Courtyard area tomorrow to collect your own demonic beasts, and then start classes. Cultivating demonic beasts was a characteristic fighting style of the Great Zhou. The main powerful thing was that they had their own way of cultivating demonic beasts. After Jin Ningjing left, Xiaoer excitedly grabbed Li Xian's hand. Thank you. I didn't expect that you would let me follow you. As a royal beastmaster, it's something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. When I go back later, I will tell my family this news. They will definitely be proud of me. The next day, Li Xian and Xiaoer arrived at the place specializing in cultivating demonic beasts. It took up almost half of the entire academy. Because of the number of demonic beasts cultivated here, thousands of them. After coming here and reporting his name, Li Xian and Xiaoer arrived at a place to receive demonic beast cubs. Chapter 15, Selecting Demonic Beast Cubs. Here, there were countless demonic beasts of all colors. Some of them were viviparous, some were oviparous, and there were all kinds of demonic beasts of all kinds. In addition, these demonic beasts were specifically hybridized. They added some demonic beast bloodlines with gentle personalities to the process of combining ferocious demonic beasts. From there, it can be easier for a man to control and not lose his original animalistic nature. There were so many people here picking out demonic beast cubs. The mentor introduced, here are the flying bird-type demonic beast cubs, here are the walking beast-type demonic beast cubs, and here are the aquatic-type demonic beast cubs. You can pick your own demonic beast cubs according to your inner senses. Time 2 quarters, pick as soon as possible. At that moment, everyone present walked towards the demonic beast cub of their choice. But when Li Xian saw them, most of them looked at the demonic beast cubs, especially the girls. As long as it was a cute demonic beast, it was their chosen opponent. Only some of the boys, on the other hand, specialized in picking out some ferocious demonic beasts, such as tigers, leopards, jackals and wolves. The cubs of these demonic beasts. Li Xian slowly walked among these cubs, and right at this moment, a small black snake suddenly crawled up along Li Xian's ankle. Hiss! In the next moment, the small snake opened its mouth and took a bite at Li Xian's calf. Ah! Li Xian let out a miserable scream and hurriedly lifted his pants leg to look at it. All he saw was a small black snake about 2 fingers long wrapping itself around his calf and biting it to death. The tutor not far away saw this scene and immediately ran over. That mentor's eyes were quick and grabbed the small black snake, then began to check Li Xian's wounds. Luckily, it's just a pup, not too toxic. With that, he put some antidote powder on Li Xian's calf. Go rest. You'll feel dizzy and nauseous when the toxicity comes up in a while. Come back to pick a demonic beast after you've rested, the mentor advised. Wait a minute, teacher, Li Xian said in a hurry. I'll take it. Li Xian pointed at the small black snake in his mentor's hand and said, Ah, he bit you and you still want him? That's not good for your future training. Oh, he bit me. That means he likes me. Why doesn't he go bite someone else? Li Xian said with a smile. Teacher, give him to me. Surely he won't bite me again. Then be careful. The teacher didn't refuse and slowly placed the small black snake in Li Xian's hand. However, to the tutor's surprise as well, the little snake did coiled quietly after being placed in Li Xian's hand. Hey, little guy. Li now walks off into the distance in a beautiful manner, because just a moment ago, a voice rang out in Li Xian's mind. Lord Prison Master. Yellow number 99 Prison Cell Ancient Demonic Beast. Golden-scaled poison python. Meet Lord Prison Master. That's right. It's the huge black golden-scaled poison python from Jail Cell 99. Because Lee is now hit with the soul suppressor nail, the power of the beast is sealed. The Whistling Moon Silver Wolf and the Light Saint Envoy and the Shadow Bull Demon in the beast prison became anxious. They tried their best to communicate with Li Xian, but there was nothing they could do. But right at this moment, the Holy Envoy of Light suddenly thought of a solution. The golden-scaled poison python has a powerful bloodline inheritance ability, so as long as he is revived, if the Lord Prisoner encounters a snake-type demonic beast, he will be able to communicate through the snake-type demonic beast. Thus, the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf then transferred the recovery energy in his body to the golden-scaled poison python, revived the golden-scale poison python from its slumber. The powerful bloodline power affected the surrounding snake demonic beasts. It was only then that the little snake took a bite out of Li Xian. Sitting quietly in the waiting area, Li Xian excitedly cried out in his heart, "How are you guys doing? Is everything alright?" Hiss. Right at this moment, the little black snake in his hand lifted its little head and spat its letters at Li Xian. At the same time, the golden-scaled poison python's voice resounded in his head. "Lord Prisoner, I have the power of my bloodline to influence this black iron serpent, using him as a medium to communicate with you, currently in the beast prison. The other demonic beasts are all safe and sound. I don't know what has happened to Lord Prisoner. I've been hit by 3 soul-suppressing nails. My beast power has been sealed and I can't enter the beast prison. Ask the other demonic beasts to see if there's a solution?" Yes, in the beast prison. The golden-scaled poison python immediately told the other demonic beasts about Li Xian's situation, but what made people speechless was that these demonic beasts were all unaware of it. Soul suppressor nail? What's that? Never heard of it. It's just a trick word for sealing the beast's power, but that 70th guy should know. Prison cell number 70. It's empty at first glance, but look closely and you can see in the corner, hiding a tiny bug the size of a fingernail cap. This little bug had a pair of small wings, and upon closer inspection, his head actually looked like a human face, with obvious 5 senses, but the 5 senses were twisted, making one's scalp numb. This little bug, called a soul bug, feeds on souls, and it controls hearts. In ancient times, it was an extremely terrifying existence. The soul worm imprisoned here, on the other hand, was still a soul worm queen mother. With that, the golden-scaled poison python told Li Xian about the situation here. "Lord Warden, the soul insects in prison cell number 70 have a way to undo the soul-suppressing nail. If we can revive them, we might be able to help Lord Warden. How am I supposed to bring him back to life then? Since you can't enter the beast prison, you can't directly input energy to us. The only way is to resuscitate the soul insects through me, but I'm currently still in the weakened stage. Or the Tsunami Moon Silver Wolf inputted some energy to me, and we're too far away from prison number 70 to directly transmit the energy. The only way is to allow me to completely recover, in order to revive the soul insect. Recovery at 100%? Li Xian's face gradually became grave. For such a long time, how many precious medicinal herbs had the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf eaten before breaking through 20%? If the golden scale poison python is completely restored, I don't know how much precious herbs and energy that would require. By the way, Xian Wan's ring is in the beast ring. Can't you guys go get it yourselves? Lord Warden, that Yuan ring is outside the prison. We can't get out. Hearing this, Li now sighed in disappointment. Still, that's always hopeful. Lord Prisoner only needs to do so by feeding the black iron serpent in your hand, and I will be able to directly ingest the energy. Got it. Stroking the black iron snake in his hand, Li Xian ended his conversation with the golden-scaled poison python. Right at this moment, the others had also picked out their respective demonic beasts. Coquette came bounding over, carrying a cute white bunny in her arms. Reality Li couldn't figure out what use this little bunny with no killing power would be, even if it was cultivated into a royal beast. Do you want it to go into battle and bud someone to death? Star, I found this little bunny. Isn't he cute? Xiao'er excitedly came to Li Xian and asked. Cute is cute, but don't you think it's not very lethal? Li Xian said from the bottom of his heart. This is your only chance to turn over a new leaf. Picking a good demonic beast will help you a lot in the future. The purpose of the imperial beasts is to go to battle, not to keep pets. Do you understand? Xiao'er's family was poor, which is why she had to go into waitressing. Now with Li Xian's help, he could come to the Imperial Beast Academy to walk the path of the Imperial Beast. Such a good opportunity. It would be a pity if he didn't cherish it and waste it. But, I don't think it's weak, Coquette said with an innocent look on her face. Look at its little legs. They kick like crazy. Li Xian helplessly rolled his eyes. Well, see for yourself. What he could help Li Xian had already helped. As for how it would end, it was up to Xiao'er herself. Soon, the others picked their respective demonic beasts. and then came down to a very large classroom under the guidance of their mentor. Students, have you picked out your demon beast heads yet? There. A neat response came from the classroom. You can't awaken beast power. Cultivating demonic beasts is the only way. For the demonic beasts in your hands, it's not too late to have regrets, because in a moment, if you sign a bloodline link, you won't have a chance. The Great Joe's way of the imperial beasts lies in the fact that one can establish a bond with the demonic beasts to better cultivate a relationship. This was the essence of the Tao of the Great Joe imperial beast. No one recoiled, and the mentor nodded, then called the men up one by one. Bloodline linking is to take the blood of a beast master and feed it into the body of a demonic beast after fusing it with the blood of the demonic beast through a special method. Although it doesn't feel like anything special right now, but for the demonic beasts, it has become dependent on you if nothing else. Li Xian extended his fingertips out, and the mentor took out a drop of blood with an extremely fast technique, then fed it into the black iron snake's body by fusing it with the black iron snake's blood. Right at this moment, Li Xian's mind suddenly had an information sense established with the golden-scaled poison python. That was the golden-scale poison python's recovery progress. Originally, the golden-scaled poison python's recovery progress was only 1%. After establishing a connection with the black iron serpent, the recovery was at 2%. Could it be that my blood can promote the recovery of the golden-scaled poison python? Thinking of this, Li Xian said to his mentor, "Teacher, can you feed the black iron snake some more of my blood? Maybe it can promote the strength of the bloodline connection." "It won't work, and you're not the only one who's had that thought." The mentor smiled faintly. Li Xian did not force himself and sat down in his seat. However, Li Xian bit his own fingertip and then shoved it into the black iron snake's mouth. The black iron snake looks like it's eating, sucking on Li Xian's fingertips like milk. Sucking on Li Xian's fingertips, Li Xian could clearly feel his blood entering the black iron snake's body. However, to Li Xian's disappointment, the golden-scaled poison python's recovery progress never increased again. Looks like it's really the same as what the teacher said. Li drew back his fingers in disappointment, but looked down. However, he was shocked to find that the black iron snake had grown significantly larger in size after eating his blood. Since the black iron snake was a medium for the golden-scaled poison python to recover, then the black iron snake's strength should also have a direct relationship to the golden-scaled poison python's recovery. When Li Xian thought of this, he continued to start feeding the black iron snake with his own blood. After feeding for a while, Li now felt as if his body was being sucked dry. A little giddy. Just as he was about to finish, Black Iron Snake spat out his own fingers and drifted off to sleep. No. This will suck people dry. It seems like we have to find a way to make him suck other people's blood, or the blood of demonic beasts. When he thought of this, Li Xian thought of the place where he had just selected the demonic beasts. Chapter 16, Demon Beast Restaurant. Next, the mentor went on to talk about some items of note between Imperial Beastmasters and demonic beasts. For example, demonic beasts cannot be taken out of the academy while they are cubs. All demonic beasts must be kept at the academy. Not until you can control the demonic beasts comfortably. The first was the fear of the demonic beasts hurting people, and the second was the fear of the demonic beasts being harmed. After the lesson, the instructor took everyone back to the feeding area. From now on, all demonic beasts will be kept here for breeding. Each trainee would come over at a fixed time to feed the demonic beasts, depending on their habits, and they must be hand-raised. This helps directly in building the relationship up front. This way of imperializing the beasts required waiting for the time when the demonic beasts were ready to fight. Less than 3 years, more than 5. So the exact graduation is based on the affection and bond that your bred demonic beasts have established with you. If the black iron snake is locked up here, you won't be able to recover the golden scale poison python through the black iron snake, so you have to bring it with you. Li Xian was in a difficult situation, so he found his mentor and asked about it. Teacher, my demonic beast is only a bit bigger than the palm of my hand. Is it okay if I want to carry it on my body? No, this is the rule. The black iron snake grows very fast. In a few months it can grow to a few meters long. The adult black iron snake is even up to dozens of meters long. With strong winding power, it's dangerous for you to stay on it. But, he already listens to me, Li Xian said with some anxiety. Cut. How obedient. The mentor said dismissively. The demonic beast you just received today. You think you're a beast mastering genius. But in the next moment, the tutor's eyes widened. It was only under Li Xian's control that the black iron snake climbed up and down around Li Xian's body. Sometimes it came around the neck to the top of the head, and sometimes it burrowed inside Li Xian's clothes. Okay, little guy, come on out. At Li Xian's summons, the black iron snake obediently came to Li Xian's palm. Mentor, I feel very close to him. Wouldn't it be a bit of a loss if I were to be locked up here to break that feeling in connection? Oh my god, this is unbelievable. This guy bit you and I didn't realize that he had such an understanding and connection with you, the mentor said incredulously. Wait a minute. Your situation is very special. I have to report it to the academy before I can finalize it. Okay, teacher. I'll wait for you. Having established such a good relationship in the early stages, this would be of great use to Li Xian in controlling this demonic beast in the future. Most importantly, in the middle of the whole control, Li is now taking the initiative. Domesticated live demonic beasts. Some will be groomed to be partners of equal status. Some people will cultivate an absolute up and down relationship. Some people will even be controlled by the demonic beast in return. And only if you give the demonic beast certain benefits will he listen to you. And now that Li's black iron snake was still a cub, Li now established an up and down relationship based on partnership. If there were no surprises, Li Xian could completely control the black iron snake in the future. This level of control, on this path of the imperial beast, is called the perfect imperial beast. It wasn't long before the tutor returned, and at the same time, Jin Serenity unexpectedly followed over. Accompanying him was the head of a demonic beast school district. Sis. Seeing Jin Ningjing, Li Xian walked over cordially. This teacher said that you were able to control the demonic beast perfectly after you just received him? Yes, sis. Look. Li Xian took out the black iron snake with some smugness. Come on, climb on my head. Only to see the black iron snake swish and crawl down Li Xian's arm to his neck, then around his neck to the top of his head. Come on down. At Li Xian's call, the black iron snake once again returned to the palm of his hand. Sister, Blackie and I have a great understanding. I would like to take him with me. I wonder if that's possible. Mr. Ryu. Look at. Jin Serenity looked towards that head of the demonic beast school district. Just during the cubs, there is such tacit understanding, and there is attention to cultivation when you bring it with you, but you have to make sure that you don't let the black iron snake run around. Okay? Don't worry, teacher. He's obedient. Li Xian was instantly delighted and hastily said. With Jin Ning's face, Li Xian managed to bring the black iron snake with him. After school in the afternoon, all the students were reluctant to leave the place. Coquette even had red eyes, as if it was a matter of life and death with that little bunny of hers. After returning to his room, Li Xian couldn't wait to take out the black iron snake. The little guy spat out his letters as if to tell Li now that he was hungry. With that, Li now brought the leftovers on the table in front of him. But this guy doesn't give a. Li Xian was inspired and immediately came outside, then began to look under the trees and in the grass. It didn't take long to find some little bugs over. Seeing these living creatures, the black iron snake opened its small mouth and swallowed them in one bite. After the black iron snake's abdomen visibly bulged, it drifted back to sleep. Good man. What a way to eat and sleep. This guy is still small enough to carry straight in his pocket. However, Li now had to find some precious herbs that could restore his energy to come as soon as possible. There was just no way to stay at the academy. And in addition, the body could not be strenuously exercised, which made it difficult for Li Xian. However, just as Li Xian was puzzled, Jin Ningjing came over and found Li Xian. Star, you've just obtained your own demonic beast. In the future, you should cultivate your demonic beast and learn the way of the imperial beast at school. Got it, sis. Don't worry. Li now nodded obediently. Sister, here is a demon crystal of a 200 years portion of a demonic beast, and it's still in the body of a snake-type demonic beast. You're adopting a black iron snake, so when the black iron snake is a bit bigger, you let it swallow this demon crystal. It'll have a great effect on the growth of the black iron snake. Looking at a crystal clear gemstone in his hand that was only the size of a fingernail cap, Li Xian was instantly enlightened. Demon crystals, the source of power within a demonic beast. It's the same as human animal power. However, demon crystals would only slowly form in demonic beasts that were over 100 years old. The longer the vintage of the demonic beast, the larger the size of the demon crystal. This nail cap-sized demon crystal was indeed that of a 100 or 200-year-old demonic beast. And just then, the black iron snake seemed to sense something, only to see that it didn't sleep anymore, poking out its little head from Li Xian's pocket, with a pair of eyes staring at the demon crystal. In the next moment, it unexpectedly shot out like a spring and opened its small mouth to swallow the demon crystal in Li Xian's hand. Good lord! I just fed you bugs. Li Xian was surprised by the speed of the black iron snake. That guy is crazy when he sees food. However, what made Li Xian excited was that the recovery degree of the golden-scaled poison python in the beast prison that had eaten the black iron snake with demon crystals had actually risen by another 2%. At this moment, the recovery degree of the golden-scaled poison python had directly reached 4%. Herbs, demon crystals, all that contained energy could restore the golden-scaled poison python. A shortcut idea suddenly came to Li Xian's mind. That is to let the black iron snake grow up as soon as possible. Then he would enter the great forest of demonic beasts to hunt other demonic beasts. The blood and flesh of demonic beasts also had energy. snakes were good at devouring as a whole, and the bodies of demonic beasts, as well as the demon crystals in their bodies, could drastically increase the recovery degree of the golden-scaled poison python. This little guy, who was just born only a few days ago, will not be able to stand his body if he swallows 200 years of demon crystals, Jin Serenity exclaimed. But then, he only saw the black iron snake return to Li Xian's pocket once again, and then drifted off to sleep. Seeing that the black iron snake was unharmed, Jin Serenity was instantly relieved. Sister, the black iron snake likes to eat living things. Where do you think we'll go to get these things for him in the future? Li now asked in a difficult voice. The Demonic Beast School District has food specifically for rearing demonic beasts, and those are some of the demonic beasts that have been hunted back from the Demonic Beast Great Forest. Our school's senior academy will have a school mission to hunt demonic beasts from the Great Forest of Demonic Beasts. Not only could they improve their combat skills, but they could also solve the problem of food for the demonic beasts that the school was raising. In addition, they earn academy credits, which can be exchanged for many precious things. And these things? Li Xian instantly brightened up. Then how can I take the quest? The mission hall of the Academy Student Union will have it, as long as you're from the school. But don't think about that, the Black Iron Serpent is still in its growth stage. It doesn't have much fighting power, and it's going to the Great Forest of Demonic Beasts. It's very dangerous, Jin Serenity admonished. I know, sis, don't worry. Li Xian said this with his mouth, but inside, he already had a rough plan. The next day, Li Xian first went to the Demonic Beast School District. There were demonic beast foods provided here, and Li Xian wanted to see if these demonic beast foods could provide the golden-scaled poison python's recovery degree. When Li Xian arrived at the Demonic Beast School area, he saw many large pieces of demonic beast corpses being cut into sizes suitable for feeding, and distributed to all the trainees individually for them to go and feed them personally. Li now received his ration of food and then took out the black iron snake. But who knows? This guy was not even the slightest bit interested in what was in front of him. Right at this moment, the golden-scaled poison python's voice rang out. Lord Prisoner, the black iron serpent is only interested in living things, and by swallowing living things, the power of its blood and chi is also very useful for my recovery. Hearing this, Li Xian suddenly came to a realization. Seeing that his mentor wasn't paying attention, Li Xian directly slipped into the place where the demonic beast cubs were selected yesterday. There are full-time breeders here who are feeding these little guys. Along with the growth of these little ones, these demonic beasts would and will be bred to be used for slaughter. After all, only the cubs have to be suitable for training, and if they grow up, they're hard to tame. Li Xian stood at the doorway and let Black Iron Snake in, while he himself kept a lookout outside. After the Black Iron Snake went in, it found a demonic beast of a suitable swallowing size and swallowed it in one gulp. Only after eating 3 demonic beast cubs in a row did the Black Iron Snake wobble back to Li Xian's side. Looking at the Black Iron Snake with a bulging belly, Li Xian hemmed and hawed and hurriedly left the place. Afterwards, Li Xian arrived at the Student Union Mission Hall. Those who came and went here were all Imperial Beast Masters who truly had beast power and absorbed the souls of beasts. Li Xian looked around curiously, only to see different quests written on the walls of the hall. There were those who helped the Academy find medicinal herbs and those who helped the Academy hunt demonic beasts. These quests are categorized as low, medium, and high-level quests. Low-level quests reward credits between 1 to 10 points. Intermediate quests reward credits between 10 to 100, and high-level quests reward credits between 100 to 500. There were also some special-level quests that rewarded more than 1,000 credits, but those tasks are simply not something that ordinary trainees can accomplish. Not even a senior Imperial Beast Master could accomplish it. Generally, hunting demonic beasts that were less than 50 years old was a low-level quest. 50 years to 200 years is a mid-level task. 200 to 500-year-old demonic beasts belong to advanced quests. This is also for the different levels of the Sentinel Beastmaster to be safely divided. And right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly saw that on the other side of the hall, there was a credit exchange office. Curious to come here, Li now realized that all students could consume their credits to redeem what you want here. With a glance, Li Xian's eyes widened. The exchange price list was endless. What with centuries of herbs and centuries of goblins, even herbs that are thousands of years old. That price, however, is too much to look at. And there are many other powerful weapons. Equipment. Right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly saw something that was priced at 100,000 credits. Beast Soul Pill enhances the absorbed beast soul by 10 years. There's even such a strange medicine under the sky. This was greatly beyond Li Xian's cognitive realm. It was well known that the higher the age of the beast soul, the stronger it was. If you absorb a beast soul that is 100 years old, then what comes out is the power of a beast soul that is 100 years old. But after eating this elixir, a beast soul of 100 years would be raised to 110 years. It may seem dispensable, but it has a boost that can't be underestimated in same-level matchups. After strolling around for a while, Li Xian had a detailed understanding of the student union's task release and credit exchange, and right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly saw that there were complimentary 100 credits for newly enrolled students. Curious, Li Xian handed his student ID card to the person at the credit exchange office. After letting him make an inquiry, he really found that among his student ID card, there were 100 credits stored. But 100 credits here can't be exchanged for anything good at all. If you had 1,000 credits, you could also exchange it for a 500-year-old demon crystal, or a 500-year-old herb. And the 200-year-old demon crystal that Jin Ningjing had given to Li Xian was sold here for 500 credits. Also, credits are transferable to each other. So at the college, privately, there are a lot of people selling credits. Although there are also things out there that you can buy with money as well that you want. But relatively speaking, the college redeems things with credits. Prices are 20% cheaper than outside. In response, some people's business acumen comes out. They'll take what they've exchanged for credits at the academy and take it out and sell it. But then the college found out about it and put an express stop to the behavior. Once found, they will be confiscated outright. But in the face of profit, there are always people who are desperate. After understanding these basic rules, Li now went back. All that was needed now was for the black iron snake to grow up as quickly as possible. And right after Li now walked out of the student council mission hall, two sneaky men came out from behind a large tree not far away. See? Look closely. It should be this guy. I just don't know if the wanted notice still counts. Of course forget it. As long as the person doesn't die. Catch and forget it. Good lord. $200,000. Now we're rich. Gotta find a way to lure him out of the academy. Get some contacts. Find out what he needs. And put the word out. Yes. The two looked at Li Xian's figure and skillfully discussed something. The next day, Li Xian continued to bring the black iron snake to the demonic beast school district to steal food. The black iron snake silently burrowed into the area of the demonic beast cubs, and there was another burst of chicken and dog inside, and the black iron snake walked out after a long time with a big belly. Good lord, you ate 4 today. Looking along with it, for circular marks were clearly visible on the abdomen of the black iron snake. Move. Just then, Li Xian suddenly noticed the breeder coming this way. Just after Li was now gone, the breeder walked into the cub rearing area. As always, they took care of the cubs. Right at this moment, a breeder suddenly said suspiciously, "Why do I feel that the demonic beast cubs on my side have become fewer? Probably another teacher brought someone over to adopt." The two didn't care, so they continued to start feeding. Just as Li Xian hurriedly ran out, he bumped into someone head-on. I'm sorry. Li Xian only felt a refreshing scent on his nose. And when he looked up, he found a girl with long hair reaching her waist and holding a small fox demonic beast in her arms standing in front of him. It's okay, classmate. You're okay. The girl's voice was beautiful and she smiled sweetly, instantly looking at Li Xian. I'm fine, classmate. Are you also from the Demon Beast School District? The girl smiled, stroking the little fox in her arms with her hand. This little fox is adorable with his blonde fur. Yes, classmate. You bumped into me. Don't you want to show some respect? The girl asked with a playful smile. Indication? What do you want? Li Xian asked suspiciously. How about this? You treat my little fox to a meal at the Demon Beast restaurant. It won't cost you many credits, and it'll give you a chance to have lunch with a beautiful woman. Li Xian, a demonic beast restaurant? What's that? No way. You don't even know about the Demon Beast dining hall. Are you a freshman? The girl looked at Li Xian in surprise and asked. Yeah, I just got here a couple days ago. No wonder. The girl had a moment of realization. After some introductions, Li now realized. It turned out that the academy would fuse some demon crystals with energy-rich meats to create food that demonic beasts liked. But there is a cost of credits there. Many of the imperial beast masters of the Demon Beast School District would go where they would occasionally give their demonic beasts a break from their cravings and promote the promotion of their relationship with each other. I can't believe there's a place like this. Take me there to see it. Senior sister. I'll treat your little fox to a feast. He. Well, then, respectfully, after some understanding, Li Xian learned that the girl was called Panting. It's a middle-grade student in the Demon Beast School District. The Demon Beast restaurant is large and beautifully decorated. Coming and going are students from the school district. In their arms, or behind them, they were followed by some demonic beasts that they had tamed. There are cute types and fierce types, but the large demonic beasts were on leashes. Li Xian couldn't figure out that the students of the Demonic Beast School District were ordinary people. In case the tamed demonic beasts were stimulated to hurt someone, how could that one rope be bolted down? One must know that different demonic beasts would be hostile to each other. However, after arriving here, Li Xian observed for a while, and all found that these demonic beasts seemed to be very amicable. This may be due to environmental factors related to domestication from childhood. If it was a wild demonic beast inside the great forest of demonic beasts, it would probably have pounced on it long ago. It was like a food and culture plaza, with different stores targeting different demonic beasts. Panting breezed over to a demonic beast restaurant that featured fox demonic beasts. By the way, what is your demonic beast? I'll take you to feed your demonic beast some delicacies later. Mine is a black iron snake. Ah, Pantin let out a gasp of surprise. I'm most afraid of snake demonic beasts. Looking at Panting's pouting appearance, Li Xian was just about to take out his demonic beast when he dismissed the idea. Not long after, plates of exquisite demonic beast delicacies were brought up. Panting placed the little fox on the table, and the little fox skillfully went over and feasted on it. Li Xian saw that these so-called demonic beast delicacies were all too much compared to the food eaten by humans. This one treat alone sells for 1 credit. It may not seem expensive, but it is, because every credit is hard-earned. The little fox ate all the food in no time, and Panting carefully wiped off the food remnants around its mouth, simply treating this little fox as a pet. Subsequently, under Panting's guidance, Li Xian arrived in a restaurant that specialized in snake cuisine. Panting was reluctant to go in and said she would wait at the door, so it seemed she was really afraid of snakes. Li now walked in curiously, found a number of other customers in here. Only on the table, a snake of different colors and sizes was devouring some live demonic beast cubs. The demonic beast food here is a bit more brutal, because of the characteristics of snake-like demonic beasts. That's why the food this restaurant puts out will be different. Coming to the ordering front desk, Li now looked at the price list on it and studied it. The price list is very detailed with the food labeled. He will recommend different foods based on the length and size of your demonic beast. Li now found the appropriate food recommendations according to the length of the black iron snake. Shadow mouse pups, 1 credit. Blasted bird egg, 1 credit. Cold pond earthworms, 2 credits. The waiter introduced the food, which had been fed with demon crystals for half a month to a month. The body holds a lot of energy. Generally speaking, after a snake-type demonic beast ate it, it wouldn't need to eat again for half a month. The black iron snake is related to the recovery degree of the golden scale poison python, and the child can no longer suffer. Afterwards, Li Xian directly gave black iron snake an order of thunder dog pups. The palm-sized thunder dog pups were still alive, and after being brought up, they were placed in front of the black iron snake. The black iron snake had just eaten, but it was faced with such delicious food. Still, he swallowed it in 1 gulp. After the black iron snake swallowed the thunder dog pup, Li Xian felt the recovery degree of the golden scaled poison python grow to 5%. Great stuff! Chapter 17, Successful Counterattack. At the same time, Li Xian realized that after the black iron snake swallowed the thunder dog, it directly transformed into the recovery degree of the golden scaled poison python. So at this moment, the black iron snake could still continue to feed, while converting recovery speed. Some of the food that the black iron snake devoured would also be converted into its own energy as a way to grow. Li now tentatively purchased another food item. Without saying a word, the black iron snake directly transformed into a king of big appetite and swallowed it. However, this time, there was no change in the recovery degree of the golden scaled poison python. It seems that along with the growth of the recovery degree, the amount of energy needed in the later stages will also increase. Li Xian thought darkly. Right now, growing by 1% required some 100 and 200-year-old demon crystals or herbs to be enough. It was estimated that in the later stages, when the recovery degree reached 80 or 90%, it was estimated that if it grew by 1%, it would require thousands or even tens of thousands of years of medicinal herbs to be able to do so. Money makes the world go round, and bringing the black iron snake here to feed from time to time has a great effect on the growth of the black iron snake. It seems imperative to speed up earning credits. After that, Li Xian went out the door. Pan Tin is still waiting outside. Come on out. When Pan Ting saw Li Xian, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Thank you for your hospitality. Oh, my little fox is so happy today. I have to thank you for that too. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known there was such a place in the academy. The two chatted as they walked. After leaving the Demon Beast restaurant, Panting suddenly said, by the way, recently there are Senior Beast Soul Imperial Beast Masters taking people to the Demon Beast Great Forest. 10 credits per person, mainly for the lower grades to see, and secondly to try their luck. Are you interested? Really? Can we lower grades go too? Li Xian asked excitedly. Actually, it's reasonably not allowed, but just tell him that you're in the middle grades, plus just don't tell the teacher. It's safe with the Beast Soul Sentinel Senior, and it's only on the outskirts of the Demon Beast Forest. Then enroll me and I'll transfer the credits to you. Yeah, no problem. The exact time we leave is tomorrow at noon. Meet me at the middle grade school district then. No problem. Li Xian agreed without hesitation. With such a great opportunity to get out, Li now couldn't wait to say yes. Well then, I'll book you a spot and we'll see you tomorrow. Yes. Afterwards, Li now left in excitement. Right after Li Xian left, two youths walked to Panting's left and right. Don, there's anything this lady can't handle? Panting said triumphantly. Don't forget the 0.1% draw afterward. Hey, don't worry Sister Ting, how could I miss yours? The duo hammed and hawed. Afterwards, Panting hugged the little fox and left with a fox-like sly smile. Li Xian had no idea that a conspiracy against himself had already unfolded. Li Xian was even less aware of the fact that he was in the middle of a city close to where the two countries were at war. There's a special kind of person who specializes in a special kind of business. Occasionally a desperate and wanted outlaw from an enemy country escapes here. And here, then, are the people who specialize in finding these wanted criminals. They also had specialized information gatherers in Daxia. All the information about the criminals wanted by Daxia will be sent over here. Then someone over here specializes in searching for these people. After killing them, these people will take the wanted man's head to go and collect the reward. Li Xian, on the other hand, is one of them. After Pantene left, one of them asked with some uncertainty. I've investigated this person. I heard that he's a relative of the academy's teacher Jin, and he's said to be a person from our great Zhou, and he's also been to the battlefield, called Li Xingchen, and the information on the wanted information on Li Xian is not the same. Who cares, as long as the people look the same. The officials of the Great Summer Kingdom won't care about this kind of detail. If you don't say it and I don't say it, who knows if he's Li Xian or Li Xingchen. It's also 200,000 taels. After this wave, I'll go buy 1,000-year-old beast soul. The next day, as usual, Li Xian went to the demonic beast school area to feed the black iron snake. After eating, then take the black iron snake to the demon beast restaurant to eat. When he got up this morning, Li Xian found that the guy had molted once and his size had skyrocketed. It was about as thick as a ham hock, close to 30 centimeters. The winding power is even greater. A stick as thick as a broom was broken in a single twist. Along with the black iron snake's increased size, the guy's food intake had also increased. Going to the demonic beast school district to steal and eat those cubs, I actually ate 5 of them in one go today. Li Xian had just left when he heard the breeder's voice. How come there are a lot less of these cubs again? Have they been stolen? Li Xian hurriedly accelerated his pace and left the place. It seems that going on like this isn't an option anymore. In case we're found out, it'll be troublesome. Arriving at the demonic beast restaurant, Li Xian directly ordered a 3-credit adamantine boar cub based on the current size of the black iron snake. The adamantine boar cub that was roughly the size of a volleyball was directly swallowed by the black iron snake with its mouth wide open. Snakes would have been able to eat food 3 or 4 times heavier than their own size. Suffice it to say, if he can fit it through his mouth, he can eat it. After such a large and very energetic adamantine boar cub was eaten, Li Xian was delighted to find that the recovery degree of the golden-scaled poison python had reached 6%. Li Xian specifically found a backpack and put the black iron snake in it, then carried it on his back. Then they couldn't wait to get to the middle grade school district. From a distance, Li Xian saw Panting waving at him. Hokage. After going over, Li Xian said hello and realized that there were 2 men beside Panting. Sister Ting, you're unreliable. What time is it? People are setting off to go. One said impatiently. If it weren't for Sister Ting's face, we would have left long ago. Sorry. Li Xian looked at the time, and it wasn't much different from the promised time. But the 2 men said that the army had left first. Hurry up, one urged. Afterwards, Li Xian followed the duo as they prepared to depart. Aren't you coming, school teacher? Li Xian asked curiously. I'm not going. The instructor is adding a class at short notice, Pantin said with a helpless show of hands. Okay then. Li Xian didn't have much doubt, so he followed these 2 people out of the academy. Li Xian didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity. However, as he went all the way out of Cloud Shadow City, Li now still didn't see any other so-called large troops. Senpai, where are the others? It's not because you're late. People might have already entered the great forest of demon beasts. But don't worry, with the 2 of us around, we can protect you too. The other man reassured. The 3 of them entered the great forest of demonic beasts. In the beginning, there were other pedestrians on the road. But the more Li Xian walked, the more he felt that something was not quite right. These 2 were walking in a hurry, one after the other. Li Xian didn't know much about the great forest of demonic beasts though. But you can also see that they are going off the beaten path. Li Xian, who vaguely sensed that something wasn't quite right, hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, 2 seniors, why can't we see anyone else yet? Almost there, the 2 said in unison. Then you guys wait for me, I'm going to use the restroom. Li Xian suddenly stopped. Just settle it right here where it is. There's no one here. The two seemingly surrounded Li Xian in the center. Li Xian hemmed and hawed. Senior, you guys can't boo out by looking at me. I'll go to the tree in front, okay? Looking along, the tree that Li Xian pointed out was only 4 or 5 meters away, and the two of them looked at each other and urged, hurry up! As Li Xian walked forward, one man whispered, let's do it right here. No way. The costumes we're wearing are too eye-catching. If we're seen going back we'll be in trouble. The other man shook his head, and as Li now came to that tree and pretended to shush, he hastily released the black iron snake. Little one, raising an army is up to you. These two were both Beast Soul Imperial Beastmasters, and Li Xian didn't expect to be able to kill them, but taking one by surprise and wrapping it around one's neck might take care of one. Hello, is it almost done? Right away. Li Xian pretended to lift his pants, but in the next moment, he rushed out like an arrow off the string. By the time those two reacted, Li Xian had already run out. Chase. The two of them were shocked and hurriedly chased after them, but just as he came to the bottom of that tree, the black iron snake dropped straight down from the tree, wrapped itself around one man's neck and began to lash out. Click! Surprise, coupled with the black iron snake's burst of winding power, directly snapped one man's neck. The other man turned around to look at him, and the black iron snake opened its mouth, and a green venom was sprayed onto the man's face. Ah! At once, the man let out a miserable scream. The screams attracted Li Xian, who ran and stopped. Looking back, one had collapsed to the ground and the other was holding his face as he writhed in pain. Li Xian took a look and was instantly happy. Great baby, the first battle shows its power. It's simply awesome. Li leaned over slowly now. The senior who had been injured by the venom. Both of his eyes had been corroded by the venom and he couldn't see anything anymore. Both cheeks were also corroded, oozing blood and blurring. Under the pain, the man unleashed his beast power and summoned his beast soul, attacking aimlessly. Seeing this, Li now picked up a long stick and struck him on the head from a distance. The man kept attacking, constantly being drained of beast power. After about 10 more minutes, the man ran out of animal power. Seeing this, Li Xian pulled out a dagger, rushed up, and slashed at the neck. Fast and furious, the man was put straight to the ground. There were no meta rings on the two men. Seems to be a poor bastard too. However, in their specially made pockets, Li Xian found some demon crystals and precious herbs, one each of 500 years of demon crystals and herbs, 5 200-year-old demon crystals, 10 100-year portions of demon crystals. There were also some silver bills of about 2,000 taels or so. Mud, trying to screw me? Li now picked up the object and with a cold grunt, he used his dagger to separate the two in the abdomen. There was the land of beast origin there, and the black iron serpent could gain quite a bit of energy after devouring it. Looking at the tragic situation of the scene, Li Xian discarded the bodies of the two into the bushes and left the place in a hurry. Li Xian doesn't plan to go back for now. These two were plotting against themselves and had no idea what they were up to. And that Pantene, there must be something wrong with that too. After these two died, he would definitely be suspected if he went back now. So Li now had to find a reason to put it off. Finding a safe and secluded place, Li Xian gave all the demon crystal herbs to the black iron snake. The energy converted through the black iron snake was all absorbed by the golden-scaled poison python. The 6% recovery was 10% all of a sudden. At the same time, Li Xian suddenly saw that the black iron snake unexpectedly molted its skin rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, then became bigger and thicker. In no time at all, it grew to about a meter and as thick as an arm. Seeing this amazing scene, Li Xian's voice of the golden-scaled poison python came back to his mind. Lord Prisoner, my recovery degree has reached 10%. And I have a portion of my abilities that can be assimilated into the black iron serpent, which is good at winding and striking, and I have assimilated a portion of my power into his body. Hearing this, Li Xian suddenly came to a realization. Warden-sama, go for it. If I can recover to 20%, then I can assimilate my innate beast skill for the black iron snake to use as well. Really? Li Xian's eyes widened at once. But then, Li Xian was also in a bit of a bind. This black iron snake is getting bigger and bigger, so it won't be convenient to stay on your body in the future. In case he turned into a dozens of meters long like the golden-scaled poison python later, thicker than a bucket of trees, and strutted around the academy, he mustn't scare people to death. Afterwards, Li Xian placed the black iron snake into the backpack behind him and left the place. In a short while, Li Xian arrived at the avenue of the demonic beast forest. After the pedestrians coming and going saw Li Xian's costume, they all knew that Li Xian was from the Cloud Shadow Academy, and even if they had thoughts, they didn't dare to make a move. It can be quite dangerous here. There were many people who just hid in the great forest of demon beasts to take aim at those who were left alone. As we continued to go deeper, The human pedestrians around us were no longer visible. Li now wants to try the black iron snake's ability to hunt. After all, in the future, along with getting bigger and bigger, more and more food will be needed. So free hunting and self-sufficiency is the way to go. Little one, go out and hunt by yourself. I'll wait here. Li now climbed to a tree and waited quietly. However, just as the black iron snake had just left, a group of people then passed under the tree where Li was now. Are you sure those people are from Dasha? For sure as well as for sure. Great Xia lost the Tiger's Grotto Pass and is stationed in Beast King City. That person is definitely someone from Beast King City's Beast King Mercenary Corps. They came from the Demon Beast Forest to my Great Zhou territory. Could it be that they are also here for the Lingyun Ruins? Who knows? The Lingyun Ruins are now out in the world. My Great Zhou Beast Royal sect is out in full force. And some of the forces of Great Xia are also foolishly moving. Is this Lingyun market really that evil? Grave of the King's Imperial Beastmaster. You say? I've heard that 10,000-year-old beast souls abound inside, so you can absorb them directly when you get them. Then let's go along for the ride. Us? Ha ha, let's forget about it. It's a death sentence even if we go. As the two of them walked away, Li Xian's face turned grave. The Beast King mercenaries? Lingyun Hui Grave Mound? Murmuring important words, Li now pondered faintly. Not long after, Black Iron Snake returned with a big belly. Obviously ate a demonic beast of huge size. Putting it into his backpack, Li Xian's body suddenly sank. Good lord, what did you eat you? So heavy. As it was getting dark, Li Xian didn't dare to linger in the Demon Beast Forest, so he followed the main road back to Cloud Shadow City. After returning to the academy, Li Xian went to his residence. Who knew that Jin Serenity would be waiting here for herself? Where have you been? Jin Serenity asked with an icy face. Did you go to the Demon Beast Forest? Sis, me, did you kill those two? What? Li now snapped his head up. The bodies were found and carried back by passers-by. College records show you went out with them. And you still deny it? Jin Serenity reprimanded. I didn't kill anyone. They were the ones who tried to kill me. And I ran away when I saw something was wrong. Seeing Li Xian's anxious look, Jin Ningjing suddenly laughed. From now on, you can't just go to the demonic beast forest. Got it? Sister, this matter was suppressed. These two cadets, who specialize in this business, thought you were a wanted man in Dasha and wanted to bring your head to collect the reward. Hearing this, Li Xian suddenly came to a realization, but also relieved at the same time. At least this thing won't have to worry about being found out anymore. Jin Ningjing reprimanded Li Xian and left the place. Then it was off to the mentor area and straight to the principal's office. How's it going? The principal asked without looking up. He said it was those two who tried to kill him and he ran away. One man was strangled. One man was blinded by a venomous shot. And then his neck was killed by a single blow. The principal put down the letter report in his hand and analyzed it with a grave face. From the corpse, we can see that the means of being strangled to break the neck is from the winding ability of the black iron snake. The venom to shoot the eyes blind is also from the black iron snake. And the fatal blow to the neck is to be killed by the dagger directly penetrating it. The strike is ruthless without the slightest procrastination. And this little guy cultivates the black iron snake, which matches all the clues. This is too unbelievable, right, principal? The two of them are at least bronze royal beast masters. And Star, he is just an ordinary person, taming the black iron snake. It's only been a few days. There is no lethality at all. Although he has lost his memory, I think he still knows all his fighting skills by heart. It's from a kind of muscle memory in his body that subconsciously allows him to react and make judgments. The principal analyzed it in a well-organized manner. By the way, how's the background investigation about his identity going? There's no progress on yet, Jin Serenity said helplessly. My Great Zhou Dark Factory is good at undercover reconnaissance and sneak attacks. I suspect that Li Xingchen is from the Dark Factory, but the Dark Factory is too mysterious and strict, especially for information on undercover agents. It's a top secret file, and we can't directly say where Li Xingchen came from yet, so this will take some time. Okay, the principal nodded. Also, how are the preparations for the Lingyun Ruins going? Regarding the Lingyun Ruins, it can be described as a dark current right now, but the Lingyun Ruins are located outside of Cloud Shadow City, so we have a certain advantage, and I've already prepared my people, so we can leave at any time. What people are prepared? The principal asked. Vice Principal Lei, who was personally leading the team, followed by myself and 10 gold Imperial Beastmaster tutors, as well as 20 silver Imperial Beastmaster trainees. Well, crowds can be bad, so make sure you get something out of this trip in, the principal instructed. Just be wary of the people of Great Zhou, and especially beware of the forces from Great Xia. There have been quite a few new faces in the city lately, and it is assumed that they are all from Great Xia. Got it, principal? Go down. Day 2. Li Xian then directly arrived at the middle grade area of the demonic beast school district. From afar, Li Xian saw Pan Ting and a few girls walking over talking and laughing. Upon seeing Li Xian standing in the distance, Pan Ting was violently stunned. Let's go! Sister Ting, what are you looking at? One man laughed playfully as he looked with his eyes. So you found the handsome man. The three slowly walked over and looked at Li Xian with a flirtatious look. Waiting for Sister Ting? Little brother. Sister Ting is not your type. How about looking at sister? Okay, you two hurry up. Pan Ting impatiently urged the two to leave. What? Surprised I made it back alive? Li Xian asked coldly. No. What's the talk? How was the harvest yesterday? Pan Ting asked in a pretense of composure. Pretend. Keep pretending for me. Li Xian snorted coldly. I'm not afraid to tell you. Those two people have already been killed by me. You deliberately seduced me into taking the bait. I'll settle the score with you on this matter. I can't do anything to you in the academy, but out of the academy, you wait for me. Li now has an axe to grind. This kind of snake-hearted woman can't be kept at all. Watching Li Xian gradually walk away, Pan Ting snorted disdainfully. Brat, just by you? After warning Pan Ting a bit, Li Xian arrived at the demonic beast restaurant. The demonic beast food provided by the demonic beast school district now could no longer satisfy the appetite of the black iron snake. Its mouth was all spoiled by Li Xian, and only demonic beasts that had been fed by goblins and spirit herbs were to his taste. Now that the black iron snake had skyrocketed in size, it could swallow larger demonic beasts for food, but the price, too, has doubled. A demonic beast food is surprisingly high at 10 credits. It wouldn't last more than a few days on the 100 credits that were given away with enrollment, so Li now has to go earn credits. After eating, Li Xian went to the middle of the classroom in the demonic beast school district. After feeding the demonic beasts for a period of time, today the tutor will begin the second phase of learning. In the middle of the huge classroom, everyone led their demonic beasts to quietly listen to the lecture. It had to be said that during this time, all the students had established relationships with their demonic beasts. A few simple commands that the demonic beasts would obey. Class, demonic beasts grow at an extremely rapid pace, while some large beasts become even larger. A mentor narrates from the podium. The size of large beasts of prey, under the combat state, there are up to dozens of meters high and dozens of meters long, such as snake-type demonic beasts, but also some up to hundreds of meters long. Then we raise demonic beasts, and as they grow, we won't be able to carry them around. But if the demonic beasts we keep aren't around, our safety can't be guaranteed. So, today, our second stage of learning is a beast skill that our great Joe is proud of. The demonic beast scaling technique. The content of this lesson greatly addressed Li's present concerns. Every word of the mentor, Li now listened carefully. Beast skill. Demonic beast scaling technique. This beast skill can take a large demonic beast and scale it down to the size it was when it was a cub, making it easy to carry. Next, I will give you the essence of this beast skill. Chapter 18, Snake's Attack. Generally the beast techniques we use. It is specifically provided for use by soul beast sentinels. The requirement for this type of beast skill was the beast power of the Imperial Beast Master himself. Only after the Imperial Beast Master had awakened his beast power and possessed it could he catalyze a beast technique. Reach and beast soul are cast together. But this kind of specially researched beast technique provided to demonic beast royalists by Great Joe. His difference is that ordinary people can cast it too. Its essential feature is that ordinary people learn to draw on and utilize the power within demonic beasts to reach the use of this scaling technique. Li Xian's black iron snake had grown to over a meter. It's okay to carry it around for now, but once you get to 2 or 3 meters, it's not so convenient. Today's lesson was the most serious Li Xian had ever studied in a classroom, even before he came to this world. When he was in the last world, Li was now conducting his academic studies. It was simply that the consciousness flew out of the sky, and was simply listening to the words of the teacher. The lesson lasted an hour, but no one left the area at all during that time. Once the theory is told and the students have it down, they need to start practicing. Students, the demonic beast scaling technique is about connecting with the demonic beast's mind. Going to let the demonic beast give you his beast power, and then you channel the demonic beast's beast power to complete the scaling technique. The teacher continued to talk about the essentials as the crowd began to keep trying. The scaling technique is only used to shrink and enlarge demonic beasts to their original size, not to be able to enlarge them beyond the limits of their original body. Li now took out his black iron snake. Next to her, Xiaoer immediately screamed in terror. It's so dark, and big, and long. A snake. Xiaoer was also afraid of the black iron snake, and after not seeing it for a few days, he didn't realize that it had grown to an existence that was difficult for him to adapt to. The mentor also walked over when he heard the commotion, and when he saw Li Xian's black iron snake, he raised an eyebrow. What a strong beast power. The power within this black iron serpent's body is astonishingly large, the mentor asked curiously. Classmate, how did you raise it? In just a few days, you've raised it to such a large size? I remember it was only a little bigger than a palm when you adopted it. The mentor was still very impressed with Li Xian. After all, it was Jin Ningjing who had instructed him to do so. I just took him to the Demon Beast restaurant for a few meals, and then he grew into this. Start practicing. Your black iron serpent beast power is majestic. Scaling practice should be practiced quickly. Yes, sensei. Li Xian continued to sit down, then waved to Coquette in the distance. Come here, he won't hurt you. But, I see it keeps staring at my bunny, Coquette said with difficulty as she looked at the black iron snake spitting out its letters. Star, I'm going to sit over there. With that, no matter how much Li Xian called out, Shower had already run away. With a bitter smile, Li now began practicing his scaling technique. With the golden scaled poison python, Li Xian would have been mentally connected to the black iron snake. Following the method of channeling beast power taught by his teacher, Li Xian could clearly feel a force within the black iron serpent, being channeled by himself at will. In the next moment, one could only see the black iron snake suddenly shrinking, from its original size of 1 meter long, directly turning into more than half a meter long. It worked! Li Xian's eyes widened instantly. Go on! In the blink of an eye, the black iron serpent shrunk once again, turning into a palm-sized point. This looks exactly the same as it did when we first adopted it. After repeating this test a few times, Li Xian soon reached the point where he was able to zoom in and out freely. Today's lesson was a rewarding one, and one of the most fulfilling days for Li Xian. Happy today, let's go to the Demon Beast restaurant for dinner. Fizzle! The black iron snake spat out its letters and let out a hiss. After arriving at the Demonic Beast restaurant, Li now purchased a half-meter-long delta crocodile. This triangular crocodile was hideous looking and looked vicious, but in front of the black iron snake, it was trembling with fear. Putting the black iron snake into the middle of the cage, the black iron snake swallowed its head in one bite. Then it slowly squirmed until the entire body was swallowed whole. The Lingyun ruins will be opening soon, and I heard that our academy will be there to join in the fun. Cut. Who doesn't want to go? I want to go too. But does the college let? With just you? Going there would be a death sentence. Lingyun ruins, the grave mound of the king's royal beast master. I heard that there's gold all over the place. Why don't we sneak over there? Just in case we can pick up the pieces? Being found out by the academy is grounds for expulsion. Scared less. It's worth getting fired if you get rich. I've heard that the cadets are getting ready to sneak over to see the action lately. So let's go join the fun. About when? I think it's 5 days from now. Li Xian sat in the corner, half a wall away, and heard the 3 trainees behind the wall whispering. Sitting in this position, they couldn't see Li Xian, but Li Xian could hear him clearly. What a grave for the king's sentinel. With a bit of luck, it might be possible to directly restore the strength of the golden scaled poison python this time. Li Xian's heart began to dry up. But before we leave, we must make the golden scaled poison python's recovery reach 20%, which will allow the black iron serpent to assimilate the use of the golden scaled poison python's innate beast technique before we can do so. After secretly deciding, Li Xian looked at the remaining 65 credits and went directly to the Student Union Mission Hall. Class, do you want the credits? A sneaky cadet approached just as he entered the Student Council Hall. He looks like the guys who used to pull you down at the train station to sell you a cell phone. Lift up your shirt. It's full of cell phones. How do I sell it? 110 taels a credit. That's all the price now. Too expensive. Li Xian walked directly forward. That's negotiable. How much do you want? How about 105? Li Xian counted the money on his body. The silver tickets in the beast ring could not be taken out. Otherwise there were still tens of thousands. The only thing I can use on my body right now is about 6,000 taels from the robbery. If you leave 1,000 taels on your body, you can only have 5,000 taels for exchange. It's going to be 5,000 taels. How about this? How about I count you 105? No sincerity or don't talk. Li now waved his hand ignoring the guy. Regarding the trading of credits, Li Xian had also heard about it. The general market price is 100 taels a credit. More buying and selling can be counted up to 95 or 90. This guy has a black heart. He opens his mouth for 101. Wait. Brothers, see that you are also a person who understands. According to the market price of 100, how about it? 95. For sale. Brother, 95 is the price of 10,000 taels. You're being too ruthless. Just 95. Don't delay me if you don't buy. Row. The man pulled Li Xian helplessly. In the end, Li Xian bought 53 credits at a price of 5,000 taels. At this point, there were now 118 credits on Li Xian. But that's not enough. It would be more like it if it was 18. $000. Going straight to the task collector's office, Lee now looked up. Red snake guts asterisk 10 equals 10 credits / unlimited. Vajra boar equals 10 credits / unlimited on. 1 bellflower equals 20 credits. In comparison, the market price of these things, and the purchasing power of the credits are about the same. You've got all this stuff, selling it to the outside might as well be selling it to the school. According to the black iron snake's current strength, it was more than enough to take on these demonic beasts, but the credits earned for these things are so few. With only 5 days to go, Lee now had to increase his recovery degree from 10% to 20%. In the next moment, Lee now set his eyes on the intermediate level quests. Intermediate quests reward a lot more. Areas range from 10 to 100 credits, but after looking around, the objectives of the intermediate level quests didn't satisfy Lee now either. The demonic beasts that intermediate level quests required to kill were the kind with thick skin and flesh. Non-groups are not desirable. Don't even think about solo kills. The black iron snake's teeth and winding power couldn't even break the defense of those demonic beasts. As for advanced missions, Li Xian didn't even consider it. Advanced quests that even some silver imperial beast masters couldn't accomplish. But right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly had a flash of light in front of his eyes. A special assignment came into its own. Snake King's Egg asterisk 1 equals 1000 credits / unlimited. This is a special mission that rewards up to 1000 credits. The value of these 1,000 credits can reach 100,000 taels. A king snake's egg is an egg produced by the king of snakes. There is also a detailed description of this mission below the mission. The Snake King is located in the 100 Snake Cave, 30 miles south of the Great Forest of Demon Beasts outside of Cloud Shadow City. The Snake King will engage in egg-laying every spring, and will be plunged into a month-long period of weakness after laying the eggs. And there are countless snakes around the Snake King guarding the area, as well as helping the Snake King to provide food intake. Li Xian looked around and saw that it was now in the spring, so it was probably the time for the Snake King to lay eggs. Let the black iron snake blend in, then find a way to get close enough to steal the egg with the opportunity to offer the Snake King food. A plan was gradually taking shape in Li Xian's mind. The next day, Li Xian packed up and sneaked out of the academy. At this moment, in the intermediate level area of the Demonic Beast School District, a ghostly youth came to Pan Ting. Sister Ting, he's out of the academy. Oh, so soon? Pan Ting stood up violently, then commanded, tell the brothers to change their clothes and follow them. Yes. After this person left, Pan Ting revealed a sinister smile. Those two losers didn't manage to kill you, so this 200,000 is reserved for me, right? Ha ha. With that, Pan Ting left the academy with 4 young trainees and chased after Li Xian in the direction he left. Of the 4 people that Pan Ting had brought with her, 2 were demonic beast sentinels and 2 were beast soul sentinels. The 2 beast soul masters have all reached the level of silver masters. Demon beast sentinel is unranked. The criterion that distinguished their strength was the number of years they had manipulated demonic beasts. A 30-mile journey would take half a morning to get there. By mid-morning, Pan Ting was cranky. Where the hell is this guy going? Sister Ting, why don't we just go up and kill them directly? A man also said impatiently. It's like the 6 major factions besieging the top of the light. From the map, the Bright Top is located in the Kunlun mountain range, and the closest Kunlun school to the Bright Top is 200 kilometers away. Based on footwork, and with altitude sickness, it would also take a full month to get there, and the Kongdong sect is 600 kilometers away, taking a full 65 days to get there. Washanpai is 3,000 kilometers and takes 75 days to get there. The farthest Wudong Shaolin is even further away. They are getting more and more pissed off as they go along. This is now the case with Pan Ting. It's been going all morning. Why are we still going? We can't. The fact that he came out this time rashly, and that he dared to go deeper into this place even with his strength, means that he must be rushing for something. So let's just take a look in case there's something else to be gained. I have to say that Pan Ting's is still very well thought out. Yeah, no profit, no early start. This fellow dares to venture deeper into this place alone. He must be rushing for some treasure. The crowd was instantly enlightened. This way we can mantis the cicada and reap the benefits. Ha ha. At midday, Li Xian finally came to the 100 Snake Cave. Already here you can occasionally see a snake of different color varieties in the forest. Breeding black iron snakes. Li had now become immune to the fear of snakes. Located a few miles beyond the 100 Snake Cave, Li Xian silently released the black iron snake. At the same time, a scaling spell was cast to return it to its original size. And 100 meters away, the 5 panting people quietly watched it all. Sister Ting, there are so many snakes here. A trainee who was naturally afraid of snake-type demonic beasts said in horror. What are you afraid of? They're just ordinary snakes of less than a year. Pan Ting was holding the little fox in her arms. The little fox scurried out of his arms like lightning. With a leap, he bites a snake not far away and then begins to feast on it. It was really unexpected that the well-behaved and quiet little fox in Panting's arms was so raw. I remember, another cadet said suddenly. Up ahead is the 100 Snake Cave. This kid is here to find the Snake King's egg. Hearing him say that, the others came to a sudden realization. After all, the Academy's special missions were familiar to everyone. A brilliant light flashed in Panting's eyes. He has the Black Iron Snake. Could it be that he wants to use the Black Iron Snake to steal the Snake King's egg? Wonderful! That's a wonderful solution. 1,000 credits for a Snake King egg. We're rich now. Don't get excited yet. That also depends on whether this kid has the ability to be able to take out the Snake King's egg. Time passed by. About half an hour later, just as Pantin and the others were waiting impatiently, a black iron snake sprang out from the forest and arrived in front of Li Xian. When they saw this, everyone was shaken. In the next moment, several of their eyes were about to glaze over. 1, 2, 3, 10. Pantin counted the Snake King's eggs without blinking. A full 10 Snake King eggs. 10,000 credits. This is rich. In the next moment, Li Xian stood up, then turned around and prepared to leave. Move! Don't do it here. Panting hastily backed away, intending to move away from the 100 Snake Cave before making her move. The Snake King would surely go berserk after losing the Snake King's egg, and making a move here would surely draw out the Snake King. When the time comes, no one will be able to run away. Li Xian also didn't expect that the Black Iron Snake would be so smooth, stealing out so many Snake King eggs in one go. But through the Black Iron Snake's mind connection, Li Xian then realized. It turned out that the reason for all this success was because of the golden-scaled poison python. The Black Iron Snake is the medium of the golden-scaled venomous python. As an ancient demonic beast, the golden-scaled poison python had a bloodline suppression against snakes. Under the pressure of the golden-scaled poison python, the Snake King obediently dedicated 10 Snake King eggs. That's why it came out so well. Rustle! Right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly saw a few silhouettes flash by in front of him. Seeing this, Li Xian couldn't help but be stunned in his heart. What man? Is it being followed? Li Xian was instantly alert. Go over there and see what it is. Li Xian ordered Black Iron Snake. In the next moment, the Black Iron Snake accelerated and twisted, rushing out. When the Black Iron Snake returned, Li Xian's face was suddenly gloomy. That cheap son! Li Xian cursed hatefully. But it's good. We'll settle you directly today. Black Iron Snake. Try to see if you can mobilize some of the snakes in the 100 Snake Cave through the golden-scaled poison python's pressure. After hearing the order, the Black Iron Snake immediately returned to the 100 Snake Cave once again. It wasn't long before we heard rustling behind us. Looking back, Li Xian's eyes widened. One could only see a snake-like demonic beast of different colors and sizes crawling towards this place. Among them were small green snakes as thin as a finger. There are pythons as thick as buckets and tens of meters long. There is black and white, gray and green. The colors varied and raged, making one's head spin. Flank them on both sides. I'm going to make sure none of them can escape. At Li Xian's command, the snakes behind him immediately separated and crawled towards both sides. Li Xian took the Black Iron Snake and continued to return the same way, drawing them out. A wide area. As Li now walks in, Pantine walks out clapping. Looking around, for Imperial Beast Masters from the front and back surrounded him. Hokage! What a coincidence! You're here too? Panting had a pair of dead eyes on the backpack behind Li Xian's back. Stuff out. What is it? Li Xian asked in a pretense of confusion. Still pretending. Hand over the Snake King's egg to me. Panting's face changed and she snapped. Ha ha, want the Snake King's egg? Come and get it if you dare. Li now patted the backpack on his back and smiled evilly. Do it. Be careful. Don't break the Snake King's egg. At Panting's command, several Imperial Beastmasters immediately surrounded them. Two of them released their beast souls. One was a white eagle with a 50-year beast soul, and the other was a 100-year beast soul flaming bird. The other two released the demonic beasts they had raised. The scaling technique was released freely, and a 2-meter-tall one-horned rhinoceros and a calf-sized rat appeared. Do it! Pantin gave an order. The four of them were just about to make their move, but the next moment the two beast souls and the two demonic beasts suddenly began to stir restlessly. The two beast souls directly disappeared and returned to the Imperial Beastmaster's body. The two demonic beasts immediately came to their master's side, wanting to leave this place. What's going on? Pantin burst into a rage. Sister Ting, we don't know either. Ah, Sister Ting, snakes. There are so many snakes. Several people screamed and immediately leaned towards Pantin. Looking around, within a radius of 100 meters, all of them were densely packed with various kinds of snakes. The trees, the ground, everywhere as far as the eye could see, were full of snakes. Ah, after all, they were also girls. and immediately screamed at the sight of this mind-numbing scene. At the same time, she directly threw out the little fox in her hand shouting, "Eat for me! Eat them!" That fox grew against the wind and instantly transformed into a golden fox over a meter long. But the next moment, above a large tree, a giant python, more than 10 meters long, raised its head, opened its mouth, and swooped down, swallowing the little fox in one bite. The demonic beast she raised was directly eaten, and Panting was so frightened that she directly knelt down towards Li Xian. Schoolboy, it's Sis who's wrong. Will you spare Sis? Big brother, we have eyes and we don't recognize him to tie. We shouldn't have listened to this woman. Please spare us, big brother. This woman has been arrested by me. Do whatever you want. The other two directly grabbed Panting's arm, intending to trade Panting for their lives. You seek death. Panting was instantly terrified, but there was no way to break free. In the next moment, Panting said miserably, "Schoolmate, you can do whatever you want me to do. Spare me. I promise to make you comfortable, and from now on, I'll be your dog. One of your ES. Woof woof woof." Panting, in an attempt to survive, got on his knees and just learned to bark. Seeing this, Li Xian burst out laughing. Seeing Li Xian smile, Panting screamed even more joyfully, "Woof woof woof woof. Master, please spare me. Please spare me." There was a hiss as he spoke. Panting broke free and then ripped off her clothes directly. "Look, Master, this body of mine is for your enjoyment." "What, eh? You're such a..." Yes. With that, Li now set his eyes on the other four. Panting has the capital. What about you guys? We can be your dog too. The four looked at each other in disbelief and followed suit, kneeling down without hesitation. Instantly, a picture of a vicious dog snarling was presented in front of Li Xian. "Honestly, Panting, you make me feel sick. I can't even bring up the slightest bit of interest in you." Li Xian's face grimaced. Panting immediately revealed a look of horror. Seeing this look on Li Xian's face, she seemed to have guessed what Li Xian was going to do next. Bang! 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 Panting kept kowtowing, her mouth begging for mercy, but Li Xian was simply indifferent. "From the moment you start hitting on me, you're going to have to know how miserable the end of messing with me will be." Fizzle! Panting stopped kowtowing. A green viper raised its head and spat at him. Thumbs up! A bolt of venom was sprayed in Panting's face. Panting immediately let out a scream. The next moment, the group of snakes swarmed up, wrapped up 5 of them. Gradually, the 5 men gradually stopped struggling. Li Xian gave a faint look, then left straight away. The snakes did not leave with Li Xian. They were only forced to listen to the black iron snake due to the suppression of the golden-scaled poison python's bloodline, but it was still their abode, and they were still at the mercy of the Serpent King. When Li Xian left, he saw that on Panting's body, her mouth, nose, eyes, ears, and, all of them, there were poisonous snakes constantly drilling into them. Chapter 19, Wastefulness. Li Xian tried to get the group of snakes to help him find some precious herbs. However, after the group of snakes leaves a certain range of the Snake King, they will not listen to the command. After all, it was only indirectly commanded through the golden-scaled poison python, so there are still some limitations. On the way back, Li Xian realized that there were many more people in the demon beast Great Forest. Occasionally, some people passed by in a hurry, and listening to their mere words, one could tell that they were rushing towards the Lingyun market. These days, Li Xian also inquired about the details and address of this Lingyun market. It was rumored that this was the burial mound of a king imperial beastmaster, and that it was accompanied by a lot of precious things. That's what caused the major powers to flock here. But from what I've heard, the Lingyun ruins are located in the Butterfly Valley, and it's not something that ordinary people can go into. Most of the demonic beasts there were those that had reached 500 years, below a silver imperial beastmaster. Going in is a death sentence. Even a silver imperial beastmaster was in crisis. If you don't have an expert with you, you will easily die in it. Li Xian didn't linger outside and hurriedly rushed back to the academy. As for whether or not Pantings and their deaths caused any turmoil in the academy, that had little to do with Li Xian. Taking the 10 Snake King eggs, Li Xian took advantage of the closing time of the student union's mission hall. Classmate, I have an assignment to turn in." Looking at one of the students who was already preparing to lock the door, Li Xian rushed over to stop him. "It's closed. Come back tomorrow," the man said impatiently. Mouths shattered. "Come late, come early, come when it's closed. You're not looking for trouble. Classmate, this quest item is very valuable and cannot be delayed," Li Xian said faintly. "What level of quest items?" "You're an advanced quest item. You have to come over tomorrow to hand it in." "All like you. Let's not sleep at night." "What about special assignments?" "What the hell?" This student's eyebrows shot up and his ears perked up. "Special assignment? In the next moment, there was a look of contempt. Just you? There is no beast power emanating from your body. And you look like a demonic beast from the beast royalty school. And you're still on a special mission? You can't even complete the first low-level mission. Not that I'm underestimating you. You won't be able to complete a special mission in your lifetime. But the next moment, Li Xian took out his cloth pocket and slowly opened it. 10 snake eggs with gray spots, as big as ostrich eggs, appeared in front of them. Special mission, Snake King eggs, 10 of them. Seeing this, the senior's eyes widened. Those trembling hands, subconsciously trying to caress, but it was immediately put away by Li Xian. This mission, to deliver or not to deliver? It's a Snake King's egg? The senior asked, still somewhat distrustful. Just ask you, to deliver or not to deliver? Cross. The senior nodded repeatedly, then opened the door in a panic. Classmate, sit inside for a while. I'll be right there. Special tasks are all issued by the tutor himself, and whoever completes them needs the tutor to come over and accept them in person. Just wait. After saying that, he rushed out of the student council mission hall and disappeared into the twilight. Li now guffawed and sat down in the hall and waited quietly. It wasn't long before a rush of footsteps could be heard coming from outside. When he looked up, he saw the student from earlier, with a gray-haired old man stomping in with sharp, broken steps. Where is it? Where is it? The old man's mouth kept going on and on. Here it is, Vice President. That's him. The student pointed at Li now then said, where's the Snake King's egg? Where is the Snake King's egg? Quickly let me see. This old man didn't know whether it was because he was old or because he was excited. His hands trembled like Parkinson's as he walked to Li Xian. Li Xian slowly lifted the cloth pocket, revealing the Snake King's egg inside. This old man only took one look and immediately confirmed. It's really the Snake King's egg. It's really the Snake King's egg. In the next moment, he looked at Li Xian incredulously. Classmate, how did you do it? This mission, it's those tutors in the academy who wouldn't dare to go. Even the mercenaries outside wouldn't dare to take it. Mentor, the quest item is yours. Where are the credits? After Li Xian handed over all of the Snake King's eggs, he reached out to ask for them. Come on, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him for 20,000 credits. The vice principal took the cloth pocket for fear of dropping it and smashing it. Turning on his heel, he headed out the door, instructing the senior. Vice principal, 1,000 credits for 1. 10 is 10,000. This senior hurriedly confirmed as if he had misheard. Give him 20,000. Outside the door, came the affirmative voice of the vice principal. When Li Xian heard this, he immediately brightened up. Double the payoff. It was a good trip. After the senior transfer credits were completed, Li now left the place beautifully. It was a pity that the exchange area was closed right now, or else Li Xian wouldn't be able to wait to exchange something to restore the golden scaled poison python right now. People start to drift once they have money. Early the next morning, Li Xian brought the black iron snake directly to the demonic beast restaurant. In the future, don't say you'll only go for lunch. From now on, even breakfast, lunch, dinner, and snacks are eaten there. When he woke up early in the morning, he first gave Black Iron Snake a bowl of donkey demon blood to moisten his throat, a couple more bowls of flaming monkey brains, and a couple of vajayjay pig hearts. A simple breakfast is fixed. As for Li now, 2 buns even. Immediately afterward, Li Xian hurriedly arrived at the Student Union Mission Hall, but just as he entered the door, he was pulled by a man. That's him. The man tugged on Li Xian's arm in a deadly manner. When Li Xian saw this, he was instantly shocked. Secretly, he said, could it be that yesterday's events have been discovered? But then came an old man. Li Xian fixed his eyes and realized that this person who was pulling himself was the same senior who was ready to close the door yesterday. As for the old man who was walking, he was the one who collected the Snake King's eggs from the academy. Listening to this man's title, it seems like he's still a vice principal. What are you doing? What are you doing? Li Xian asked warily. Young man, don't be afraid. I'm the vice principal of the academy. My name is Ma Yun. The old man said with a kind smile. Those 10 Snake King eggs yesterday really helped me a lot. I was in too much of a hurry yesterday and forgot to ask you what your name was. So I specifically came over today to ask if you can still get that Snake King egg. Can't anymore? Can't anymore. Li Xian shook his head repeatedly and said, it's too dangerous. And I got away with it. Young man, help me out. I'll pay 2,000 credits apiece. Vice principal, it's not that I won't help you. 100 Snake Cave. You think it's really a vacation. 5,000 credits apiece. Vice principal, you're making this difficult for me. 8,000. Vice chancellor, look at my strength. 10,000. Deal. Snap. With a slap on the wrist, Li now turned around and headed out the door. Ma Yun stared at Li Xian's back in a daze, all of a sudden looking a bit at a loss for words. Vice Chancellor, 10,000 apiece. Isn't this expensive? The senior next to him asked slyly. As long as I can bring in 10 more, I'll be able to refine my barrier-breaking pill. 100,000 credits. It's worth it. Lee is now fast rushing into the 100 snake cave. The knife was placed on the neck of the Snake King, allowing the golden-scaled poison python to then force the issue. 10 Snake King eggs, give or take? Just like that, 10 Snake King eggs arrived once again. The King Snake has 30 eggs in a single clutch. 20 of them were taken by Li Xian alone. Snapping the Snake King's egg in front of Ma Yun, Li Xian extended his hand. Credits. This Ma Yun vice principal also has his broad-minded direct transfer. Li Xian had just left the doorway and couldn't help but secretly think, or else, get the remaining 10 eggs of the Snake King as well? The Snake King, who was far away in the 100 snake cave, coldly winced, and in the next moment, the 10 eggs, which were protected by the huge snake body, cracked one after another. The Snake King fixed his eyes, and in his black eyes, a trace of humanized excitement actually flashed. Looking along, he saw that the snake pup hatched from one of the snake eggs had a golden scale above its head. Li Xian came to the exchange area, and 5 precious herbs of 1,000-year portion came. That's 100,000 credits spent. What the hell was that? Li now noticed a golden gourd. Classmate, this is an elixir made by our academy's vice principal Ma Yun himself. It's called the Golden Elixir. It's specially prepared for Silver Imperial Beast Masters. After Silver Imperial Beast Masters eat it, they can make the beast soul and the human body fuse together more perfectly. The person in the redemption area introduced it enthusiastically with a smile on his face. You can't be enthusiastic without being enthusiastic. 100,000 credits out the door and you spent it. There aren't many people in the entire academy who are that generous. The exchange zones are also dependent on commission income. With 100,000 credits of income, they can take a good cut. 2. Li now sighed slightly. It's just a pity that my own beast power is sealed, or else I'd buy one and try it. With 20,000 left, Li Xian planned to see how much these 5,000-year-old herbs could restore the golden-scaled poison python. Buy more if it's not enough. Black Iron Snake burrowed out of his backpack. Li Xian took out a 1,000-year-old herb and handed it over. Under the dumbfounded eyes of the exchange area's seniors, Li Xian fed a $20,000 herb to the Black Iron Snake just like that. Classmate, just give him that? What's wrong? No, it's fine. What kind of breed of demonic beast are you? The senior asked as he licked his dry lips and swallowed hard. A black iron snake. Haven't you seen one before? Not, just the regular kind of black iron snake? Yeah, or else. Li Xian looked at the senior with suspicion and turned to leave. Before leaving, he was heard to burst out, asterisk. And as Li Xian walked, he checked the recovery degree of the golden-scaled poison python. A 1,000-year herb directly restored the golden-scaled poison python by 3%. Cowhide. 1 is 3 points. 5 is 15 points. Definitely over 20%. Li Xian clenched his fists and said excitedly. But next, when Li Xian fed the second plant, the recovery degree was surprisingly only 2%. Then another plant. It's still 2%. What's going on? Looking at the remaining 2 plants, Li Xian disbelievingly ate them all. But those 2 plants together are only 1%. 5,000-year-old herbs only added up to 9% recovery, plus 10% of what it used to be. Now it's 19%. It's 1 point away from 20%. Looks like we need another one. Thinking of this, Li Xian turned around and walked towards the redemption area. Right at this moment, the golden-scaled poison python's voice rang out. Lord Warden, you are purchasing the same herbs. The energy recovered will create resistance, so the recovery degree will be relatively reduced. It is recommended that you purchase different types of herbs in the future. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Xian said excitedly. And you didn't ask. When Li now returned to the exchange area, from a distance, he saw a familiar figure talking to someone in the redemption area about something. Sis? That's right, that person was definitely Jinning Jing. Only to see that the person in the redemption area was saying something in an agitated tone to Jinning Jing. Li now heard as he approached. A 1,000-year-old herb. Given to the black iron snake? Teacher Jin, that guy is simply wasting it. I suspect that the herbs he spent 100,000 credits on should have all been fed to that black iron snake. I thought he was going to concoct pills. He gave the herbs to the vice principal, paid out some processing fees, and how good it is to concoct them into pills that release all the medicinal properties of the herbs. Li Xian's face turned green when he heard this. It can still be refined into an elixir? Maximize the release of medicinal properties? Doesn't that mean the energy will increase as well? Immediately after that, Jinning walked away with a puzzled look on her face. Seeing this, Li Xian couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that she's investigating me? The more Li Xian thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. After Jin Serenity left, Li Xian once again came to the redemption area. Bring me another herb that's 500 years old. Seeing Li Xian, the man was still a little less than calm. Classmate, the 5 herbs just now, are they all spoiled? What do you mean by spoiled? Will you talk IU? I'm sorry. That senior waved his hands and apologized. With that, he brought a 500-year-old herb. The herb is of the same vintage, but the price varies by species. After Li Xian paid 5,000 credits, he left the place. Just as he was about to feed the black iron snake down, Li Xian suddenly thought of what he had just said. Or we can go to that vice principal first. If it was really possible to amplify the energy of the herbs, this would not be a bad idea. This vice principal, called Ma Yun, also carries a name. A man with a big yard. The yard was messy and overgrown. But the next second, Li Xian directly froze. Asterisk. This is a medicinal herb. At a glance, herbs that were 100 years old, 200 years old, and 300 years old were surprisingly planted all over the yard. I'll be damned. If we let the black iron snake come over in the middle of the night and steal it, the golden-scaled poison python might have to recover to 50%. In his heart, an evil fire burned slowly, but the next moment, it was extinguished by a cold hum. When he looked up, he saw a red-faced old man standing in the doorway, looking at Li Xian. With 4 eyes, the old man's face changed abruptly. It's you, kid. Ha ha. The old man ran over excitedly, like an old coot. Kid, come over here to sell the Snake King's eggs again? You think the Snake King's egg is an egg? Ah. In the academy, that's also a special task. Want to get it? Ah. Li Xian couldn't help but blankly glance at the old man. Ha. Kid, but your Snake King's egg is a big help to my old man. Look. With that, Ma Yun took out a white jade bottle. Showing off, he shook it in front of Li Now. Knock. The sound of beads clashing came from inside. Barrier-breaking pill. Old man, I've refined it. Ha ha. Ma Yun looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally. For more than a year, I lacked the Snake King egg as a medicinal herb. Yesterday 10 Snake King eggs were scrapped. Today 10 Snake King eggs, successfully refined in 3 furnaces. 12 pills of Dan were produced. Barrier-breaking pill? What is that? Li Xian was instantly curious. This barrier-breaking Dan, Ma Yun spoke in a serious manner, but the next second it stopped. You wouldn't understand if I told you. You old man tricked me. Li Xian was completely speechless. Do you believe that I will weed all the herbs in your place at night? You wouldn't dare even if I gave you 10,000 guts. After the words trailed off, Li Xian suddenly felt a chill at his back. Roar! A low hiss that came from his throat came from behind him. Li Xian slowly turned his head to look, only to see a huge black panther appear in front of him. 1,000-year-old phantom panther. Try it. Looking at the pure black ghost panther, with its pair of red eyes, Li Xian's foolish heart finally calmed down. That joke, ha. Nothing's wrong. Say it, while I'm happy. What's the matter with you boys? Ma Yun stood with his hands in the air, his head slightly upward at 45 degrees, and said with a smug look, that's how it is. I heard that you can maximize the energy of the herbs in this ridden pill, so I came over to try it out. Li Xian hastily revealed his purpose. The herbs are roasted by the flame, condensed into a medicinal liquid, and finally condensed into a Dan, which can indeed maximize the medicinal power of the herbs. Say it, what kind of Dan do you want to refine? Any elixir will do, as long as it's the one that's rich in the most energy. Ma Yun let out a light eep. A maximum energy elixir? That's a request I haven't heard of before. Tell me what you're going to use it for? Eat. I know you're going to take it. I mean, what do you need this high energy potion for? Give it to my demonic beast. Give it to a demonic beast to eat? You gave the elixir to a demonic beast to eat? It was as if Ma had never heard of such a request. Pills for demonic beasts? Are you sure you're not joking? Vice Principal. I'm not joking. My demonic beast grows fast when he eats energy-rich things. I just fed him 5,000-year-old herbs and his strength grew a lot. What? Ma Yun asked with a start. You took 5,000-year-old medicinal herbs and just gave them directly to the demonic beasts? Yeah. What's the problem? Li Xian blinked his eyes in some fear, afraid that this old man would strangle himself. A waste. A true waste. 5,000-year-old herbs, refined into pills. The medicinal effect can be amplified to play 10 times. What? Li Xian couldn't help but feel a wave of chagrin, but it was already too late to say anything now. You boy. Ma Yun paced back and forth in place in anger, a moment later stretching out his hand to say, bring the herbs, I'll go and refine them for you. Li Xian was instantly delighted and hurriedly took out a 500-year-old portion of the herb and handed it over. No? Ma Yun looked at Li Xian with an embarrassed face. What else? Snap. Ma Yun directly threw the herb at Li Xian's face, then stormed out. You think you can just use a single herb for alchemy? Do you have some common sense? Ma Yun's chest rose and fell in anger. Then he came to the side grass and pulled off a handful of what looked like 300-year-old portions of herbs and walked in. Snap! The door slammed hard, and Li spat out his tongue, then looked to the weeds on either side of him. The black iron snake had poked its head out excitedly, but after sensing the scent of the ghost panther in the distance, he immediately dug in again. After about half an hour, the door was opened and Ma Yun walked out with a porcelain vase. Look! Ma Yun threw the porcelain vase over and explained. Tyrannical spirit pill. After eating it, it can multiply the beast power. But you're not a beast soul imperial beast master. It's useless. Li Xian poured it out and found a total of 7 pills. Subsequently, under Ma Yun's shocked eyes, Li now took out an elixir and then fed it to the black iron snake. Are you really using it for demonic beasts? Yeah, or what do you think? Go. Get out of here and don't let me see you boy again. Without saying a word, Ma Yun directly pushed Li Xian out. This old man, his temper is really weird, Li now muttered. But the next moment, the eyes widened. Because, Li Xian could clearly feel that the recovery degree of the golden-scaled poison python had reached 20%. In other words, a single tyrannical spirit pill restored 1%. Immediately afterward, without saying a word, Li Xian fed all the remaining tyrannical spirit pills to the black iron snake. At this time, Ma Yun was in the courtyard, and after watching some of Li Xian's maneuvers, he couldn't help but slap his forehead helplessly. With 7 tyrannical spirit pills in his stomach, the recovery degree of the golden-scaled poison python directly reached 25%. It's not that one tyrannical spirit elixir restores 1%. By the time I got to the last two had only recovered 1%. Looks like we'll have to change it up for you from now on. Li now left the place beautifully, and at that moment, Jin Ningjing once again came to the principal's office. Headmaster, there's something I have to talk to you about. Oh, what's the matter? Isn't it about Starly again? Jin Serenity nodded, then sighed. I always feel that Xingchen, he seems to be hiding something from us. Perhaps, he hasn't lost his memory at all. What makes it so? He actually completed the Special Grade Academy mission and helped Vice Principal Ma Yun find 20 Snake King eggs. What? The principal frowned at once. This Snake King's egg, that is, I'm afraid it's not good to take it out even if I go personally. How did he do it? In addition, Academy 3 more students have disappeared. I suspect, or Star he did it, Jin Serenity said with a worried look on her face. Whether he's really lost his memory or he's faking it, that's something we have to investigate. I've got an idea. The principal pondered slightly, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In a few days, head to the Lingyun ruins and take him with you. There are many people from the Great Xia Kingdom at the Lingyun ruins this time. Let him show his face. Maybe we gain some information that we don't know. Is this good? He's still wanted by the Great Summer Kingdom. Don't worry. Could it be that our Cloud Shadow Academy can't even protect our own students? Okay. Chapter 20 Born Beast Technique, Bone-Eating Poisonous Mist. The day of the opening of the Lingyun ruins quickly arrived. Li was now ready to get up early, planning to sneak out. He came to the Demon Beast restaurant to fix breakfast for the Black Iron Snake. However, when taking the Black Iron Snake out, Li Xian was surprised to see that the Black Iron Snake had changed its appearance. How are you green with this? Looking along with it, he only saw that the originally pitch-black scales of the Black Iron Snake were reflecting a faint green color at this time. Lord Prisoner, my recovery progress has reached 25%, and the Black Iron Snake serves as my medium to assimilate the use of one of my innate beast techniques, and because of the influence of this innate beast technique, the Black Iron Snake has undergone some changes in appearance. At this moment, the golden-scaled poison python's voice rang out. Instinctive beast technique? Li Xian's eyes widened instantly. Right now, Li Xian still clearly remembered that innate beast technique that the Saw Lunar Silver Wolf had performed back then. That's a lot of power. Quickly, what is your innate beast skill? My first innate beast skill, called Bone Eroding Poison Mist, can take the poison stored in my body and atomize it to spray it out, but anyone who gets a trace of it can be turned into pus. That good? Li Xian's heart pounded. So what's your reserve of this bone eroding poison fog? Don't snort it out when the time comes. Don't worry, Lord Warden. I once poisoned a city's human population with bone eroding poison mist. There is a direct correlation between this reserve and energy. So as long as there is an energy replenishment, you can recover quickly when you run out. Hearing this, Li Xian was instantly relieved. By the way, does the bone eroding poison mist have to be inhaled or does it take effect after a dip? Li Xian asked curiously. The bone eroding poisonous mist itself is extremely corrosive, directly fatal if inhaled, and can also corrode it if touched. Wonderful. This goes down to Lingyun Ruin and it's a relief. By the way, You said this is your first innate beast skill? Could it be that you have many more? Li Xian then asked again. Of course, as an ancient demon beast, I possess 3 instinctive beast skills. If Lord Prison Master can restore me to 50%, I can continue to assimilate the second instinctive beast skill, and if I recover to 100%, I will be able to assimilate the third instinctive beast skill. So it is. After understanding some of the native beast techniques, Black Iron Snake had also finished his breakfast. If Li is present, 3 buns out the door and to the left will take care of it. Heading straight to the student council's quest hall, Li was now going to look at a quest and pretend to complete it as a way to escape from the academy. However, after arriving at the student union's mission hall, Li Xian's face suddenly became gloomy. It is forbidden to take any assignment today and all cadets are not allowed to leave the school without permission. It seems that there must be a fear of some students sneaking off to Lingyun Market. Li Xian thought darkly. Just as Li was now preparing how to go over the wall or some other way to get out, halfway there, she encountered Jin Ningjing. Sister? What are you? Follow me. Jen Serenity is dressed in a body with long, curly, mature and flirty hair, a long, sexy black dress that outlined her voluptuous figure to the fullest. It's so rich. What a fat thing. As Li Xian followed behind, it was inevitable that he was a bit distracted, especially that curvy buttocks, simply dazzling to look at. Not long after, Li Xian followed to a hall. In the hall, a tanned middle-aged man with a strong body full of exploding muscles was saying something to a group of people. Vice-Chancellor, the people are here. We're ready to go, Jin Serenity said to the middle-aged man as she walked over. The tan man glanced at Li Xian and then didn't look at him anymore, only saying faintly, Teacher Jin, you don't need to care about anything else along the way. Just take care of him. Yes, Jin Serenity answered. This Han Yu, Li now recognized, was another vice principal of the academy, called Lei Hu, Platinum Imperial Beastmaster. Sis, where are we going? Li Xian was so far in a daze. A King Imperial Beastmaster's tomb has opened up outside of the city. Let's go over and explore for treasure. Li Xian instantly brightened up. I was just about to find out how to get out, but I didn't realize that I could just follow them now. Li now looked at the team. Vice Principal Lei, who was a Platinum Imperial Beastmaster, with 10 Gold Imperial Beastmaster instructors following, as well as 20 Silver Imperial Beastmaster trainees. Jin Serenity was one of the Golden Imperial Beastmaster instructors. When you get over there, don't run around. You stay right behind me. Got it? Whatever anyone comes to you for, you don't go, okay? I've heard that there are divine pills in the grave tomb that can awaken beast power in ordinary people. So if I find them, I can have them give them to you. Along the way, Jin Ningjing patiently told Li Xian all the do's and don'ts about going out. Looking at Jin Ningjing's serious and caring appearance, Li Xian couldn't help but look up at Jin Ningjing's white cheeks. What are you looking at me for? Got it all memorized? Seemingly sensing Li Xian's gaze, Jin Ningjing ranted. Sis, you're so good to me. Ha, little brat. Jin Serenity touched Li Xian's head and asked again. Got it all memorized? Remember, don't worry. After leaving Cloud Shadow City, along the way, Li Xian saw countless people, all surging in one direction. And this direction was clearly the direction of Butterfly Valley. Butterfly Valley is a valley sandwiched between 2 large mountains. Through the valley, the back of the open, like a heaven on earth, people call him Taoyuan Days. And this King Imperial Beast Master's grave mound was located in the middle of the circular space after that Butterfly Valley. But beyond Butterfly Valley is the famous Coyote Bush. It was a huge meadow. Coyote Bush, Butterfly Valley, Peach Heaven. 3 places, like the shape of a figure 8. Coyote Bush is located in the circle below 8. Butterfly Valley connects the upper and lower circles, and Peach Heaven is located in the circle above. It was quite noisy all the way. This Lingyun Ruins is the grave mound of the King's Royal Beast Master. It attracted the prying eyes of all the major sects and forces in the Great Zhou Kingdom. There were also some people from the Great Summerland. You can see that some of those people who acted in cover and hurriedly rushed on their way were mostly from the Great Summer Kingdom. After all, now that the 2 countries were at war, they were also seeking wealth, and they were not willing to show their identities and invite trouble. Someone had already come to the Coyote Bush a few days earlier, and even entered Peach Heaven. So along the way, he didn't see many demonic beasts to cause trouble. After a few hours of rushing, the group easily arrived at the Coyote Bush. Looking at a vast grassland, on which there were crowds of people, 30 to 50 people in a row, 1 to 200 people in a row, hurrying towards the Butterfly Valley. The Coyote Bush Coyote Demon Beast frequented frequently, but today, it also surprisingly did not carry out an attack. However, in Butterfly Valley, the crowd was stopped in their tracks by a nest of poisonous demonic beasts. Butterfly Valley is full of flowers and a variety of sultry butterflies dancing, and fist-sized poisonous bees flying up and down. Some people go in fully armed, but the hooks of that poisonous wasp can penetrate even body armor. Stings kill. The people from the Cloud Shadow Academy seem to be prepared. Lei Hu took out packets of medicinal powder and distributed them, then had them applied all over his body. It was from the other vice principal, Ma Yun, who specialized in pill refining. It can effectively repel insects and keep those poisonous bees and butterflies at bay. Here, you don't think that poisonous bees are the deadly ones. That butterflies are not to be underestimated. A colorful butterfly that flies by and carries up pollen that is lethally toxic and has the effect of plunging you into a hallucinatory state. After the medicinal powder coated his entire body, Lei Hu took out a cloth to cover his mouth and nose. Others followed suit, but Li was now embarrassed. I didn't prepare myself ahead of time, so now what can I do? Jin Ningjing in the front sees that Li Xian doesn't have anything and blames herself for not informing him. Looking around, he only saw Jin Serenity hissing and then pulling a piece of clothing cloth from his skirt and pants. Let's start with this instead. Thanks sis. Li now put the cloth of his coat over his face. A distinctive body scent of Jin Serenity immediately came from the cloth of the garment. Li Xian subconsciously inhaled greedily. Jin Ningjing in the front heard the voice, and her mind inadvertently conjured up an image of Li Xian. Her cheeks reddened slightly, and she didn't say much about what she said. After traveling through the Butterfly Valley, the crowd arrived at the Peach Garden Sky. But the real danger is Peach Heaven. The Peach Sky is a deep pit with large trees growing underneath. The crowd stood at the exit position of the Butterfly Valley and looked downward, only to see that the canopy of the sky-high trees covered the ground, and it was impossible to see clearly what was actually down there. Lei Hu took out a map and discerned the location. Then his eyes looked towards the center of the Peach Garden Sky and looked to be heading downwards. Just then, a stone rock leopard suddenly pounced down from above the mountain wall. The target was clearly Jin Ningjing. Sister, look out! Reacting alertly, Li Xian stepped forward and hugged Jin Ningjing and then fell to the ground. That rock panther seems to be a simpleton. After pouncing, it fell straight off the cliff. Sis, are you okay? Li Xian pressed on top of Jin Ningjing, hands resting on a pair of peaches that she couldn't hold in one hand. Get your hands off me for a second. Jin Serenity's face blushed with shame and she was just about to get angry, but she held back. It was only then that Li Xian realized that his hands were actually resting on Jin Ningjing's chest. I'm sorry. Li now really didn't mean it, but when I think back to the feel of my hand just now, I can't help but feel a little bit of a rush. Be careful. Lei Hu turned around and reprimanded. After descending halfway down the mountain, the crowd finally arrived at the ground of the Peach Garden Sky. The front was overgrown with weeds, and someone had cleaved the path with a knife. The crowd followed the path all the way through. Rustle! Just then, footsteps seemed to be coming from the front, left and right. Lei Hu raised his right hand violently and the crowd immediately stopped. Looking around, he saw hundreds of people in three directions, surrounding the crowd of Cloud Shadow Academy. We're from Cloud Shadow Academy. Who are you guys? Lei Hu looked at these people warily and opened his mouth to announce himself, but the gang simply ignored them, seemingly not even putting Cloud Shadow Academy in their eyes. At this moment, Li Xian was tense with one pair of eyes staring dead ahead at the person leading the way. Next to him, Jin Ningyi's gaze gathered on Li Xian. Jin Serenity noticed that Li Xian was unusually nervous at the moment. Obviously, Li now knows these people. However, the next moment, Li Xian suddenly went slack, and then pretended to look confused and wary. Chapter 21 Goodbye to Zhou Shan. The three parties should be in cahoots. After they surrounded the people from the Cloud Shadow Academy, one of them, a young man with a strong build, not unlike Lei Hu, walked out. So it's Principal Lei Hu of Cloud Shadow Academy. The man obviously knew Lei Hu, but although he was talking, his eyes were always on the other man. Lei Hu curiously looked in the man's direction. Warring found the man staring playfully at one of the academy's cadets. Lei Hu surveyed this person from top to bottom, and information about this person immediately surfaced in his mind. You're Zhou Shan, the leader of the Beast King mercenaries? Lei Hu asked suspiciously. Principal Lei Hu, it is none other than me. Zhou Shan behaved more respectfully, originally surrounded by three parties and imposing, but at this moment, he was somewhat lowly, because at first, Zhou Shan originally thought that there were more than 30 of them, but it was only after getting closer that he was shocked to find that, good lord, there was even a Platinum Imperial Beastmaster in the lead. He, Zhou Shan, was only originally a Silver Imperial Beastmaster. Since the Two Worlds Cliff was Jin Demon Division Ryu's promotion, directly promoted to Jin Demon Division with Sword Guard. At the same time, his strength increased greatly, and he was promoted to a Gold Imperial Beastmaster, highly inflated by being filled with power and strength. He directly got rid of the rightful leader of the Beast King Mercenary Corps and took complete control of the Beast King Mercenary Corps. Earlier, he had heard people say that someone in Cloud Shadow City had seen Li Xian. Recently, the Lingyun ruins opened, so he brought his people over to take a look. I didn't expect to actually find something and see Li Xian. Don't be afraid, Principal Lei Hu. There are many crises here and we have to be cautious. The reason why we came out is because we just found an acquaintance. Scared? Lei Hu snorted. With you bunch of trash from the Great Summer Kingdom? As the words trailed off, more than 100 people held their weapons in their hands, their faces unsightly. What? Still want to fight? Lei Hu's eyes widened as he glared at these people, and Zhou Shan hurriedly waved his hand as the others immediately took a few steps back. I'm sorry, Principal Lei Hu, Zhou Shan said with a smile on his face and a peaceful voice. All your own. Lei Hu, own people? You're from the Great Xia Kingdom. We're from the Great Zhou Kingdom. And there's still a war going on at the front line. And you're talking to me about your own people? Zhou Shan looked at Li Xian. How come it's not one of your own? That person, the one from your academy, is my second brother Li Xian. With that, he waved his hand at Li Xian and called out loudly, second brother. Zhou Shan. Hurry over. That disgust in Li Xian's heart. If you really don't know Zhou Shan's face, in terms of what he is showing now, where is the original naive and sincere look? But Li Xian knew that now he was an amnesiac called Li Xingchen. Not any Li Xian. If he wanted to kill Zhou Shan, Principal Lei Hu would not help himself. On my own, I don't have that strength at the moment. So now, to avoid suspicion, just clear the air with him. With this trip to the Lingyun market, he might be able to get him killed as well when he finds a chance. In the next moment, Li Xian pointed at himself in a pretense of confusion, then looked at Jin Ningjing beside him. Sis, is he calling me? It's like, it should be. Jin Ningjing sized up Li Xian, trying to find out some kind of clue from Li Xian. Wasn't this the purpose of bringing Li now? But I don't know him, and he calls me Ergo? Probably a case of mistaken identity. Li Xian and Jin Ningjing's words also fell into Lei Hu's ears, only to see Lei Hu looking around, his face gradually gloomy. I don't care what tricks you play. Get out of here immediately. Don't wait for me to move. None of you will be able to run away. Principal Lei Hu. He's really my second brother. He's called Li Xian, a person from my great summer country. His wife is called Su Xianwan. The corner of Zhou Shan's mouth revealed an inadvertent sneer. At the mention of Su Xianwan, Li Xian instantly flashed a stern color in his eyes. Zhou Shan, you guys are so ruthless now. Specifically mentioning Xianwan to stimulate me and make me reveal my cracks. Li Xian thought darkly in his heart and immediately recognized his plotting and scheming. In the next moment, Zhou Shan pretended to be annoyed and remorseful as he fiercely punched himself in the chest. I hate it. When you and my sister-in-law, second brother, were being chased by the people of the Demon Suppression Division, I was incapable of saving you. It was all my fault. But I've heard that the people from the Demon Suppression Division have found another trace of my sister-in-law. So come over here, second brother, and I'll tell you about it. Li now snapped his thumbnail against the flesh of his index finger to calm himself down and not get aroused by him. Seeing that Li Xian was unmoved, Zhou Shan continued. Second brother, did you know that sister-in-law was arrested? He was captured by Great Zhou's dark factory, and his sister Xia Xiaoxia was also captured. Did you know that? You guy, if you give me any more pretenses, I'll kill you. Lei Hu shouted angrily. He is a person from my Cloud Shadow Academy, called Li Xingchen. Not at all your so-called Li Xian. He is the younger brother of my Cloud Shadow Academy's Tutorjin, once retired from the battlefield to kill the enemy with Tutorjin's husband. He is a young veteran of my Great Zhou. If you are pretending, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Accompanied by the sound of Thunder Tiger's roar, only behind him, a northeastern fierce tiger beast soul silhouette slowly emerged. When Zhou Shan saw this, he was shocked and backed up. I'm sorry, Principal Lei Hu. I recognized the wrong person. We'll leave now. Lei Hu knew that this wave was not enough to fear, but they were mercenaries, outlaws. Although it was an enemy relationship, if it really came to blows, this side would lose some trainees. After all, there were too many others, so it would be good to drive them away, lest there be any losses before the Lingyun ruins, delaying things behind them. After Zhou Shan left, Lei Hu came to Li Xian. You really don't recognize this guy? Headmaster, I really don't recognize it. I reckon that this guy is not here to test our strength. Is it hard to believe that there are still there people in front of the Lingyun market? Li now speaks tactfully. The non-recognition immediately diverted Lei Hu's attention at the same time. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lei Hu looked deeper into the dense forest while loudly commanding, everyone raise your spirits for me. Yes, continuing on their journey, the Cloud Shadow Academy's people didn't encounter any more trouble. The matter of the Lingyun Ruins grave mound had actually been discovered by someone a long time ago. It was this man who just couldn't open the burial mound and put the word out. So that's what drew a lot of people over to check it out. However, a professional grave robber, Zhang Xiao and Wu Xiao, identified that the attributes of the beast soul of the tomb owner, the king's royal beast master, contained the moonlight attribute, and that the chances of opening the grave mound were higher on every 15th night. And today, it's April 15th. It's not a big day in Taoyuan, so you can actually walk it in a day. However, there were many powerful demonic beasts inside, and few people came in here. The demonic beasts were of long vintage, with countless centuries and millennia, all the way to the grave mound. The crowd screamed in agony. The demon crystals were all taken by the mentors. With the good virtue of not wasting, Li Xian gave all the demonic beast corpses to the black iron snake to eat. And at that moment, the crowd stopped as they looked at a huge lake in front of them. The lake is large with an island in the center. There were multiple forces assembled here, discussing about the Lingyun ruins. Lei Hu said, the entrance to the Lingyun ruins is on the island in the middle, but there are 1,000-year-old demonic beasts in the lake, so it's impossible to swim there. You can only fly there. Let's take it easy and see what the others are planning to do. The crowd messaged in place and began sizing up its others. I only saw some people with flying beast souls flying over to check it out and then came over and said, the island is rocky and empty. There's not even a fart of an entrance. That's not right. Little brother Zhang and little brother Wu said that the entrance is definitely on the island, and that the burial mound is located at the bottom of the lake. And now everyone can see the vague shadow of a building at the bottom of the lake. The crowd looked with them, and sure enough, through the somewhat muddy lake water, they saw what appeared to be the silhouettes of buildings below. A bunch of cuties. Zhengchan and Wuchan aren't even recruited. So can you guys go over and see if you can get in? One snorted with laughter. Better wait until the moon comes out at night. But despite this thought, some people are still eager to get to the island. Since the island is small, go over there first to take up a position so that you can be the first to go in when the moon comes out at night and there is movement. Right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly noticed that the people from the Beast King Mercenary Corps were sitting not far away. Zhou Shan occasionally cast his eyes on Li Xian, because he simply couldn't believe that there could be two people who looked so similar in this world. But even if it wasn't, Zhou Shan is also going to find a chance to do Li Xian. Then take the head back and collect your reward. That's $200,000. When the time comes, when the head is thrown to the Jin Demon Division, whether he is or not, the Jin Demon Division will have to pay. People kept coming to the lake, some from Great Zhou, some from Great Xia, but at a glance, it was mainly the Great Zhou Imperial Beast sect that dominated. Night is gradually falling. The crowd began to stir. Little brother Zhang Wu is here. The crowd stirred and moved out of the way. Looking along with him, a youth with bangs covering his forehead, wearing a black power suit and carrying a long sword, with a cold and silent face walked out. Right behind him was a short-haired youth in a long gray robe. These two people were the famous Zhang Xiuge and Wu Xiaoge in the Toon raiding world. No one knows their names. That's what they've revealed in the past when they've done deals. Slowly, people just started screaming. Whether or not they could open the Lingyun ruins depended on these two. Only the short-haired gray-robed youth called Little Brother Wu said as he swept a glance at the people around him. Don't go up if you're below a golden imperial beastmaster. You're just getting killed if you go up. At the end, it was added. Don't take my words improperly. Don't blame me for not reminding you of how many people will die up there when the time comes. After saying that, the beast soul behind him showed its light, and with a pair of wings spread out, it flew over. The crowd shuddered. Platinum Imperial Beast Master. I didn't expect that the two of them were Platinum Imperial Beast Masters. What a powerful aura. They've traveled all over the world. Their feet are all over the three kingdoms. Without some strength they'd have hung up long ago. But immediately afterward, the crowd looked at me. I looked at you. And all of a sudden they didn't know what to do. One of the sex men shouted. Those below Gold Imperial Beastmaster, wait on the shore. Those above Gold Imperial Beastmaster, follow me. After the words trailed off, the Imperial Beastmasters with flying beast souls came and went to bring the others over. On the Cloud Shadow Academy side, Lei Hu looked at the 10 tutors and said to Jin Ningjing after a slight contemplation, Teacher Jin, you stay and watch the other students. The rest of you and I will go. Afterwards, Lei Hu led the 9 Golden Imperial Beast Master instructors towards the island. On the other side, Zhou Shan also began to move. Under Zhou Shan's leadership, more than a dozen Imperial Beast Masters followed suit and flew over. Li Xian looked at the afterglow and was shocked. This Beast King Mercenary Corps? When did it have so many Golden Imperial Beast Masters? All of a sudden, a team of Silver Imperial Beast Masters were left stationed at the shore of the lake. It was getting dark. A bright moon hangs high in the sky. Just then, a beam of light suddenly rose from the island. This beam of light did not enter the sky and disappeared, A cacophony of voices was then heard from the island. It was impossible to see it due to the distance, but immediately afterward, the fire on the island faded. This means that the people on the island, they all went down. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly shifted in the air above the lake. In the next moment, Li Xian was shocked to realize that the visitor was actually Zhou Shan. This guy went and came back. Immediately after Zhou Shan landed on the ground, the 100 or so people from the Beast King Mercenary Corps all stood up. Then he walked over towards the Cloud Shadow Academy's side. Wow! The 20 people from Cloud Shadow Academy immediately stood up. Jin Serenity took the lead and blocked in front of all the trainees. But with over 100 of these guys and more than a dozen Golden Imperial Beast Masters, if they really fought, without Thunder Tiger to deter them, the Cloud Shadow Academy side would not be an opponent at all. When Zhou Shan came over and saw that Lei Hu was not there, he revealed an expression that was diametrically opposed to what he had seen before. You, out. Zhou Shan pointed at Li Xian and threatened viciously. My good second brother, do you think I can't spot you just because you're hiding here? Still pretending to have amnesia? What kind of person are you? Don't I understand? I'm telling you, we're from the Cloud Shadow Academy. And besides, this is my great Zhou's land. Get out of here immediately. Jin Serenity's towelhead shouted out a rebuke. The main reason for the loudness was to get other people's attention. The words told the others that they were from Daxia, and told the others that they were from the Cloud Shadow Academy. And here, most of them are from Great Zhou. The likelihood of being heard by others and coming over to help is still high. As expected, when the other Imperial Beast clans heard this, they all immediately stood up, wanting to come over to see what was going on. But in the next moment, Zhou Shan waved his hand, and more than a dozen Golden Imperial Beastmasters directly walked out, accompanied by a beast roar. The other Silver Imperial Beastmasters that surrounded them all retreated backwards. With this kind of deterrence, no one else dared to come over again. I'm telling you, you're really mistaken. He's my younger brother, called Li Xingchen, not some Li Xian you're talking about. Jin Serenity's tone weakened 3 times and emphasized again and again. I'll also tell you, I don't care if he's Li Xingchen or Li Xian. I'll take the person. Zhou Shan didn't allow it in the slightest, but when he looked at Jin Ningjing, his eyes were filled with evil lust. But well, if you can stay with me for one night, I might be able to oblige you. Chapter 22 Jet Set. 100 Beasts Skill Match Details. Sis. Right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly reached out and pulled on Jin Ningjing's wrist. He came at me. Let me go with them. Brother, don't worry. This is the land of the Great Zhou. We are from the Cloud Shadow Academy. No matter how bold they are, they won't dare to do anything to us. Jin Serenity held out an arm to stop Li Xian behind her. But who knows? Zhou Shan sneered. What do you think killing 20 Silver Imperial Beastmaster trainees from Great Zhou and a Gold Imperial Beastmaster tutor is a credit on our Great Xia side? Hearing this, Jin Serenity's face turned pale. Although this is Great Zhou's land, this is the great forest of demonic beasts, and those above the Golden Imperial Beastmaster have all entered inside the Lingyun ruins, so no one can help you. Zhou Shan pressed forward step by step, and Jin Ningjing led everyone to keep retreating. But right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly pulled Jin Ningjing behind him. Li Xian was 5'8", a cut taller than Jin Ningjing. Standing in front of Jin Ningjing, his back instantly froze Jin Ningjing. This feeling of being protected didn't seem to have happened in a long time. In this instant, Jin Ningjing looked at Li Xian's back and was struck by a feeling that she had stood behind her husband back then. I'll go with you, but you can't touch him. Do you have the strength to make terms with me? Zhou Shan sneered. At this moment, he could be sure that the man in front of him was Li Xian. Do you know what the consequences of killing 20 students and a golden tutor from the Great Zhou Imperial Beast Academy are? Li Xian asked with an expressionless face. What can you do to me when I return to Daxia? You can try, or, if you kill us, you'll go straight back to Daxia and not enter the Lingyun ruins, or else, Principal Lei Hu will just tear you apart. Li Xian continued. Or, you kill everyone here, so that they don't tell Lei Hu, or Cloud Shadow Academy, about what's happening now. Zhou Shan's face changed slightly. Then he raised his head. Fine, I'll let them go. You and I will go. Li Xian was just about to follow and leave when Jin Ningjing pulled Li Xian back. Li Xian looked back, but saw Jin Serenity shaking her head. Smiling faintly, Li Xian gave Jin Ningjing a reassuring look while comforting him. Don't worry sis, I'm not the one he's looking for. He's sure not going to do anything to me. Even if you're not the one they're looking for, they treat human life like grass, and taking you, they'll certainly kill you. Jin Serenity said stubbornly. I wasn't going to let them take you. Sis, Li now raised his voice and said, I'm at least a member of the Cloud Shadow Academy. If he kills me, unless he doesn't go to the Lingyun ruins to look for treasures, or else if he meets Headmaster Lei Hu, he'll surely look for him to settle the score as well. and if he's sure that I'm not the one he's looking for, he'll surely let me go. Behind him, Zhou Shan frowned when he heard Li Xian's words. What Li now says is exactly right. This Lingyun market was also one of the purposes. If they incurred the Cloud Shadow Academy because of this matter, they would indeed not have to go. All of a sudden, Zhou Shan became a bit of a dilemma, but on second thought, if this person was really Li Xian, then even if he didn't go to the Lingyun ruins, there was still something to be gained by coming here this time. At the very least, catching Li Xian and returning to the Jin Demon Division would result in a commendation. Under Li Xian's comfort and insistence, Jin Ningjing then agreed. But before Zhou Shan and Li Xian left, Jin Ningjing immediately instructed, "The others stay here. I'll immediately enter the Lingyun market to inform the vice principal." Zhou Shan took a deep look at Jin Ningjing, and with Li Xian in tow, he headed deeper into the dense forest. Turned to a dense forest somewhere. Zhou Shan stopped. "Second brother, I have no choice." What surprised Li Xian was that Zhou Shan actually made a look of difficulty and grief. "It was the Demon Suppression Division that found out about me in the first place and forced me to do it." Poof. Zhou Shan directly knelt down to Li Xian. "Second brother, will you forgive me? I really know I'm wrong. I've been asking for news about you these days. I know you're not dead. Do you know that this time, I risked my life to bring people here just to find you, and I really do have a lead on my sister-in-law." Li Xian was impassive and watched it all with an expressionless face. After a moment, he said blandly, "My name is Li Xingchen. I'm from Great Zhou. I haven't even been to Great Xia. I'm not the person you're looking for." Hearing this, Zhou Shan's face instantly turned gloomy. "Second brother, you don't believe me? It's not a matter of believing it or not. If you find a random person on the street and call them dad, will they say yes? Of course I will." That's not a good analogy. I'll give you another example. Li Xian was speechless and pondered slightly. "Come on, second brother, don't tease me." Zhou Shan interrupted Li Xian, then took out a handkerchief. "Second brother, I really know where my sister-in-law is. Look, this is what she gave me." Li Xian then looked at it, and there was a small flower printed on it. But when you look closely, it's not a small flower. Instead it looks like a sun. This imprint, Li Xian had seen it, still on Su Xianwan's chest. The first few times Li Xian and Su Xianwan shared a bed, Li Xian saw such a mark on Su Xianwan's chest. Boom! Li Xian's heart shook violently, but still no change of color. I have to say that Li Xian's patience and acting skills have really improved a lot. If this is in the North movie, in a minute that's a senior. But for now, Li now tried to keep himself from showing any excitement. Zhou Shan stared dead at Li Xian's eyes and facial expression, trying to find a hint of what's going on. But he was disappointed, only to see Li Xian let out a light laugh. "You don't say. This handkerchief is strangely good looking." Seeing that Li Xian didn't fall for it, Zhou Shan finally revealed his true colors. "I don't care if you're Li Xian, but now I'm telling you, Su Xianwan has been captured. She escaped to Dezhou and was captured by Dezhou's dark factory. If you want to know where she's being held, tell me that you're Li Xian." "What are you talking about? What Li present? My name is Li Xingchen, and you said that Su Xianwan. What does she have to do with me?" Li Xian said impatiently. "If you want to kill or die, do as you please. If you're not afraid that the people from the Cloud Shadow Academy will find you in trouble, then you can kill me." Bang! Zhou Shan lashed out and slammed his fist hard into Li Xian's stomach. At once, Li now fell to the ground and curled up like a shrimp. Zhou Shan crouched down in front of Li Xian and stepped on his chest with a powerful force that made Li Xian speechless. But right at this moment, Zhou Shan suddenly had a flash of light in front of his eyes. "Mud! How could I have been so stupid?" Snap! Zhou Shan slapped his head. Li Xian was hit by 3 soul-suppressing nails and fell off the cliff after being poked twice by the people from the Demon Suppression Division. "If you are really Li Xian, you must have injuries on your chest." Saying that, Zhou Shan reached out and was about to strip Li Xian's clothes. Hearing this, Li Xian's face suddenly changed. In the next moment, only a black shadow could be seen scurrying out from Li Xian's sleeve. The black iron snake returned directly to its original size at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the black iron snake was already close to 2 meters, as thick as an adult's large arm. It instantly wrapped around Zhou Shan's neck and directly strangled him. The surrounding people immediately surged over, and Li Xian bellowed, "Don't come any closer. I'll kill him if you do." The 100 or so Beast King mercenaries immediately stopped. Li Xian panted heavily, rubbed his stomach and chest, and stood beside Zhou Shan. At this moment, the black iron snake wrapped around Zhou Shan's neck, about 3 or 4 times. At the same time, he opened his bloody mouth and faced Zhou Shan. The snake's mouth was less than 5 centimeters from Zhou Shan's eyes. "Don't try to break free with your beast soul. I can guarantee that the black iron snake bit down in the time it took you to exert your beast power and summon your beast soul," Li Xian viciously threatened. "Second brother, I knew it was you. But you can't escape even if you kill me. There are over 100 people here. And you're still just an ordinary person who's had his beast power sealed by the soul-suppressing nail. Zhou Shan stabilized his emotions and did his best to talk to Li Xian. Speak, tell me everything about Su Xianwan and I can give you a pain in the ass. At this moment, Li Xian had completely lost his appearance from earlier. With an icy face and eyes like snakes, he stared at Zhou Shan in death, as if he could take Zhou Shan's life at any time. However, Zhou Shan was not the least bit afraid of Li Xian, because in his eyes, Li Xian was just an ordinary person. There were over 100 people here, and more than a dozen golden imperial beastmasters were present. And as long as it's confirmed that it's Li Xian, and he grasps things about Su Xianwan, Zhou Shan believed that Li Xian would not kill himself. Second brother, listen to me. You come back to Daxia with me. Go to the Department of Demon Suppression. We'll seduce Su Xianwan. I'll help you plead for you. You'll still be you. And I'll also be able to help you get rid of the soul-suppressing nail. Don't do it for the sake of a woman. Zhou Shan persuaded bitterly. However, Li Xian showed displeasure, and in the next moment, the black iron snake's open mouth took a bite on Zhou Shan's arm. A black toxin was injected into the arm. Zhou Shan ate the pain and then looked at it. But when he was just about to put up resistance, the black iron serpent had opened its mouth to come in front of him. Pain continued to come from his arm, and Zhou Shan's afterglow looked and realized that the black snake venom had actually started to slowly spread up from his arm. I won't ask you a second time. The toxin spreads to the arm. A severed arm can live, but the toxin attacks the heart. It's hard for the gods to save it. With that, Li Xian then waited silently. Zhou Shan's afterglow looked and realized that the toxin was spreading quickly. In the blink of an eye, I came to the biceps. If this gets to the armpits, it's over. In the next moment, without saying a word, Zhou Shan picked up his large knife and slashed at his arm. Thumbs up. The broken arm fell to the ground. A column of blood jetted into a nearby tree. Yet just then, the black iron snake took another bite at Zhou Shan's right arm in a swift and thunderous manner. Barta! The arm holding the long knife suffered pain, and Zhou Shan's knife directly fell to the ground. What are you cutting with this time? Without his left arm, Zhou Shan watched as the toxin continued to spread. Ergo, I say, Zhou Shan shouted in panic. Lao San joined the dark factory. He gave me the news. This handkerchief is a fake. I made it specifically based on the Jin Demon Division's message bank. Li Xian moved slightly. His face hardened, and with a flash of his body, he fled into the dense forest. Next moment, thumbs up, the black iron snake opened its mouth wide. A purple-black poisonous mist sprayed out. Zhou Shan's face was directly corrupted. Inhaling several mouthfuls at the same time, he collapsed to the ground in an instant. The dense forest breeze came along, instantly spreading the poisonous mist. It was the slightest breeze that Li now felt before he acted again. The poisonous mist spread, and when someone touched it, their skin instantly began to fester. Miserable cries spread through the dense forest. The Beast King mercenary group's men fled. Click! The black iron snake wrapped around with force, and Zhou Shan's neck was directly broken. The black iron snake landed on the ground and quickly chased after the other mercenaries who hadn't been poisoned. Li now folds back again, looking at these people who fell across the ground. He then came to Zhou Shan's body. Zhou Shan had been corroded to the point where he couldn't recognize his face. Li now groped at its body for a while, then looked at the broken arm next to it. Only the finger above the broken arm was clearly carrying a ring. After a bit of body mapping, Li now searched a lot of things on these people's bodies. 12 of these yuan rings and the silver notes added up to a total of 80,000 taels. These 12 yuan rings are the 12 golden imperial beast masters. When we go back and figure out how to open it, there must be some good stuff in there too. Just then, the black iron snake folded back. After communicating mentally and determining that there were no survivors, Li Xian left the place. Demonic beasts run rampant here. It's nighttime again. Within the next day, I'm afraid that there will be no bones left and they will be eaten by the demonic beasts. Li Xian did not return directly to the lake. If we go back now, Jun Ningjing will definitely be suspicious. 100 men grabbed one and left. Then one man came back on his own, and 100 others disappeared. Who would believe that? Li now pondered slightly and peeled off the clothes of one of them, then changed into them. Take out another cloth to cover your face. Then came from the detour to the other side of the lake where no one was. Go down there and see what the hell is in there. Li now lets the black iron snake burrow into the lake to check it out. Then makes his own props for swimming across. Li now visually estimated that the shore was about 1,000 meters from the island. Swimming over definitely wouldn't work. Plus there were demonic beasts in the water. So this approach definitely wouldn't work. He couldn't fly himself, so he would have to create a simple boat to row across. But not much later, there was a sudden movement in the water. Li Xian immediately stopped and looked vigilantly into the lake. Only a circle of ripples swept out in all directions, and then a huge snake's head was revealed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lee now moved backward with his hands on the ground, but just then, the black iron snake crawled out of the lake. After an exchange, Li Xian realized that this demonic beast in the lake was also a snake demonic beast. Family. Li Xian was instantly relieved. Through the golden scale python, the large snake in the water promised to carry Li now to the opposite side. It's not really a promise, that's total coercion. Facing the ancient demonic beasts, the current demonic beasts were grandchildren. The large snake revealed a section of its body, and Li now slowly climbed up. It was cold and hard to the touch, and there was no grip on his hands. Li now then leaned down and wrapped his arms around the big snake so that he wouldn't fall, but even with an embrace, they still couldn't hold it completely. Li Xian visually estimated that this large snake demonic beast was at the very least as long as 30 meters away. The color of the scales had a metallic reflection and looked extremely hard. Wow! Half of Li Xian's body was exposed on the surface of the lake. The lake cut a ripple spreading out to the sides. However, in the next moment, Li Xian suddenly sank, and his entire body directly disappeared into the water. Gobbledygook. Without any warning at all, the big snake carried Li Xian and swam towards the bottom of the lake. Hurriedly, Li now takes a few sips of lake water in a row, but the sudden choking sensation also caused Li to panic a bit now. It was a little hard to open his eyes in the water, so Li now hastily stopped breathing and tried his best to calm himself down. Right at this moment, the golden-scaled poison python's voice rang out. Lord Prison Master. This python said that there's a secret passage at the bottom of the lake that leads directly to the Lingyun ruins, and he'll take you in from there. Li Xian really wants to curse his mother. You don't know how to make a sound? Let me take a deep breath. However, the python was very fast, and just as Li Xian was about to lose his hold, the serpent burrowed into a circular cave at the bottom of the lake. Cough cough. Li now landed on the ground and violently started coughing. A puddle of water was spat out by Li now. It took a while for Li Xian to recover. Nima. Li Xian was just about to teach this python a lesson, but upon seeing his surroundings, he immediately closed his mouth. It was a separate and somewhat humid space. The entrance where I came in just now seemed to have a layer of energy separating this place from the lake at the bottom. Looking around, the place was furnished with stone tables and chairs and beds. It is like a place where people live. The serpent spat out a letter signaling Li to now move outside, but when he went out, he was stunned by the scene in front of him, but he saw an empty space in front of him, as if it was a palace. 16 stone pillars supported the entire hall. There are lifelike dragons entwined above the stone pillars. At the very center, there was a high platform. On top of the high platform, there was a huge sarcophagus placed, and the room that Li Xian came out of was a stone door located at the back of the sarcophagus. This is... Looking up, there was a stone plaque that had been carved out above the stone door. There were 3 big words written on it. Lingyun Market. Lingyun Market. This is Lingyun Market. I've never eaten pork, but I've seen a pig run. The construction here, the furnishings here, everything here. Both told Li Xian that this was the mausoleum of that King Imperial Beast Master. There was silence all around. Looks like the others haven't gotten here yet. Li Xian was secretly delighted, and just as he was about to go forward to check out the sarcophagus, the python suddenly scurried out and blocked Li Xian's way. What do you mean? Li Xian surveyed the python suspiciously. However, the python shook its head, signaling Li Xian not to open the sarcophagus. Spinning around, he came to a stone pillar. Like the dragon carved above, it twists and turns, and at its highest point, rests a letter against a protruding stone tile. Rumble. Only the sarcophagus suddenly moved to the left, then revealed a small square compartment. Li Xian's eyes lit up and he rushed forward to check. Instead, a stone box was placed inside. Li now excitedly took it out. Fizzle. The python made a sound and Li now looked up. Seeing that the python was preparing to reset the sarcophagus, Li Xian hurriedly backed away from the high platform. Right at this moment, the golden-scaled poison python's voice sounded once again. Lord Prisoner. This python has benefited the Tomb Master and has stood guard here for thousands of years. He said that he has already given you the most precious thing in the tomb, and hopes that you won't disturb the Tomb Master's rest, and allows you to leave here. Li Xian was a bit enamored. At a glance, it seems like there's good stuff everywhere. Don't be too greedy, Lord Warden. The other things are set with extremely dangerous traps. It's dangerous. Hearing this, Li Xian instantly shivered. Greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant, and by chance he was able to arrive here first and obtain the most precious thing here. Li Xian was also contented. With that, Li Xian returned through the stone door, and then again, Orochi led Li Xian back to the shore. This time Li had existing preparations. Huffing and puffing, Li Xian changed his breath several times, then took a deep breath, hugged the python and swam up. Coming to shore, Li now changed out of his wet clothes and then put his own on. It's almost midnight and it's not to be run around. Li now found a tree branch and climbed up and opened the stone box. But the next scene that made Li Xian's face sink was that amongst the stone box, there was only a book. A book with yellowed paint and a cover that is still very badly torn at the corners. Is this what the python said? The most precious thing? Li Xian asked in a low voice with a sullen face. Lord Prisoner, logically speaking, under the suppression of my bloodline, that guy wouldn't be able to lie. So why don't you take a look at what kind of book this is first? Li Xian stabilized his mood, and holding on to the last shred of fantasy and hope, he turned the first page. The cover was made of animal skin, which was supposed to serve as protection, and although it was badly torn, it did not affect the contents. Turning the first page, the actual cover came into view. 100 Beast Skill Match Details? This is a beast technique? Li Xian murmured the name of the book, then slowly turned to the second page. The second page should be a catalog with the names of many demonic beasts, but there are 4 main categories: birds of prey, beasts of prey, swimming fish, and amphibians. Each of these, in turn, is detailed into a good variety of common ones. For example, apes and monkeys are categorized into powerful Vajra apes, golden fire waiting, angry storm orangutans and so on. Continuing to look through it, Li Xian found that for each type of demonic beast, there was a beast skill that matched it, and the weaknesses of its beast skill after use were recorded, and there was a clear division of the levels of the beast techniques. All 4 levels of beast skills, heaven, earth, Xian Huang, and yellow, were available. But unfortunately, there were only 5 heavenly grade beast techniques. 500,000-year-old demonic beasts were used in separate matches. The beast skill matched by the golden-winged rock eagle was a heaven-rank beast skill called the heaven-breaking claw. The beast skill that the thunder battle tiger was matched with was a heaven-rank beast skill called tiger-shattering gold chant. The beast skill matched by the earth tyrant bear was a heaven-rank beast skill called the regretful earth divine poem. The beast skill that the forest boa matched was a heaven-rank beast skill called Vajra binding. There was also the last 100,000-year-old demonic beast, the berserk blood crocodile. His matching beast skill was a heaven-ranked beast skill called Death Tier. Among them were 5 types of heaven-ranked beast skills, 18 types of earth-ranked beast skills, 36 Xian-ranked beast techniques, 72 types of yellow-rank beast techniques. Each beast technique matches each demonic beast. It was also pointed out that beast techniques could be used on other demonic beasts. The power exerted can be comparable. After reading it, Li was now stunned. In that case, I directly possess 72 plus 36, plus 18 plus 5 types of beast skills this time? This number, Li now counted for a while before he came up with it. 132 in all. Gulp. Li now swallowed. Subconsciously looking around, Li now kept the book close to him. Looking at the stone box, Li Xian jumped down from the tree and threw it into the lake. A stone box of this size is sure to attract attention, so it's better to throw it away. It's just an ordinary stone box anyway. After returning to the tree, Li Xian let the black iron snake let the wind out, and he himself beautifully began to sleep. And at this moment, at the bottom of the lake, after all the hardships and dangers along the way, under the leadership of little brother Wu and little brother Zhang, the crowd finally arrived in the middle of the chamber where the last tomb owner of the mausoleum was located. Rumble! The huge stone door was opened, and people were completely stunned as they looked at the huge palace-like chamber in front of them. At the same time, their eyes quickly scanned the great hall and discovered the precious treasures placed there. Get rich! Get rich! Some people subconsciously and involuntarily stepped in with their feet after seeing what was in the great hall. No! Look out! Get back here! Despite Wuchan and Zhangchan's reminders, they were still a step too late. With one foot, the floor suddenly sank a few points. Immediately after that, countless fine silver needles suddenly protruded from the dragon's head on the 2 stone pillars closest to the doorway. Get out of the way! Little brother Zhang and little brother Wu immediately lunged to the sides with a left and a right. But it was a bitter pill to swallow for the group behind them. Ah! Screams rang out in rapid succession. The 5 or 6 people who were hit were directly sifted. Meanwhile, the one who entered the chamber was not spared. I'm telling you, any more disobedience, and the rest of the way, you're on your own. Little brother Wu burst into a rage and reprimanded the rest of them. But some people got curious. Along the way, little brother Wu and little brother Zhang appeared to be taking things lightly. They could have come in on their own. Why did they have to bring these people with them? Aren't you afraid that other people will get a bigger piece of the pie? But on second thought, these people were instantly struck with a sense of delicacy, because in some places, all the way through, it's other people who are triggering the traps before then other people can get through safely. In other words, these two completely used the others as bait and props. But even if someone thought of that, it wouldn't help. Without Wu Xiao and Zhang Xiao, they can't even walk here. The menace of coming all the way over just now. Only they could know how terrifying it was. The tomb of a king imperial beastmaster was really not that easy to steal. Finally, with the sacrifice of more than a dozen more golden imperial beastmasters, people arrived at the location of the high platform in the very center of the chamber. The moment. Everyone's eyes were all gathered on this coffin in the center, but only Wu Xiaoguo had a frown on his face. He looked at the coffin and vaguely felt that something was not quite right. What is it? Just then, Wu Xiaoguo suddenly came to the right side of the sarcophagus. Slowly crouching down, Wu Xiaoguo reached out and touched the ground. That's a recent scratch. Looking towards the length of the scratch, Wu Xiaoguo realized that the scratch was the same size as the sarcophagus. This sarcophagus has been moved. Wu Xiaoguo immediately noticed the abnormality. And it's still moving recently. Did someone get here first? Zhang Xiaoguo walked up and pushed the sarcophagus hard, but the sarcophagus didn't move. Come up and help. In the next moment, the rest of them all swarmed up and started pushing along the right side of the sarcophagus. But even though they exerted all their strength, the sarcophagus did not move. There are organs. Look around. I don't know how many times I've seen this kind of setup with Wu Xiao and Zhang Xiao. Looking around, the crowd began to lower their heads and look for it. What is it? Just then, a person looked towards a dragon pillar on the right side of the high platform, only to see that on top of the dragon pillar, there was actually a piece of scale bigger than the palm of a hand hanging. Wu Xiaoxiao took an arrow step forward and grabbed the scales and studied them. Then there was a sniff under his nose. These are snake scales. It's from that big guy at the bottom of the lake. There must be another passage here. Wu Xiaoguo looked around and jumped mountain sarcophagus with a long leap. Just then, he noticed the stone door behind the sarcophagus. With a leap, Wu Xiaoguo arrived in front of the stone door. Reaching out his hand, he slowly pushed the stone door, and a small, ordinary room appeared in front of him. However, in the next moment, little brother Wu's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his entire body stomped on his legs and flew backwards, only to see a giant python, bursting out from behind the stone door, opening its bloody mouth to tear towards Wu Xiaoguo. The crowd backed away in a panic of shock, but only the Platinum Imperial Beastmaster dispersed seemingly to surround the large snake. Just then, an eagle's cry rang out, only to see Zhang Xiaoguo with wings on his back. He stepped on the python's head and rode on the back of the python. With that, he took out the long knife behind him and ruthlessly stabbed down at the python. The boa constrictor threw Zhang Xiaoguo out with a single hard throw, but Zhang Xiao, who has wings, landed firmly on the ground. 3,000-year-old demonic beast. Everyone be careful. At this moment, the other Golden Imperial Beastmasters also stabilized and stepped forward. However, this python slapped a row of Golden Imperial Beastmasters out with a single tail call. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wu Xiaoguo flew forward in the distance and shouted, "Lion fight!" A male lion shadow emerged and blasted at the python's head. The snake scales splashed, and the python was surprisingly hit by the blow, which broke its head. But this aroused the python's demonic nature even more. Accompanied by a hissing sound, Python unleashed his innate skill. However, the golden light appeared, and the scales on the python's body stood up, and then shot out in all directions as if they were countless bullets flying daggers. Everyone was suddenly alarmed and scrambled for cover. Whoosh! Countless scales shot out, and over 20 Golden Imperial Beastmasters perished instantly, including the 3 Platinum Imperial Beastmasters from the clan were not spared. Unable to kill everyone with this blow, the python turned and scurried toward the stone door. By the time the others reacted, the python had already disappeared. The crowd chased them to the stone door and into the room. A circular, window-like exit was found in the room, directly in front of the location. The exit was turquoise and there was actually a lake outside. Wu Xiaoguo slowly walked over and tentatively put his hand out, but to his surprise, he realized that he could easily penetrate his own hand as well, and it's obviously a lake out there. So underwater, there is such an entrance. This reinforced his earlier suspicions. Someone's got a head start. Hastily coming to the sarcophagus again, Wu Xiaoguo came to the place where he found the snake scales. Looking upwards along the dragon pillar, Wu Xiaoguo did find a spit-out brick. Leaping forward and climbing up the dragon pearl, Wu Xiaoguo pressed the brick, only to see the sarcophagus slowly cut open. But when Wu Xiaoguo came to the sarcophagus, he found a dark compartment underneath, but it was empty. Pop! Wu Xiaoguo angrily slapped on the sarcophagus. Boom! Along with the heavy object falling to the ground, the coffin was opened. A white bone skeleton wearing black armor was presented in front of everyone. Chapter 23, Shower being bullied. The body of a huge python slowly floated on the surface of the water. The people on the shore were immediately alert. All of them stayed away from the lake. But when they saw that there was a constant stream of blood spreading out from the lake in all directions, all of them gathered around cautiously again. Gobbledygook. Just then, the vision reappeared. Only the water bubbled up in the lake. The next moment, a head came out of the lake. And right after that, one head after another all came out as well. The men broke through the water and breathed heavily, but at the same time, another body floated up. The people on the shore watched this incredulously. When they saw one of their own, they rushed up to help. However, right at this moment, a silhouette suddenly jumped out of the water. Only the man had someone else in his arms, but it was held in one hand, because his other hand, it seemed, was missing, and the man he held in his arms, his face blue, fell into a coma. After putting down the person in his arms, the man hurriedly stopped the bleeding for himself first, and then took out another elixir and fed it to the unconscious person. These two were clearly the guides for this Lingyun market, little brother Zhang and little brother Wu. However, at this moment, that little brother Wu was in a coma, and little brother Zhang had lost an arm. They didn't even think about it. The great python unexpectedly went and came back after using its innate beast technique. After they opened the coffin, it surprisingly struck again. The python that suddenly killed him directly bit Wu Xiaohua. The python was poisonous, and the poisoned Wu collapsed straight away. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua swung his ancient sword in his hand and slashed out, directly breaking through the python, and the wound was so deep that his head was about to fall off. But just then, the python sacrificed its beast soul. The beast soul burrowed into the corpse in the coffin. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, the corpse in the coffin, unexpectedly slowly stood up. The corpse had become a white bone skeleton, but was dressed in black armor, as if it was a spectral general from hell. The body rose into the air and landed heavily on the ground. Right at this moment, Zhang Xiaoga suddenly noticed that Wu Xiaoga was right where that spectral general had landed. Zhang Xiaoga fought his way forward and then pulled the person back. However, General Pantheon's hand rose up and directly cut off one of Zhang Xiaoga's arms. It was at this moment that the other Platinum Imperial Beast Masters reacted and surrounded the group. It was just a white bone skeleton. Even if it had absorbed the 3,000-year-old python's beast soul, it wouldn't last long. Eventually the white bones shattered and were killed with full force. But just after this tomb owner fell to the ground, the entire chamber began to flood the lake in large numbers. The crowd was shocked and hurriedly began to search for treasures. Once the lake filled the chamber, they swam down the exit. The forces had suffered heavy losses during this expedition. Moreover, the treasures seized were not enough to make up for this loss. The crowd was all incredibly heavy, and the other forces came up to help when they saw Zhang Wu and the two of them. Eventually, with everyone's help, the poison was finally removed from Wu's body. He got that life back. Sort of. At this moment, after seeing Lei Hu, Jin Ningjing immediately went forward to greet him. But the mentors of the 10 golden Imperial Beast Masters that they had led had only returned 4 at this point. This time at the Lingyun ruins, they had 5 golden Imperial Beast Master tutors die. However, Lei Hu had his own measure in his heart, and although he died this time, the harvest was not small, because in the middle of the journey, Lei Hu discovered a secret room in which a large amount of treasures were obtained. This was something that the other forces didn't even know about. Vice Principal, the Beast King Mercenary Corps people have taken Li Xingqian away. What? These guys actually dare to make a move. Lei Hu became furious. Hurry up and find it. At this time, the sky was already brightening, and the road could be seen clearly in the dense forest. However, right at this moment, a figure walked out from the dense forest. Star? Seeing this person, Jin Serenity instantly lit up. Where are the people from the Beast King Mercenary Group? I don't know. A few hours ago, I looked for an opportunity and escaped. They chased after me but encountered demonic beasts. I walked in the dense forest for a long time before I finally found this lake. Jin Serenity couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief after hearing this. It's good that it's alright. It's good that it's alright. Principal Lei Hu and the others just came out as well. Let's get out of here quickly. With that, the crowd hit the road. All the other forces were getting into the swing of things. I don't think that was the road we took when we came here. At a fork in the road going back, Li Xian's face changed slightly as he asked suspiciously. The Peach Garden Sky is in a very special geographical location, and very few people from the outside have entered here, so that has led to there being many precious medicinal herbs in here, and they're quite old, Jin Serenity explained. Oh, Li Xian responded without further reply. What is it? When they had traveled about half an hour or so more, the crowd suddenly stopped. Looking along, the crowd subconsciously took a few steps back, only to see that between the jungle, there were actually white bone skeletons everywhere. Lei Hu frowned and came to a corpse. Only the body still had shredded flesh attached to it, and their clothes had been torn to shreds. The look was that of a demonic beast attack. It's someone from the Beast King Mercenary Group. After Jin Ningjing looked at it, she immediately affirmed the identity of the other party from the clothing. Right at this moment, Jin Serenity slowly twisted her head to look at Li Xian. Seeing this, Li Xian was overjoyed. Ha ha, retribution all retribution. It must be the work of the demonic beasts that chased them last night and dared to hit us. They deserve it. Lei Hu glanced at Jin Serenity. The two exchanged glances and then stood up. Without saying anything else, he led the crowd onward. Li now desperately wants to go back. But Lei Hu led the crowd around this peach garden sky for 2 full days before leaving. But you don't say. The Silver Imperial Beastmaster who followed him didn't go to the mausoleum though. But in this peach garden sky, all of them also got more or less a lot of good things. Even Li Xian had gotten an 800-year-old herb. There are rules for following Lei Hu. Whoever found it, owns it. It's so much better than with any other mentor. In the past, Ments followed other mentors out on adventures and training. Any goodies found are to be turned in. Then some will be assigned based on your performance on this trip. Even for those who can't get anything, they will be compensated afterwards. But Thunder Tiger is different. You found it. It's yours. If you were in an unusual wilderness, you probably wouldn't find anything at all for 2 days. But it's different here. This place was in a secluded location and no outsiders had arrived. So there were many precious herbs that hadn't been picked. After Li Xian got the herb, he didn't rush to give it to the black iron snake to eat. Instead, he kept it, intending to go back and give it to Vice Principal Ma Yun for alchemy. You get a little more energy that way. 2 days later, the crowd finally returned safely to Cloud Shadow City Academy. Li Xian also breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. Upon returning to the abode, Coquette was miraculously absent. Did it go to class? Slightly puzzled, Li Xian didn't care. Wow! Li Xian took out all 13 yuan rings. How do I get all these things open? Without beast power, it was impossible to break through the seal within the yuan ring. It's the equivalent of picking up 13 safes, but without the combination or key. Golden Scaled Poison Python. Do you have a solution? With no choice but to ask the Golden Scaled Poison Python. This is simple. You don't have beast power, Lord Warden, but I can unlock it through the Black Iron Serpent and take out everything inside. Great! Li Xian was instantly delighted. Then you unlock all the yuan rings and take out everything inside. Li was now opening a blind box on this side. And on the other side, all the instructors of the Cloud Shadow Academy were also having a meeting. This meeting was mainly for Lei Hu to report his gains and losses from his trip out to the Lingyun ruins. The loss of 5 gold Imperial Beastmasters. This was indeed not a small blow to the Cloud Shadow Academy. However, after hearing all of Lei Hu's reported harvests this time, the hearts of the crowd were slightly balanced. The meeting ended quickly. When all the other instructors have left, immediately, only the principal and vice principal Lei Hu as well as Jin Ningjing remained in the conference room. Oh Serenity, this time you took Li Xingchen on a trip out. Did you find anything? Once the others had left, the principal spoke up and asked. It's the same as what we investigated before. Someone recognized Li Xingchen and claimed to be Li Xingchen's brother. The other party is from the Beast King Mercenary Corps of Beast King City. But, Jin Serenity said this and glanced at Lei Hu next to her. There was a little hiccup earlier. With that, Jin Ningjing told the story of Lei Hu entering the mausoleum and then the people from the Beast King Mercenary Corps threatening them. But on our way back, we saw more than 100 corpses of the Beast King mercenaries. Oh, the principal frowned at once. What's going on? After Star was taken away, he returned before dawn, and he said that the people of the Beast King mercenary group had suffered an attack from demonic beasts, and he found a chance to escape. That's right, Lei Hu continued on with Jin Serenity's words. But I've seen it, and those bodies have one common trait. What? Poisoned? Poisoned? Right. Lei Hu nodded and analyzed. They first died from poisoning, then attracted demonic beasts to be torn clean off. You mean they were poisoned by Li Xingchen first before they were eaten by the demonic beasts? It's possible, but not certain. Lei Hu shook his head and said, not to mention you guys, even I'm a bit unconvinced that this Li Xingchen has the strength to kill more than 100 people, and that includes 13 golden Imperial Beast Masters. This is indeed impossible. And since Li Xingchen was hit with a soul-suppressing nail and doesn't have any beast power, and only has an ordinary black iron snake, there's no way he could have this kind of strength. The principal analyzed. Did he have help from someone high up? That's possible. Lei Hu nodded. But we didn't even realize that an expert was following stars. Phew. The principal took a deep breath. No matter what, it's certain that there's a big problem with this Li Xingchen. Principal. So what do we do now? Jin Serenity asked. First of all, he is wanted by the Great Xia Imperial family's Demon Suppression Division, so we can rule out that he is someone from Great Xia, which puts our minds at ease. As for whether or not he's someone from our Great Zhou, then we'll continue to observe first. At least for now, he doesn't have any influence on our academy yet. Understood. After the mission, the next day Li Xian unexpectedly received a reward of 1,000 credits. Said it was payment for this operation. Silver Sentinels are 1,000 credits and Gold Mentors are 5,000 credits. Li now also opens a blind box to end it. This harvest totaled 520,000 taels, 1 rare herb of 5,000 years, 8 herbs from 1 to 3,000 years old. Others under 1,000 years old total 53 plants, and 2 3,000-year-old demon crystals, 10 1,000-year-old demon crystals, 36 demon crystals under 1,000 years old. Li Xian was dazzled by these things. Li Xian even believed that the golden-scaled poison python would even be able to recover after devouring all of these things. Li Xian collected all the things in a yuan ring, then wrapped the rest of the meta ring. Dollar rings are expensive. It's 100,000 taels for a square space. It's 800,000 taels for 5 square spaces. The bigger the space, the more expensive it is. And of this remaining space, there are 9 in a square. There are 4 in 5 square feet. If we sold these yuan rings, it would be an income. But wealth is not exposed. Li now knows deeply that if these money is known by others, then the death of the Beast King mercenary group would definitely be suspected. Especially Jin Jingjing. Li Xian now remembered the way Jin Ningjing had looked at himself when they found the bones. Besides, those people were poisoned. Lei, who is a Platinum Imperial Beast Master, he must have noticed the difference as well. It just didn't come out at the time. Li Xian now even suspected that they had already suspected his own head. Looks like it's time to find an opportunity to get out of here. From Zhou Shan's mouth, he learned that Su Xianwan had been captured by people from the Dark Factory. So Li Xian had to leave here to find Su Xianwan. In addition, the oldest 3, Wang Xiao'er, joined the Dark Factory. This news really surprised Li Xian. You should know that although Wang Xiao'er, this person is from the marketplace, but he was at least a man of Daxia. How did it suddenly appear in the Great Zhou Kingdom? And there's also the addition of the Dark Factory. With these herbs and demon crystals, along with these silver tickets, restoring the golden-scaled poison python strength should be about right. So when the time comes, we'll leave this place once we've lifted the soul-suppressing nail. Li Xian thought darkly, then packed up all his things and prepared to go out for dinner. However, just as he went out the door, Li Xian bumped into Xiao Er head-on. Bang! The two crashed into each other. Coquette, where have you been? Looking at Xiao Er, who was walking with her head down, Li Xian was instantly delighted and hurriedly asked, Star brother, you're back ah? Xiao Er raised her head to look at Li Xian with delight, but then she violently lowered her head again. That, Star brother, you're hungry, aren't you? I'll go cook for you. With that, Xiao Er hurriedly made her way to the inner room. Wait, Li Xian hurriedly called out to Xiao Er. What's wrong with your face? Looking with it, he saw that under the night, a redness could be faintly seen on Coquette's face. No, it's nothing, I just fell. Xiao Er dodged and moved backward, not daring to let Li Xian see what was on her face. Here, let me see. Li Xian grabbed Xiao Er and lifted her face up by her chin. What the hell is going on here? After seeing the bruises on Xiao Er's face, Li Xian was instantly enraged. Brother Star, I really did drop this, Xiao Er said with tearful eyes and stubbornness with a sobbing voice. Tell me the truth, or I'll get really mad. Li Xian's face was suddenly gloomy. There was visible damage and bruising on this face, and neck, and even on the arms. Even a blind man could see this was a hit. Say, who did it? Li Xian coldly questioned. Brother Star, I really did fall by accident. Speaking of which, Xiao Er burst into howls. After all, she was still a child, and in her heart, how could she possibly endure such bullying? Good boy, go back and I'll give you medicine. You'll tell me everything. Don't be afraid. There's my brother. And if not, there's Mr. Serenity to help us. Helped Coquette inside the house. Li Xian gave Xiao Er medicine while listening to Xiao Er's sobbing account. Zhangli from our class has been letting her little wolf dog demonic beast bite my rabbit, and I ignored her when you weren't around. But she's gotten worse, and today, when the teacher wasn't there, she just bit my bunny to death. I'll tell the teacher. She stopped me and threatened me, saying that if I told my teacher, she would let her brother beat you up. Her brother is from the Beast Soul Academy side, and I heard that he's also a Silver Imperial Beast Master. Click. After hearing this, Li Xian ruthlessly smashed the pill bottle on the ground. Brother Star, don't be impulsive. Let's just tell Mr. Jin tomorrow. My revenge never lasts overnight. After Li Xian finished speaking, he pulled Xiao Er and headed out. You can rest assured. Today this matter, I must let her give you a statement. Simply lawless, but also her brother is the Beast Soul Academy. Came the old man to beat him full of teeth. Xiao Er didn't want to invite trouble for Li Xian, crying, brother don't be impulsive. I'll recover in a few days after I've been beaten. Tomorrow I'll just go and collect another demonic beast cub. If you beat her up, the academy will punish you. I don't want you to be dragged into this because of me. Xiao Er was kind by nature, but Li Xian couldn't endure it. straight to the outside of the girls' dormitory. Li Xian directly found the dormitory called Zhangli in front of him. What for? What for? The hostess saw a man breaking into the girls' dormitory and immediately stood up and chased after him. Bang! Arriving at the door of the dormitory, Li Xian kicked open the door of the dormitory with one hard kick. The sudden crash startled the four girls inside for a moment. Only one of them had one foot on the bed and was gesticulating about something. The door was suddenly kicked in and the girl immediately whipped her head around to look at it. Looking along, Li now saw a girl with a somewhat slightly chubby body and a mole between her eyebrows angrily walking over. Li Xian was at least in the same class as them. This class is made up of people of all ages. They range from 16 to 18. This girl was none other than Zhangli, who Li now had taken a few classes and had a strong impression of her. Yo! This is a complaint to pick a fight. Zhangli wasn't the least bit scared when she saw Li Xian. A small black wolfhound dejectedly walked over with a black wolfhound in his arms. Did you hurt my sister? Li Xian coldly questioned. Your sister? Ha ha! Zhangli burst out laughing. Isn't this your maid? How did she become your sister? You're really special. The whole academy doesn't even have any maidservants to serve the teachers. But you even have someone to serve you. You're really special. Let me ask you, did you injure my sister and let your demonic beast eat my sister's demonic beast? Li Xian once again asked in a stern voice. So what if I am? What can you do to me? I can tell you. My brother is from the Beast Soul Academy, a silver royal beast master. If you have the guts to hit me. Ha! Li Xian sneered. I've never heard such a request before. So as you wish. Saying that, Li Xian flew up and viciously kicked Zhangli in the stomach. Bam! Bang! Zhangli was knocked back by the flying kick. It then hit the table with a thud and sat on the floor. Ah! Zhangli screamed miserably, followed by an angry roar. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Wolfhound! Bite him to death for me! Only Zhangli cast a scaling technique and released the little wolf dog in her arms. That little wolfhound grew against the wind and turned right into. Seeing this little wolf dog that was only slightly bigger than a hyena, Li Xian instantly snorted. Black iron snake! Bite him to death for me! The black iron snake burrowed out of his sleeve, and when it landed, it grew into a large black snake as thick as an arm that was over 2 meters long. Ah! All the girls inside the dormitory, including Zhangli, immediately screamed. For snake-like demonic beasts, girls seemed to have an innate fear. The little wolfhound barked at the black iron snake. The black iron snake was like a black lightning bolt, and when it came forward, it wrapped around that little wolf dog. Click, click, click. Only a crisp bone cracking sound was heard. That little wolf dog was actually directly entangled and killed by the black iron snake. Immediately afterward, the black iron snake opened its bloody mouth and swallowed that little wolf dog inside its stomach in 3 or 2 bites. The black iron snake looked towards Zhangli and slowly crawled over. Then the snake's head lifted and stared at Zhangli at a distance of 10 centimeters. Ah! Zhangli shivered in fear, only to see liquid suddenly oozing from the ground. Looking down, Zhangli was actually directly scared to pee. Then his neck slumped and he fainted straight away. Seeing this, Li presently whistled before leaving the place with the black iron snake. If someone bullies you again in the future, just tell me. This time it was killing his demonic beast. Next time it won't be so simple. Hey, 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 hey. That class of yours? What did you do to that girl? The hostess hurriedly stopped Li Xian and questioned. My name is Starry Li. I'm from this class. So you can go tell our tutor if you have anything. After saying that, Li Xian domineeringly took Xiao Er and left the place. After Li Xian left, the hostel staff immediately sent Zhangli to medical treatment. The instructor of their class heard the news and immediately rushed over. Get Li Xingqian and that coquette over here. The mentor shouted angrily. In the middle of the narrow medical room, Li Xian and Xiao Er arrived. Zhangli was lying on the bed, accompanied by a young man. Upon seeing Li Xian, the man immediately rushed towards him. At the same time, the beast soul on his body immediately appeared, and that look was itching to eat Li Xian. Chapter 24 National Demon Beast Competition. Stop! How could they be allowed to fight again when their mentor was still around? The mentor stopped directly in the middle of the two sides and droned. I will give you a perfect answer. Upon hearing this, the man slowed to a stop. This person was Zhang Li's brother, the so-called Beast Soul Silver Imperial Beast Master. Say, what's going on? The mentor looked at Li Xian and angrily inquired. Coquette. Li Xian looked at Xiao Er and let Xiao Er tell him everything that had happened before. Zhang Li has been bullying my little rabbit demonic beast with her little wolf dog demonic beast, and several times he has bitten and bled, and today was even more excessive, and had his little wolf dog bite my little rabbit to death. Coquette's eyes reddened again as she spoke. Nonsense! It was your rabbit that kept provoking my little wolf dog with its teeth and claws, and my little wolf dog couldn't stand it before it bit your rabbit to death. Zhang Li, who was lying on the bed, immediately sat up and retorted. Your bull asterisk 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 ting me. So many people in the class can testify for me. Hearing this, Zhongli's eyes instantly flickered and her face changed slightly. She was bossy, but not so bossy that she made the whole class give him false testimony. Even if it bites your demonic beast to death, you can still tell your teacher, who will let you adopt a new one. And all of you have demonic beasts that were gifted by the academy, the mentor said in exasperation. A demonic beast can be replaced with another one when it dies, but when a man is beaten, he must be beaten back. Just then, Li Xian said coldly. With that, it directly exposed Coquette's arms as well as her neck. Seeing this scene, the tutor was speechless, not knowing how to retort. My sister beat up your sister. You beat up my sister, so I'm going to beat the crap out of you today too. Without saying a word, Zhongli's brother immediately pounced on Li Xian while his mentor wasn't paying attention. Li Xian hurriedly pushed Xiao Er aside. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the black iron snake quickly flew out of his sleeve. The black iron snake grew against the wind while precisely wrapping around Zhongli's brother's neck. 3 circles entwined, and Zhongli's brother instantly felt suffocated. At the same time flopped and fell straight to the ground holding his neck. Zhongli's brother's face was red and he couldn't make any sound. Both hands pulled hard on the black iron snake trying to pull it down. The legs stomped hard against the floor, fighting for their lives. Get off him. The mentor was instantly shocked and quickly reprimanded Li Xian for releasing the person. Li Xian's mind moved, and the black iron snake slowly loosened up, but it did not leave but once again wrapped Zhongli's brother's right arm, under the watchful eye of the mentor as well as others. The black iron snake wrapped around with force. Click, click, click. Zhongli's brother's right arm, surprisingly in front of his mentor, was directly twisted and fractured by the black iron snake's entanglement. Only then did the black iron snake slowly climb from Zhongli's brother's body to Li Xian's, twisting up along the leg of Li Xian's pants. The black iron snake wrapped around Li Xian's waist, its head slowly poking out from behind, gazing at everyone with a pair of bizarrely icy eyes. Zhongli's brother wailed in pain as he held his right arm, and the treatment staff next to him immediately lifted him onto a nearby treatment bed before beginning his examination. In the next moment, the person in charge of treatment sucked in a breath of cold air. Good fellow, this bone has rotated several times inside the flesh. This arm is considered wasted. You even committed an assault in front of your mentor. You're just too much. The mentor pointed at Li Xian and said angrily, I'm going to tell the principal to fire you. With that, he instructed another cadet to inform the principal. Li Xian sneered and said, open just in time. But next to her, Xiao Er blushed and loudly argued, teacher, you watched him make the first move. Brother Star was just fighting back. Are we going to stand here and let him fight? Can he hit you guys with me here? The mentor grunted coldly. Then why didn't you stop him when he did it just now? Li now snorted. I can kind of see that you're with them. You're clearly trying to bully our siblings. I'll tell the principal when he comes and see what he says. You kid don't bull asterisk 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 you. The mentor's face changed, pointing at Li Xian and then threatened. Let me tell you, don't rely on the fact that I'm afraid of you just because your sister is Jin Ningjing. Who in the entire academy doesn't know that Jin Ningjing and the principal are having an affair? What are you talking about? Li Xian's face was suddenly gloomy. What did I say? I said you turned right and wrong. Not only did you bully your classmates, but you also crippled them, and now you're a dog in the fight, thinking you can do whatever you want just because the popular person next to the principal is your sister. The mentor wasn't afraid of Li now. He was a golden imperial beast master, and he wouldn't dare to fight back even if he gave Li Xian a few guts. But the next moment, he regretted it. The black iron snake behind Li Xian's body instantly sprang out. But that tutor was also prepared, and the moment he saw the black iron snake move, he quickly dodged it. The black iron serpent pounced and landed on the ground, quickly counterattacking again. However, with a shake of his right hand, the mentor took out a long knife and slashed down hard at the black iron snake. Bang! Who knew that a spark would be emitted after the knife slashed at the black iron snake's body? It was like chopping on top of steel. The sword was unharmed, and the tutor immediately summoned the beast soul. Beast soul possessed, that mentor reached out and grabbed at the black iron snake. However, the black iron snake struck the snake on the stick and followed the trend, directly wrapping around the mentor's arm. That tutor sneered. You think I was that student just now? In the next moment, the mentor's right arm exerted force and his left hand grabbed the black iron snake trying to rip it off. But right at this moment, the black iron snake suddenly lashed out, and at the same time, a beastly force came from it, causing this mentor to be shocked. Beast skills, how is this possible? Click! The black iron snake's sudden outburst of immense power directly twisted off the mentor's right arm. The black iron serpent quickly wrapped around his left arm again after performing the beast technique. Click! The left arm was also directly entangled and broken by the black iron snake. Immediately after that, the black iron snake came back to the legs. With a burst of bone-cracking sounds, the tutor's limbs were directly strangled. Looking at the tutor who fell to the ground, wailing in pain, Li Xian's face was cold, without a trace of pity. At the same time, Li Xian was secretly shocked in his heart. Just now, he had asked the black iron snake to perform a beast technique, but he didn't expect that it would actually succeed. It was reasonable to say that unless a demonic beast had an innate beast skill, otherwise, other beast techniques could only be performed through beast power and beast souls after learning them through the Imperial Beast Master. But the Black Iron Serpent wasn't a beast soul, he was an actual demonic beast. It is impossible to learn human beast skills. But just now, Li Xian succeeded. Because of the golden scaled poison python, Li Xian and the Black Iron Snake were also mentally connected. Li now looks at the takeaway this time around. The 100 beast skill match details. 132 beast techniques are recorded in this book. It also details the different types of beast souls that match each beast skill. Among them, there were 5 heavenly rank beast techniques. One of them is matched to a beast technique called Forest Boa, called Vajra Binding. Vajra Binding was a heaven-grade beast skill, used on snake-type demonic beasts. It can drastically increase a snake's entanglement ability. Just now, the powerful force erupted from the Black Iron Snake. It is from this heavenly rank beast technique, Vajra Binding, but the Black Iron Snake was only a glimpse of what was to come. But even at the first glimpse, it exploded with a power that surprised Li Xian. This was worthy of being a heavenly rank beast skill. If the Black Iron Snake could fully comprehend it and blend it in, then it's estimated to be able to wind and shatter the hardest thing in the world. Just then, the principal arrived in a hurry with his men. Accompanying them were Jin Ningjing as well as Vice Principal Lei Hu. They were just getting ready to end the 3-person meeting. Then I heard someone say that Li Xian's side had hit someone. When Li Xian was mentioned, the 3 came over in person. But upon seeing the image of the medical room, the principal frowned. What the hell is going on here? The principal questioned coldly. At this moment, the tutor who was lying on the ground and wailing immediately sued miserably. Mr. Principal, you must do it for me. This student assaulted his classmates. I went up to stop him, and he even hit me. Is it a disgrace? Still a golden imperial beast master tutor? Next to him, Vice Principal Lei Hu snorted coldly. You, tell me what's going on. Lei Hu pointed to the healer in charge of treatment next to him. Lord Headmaster, it was this girl who was brought here first. He was just a little irritated. The medical staff pointed to Zhang Li, who was lying on the bed. Then he pointed to Zhang Li's brother, who had his arm immobilized on his right, immediately followed by his brother. Then when the mentors came, I heard them say that this girl had hit his sister first. The medical staff looked to Li now. Then it seems he took it out on his sister and hit her again. And right after that everyone came here. This man wants to avenge his sister's death, and keeps his mentor discouraging him from going up and hitting people. But then someone broke his arm with a snake. Then, at this point, the medical officer stopped abruptly, somewhat embarrassed. He looked at the principal and Yen Serenity. And then what? Say it. Then the tutor reprimanded him, saying that he was acting arbitrarily on the basis of being the brother of Tutor Jin, and also insulted Tutor Jin out of his mouth, saying that Tutor Jin was able to call the shots with the principal because he had used other improper means. That's why he got angry and used his Black Iron Snake to break his mentor's limbs. Hearing this, several people's faces changed slightly, especially the mentor who couldn't move on the floor. At this moment, he felt as if the sky had fallen. The pain in my body doesn't hurt anymore. Lord Headmaster, it's not like that. It's not like that. Don't listen to his nonsense. Is that what happened? Jin Serenity walked up to Li Xian and questioned. That girl beat up Xiao Er. I went to take revenge. And now these things happened. And this guy. Saying that, Li Xian kicked the thigh of the tutor lying on the ground hard in front of the principal. Ah! At once, the tutor let out a painful scream. This guy even slandered his sister and said bad things about her. I'll beat him to death. Stop! Jin Ningjing reprimanded Li Xian as she pulled him back. At least he's your mentor. Can you just do that? If the King of Heaven comes and says something bad about you, I'll beat him so much that he won't even recognize his mother. Li Xian said viciously. Hearing these words, although Jin Serenity was exasperated, she couldn't help but be warmed by them. Alright, clean up this place. You're all at fault in this matter, and you'll be punished according to the rules of the academy. After saying that, the principal turned around and left the place. Lei Hu followed suit. Hurry back. Jin Serenity reprimanded and left the place as well. After the 3 of them left, Lei Hu suddenly laughed. This fellow, who crippled the limbs of one of our golden imperial beast masters, that Black Iron Snake of his, it's not ordinary. All along, what his Black Iron Snake has shown is only a powerful winding ability, and for the snake venom aspect, it hasn't been manifested. But everyone knows that the black iron snake also possesses a powerful toxicity ability. The National Demon Beast competition is about to begin. Give him a spot to compete. Once he is exposed, if he really is from a certain power, then he will definitely be found out. And at that time, all the things about Li Xingchen will be solved. The principal said lightly. Lei Huanjin Serenity looked at each other and immediately lit up. It's been mentioned before. The three, Great Zhou, Great Xia, and Great Sheng, each had their own merits. Great Zhou's beast mastery, Great Xia's firearms, Great Sheng's puppets. With the strong support, Great Zhou's beast harnessing technique was also greatly supported and promoted. Some personally bred demonic beasts as well as those bred by the academy or bred by others could participate in each year's demonic beast competition. But this demon beast contest has requirements. The first demonic beasts bred were 10 years old or more. The next is less than a century old. Such demonic beasts were the most valuable to cultivate and could see their value manifested. Once you win, that will be strongly supported by the state. The main reason why this was set up was because they didn't want to have higher-aged demonic beasts to ruin the fairness of the competition. Some demonic beasts that were bred an unknown number of years ago contained beast power that reached hundreds or even thousands of years. Wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to have it come to the contest? Li Xian looked at his black iron snake. It's only been a few months since I adopted black iron snake though, but the beast power contained within the black iron snake was already equivalent to a 20-year portion of a demonic beast. In the Tianyuan continent, demonic beasts and beast souls counted in years. Not that he really lived that long. Rather, he had made the beast power in his body reach the total value of a certain year through cultivation or devouring heavenly materials. Some years, 10 years demonic beasts got lucky and swallowed a 10,000-year-old herb. The beast power in his body skyrocketed, and it wasn't certain that he would directly evolve into a demonic beast rank of hundreds or even thousands of years. This is like the protagonist inside the world of martial arts, such as Duan Yu Void Bamboo. They got lucky and gained like decades, centuries of someone else's internal strength, especially late in Duan Yu's life. He sucks up to anyone he sees. That guy's internal strength, straight up, is 200 or 300 years. Here, all the demonic beasts are the same. A year is nothing more than a unit of measurement, not the value of his lifespan. Li Xian brought Xiao'er back to the residence. Xiao'er skillfully called for hot water to help Li Xian wash his feet. Looking at the arms that were covered in black and blue, Li Xian couldn't bear it inwardly and grabbed them, then personally gave her some more medicine. Rest early today. Tomorrow, brother will take you to adopt another demonic beast cub. Thank you, brother Star. Xiao'er broke into a satisfied and happy smile. The next day, Li Xian brought Xiao'er to the demonic beast school district early in the morning. Walking into the place where the cubs were adopted, Li now saw that there were many more cubs here. But with the breeders and mentors here, Li now couldn't afford to let the black iron snake get the better of him. In the end, accompanied by Li Xian, Xiao'er found another small rabbit demonic beast cub. After all, after breeding for such a long time, Xiao'er was also experienced in breeding rabbit demonic beasts. That's why it's also good to choose rabbit hatchlings. Moreover, with Li Xian's help, this little rabbit's bloodline could be much purer than other demonic beast bloodlines. It's been a while since I've been in class, so Li now brings Cozy to the classroom. Today's mentor had suddenly changed, so Li Xian sneered when he thought about it. That guy is kind of wasted, with comminuted fractures of his limbs, and he won't be able to recover completely without a year or two. And that's if he's in an excellent healing environment. Even when cured, it has a significant impact on strength. Everyone, your teacher had a little temporary accident, so from now on, I'll be the one to teach everyone in this class. The one who spoke was an innocent girl with shoulder-length hair and wearing a long-sleeve short dress. The girl didn't seem very old, 25 at the most, but has become a mentor. The Cloud Shadow Academy's instructors had one requirement, and that was that their strength had to be at the level of a Gold Imperial Beast Master. And this must be true for instructors in either any vocation. On the Beast Soul School District's side, the instructors that taught were some that had even reached the rank of Platinum Imperial Beast Master. In other words, this girl was less than 25 years old and had reached Gold Imperial Beast Master. My name is Sweetie Wang. Everyone can call me Teacher Wang, or Teacher Sweetie. This girl tutor was very natural and approachable, much more comfortable than the previous curmudgeonly and cold tutor. What about coming here today? The first thing I want to do is to tell you all the good news. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up their ears. That's the National Demon Beast Competition, which is about to begin. And our class, since it's a lower level class, only has one spot. But if each of you don't meet the standard, then that spot will be cancelled as well. Everyone should know that the Demonic Beast Competition is one of the most important competitions in our Great Zhou, and the minimum requirement for this competition is that the demonic beasts bred are required to have a strength of 10 years portion. Now let's test to see if the demonic beasts you've bred have reached 10 years of portions. Hearing this, all the trainees wailed miserably at once. 10 years worth of copies? How is this possible? We've only been adopting demonic beasts for how long? Yeah, even the demonic beast bred by Pong Lang, who has the richest family in our class, has only reached the 9th year. I don't think any of them are qualified. Teacher, my demonic beast is of 9 years old, but I can guarantee that I can raise it to 10 years old before the competition starts. A white boy stood up. The boy looked white and gave off a very comfortable feeling. Moreover, his family owned a store in Cloud Shadow City and was very rich, so he got the admiration of all the girls in the class. This student, let's follow the rules and test one by one, shall we? Wang Sweetness smiled faintly and gestured for Pang Lang to sit down, but immediately after that, what made Wang Sweetness frown slightly was that Pang Lang even said with a proud face, "Teacher, there's no need to go to so much trouble. We're a low-level class, and it's only been a few months since we bred our demonic beasts. And apart from my demonic beasts, the others don't even have enough for 5 years worth of copies." Wang Sweetness was somewhat slightly disappointed with Pang Lang's impression. Originally the boy's appearance was a perfect score, but the exit made you shake your head. He's too proud. This is not good. Student, testing the vintage of demonic beasts is also our once-a-month examination, so please sit down, okay? Wang Sweetness once again instructed. Humph. Pang Lang snorted coldly and sat down directly. Immediately after that, one after another, the students began to go up to the stage to test the demonic beasts. But when it came to Chower, Wang Sweethearts asked at once, "Classmate, why is your demonic beast newly adopted?" "Teacher, his demonic beast was eaten by other demonic beasts." One of the students immediately stood up and smiled. Hearing this, Wang Sweetness immediately changed her face slightly. She had just arrived at the Cloud Shadow Academy and had directly become the lead teacher. It took her by surprise. But I also heard about the original instructor of this class occasionally today. I heard it was crippled by a student. And about this class, Wang Sweetness had asked for advice from other teachers before she came here. Once he inquired, he heard that it was one of the students of this class whose demonic beast had been killed by fellow classmates who bullied him. His brother, who was also in this class, beat up the other guy. It got so bad that the mentor came too. But who knew that the mentor was also crippled? As soon as Wang Sweetness came in, she looked around the room, trying to find out this person who could cripple the Golden Imperial Beast Master. But he looked around and didn't feel like any of them were more alike. Upon hearing that this girl's demonic beast in front of her had been killed, Wang Sweetness immediately associated it with this girl and her brother. Just then, it was the next person's turn to test the demonic beast year. Only this student seemed to be slightly older than the others, looked 18 or 19 years old. But the next thing that made Wang Sweetness frown a little was that he actually took out a black snake. Sweetie Wang was no exception. She was also afraid of snakes. Taking a slight step backward, Wang Sweetness signaled this student to place the demonic beast on the measuring table. But in the next moment, Wang Sweetness instantly widened her eyes. 20-year copies? Unbelievably looking up at this classmate, Wang Sweetheart exclaimed in shock and asked, "Classmate, are you sure you're in the low-level class? 20 years worth of breeding demonic beasts is up to the standard of the intermediate class." "Teacher, he's my brother. He's very powerful. He's a demonic beast adopted with us." Just then, Coquette said smugly from the side, "You're her brother?" Seeing this, Wang Sweetness suddenly came to a realization. So it's a demonic beast that possesses a 20-year portion. No wonder it was able to beat a Golden Imperial Beast Master's mentor into a cripple. But then, Wang Sweetness thought for a second. That's not right. It's only a 20-year portion of a demonic beast. I could have easily killed it. There was doubt in her heart. But Wang Sweetness also confirmed that this person was the lower class going for a place in the competition. At the same time, the entire class was all looking at Li Xian in shock. This student usually didn't show his head, but I didn't expect that he had already bred demonic beasts to 20-year-old copies. Li Xian walked toward the stage, passing Pang Lang as he did so, sensing the hostility from Pang Lang's body. If there was no Li Xian, maybe this spot Pang Lang could have fought for it, but Li now left unimpressed. In Li Xian's eyes, this person was not worth mentioning at all. Chapter 25. This what demonic beast competition? Li Xian was still relatively interested. Immediately after that, Wang Sweetness continued to start talking about the rules and system of the demonic beast competition. First of all, individuals are not allowed to participate in the demon beast competition, and must be introduced by a unit or a group with social notarization in order to enroll. This is to stop other countries or certain people with impure intentions from mixing into the race to cause trouble. In addition, the demonic beast competition will have a 3-month selection time from the city, and within 3 months, the major slave cities will have to select 10 representatives to go to the Collar City to participate in the Collar City selection competition. In the end, The major territorial cities will choose 10 representatives from dozens of them to go to the national competition. And any height you reach during the race earns you different rewards. For example, if there are 10 slots in the slave city, but you win 11th place, you can't represent the slave city to go to the leader city competition. But you can get different rewards from that slave city. Hearing this, everyone suddenly came to a realization. Lee now knew that there should be a lot of people who went to the tournament with the academy as theirs. In the case of, say, Cloud Shadow City's other major chambers of commerce, clans, and even sects, they were all qualified to send people to participate in the competition. The number of people should be a lot if you add it all up. In addition, the profession of demon beast royalist had another name in terms of the Great Joe. That's the rich man's profession. This was because raising demonic beasts required an extremely large amount of money in order to have any development. Poor people simply don't qualify. It seems that I also need to control the recovery degree of the golden scaled poison python, or else after the golden scaled poison python completely recovers, I will be able to remove the effect of the soul suppressing nail, and then I won't be able to participate in the competition when I become a true beast soul imperial beastmaster. But on second thought, Li Xian felt that it didn't matter, because even if the golden scaled poison python recovered, it was also necessary to have the golden scaled poison python help revive the soul insects in prison cell number 70 before the soul suppressing nail could be lifted. The golden scaled poison python's complete recovery also directly helped the black iron snake's strength. That's why it's also important to get a proper boost when you're competing in a tournament. The morning was spent in understanding the explanation of the demon beast competition. After the class ended, Li Xian was just about to leave when he was called by his new tutor. "Hello classmate, please wait." Wang Sweetness had a light and lively physique, and in her short skirt, she revealed a pair of straight, long legs. The human looks were moderate to good, but those legs gave it all the points. The first time anyone looks at her is from the thighs up first. "Miss Sugar, what can I do for you?" Li Xian asked suspiciously. For this title, Li now regretted a little when he called it out, because the title just feels so intimate. Furthermore, Li Xian and Wang Dontian's ages are not much different, so calling them like this makes people feel that there is some ambiguity. "You're representing our class in the competition, and the contest is going to start in 3 days. So I'd like to ask if you have any questions or difficulties. You can come to me directly." "Okay, no problem." Li nodded now. "By the way, I happen to have a question here." Li Xian suddenly thought of something. "Oh, what?" Wang Sweetness smiled faintly, revealing 2 small dimples as she asked curiously. "Are you from Cloud Shadow City? Do you know anything about Cloud Shadow City?" "Me? Of course. Our family is the Cloud Shadow City Wang family, and I just graduated back from the Skystream City Academy. Heavenly Stream City, a leading city above Cloud Shadow City, was equivalent to a provincial city. A direct graduate from the Color City Academy, he was also considered a high achiever, and the son of a large family in this city. When he came back, he was directly arranged to work in the Cloud Shadow Academy. This treatment is enviable to anyone who sees it. I'd like to ask where in Cloud Shadow City is the biggest chamber of commerce or a place where I can buy very precious things?" "The largest chamber of commerce?" Wang Sweetness said in slight contemplation. "Cloud Shadow City has 4 major chambers of commerce. The biggest one is the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. This is a chain of chambers of commerce that is famous even in the Tianyuan continent. There are branches in the 3 major countries, and we also have them on our side of Cloud Shadow City. No matter whether it's the creditworthiness or the demand for goods, there isn't any problem, but he's explicitly priced, and it's all fair and square. And the same thing is a little bit more expensive compared to the other 3 major chambers of commerce. The other 3 major chambers of commerce are the chambers of commerce of the 3 major local families, which include our Wang family's chamber of commerce, as well as the Li families as well as the Zhang family's chambers of commerce. And these 3 family chambers of commerce, although their goods aren't as complete as the Chamber of Commerce of Tomorrow, their prices are relatively cheaper. There's also a black goods trading street, where you can buy anything you want, but there's a problem that the things you buy are of unknown origin, or there are things that certain people have stolen or robbed, and after you buy them, if you're found out, you'll have a lot of trouble for yourself." Hearing this, Li Xian suddenly came to a realization. It seems that student Xingchen wants to purchase some herbs that enhance the strength of demonic beasts, doesn't it? If student Xingchen needs it, I can take you to our Wang family's Chamber of Commerce, and with my teacher here, I can guarantee that you'll get the best herbs at the lowest price. "Oh, thanks for your kind words. I'm just learning about it. If there's a need I'll come back to you, okay?" Li Xian thanked him and left the place. Li Xian's original purpose was to want to sell the 12 yuan rings he was carrying on his body, not to buy anything. Of course, if there was something good, Li Xian would definitely make a move. These 12 yuan rings are not to be seen in the light of day, although going to the King's Chamber of Commerce would give a good price. but then Li Xian could be exposed. 12 meta ring. A dozen golden imperial beast masters from the Beast King mercenary group. You can figure it out with your toes. So the best option is to go to the black market. Even if the price is a little lower, it's not exposed. After bidding farewell to Wang's sweetness, Xiaoer also went to raise her own bunnies. Li Xian made an excuse and left the academy. Somewhere in an unoccupied corner, Li now changed into a long black robe. A cloak is worn over the robes, along with a mask. After making sufficient preparations, Li Xian then walked towards the black market. After arriving here, Li now couldn't help but feel secretly grateful for being armed, because 90% of the people here, they wear masks and wrap themselves up tight. But on second thought, the people who come here to buy and sell things are people from unknown sources. Hey, what can I get you, bro? Li Xian had just gone in when he was targeted by a man. This man is like a scalper, stalking himself to death. Li Xian ignored it and walked straight forward. The man was also very patient and kept following Li Xian. After a while, Li Xian suddenly stopped. The so-called black market, where people surprisingly don't set up stalls. Just then, the man walked over again. With a hefty smile, he said, "Brother, first time here, right? All the deals here are out of sight. You think they'll put their stuff on the stalls for you to pick from?" When Li Xian heard this, he turned his head and said, "I don't buy things, sell things." Oh, the man's eyes rolled and he immediately asked in a low voice, "Something, sell something? We take care of the collection too." Meta ring. Hearing this, the man instantly flashed a trace of gravity, because there are a lot of people who come here to sell their meta rings, but most of it is from killing people. This person sold the yuan ring, and it must have been the same way. How old? Both 1 and 5 square feet, depending on what you want. The man looked around, then said, "Brothers, talk over here." Following to a less crowded place, the man asked, "Brothers, ugly words in advance. The price here, generally below the market price of 30%. Hearing this, Li Xian instantly frowned. The price, the difference is too great. Immediately, Li Xian shook his head. "No, the price is too low. Hi, dude, don't believe me. Go ask around. That's generally the price here on the black market." The man felt sure of Li now, because in the black market, if he makes a wink when he goes out, everyone else will know. No matter how many people Li now asked, it would be the same price, and others will gradually reduce their prices. It made Li now have to come back and keep looking for him. That's how it is in the black market. Eating your stuff comes from the wrong place, so they dare to kill the price hard. Li now 12 yuan rings, a lot of loss if this price. Shaking his head, Li was now ready to take another look. The man sneered and did not continue to follow Li Xian, because he knew that Li Xian would definitely come here by then. But when he went out, one man was shouting in the streets of the black market, "Collect the yuan ring, 90% of the market price. Hurry over if you have it." Hula, originally sitting on both sides of the street. Immediately all the people flocked over. "Steward Li, I've got 3 1 square footers here. I've got a 5 square here. I've got 6 5 square footers here." Everyone all gathered around the man and shouted wildly. Seeing this, Li Xian immediately followed and surged over. "This way to hand in your stuff and get paid." Afterward, the crowd formed a long line, handed the yuan ring to one person, and then left with their tickets in a beautiful manner. Li Xian hollered and took out all the yuan rings. 9 for 1 square, 3 for 5. The other party accepted the bill as it was and then gave the ticket to Li Xian. 90% of the price of a square foot of Li now earns $81 million. The market price for 5 square feet is $800,000. And the 10% discount is $720,000. 3 totals of $2,160,000. A total of 2,970,000 taels. Good lord, so many. But these tickets are incredibly much for Li now. But for people acquiring the yuan ring, it was the tip of the hair on the 9 oxen. Luckily, I didn't sell it to that person just now, or I would have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Just then, the man walked out with an unhappy face. As he passed by Li Xian, he glanced at him with a sly look, then walked over to those who had acquired the yuan ring. At the same time, the yuan ring that he was carrying was sold to the other party. 90% is already the highest price in the black market. Even they, the acquiring scalpers, are happy to sell these things to each other. At the very least, no worries. It was because this person known as Pipely was from the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. The Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce was a chain of large chambers in the 3 major countries, acquiring things that were on the black market and then selling them formally. So, no matter how you got it, there's no need to worry. Most importantly, the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce, and the most creditworthy Tomorrow Money Bank. A quarter of the silver tickets on the market come from their chamber. 3 countries have their own officially recognized money changers. but only the silver notes produced by tomorrow's chambers are recognized by all three major countries. That would be a Swiss bank in modern times. Having harvested more income than expected, Li was now in no hurry to leave the place. The black market was a place that Li now planned to take a good stroll through. It's just a street here. Li Xian continued to move forward in deeper, but unexpectedly discovered a huge three-story building. The doors to the first floor were open and it was bustling with people, like a food market. This, right here, is the heart of the black market. Here, Li now saw countless stalls set up. On it were 100-year portions of herbs and demon crystals as well as other things, but these are ordinary objects, not worth much. Li now walked in and stopped in front of a random stall. Pick up an herb with your hand. The herb looked to be a 100-year-old herb, but it had withered a bit, losing nearly 30% of its medicinal power. The price is 40% lower than the market price, but it's simply not worth the price. After putting it down, Li now walked away. This place not only sells the things that the Imperial Beastmaster needs, even some antique objects are for sale. The Tianyuan continent had a long history, and just picking up a random piece was something that was hundreds of years old. It's something that's literally hundreds of years old, something that has survived hundreds of years of history to be preserved to this day. The calculation of vintage is different from that of other demonic beast herbs. Li is now quite interested in these things, and right at this moment, the golden-scaled poison python's voice suddenly rang out. Lord Warden, that dragon scepter is a good one. Hearing this, Li Xian instantly lit up, but pretended to walk over without any concern. Pick up this one and look at it, and then pick up this one and look at it. Li Xian finally picked up a simple and ancient book, on which was written Heaven and Earth Exotic Fire Record. Casually flipping through it, Li Xian asked, Boss, how do you sell this? This brother is really a good idea. This is 800 years ago. Our great Zhou kingdom before the era of the Great Winning State. The famous What family record Heaven and Earth Foreign Fire handwritten notes. If you like, 10,000 taels to take away, how about it? 10,000 taels? Li Xian let out a shocked cry, and then put it down. 100 taels is more like it. Deal. The next moment, the owner tossed his voice. Aha. Li Xian's head was full of questions. Doubtful. The owner all but took out a paper bag and wrapped it up. Boss you. Brother, 100 taels to take away. Pay up. Li Xian couldn't help but cry and laugh. This was just a blow up. And the other party even agreed. Brother, you're not being generous. Li Xian bitterly laughed and pointed at the boss before casually picking up the dragon-shaped scepter again. What about this one? This is a great one. It's a dragon scepter used by the emperor of the great winning country. If you like it, take it for $1 million. Asterisk. Li Xian was stunned. $1 million? You're a cannibal. With that, Li Xian directly put it down. Bro, name a price. Business is all about bargaining. Name a price. Let's see. Li Xian pondered slightly and raised a finger. 100,000? Li now shook his head. 10,000? Brother, you're killing the price too much. 10,000 can't even buy the raw material. Look at this scepter. It's made from 100 years of Nanmu. Wasn't this used by the emperor of the great winning kingdom 800 years ago? How did it become made of 100 years of Nanmu? That's not important. Look at the grain. I said 100 taels. Deal. The owner bellowed, took out the wrapping paper, and wrapped it hastily, then handed it to Li Xian. Pay up. Asterisk. You're so mean. Li Xian cried and laughed, and eventually paid out his money and walked away. There was nothing good on the first floor, so Li Xian came to the second floor. The things sold on this second floor are much more refined. Moreover, the 4 entrances and exits of the place are guarded by people in uniform. Every now and then there are people walking around on patrol. Here, unlike the first floor, it's just a matter of putting a cloth on the table and throwing things on top of it. Everything here is kept amongst the exquisite counters. Anything you need, the clerk will bring it out for you to see. As Li Xian looked over them one by one, there were basically no remnants of anything that appeared here. The price is also much less than the market. But that's odd. Why is the price so much lower when the stuff is the same? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Li Xian found a counter and tentatively bought a 500-year-old portion of the herb. This stuff is absolutely normal looking at its richness of medicine and energy. And the price is still 10% less than the market. After Li Xian got the item, he didn't hesitate to feed it to the black iron snake. But in the next moment, Li Xian suddenly came to a realization. The amount of energy taken in by the herb after it is consumed is not at all the normal norm. They're just giving the herbs a surface to work on. It's like selling fruit and injecting sugar water inside the fruit. It tastes sweet, but buying it back is not that at all. After understanding the setup here, Li Xian directly lost interest in the herbs and demon crystals here. Right at this moment, Li Xian once again heard the golden-scaled poison python's voice. Lord Warden, that stone on the third counter ahead is a good one. Hearing this, Li Xian was instantly delighted. This carrying a golden-scaled poison python can be considered as carrying a treasure-hunting mouse. What a great thing to find at a glance. Walking straight over, Li Xian took a glance and saw a fist-sized stone with a pitch-black body. But Li now, as always, didn't pick up the stone in the first place. Instead, he picked up another stone. At a glance, the counter was filled with stones of different colors and shapes. Picking up a light blue stone, Li Xian immediately felt a cold sensation coming from the stone. Boss, what are all these things? Li Xian asked curiously. Sir, these are all materials used to make equipment and for alchemy. And what you're holding in your hand is an ice heart stone. Li Xian was very interested in these stones and picked them one by one at once. Chapter 26 Third Floor Membership Area. How to sell all this. It feels pretty good. It's still good to take it back to decorate your home. Li now hefted the stones and looked up to ask. Cough cough. The boss burst into a coughing fit. Sir, these are precious materials for alchemy and making weapons and equipment. Not decorations. I know, but for alchemy and making equipment, these are too low level. They're fine for decoration. Alchemy and making equipment is better. Li Xian said, placing the stone in his hand. How did it sell? 1,000 taels for the first grade. 5,000 taels for the second grade. TSK, 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 white blind. You're selling this stuff for a lot of money. No one wants it, you know? Li now shook his head with the intention of leaving. Cut. The owner waved his hand and sat down with a snort. When he walked a distance away, he was embarrassed when he saw that his boss didn't call him. That's not the right setup. How about selling them by the pill? 1,000 apiece. And I'll pick them myself? Big brother. 2 products 5,000. This is the line price, but also sold by the pill. What do you think? That boss didn't care in the slightest if Li Xian wanted to buy it or not. He just looked like he loved to buy it or not. Gotta have it. Wrap it up for me. Li now probed. Anyway, the price is not expensive. No longer on this point of money. Returning to the counter once again, Li Xian loaded the treasure that the golden-scaled poison python had mentioned. After that, Li now headed elsewhere. But just as Li was now just leaving, a youth came panting. The youth was seen rummaging through the rocks in front of the counter. Where's that fire spirit stone? Where did the fire spirit stone go? The youth made a rummage, but did not find the desired stone. What fire spirit stone? It's been bought. The boss burst into a rage when he saw the man rummaging around so rudely. Bought out? Who bought it away? Didn't I tell you I wanted it? Bang! The man questioned with his hands resting hard on the counter. Who are you? I can sell my stuff to whoever I want. What do you care? If you don't want it, who else will? Hearing this, the youth's face changed before he calmly asked. Boss, it's a black stone with fire attribute energy, black with a hint of red veins. Does that stone ring a bell? Who did you sell it to? I'll take it for 10,000 taels. 10,000 taels? The owner gave a startled cry, but then said remorsefully, I just sold it to another man in a cloak. The one you mentioned, a first-rate stone, was sold by me for 1,000 taels. I told you all about it. I want it. I want it. The youth was speechless, but right at that moment, that boss had a flash of light in his eyes and pointed at a person in a black cloak in the distance and shouted, That's him, I'm sold. Seeing the man in the black cloak, the youth hurriedly ran over. Li Xian was also confused. He was strolling along nicely when a man suddenly came and pulled himself together. Sir, may I ask if you purchased a black stone just now? Can you resell it to me? You purchased it for 1,000. I'll buy it from you for 10,000 taels. Black stone? Li Xian immediately thought of the stone that the golden-scaled poison python had mentioned. I don't know. Never seen it. Looks like this baby rock is quite a steal. But the golden-scaled poison python had said it was a treasure. So how could Li Xian sell it to him for 10,000 taels? It's that counter just now. Ah, the boss said you bought it. The youth tensed up. Li Xian spread his hands while taking out the cloth bag that contained the stone and opened it. Look, there's no such thing as a black stone. I want this just to take it back for decoration. If there was, I'd give it to you. The youth hurriedly looked towards the cloth bag, and after a rummage, his face suddenly became gloomy. Did you hide it? What are you talking about? What's wrong with you? Saying that, Li Xian pulled the cloth bag with one hand then turned around and left. The youth went forward and grabbed Li Xian's shoulders and said viciously, I advise you that you'd better take it out, or don't blame me for being polite to you. Ah, murderer, someone come. Li now covered his arm and stepped back, while yelling at the top of his lungs. The youth looked around, and then his face changed. The next moment, the patrols here surrounded the place in a hurry. What's going on? He's going to rob me. Do you guys have any security here anymore? I'm not even out yet and you're already robbing me? Li now spoke to the patrolling guards. The patrolling guards immediately surrounded the youth. Seeing this, Li presently slipped away. After turning around the second floor just now, the golden-scaled poison python didn't find anything else good. Afterward, Li Xian then walked directly towards the third floor, but just as he reached the stairway, he was stopped. Where's the membership card? Membership card? You need a membership card to go up to the third floor? Li Xian was in a difficult situation. How can I get in without a membership card? That can't be helped. Or if you spend more than 1 million taels on the second floor. Gotta. See you later. With that, Li Xian turned around and went downstairs. After going downstairs, the man had already disappeared, and Li now continued to start wandering around in the spirit of having come all this way. But just then, a bald man in a big red robe walked over. The man wore 3 gold glittering rings on his left and right hands, and was followed by 4 men in black robes, who appeared to be personal bodyguards. Li Xian couldn't help but look at the clothes he was wearing. Noticing that his clothes and those worn by the bodyguards seemed to be 7 or 8 times similar, Li Xian hurriedly stood to the side. When the bald man led the bodyguards towards the upper floors, Li Xian immediately trailed behind. The guards at the door seemed to recognize the bald man, and didn't even want any membership cards. Letting him in, Li Xian followed behind, and as he passed the guards couldn't help but look at Li Xian a few more times, but didn't care about anything. Just like that, Li Xian easily acted as a bodyguard and blended in. Once inside, Li now found a suitable opportunity and immediately headed elsewhere. Compared to the second floor, the third floor is much quieter. At a glance, the huge exhibition hall displays many precious things. These things are tightly protected, and there are separate stores on the left and right sides with exquisite and luxurious decoration. At this time 3 or 2 people were going in and out of the various stores. Occasionally cast your eyes over the goodies on display in the showroom. Looking along with it, one could only see a black and accompanied by lightning entangled leopard silhouette pacing around in the middle of a transparent cover. There were 4 uniformly dressed guards below looking around warily. Li Xian stopped to take a look as he passed by. One could only see that it read, 35,000-year-old thundering spectral leopard beast soul, priced at 1,000 crystal coins. Good fellow, it's actually a 35,000-year-old beast soul, but at the same time, Li now notes its price. Chapter 27, continuing to pick up the pieces. This crystal coin Li now knows. When it comes to something important and precious, his price is no longer affordable in mundane currency. Among the true imperial beast masters, what they used to trade was something called crystal coins. This crystal coin was refined with demon crystals. A crystal coin required 1,000 years of demonic beast demon crystals to refine it. Demon crystals remove the raging aura of demonic beasts and the impurities in demon crystals. A beast master could directly go and draw the beast power from it to restore his own beast power if he needed to. It is a must-have material for the imperial beast master to travel at home. And 1 crystal coin is also worth 1 million taels. The main reason why it is so expensive is that this purification and refining technique is quite complex. The average person can't even imitate it. And there are also strict controls on crystal coins in various countries. 1,000 crystal coins, that's 1 billion taels. Thinking about this number, Li Xian felt a tingle in his scalp. Who can afford this? In addition, Li now saw another huge complete skeleton being placed in the middle of the exhibition hall. It reads, Ancient Demonic Beast Stampede Berserker Dragon Complete Skeleton, priced at 100 crystal coins. This so-called Tyrannosaurus Rex. Li now looked like the skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Were there dinosaurs among the ancient demonic beasts? This one is just a showpiece. Nothing major. It's what rich people use for decoration. Yet it was priced at 100 crystal coins. Good lord. Who could afford it? After looking around, Li Xian let the golden-scaled poison python begin to slowly feel it. Intent to keep picking up the slack. Walking along, Li now stopped in front of a store called Tongtian Pavilion. The golden-scaled poison python guided Li Xian into this store. This store is quaintly decorated and lit with a light incense, so you can't help but be tranquilized. While looking around, Li Xian found the owner sitting on an obviously aged bamboo chair with his eyes closed. An odd box that makes noise can be placed next to it, kind of like a radio. But what was playing inside at the moment was a classical percussion piece. Li Xian couldn't help but light up. There's even this kind of high technology here? In Li Xian's eyes, the things here seem to be beyond the scope of what this world possessed. Boss, how do you sell this? Li Xian asked, pointing at something that was soaked inside a wine jar. Somewhat similar to a ginseng. 10,000-year ginseng wine. $200,000. Without opening his eyes, the boss returned faintly. What about this? Li Xian asked as he picked up another crystal clear jade goddess of mercy. 10 crystal coins. Asterisk. So expensive? Li now smacked his lips and placed it in its original position. What about this? Li Xian picked up another dagger that was clearly inlaid with demon crystals. The dagger was incredibly sharp, and it seemed to be a good one, too. Li Xian instantly looked back at that boss. At the same time a breathless smile appeared. That's 20 crystals. Just one dagger is worth 20 million taels. Li now has only a few $1,000,000 in savings, so it's still sketchy. After putting it down, Li now turned around and went to the shelf of objects behind him and observed it. Just then, Li Xian finally found what the golden-scaled poison python had indicated. Picking it up slowly, Li Xian asked, "Boss, what is this?" "Treasure map." Touching it with his hand, Li existing to put it under his nose and sniff it. It was dark and somewhat soft, made from some kind of animal skin, and smelled with a hint of fragrance. But unfortunately, this so-called treasure map was in the shape of an irregular tear on all four sides. Obviously not a complete one. The reason why the golden-scaled poison python could feel it was because this treasure map had a faint hint of beast power. The golden-scaled poison python said that it was clearly carried on the demonic beast's own animal skin. But what kind of demonic beast is this beast's skin? How many years have it been dead all? There is still a trace of energy left. That's obviously a good one. How much? 2 million. This price, which was psychologically acceptable in the third-floor showroom where crystal coins were the form of transaction, was beyond Li Xian's acceptance range. It's too expensive. It's obviously not a complete treasure map. If this were a complete treasure map, the price could be calculated in crystal coins. And a complete treasure map. Would you sell it? This boss's brain circuit couldn't help but make Li Xian nervous. It's obviously not easy to pit. Do we really have to pay $2 million for it? No. This was impossible for Li now. Did not continue to focus on the treasure map. Li now had to act like he didn't care about the treasure map. With his hand, Li Xian picked up another very peculiar black stone. The stone was dark, with no energy penetrating it, but inside it was empty, seemingly useless. But it was just placed here. Li Xian got curious. "Boss, how much is this?" 10,000 taels. It's not like it's a good thing. Would you sell this if it was a good one? "Boss, you're teasing me." Li Xian put it down with a bitter smile. "Look at it this way. How about $2 million? I'll buy this picture and this crappy rock?" "Yes." The owner agreed without saying a word, rather ostentatiously. Li Xian was a bit overwhelmed for a moment, feeling that this black skeletonized stone is specifically designed to make you kill the price. But then, the golden-scaled poison python's words caused Li Xian to tremble. "Lord prisoner, the black stone you hold in your hand seems to be an alchemy furnace." Li Xian's heart was shaken, but he didn't show it. Only the boss wrote a ticket and handed it to Li Xian, telling him to go to the cashier outside to pay. This business model is the same as when Li now used to be at the mall, but Li now sees that to go outside and pay, you have to show that what's his name membership card, and there's a discount. Li Xian said to the boss in a difficult way, "I followed my big brother in. I am not a member here." "You see." Upon hearing this, the owner brightened up. Come on. Li Xian followed without knowing why. "If you pay for it yourself, I'll count you in for $1,080,000. There's such a thing as a good thing?" Without saying a word, Li Xian hurriedly paid out the money. The owner was also atmospheric and gave the item to Li Xian after collecting the money. At the same time, he instructed Li Xian, "When you go out, don't say you're buying anything here, okay? Otherwise you won't be able to buy anything and I'll have to give you a refund." Li Xian nodded in understanding. But really, Li now knows that the owner selling it himself is not the same as going through an outside cashier. It may give you $1 million or $800,000, but after going through the outside, it simply doesn't make even that much. But for Li now, as long as it's cheap. Afterward, Li now strutted out. After turning around, Li now left the third floor. Good things are plentiful here, but that price was simply not something that Li Xian could accept. It was a good day's harvest, but just as he stepped out of the black market, Li Xian was stopped by a person. "I said you're done. I really haven't seen any black rocks." Li Xian instantly rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Chapter 28, The Record of Heaven and Earth's Foreign Flame. "Hand over the fire spirit stone," the youth said coldly. Li Xian rolled his eyes and hummed lightly. "Are you robbing me?" Pop. A bunch of silver tickets were dropped on the floor. "I'm trading with you. I'm also telling you that there's no such thing as forceful buying and selling. Understand? Even if I do have some bull ***** fire spirit stone." The place was not yet out of the market, and Li Xian and this youth soon attracted crowds of spectators. Come, everyone, come and see. This hasn't even gotten out of the market interior, and this man is getting ready to rob. Everyone, come and see." Li Xian waved his hands and yelled loudly to the crowd. Seeing Li Xian's appearance, the youth cursed, "Damn it!" Afterwards, he picked up the silver tickets on the ground and left in a hurry. The black market also has black market rules, and you can't get your hands dirty without getting out of the black market. The youth seemed to know the rules of the black market very well, but Li Xian didn't want to cause trouble. That guy was obviously a beast soul imperial beast master. If they really fought, although Li Xian's black iron snake was powerful, after all, it was only a 20-year portion of a demonic beast. If the opponent was a golden imperial beast master, the bone-eroding poisonous mist wouldn't be able to kill the opponent under the premise of being prepared. Poisoning is about surprise, but in front of a true expert, using poison actually has no effect at all. The reason why he was able to kill more than 100 people from the Beast King mercenary group last time. The main thing is that it's still the right time and place. Timeless because it was dark. Groundlay happened to have a tailwind coming in at the time, and the poisonous fog could have sucked them all in along the way. People and, that is, Zhou Shan didn't have any wary feelings towards Li Xian. After that youth left, Li Xian did not leave directly. If nothing else, this guy must still be waiting for himself outside the black market. Thinking of this, Li now looked for a deserted alley, then took off his black cloak, changed his clothes, and walked out from the black market. As expected, when Li Xian came out, that guy was indeed waiting at the intersection outside the black market. Li Xian pretended to walk past without a care in the world, but just as he walked in front of that youth, Li Xian saw that youth's pair of eyes staring at him with death. Li Xian couldn't help but be shocked. Could it have been discovered? In the next moment, the youth rose up boldly and stopped in front of Li Xian. Although Li Xian had changed his clothes, his face still had the mask on. After all, wearing a mask is common in the black market. Even this youth who stopped Li Xian was wearing a mask. Hand over the fire spirit stone. The young man stopped Li Xian and said nonchalantly. Li Xian didn't dare to open his mouth. If he did, he would be exposed. But there was no way out of this without talking right now. I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. Li Xian deliberately lowered his voice and said. However, the corner of the youth's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. I didn't recognize the wrong person. Hand over the item. Hearing this, Li Xian was completely enraged. You're not finished. I said I didn't buy any bull ***** fire spirit stones. Li Xian roared. Even if there really is some bull **** fire spirit stone, I won't sell it to you. Not to mention 10,000 taels. Even if it's 1,000,000, 10 million, I won't sell it to you. Got it? That youth looked at Li Xian with great surprise. How could he not expect Li Xian to react so strongly? After saying that, Li Xian pushed the youth away and walked straight forward, only to see that youth's face showing a vicious color. One hand once again reached towards Li Xian's shoulder, wanting to grab Li Xian, but in the next moment, Li Xian turned back violently. The black iron snake tore towards the youth with lightning speed. The black iron serpent opened its mouth and a black poisonous mist shot out. The youth was shocked and retreated, but the black iron snake was even faster and directly wrapped around the youth's neck. Vidra bound. Opening his mouth is the bone-eroding poisonous mist, and entangling is a heavenly rank beast technique. Li Xian showed his killing intent and did not give the opponent the slightest bit of leeway. Only a click was heard, and the youth's neck was directly snapped. The black iron snake then returned to Li Xian's body. Li Xian looked at the youth who had fallen to the ground and was already motionless, and accelerated his speed to leave the place. However, just after Li is now gone, the corpse lying on the ground suddenly coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Mud. This kid is so ruthless. He doesn't leave any room for maneuver. Luckily, I've learned to flex my bones again. But in the next moment, the youth suddenly changed his face. This poison is vicious. After saying that, he hastily took out the antidote pill and ate it. After Li Xian got rid of that guy, he rushed back to Cloud Shadow Academy. This harvest is a full one, and picking up a lot of slack. After returning to his residence, Li Xian took out all the things he had gotten this time. This time, Li Xian spent a total of $1,800,000 to buy the treasure map and that small black and unattractive Dan furnace, together with the yuan ring that was sold. Li Xian was now left with more than $2.5 million. Taking out all of his purchases this time, Li now began to study the Dragon Scepter first. This Dragon Scepter really doesn't look like much. The boss even said something about the Emperor of the Great Winning Kingdom having used it, which is really blowing it out of proportion. But the golden-scaled poison python told Li Xian that the precious thing was not that scepter. Rather, it was the bead contained in the mouth of the scepter's dragon head. After prying it right open, Li Xian took out the bead inside the dragon's mouth. What kind of beads are these? Li presently asked in confusion. Lord Prisoner, this is a dragon pearl. Dragon balls? Li Xian's eyes widened instantly. There really is a dragon pearl? After the snake race evolves, it will turn into an augur dragon, and the augur dragon will gradually evolve into a true dragon. And this dragon pearl in the hands of the Lord Prison Master. If there is no surprise, is an augur dragon's dragon pearl, and that's the one that the demon crystal transforms into after it gradually petrifies. Hearing this, Li Xian suddenly came to a realization. So what's the point? If it's a demon crystal, it can be used to absorb the energy inside, but right now, it'll only be used for making equipment and inlaying it inside the equipment, and he can drastically increase the power of a piece of equipment. Li now nodded thoughtfully. Now that there was no restoration of beast power, having a piece of equipment that was handy was indeed a good choice. After putting it away, Li now set his eyes on the handwritten book. This book is called the Book of Heaven and Earth's Different Fires. After turning it over this meeting, Li now saw that it recorded many strange fires in this world. Some fires have carried over from ancient times, or even from ancient times. These fires are called foreign fires. The biggest role of the foreign fire was to be used to refine pills or weapons. Secondly, his ability to attack is not to be underestimated. If it was coupled with a fire attribute beast soul, it would be much more powerful. Li now looked through it for a while, seeing that there were roughly 108 types of heaven and earth foreign flames recorded inside. First of all, there is a real age standard for the formation of foreign fire. A fire that lasts for thousands of years and absorbs the essence of heaven and earth can only be called a foreign fire. Li Xian saw that the top-ranked one was one called Divine Spirit Holy Flame. It was formed by the legendary burning of the god's godhead after his fall. There were many other powerful, bizarre foreign flames that deeply shocked Li Xian. This is an ordinary handwritten book, but the contents are still very valuable. After storing it away, Li now set his sights on his next target. After picking it up, Li Xian carefully scrutinized the black stone engraved with red lines. That abomination had his eye on this stone as well, and he didn't know what was so good about this stone. Lord Prison Master. This stone contains a powerful fire attribute energy, but it is so subtle that ordinary people can't see it at all, and will only treat it as an ordinary fire spirit stone. The fire spirit stone is a second-grade ordinary material stone. Not much use. But Lord Prisoner, you don't have any beast power right now, so I'm afraid you won't be able to absorb it. Ah, what about that? Li Xian instantly became anxious. But it's okay, you can let the black iron snake absorb it on your behalf first, and the effect will still be the same. Hearing this, Li Xian was instantly relieved. Just then, the black iron snake slowly burrowed out. The black iron snake returned to its original size, then opened its mouth and swallowed it into its stomach. But immediately afterward, the black iron snake once again opened its mouth and spat out a bunch of stone chunks that. Li Xian looked down and realized that there was a bead burning with flames in the mouth of the black iron snake. Taking the beads was a bit hot to the mouth, and the black iron snake balked a few times before swallowing. Immediately afterward, Li Xian suddenly saw the black scales on the black iron snake's body begin to turn red. It was a sign of being scorched by flames from the inside out. Crackle! Suddenly, the black iron snake began to writhe in pain. The black iron snake's body began to twist violently. The temperature inside his body continued to increase, and the scales on the black iron snake's body began to fall off piece by piece. Li Xian was instantly disheartened. However, through telepathy, Li Xian could tell that black iron snake's vital signs were still safe for the time being. His current performance, though painful, was being a sort of baptism of fire. Slowly, the black iron snake's body began to ease up. His body, however, drastically began to shrink. From its original length of over 2 meters, it had shrunk to about 1.5 meters. It wasn't until after every single scale of the body had started to fall off that the black iron snake's body grew a patchwork of tiny, fine, reddish-black scales. Oh my god! Right at this moment, the golden-scaled poison python's voice suddenly rang out. The golden-scaled poison python looked very shocked. What's wrong? Although Li Xian could feel the pain of the black iron snake, he didn't know what was happening. Heaven and earth foreign fire. Surprisingly, it's the heaven and earth exotic flame. Ha ha, I originally thought it was just a relatively advanced fire attribute energy, but I didn't expect it to be a heaven and earth foreign fire. Heaven and earth foreign fire. Li Xian instantly opened his eyes wide. What kind of heaven and earth foreign fire is it? Saying that, Li Xian hurriedly took out the heaven and earth exotic fire record from earlier. This fire is tyrannical and extremely flamboyant, with red flames all over its body, red with black, and has an extremely powerful ability to burn deeply. The golden-scaled poison python spoke out the appearance of the fire attribute energy that the black iron snake had devoured. Li Xian hurriedly flipped through it. It eventually stopped at one page. Chapter 29, The Demonic Beast Competition begins. This was one of the 36 heavenly flames belonging to the Big Dipper, called the Black Lotus Red Flame. The record of heaven and earth exotic fire records 108 types of heaven and earth exotic fire, 36 kinds of fire in heaven, 72 kinds of earth and fire. It is arranged according to the Big Dipper, and this Black Lotus Red Fire belongs to the 36 of the heavenly fire. the 34th of the heavenly storm star of the Black Lotus red fire. It may look red with black, but it's actually a sign of excessive heat that causes the burn to be red with black. After the black iron snake grows brand new scales, red and black flames began to burn on his body as well. The shape of this flame was very beautiful, the same as a lotus flower. Lee now curiously touched the red and black flame, but then realized that this flame wasn't very hot when he touched it. The black iron serpent has absorbed the black lotus red flame and can control the temperature of the black lotus red flame. And if the Lord Prison Master recovers his beast power, the black iron serpent will be able to directly transfer into the Lord Prison Master's body, the golden-scaled poison python explained. Hearing this, Li Xian instantly felt joy in his heart, and at the same time, Li now discovered a big problem. That is, after the black iron snake absorbed the black lotus red flame, the golden-scaled poison python's recovery degree followed suit and went up to 30%. At the same time, the black iron serpent obtained the power of the foreign fire, and the energy in his body grew to about 30 years. By the way, can you put away this flame of yours? It's too flashy like this. It'll be troublesome if others see it. Li Xian deeply knew the truth of harboring the wrong thing. This thing, the foreign fire, once it was discovered, it was the object that was snatched up by millions of people. Li Xian didn't have the strength to have the confidence to guard the black lotus red flame. In the next moment, the flames on the black iron serpent slowly disappeared and were received into the body. Well, little one, hurry up and get some rest and go. Putting away the black iron snake, Li Xian took out the beast skin treasure map and the small black stone block. After picking it up, Li now began to study it carefully. This treasure map was a part of it, and it was unknown how many parts it had been divided into. But the map on it, Li had never seen it before now either. It seems that the only way to know where it is up there is after putting together the complete treasure map. Li Xian sighed and put the treasure map away. Immediately after that, Li Xian began to survey the hollowed-out black stone. The golden-scaled poison python said that this was a small Dan furnace, used for alchemy. The path of Dan Dao was also a relatively popular profession in the Tianyuan continent. Beastmasters needed to use elixirs to assist them in many ways. It's just that it's a little too small. Li Xian held it in his hands and played with it, and suddenly thought again that the black iron snake had just devoured the black lotus red flame. After calling the black iron serpent out again, Li Xian made it spit out the black lotus red flame. Red and black flames wrapped the small black stone. The next moment it even drilled in from it. Li Xian tentatively threw some herbs in and was shocked to find that the herbs directly became smaller and put in after touching the Dan furnace. At this moment, inside the small Dan furnace, a black and red lotus flower floated in the center of the Dan furnace. After the herb entered, it immediately levitated above the black and red lotus flower. The black lotus red flame wrapped the medicinal herb and began to slowly calcinate it. A trace of medicinal power was squeezed out by the black lotus red flame and then turned into a drop of pure medicinal liquid. Li Xian did not know the art of alchemy and could only condense the herbs into a medicinal liquid. Afterwards, a drop of medicinal liquid floated out from the Dan furnace, and the black iron snake immediately opened its mouth to devour it. Li now found out by accident. After being calcined, the herb can give out its maximum energy. Moreover, the characteristic of this black lotus red flame was that it had the ability to deeply sear. All the medicinal properties of the herbs can be squeezed out without wasting a single bit. This way we won't have to go to that old vice principal to refine pills in the future. Li Xian was secretly surprised. After all, Li Xian's aim was not the effect of the potion, but all the energy of the herb. As long as the energy was maximized, then Li was now satisfied. There were many medicinal herbs in the ring that had been looted from Zhou Shan, and by calcining them with the black lotus red flame, it was believed that the golden-scaled poison python could be completely restored very quickly. But before that, Li Xian had to take down this demonic beast contest first. I believe that with Black Iron Snake's current strength, it shouldn't be much of a problem. The time for the Demon Beast competition was quickly approaching. There were as many as 100 participants from Cloud Shadow Academy. Inside the Cloud Shadow City Coliseum, it was used as a competition arena. This place was originally used for beast fighting competitions, and the temporary expropriation has made it even more lively. It was just that what made Li Xian a bit surprised was that Peng Lang, who was in the same class as himself, in just a few days, this guy had raised his demonic beast to a 10-year portion. Only, he participated in the competition but not in the name of Cloud Shadow Academy. Instead, they attended as the Li Chamber of Commerce. It seems that their family should have some relationship with the Li Family Chamber of Commerce to obtain this place. The game started soon after. The rules of the contest are simple. It's just divided by year. After all, the entry requirements for the demonic beast competition were 10 years or more and less than 100 years. If you let a 10-year portion demonic beast fight against a 100-year portion demonic beast, there would be no suspense at all. That's why the tournament is based on 10 years of participation in one level. There is a group for those under 20 years, a group for those under 30 years, and so on. After testing, Li Xian's black iron snake was classified among the group of 30-year portions. The Colosseum is divided into 9 areas. 9 huge iron cages are placed in 9 areas, 9 regions, 9 teams, competing at the same time. Li Xian looked at the number in his hand and waited silently. Group 30, number 120. A voice rang out. Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. Arriving in front of the 3rd fighting cage, Li Xian looked across the room. A somewhat smug, fat man followed by a huge boar with tusks. Please present your respective demonic beasts. Humph. The fat man patted the boar beside him, and the boar let out a flailing howl. 35-year-old demonic beast. Iron-blooded tusked pig. The referee nods his head at Li now, only to see Li Xian extend his arm. The black iron snake followed Li Xian's arm and crawled out of his sleeve. 30-year portion demonic beast. Black iron snake. Ha ha. Suddenly, the fat man burst out laughing. This little snake is not yet adult. Also 30 years of? Referee, you guys have no mistake? This little gadget, my iron blood fawn pig a fart are popping dead right. Li Xian sneered and didn't reply. The referee stood in the middle of the two and said, there are only 2 rules. The first is that you take the initiative to admit defeat. The second is that the demonic beast collapses to the ground. And as for the dead or alive, it's each to his own. Understand? In fact, for the demonic beast competition, there was only one possibility for a demonic beast to fall, and that was to be killed. That's why demonic beast races are also very cruel. The battles between demonic beasts are all about death and survival. The cage door was opened and the fat man slapped his boar's ass as the boar grunted and walked inside. Li Xian was silent, and the black iron snake climbed in after him. Bang! The moment the cage door was closed, it meant the battle had begun. The 1-meter-long black iron snake slowly raised its head and provocatively spat out its letters. The boar grunted a few times, lowered its head, raised its tusks, and charged right at the black iron snake. But who knows? The black iron snake didn't dodge at all. As the boar was about to charge, he opened his mouth and spat out a poisonous mist. Bone-crushing poisonous mist. All Li Xian asked for was a one-hit kill, only to see the iron blood-tusked pig pass through the poisonous mist. The black iron snake immediately ducked to the side. Boom! In the next moment, the iron blood-tusked pig crashed into the iron cage with a loud bang, all the while letting out a miserable howl. Only the head of the iron blood-tusked pig was corroded beyond recognition by the bone-eroding poison fog. At the same time, the poisonous mist he inhaled quickly caused the organs in his body to start destroying. In less than 5 seconds the iron blood-tusked pig collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, completely dead. The fight was not even a minute from the beginning to the end. My iron-tusked pig. The fat man's eyes widened at once, and his hands fiercely grabbed onto the iron cage. The cage door was opened, the black iron snake slowly crawled out and then climbed up Li Xian's thigh. You returned my demonic beast. The fat man violently turned around and rushed towards Li Xian, but he was stopped by the referee. If you don't have the strength to do that, you don't sign up to begin with. Fatty slammed his fist on the iron cage in remorse, then watched the demonic beast corpse inside slowly slide to the ground. In fact, most of the demonic beast sentinels had a deep bond with their own demonic beasts. After all, that's all you've raised from the beginning with a handful of. Some have even been raised for 10 years or more. Getting killed in the opening round like that is unacceptable to anyone. But a game is a game and facts are facts. If one is truly heartbroken about one's demonic beast, then, as the referee said, start, you don't sign up. The people leading the team from Cloud Shadow Academy this time were the instructors of the low, middle, and high classes of the Demon Beast School District. They are responsible for their own students, and the lower level class was the only one that Li Xian attended, so the only one who accompanied him was Wang Sweetie. Well, after seeing Li Xian come over, Wang Sweetness hurriedly walked over with water and a towel. It's easy, nothing difficult. You've really surprised me. It's only been a few days and you've cultivated the demonic beast to a 30-year portion, Wang Sweetness said excitedly. It was as if she was more excited than Li Xian for the competition. You know what? With 9 competition groups, the higher the vintage, the richer the rewards for the demonic beast groups. Oh, yeah? Li Xian instantly brightened up. Then if that's the case, Li will have to pick up the pace in the next few days now. It is imperative that the black iron snake reaches 90 years as soon as possible. The rewards gained in this way will also be richer. Due to the large number of participants, it was already in the afternoon when it was Li Xian's turn to compete in the second round. Alternatively, you can choose to decline the match. This was because some of the demonic beasts were already battered and bruised after one round, so it takes a while to recover. The big games will last for a while, with a half-month break for each game. You can continue to compete after half a month. Of course, you can choose to continue, because, but anyone who wanted to continue competing was trying to take advantage of the fact that their opponent's demonic beast was injured and out of shape to win another game. The voice of number 120 rang out, and Li Xian arrived in front of the number 3 fighting cage. Do you choose to continue in the competition? Yes. Li nodded now. The referee asked to another person. Both sides agreed to continue in the competition. Please show both demonic beasts. As usual, Li Xian flashed out the black iron snake. 30-year portion demonic beast, black iron snake. But right at this moment, the other party suddenly brightened up while looking at Li Xian. It's you! Li was now baffled, because one doesn't even know the other person. But the other person, by that look, obviously knew him. You know me? Li Xian asked suspiciously. Don't recognize it, the other man said, almost gritting his teeth. Talking to me like that when you don't know each other, making it sound like I have an undying grudge against you. Li Xian blanked the other party. Fixing his eyes, Li now saw a purple-feathered eagle standing on the other party's shoulder. That's a nice eagle. Li Xian instantly brightened up. It had to be said that the demonic beasts bred by the other party were really good-looking. But at the same time, Li was now vaguely worried, because eagles and snakes are supposed to be natural enemies. If this is a fight, the black iron snake is afraid that it will suffer. But on second thought, this is fighting in a cage. That purple-feathered eagle has a big limit. First of all, he can't fly. In that case, that's a lot better. 30-year portion demonic beast, purple cloud eagle. The beast fighting cage was opened, and the purple cloud eagle turned into a purple stream of light and flew into it. In fact, the fighting cage was also very large and tall, at least more than 20 meters high. After the purple cloud eagle flew into it, it immediately flew up to the very top of the air, and then used both of its claws to hold onto the cage with a death grip, staring at the black iron serpent that was preparing to enter the beast fighting cage. Once the black iron snake entered, the purple cloud eagle would attack. As expected, after the black iron snake entered it, the moment the door of the fighting cage was closed, an eagle cry rang out, and the purple cloud eagle swooped down directly toward the black iron snake to viciously grab it. The sharp eagle claws seemed as if they were going to tear the black iron snake right through, but when the purple cloud eagle swooped in, when the black iron snake opened its mouth, it spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist. That purple cloud eagle was also responsive. After seeing the poisonous mist, he unexpectedly changed direction in the air and dodged away. The gust of wind brought up at the same time dispersed the poisonous mist. The purple cloud eagle was unrelenting and pounced again. And this time, that powerful eagle's claw directly grabbed the black iron snake. However, after being reborn from the fire by devouring the flames, the scales on the black iron snake's body became even more powerful. The eagle's claws caught it without taking any damage at all. And at the same time, the black iron snake quickly wrapped around and entangled the purple cloud eagle's eagle claws. Outside the beast fighting cage, the youth immediately hissed loudly at the sight, "Purple cloud eagle, let go!" But it was too late. After the powerful winding force erupted, the purple cloud eagle let out a miserable scream and fought to fly upwards. He tried to loosen the black iron snake and throw it down. But now it wasn't a matter of whether he let go or not. It was a matter of whether black iron snake let go or not. 2 clicks. The purple cloud eagle's eagle claws were directly strangled. The black iron snake followed the trend and directly wrapped around the purple cloud eagle's neck. With one hair trigger, the purple cloud eagle and the black iron snake both fell from the sky. After falling down, the black iron snake crawled out from the body of the purple cloud eagle. Instead, the purple cloud eagle lay there motionless. Not long after, a pool of blood flowed out from underneath the purple cloud eagle. That youth gave Li Xian a resentful look, then walked into the beast fighting cage and carried out the body of the purple cloud eagle. As he passed by Li Xian, the youth viciously threatened, "Kid, the next time we meet, we'll settle new grudges and old ones together. Asterisk 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 right you. I don't know you. Where does the old hatred come from? Besides you play not up, don't participate in the competition, one by one as if I killed your father." Li Xian pointed at the youth and cursed. "Spoiled for you." The youth didn't retort and just left the arena. Chapter 30, Black Market Storm. As Li Xian looked at this youth's back, an image suddenly flashed through his mind. So that's the guy. Li Xian suddenly came to a realization. Looking at the back of this guy, it was clearly the guy that Li had encountered when he was at the black market and robbed the fire spirit stone with himself. That wasn't an ordinary fire spirit stone, but a stone that contained the heaven and earth's foreign fire, the black lotus red flame. It seems like that fellow also seemed to recognize the uncomplicated nature of that stone, which is why he tried to snatch it regardless. Li Xian secretly felt grateful. It was also fortunate that he had the help of the golden-scaled poison python, or else that stone would have passed him by. This game has finally come down to the wire. When the next game opens, it will be 15 days from now. The officials gave all participants a chance to rest so that their demonic beasts could maximize their recovery. But for Li now, it seems to be a difficult and long process, but it didn't matter. Within these 15 days, Li Xian had to make the Black Iron Snake reach over 90 years as soon as possible, to change their race group. It was only then that Cloud Shadow Academy had over 100 participants. Those that survived were about 70. Overall, not a bad score. As he left the field, Li now saw that he was among the third group, ranking 5th. The number of times the latter participated in the field also became 2. Li Xian saw that the total number of people who participated in the field up to 2 was 10. Ranking 5th on your own is a good achievement. All other places in one race are ranked lower. And right at this moment, Li Xian saw that among the 9th group, that is, the group with more than 90 years and less than 100 years, it's amazing that anyone else has played in 3 games and survived. Just then there was a murmur from the crowd. Li Xian saw a man dressed in white, graceful and elegant, walking out in a dignified manner under the faces of jealousy and envy of the crowd. And behind him, there was also a monster that reached 7 or 8 meters tall and was shaped like Godzilla. Is this the explosive fire dragon beast? It's really majestic. It is said that the explosive fire dragon beast has the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast and is extremely powerful. By the way, who is this person to have such a powerful demonic beast? You don't even know him. He's the male son of the head of our Cloud Shadow City's Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. So he's Yi Xian. What a bullnose, taking part in 3 matches in a row. And that exploding fire dragon beast didn't do anything at all. Who says it isn't? Everyone else has chosen to refuse to participate. If there are any left, the explosive fire dragon beast can still continue to kill in seconds. Li now watched the man walk out. The mind was on guard. If one allowed the Black Iron Snake to reach more than 90 years old, then this person called Yi Xian might be a strong enemy for him. However, no matter who it was, there was no stopping Li now. Upon returning to the academy, the tutors headed to the faculty office to report on the competition. In the middle of the conference room, the principal and Jin Ning and the others looked at the entry report and fell into deep thought. Just 2 days to let his demonic beasts improve by 10 years. This kid still has some substance. The first one used poison, and the opposing iron-tusked pig was killed without resistance. This is very much in line with the clues that the Beast King mercenary group's people were killed. It's not a big surprise that the second one is Black Iron Snake's standard kill move, Entangling Kill. It's certain that those people from the Beast King mercenary corps are definitely this kid's doing. Ha. It's really heaven's help for my Cloud Shadow Academy. This time in the Demon Beast competition, this kid will definitely give us a surprise. And now, I don't care where exactly he came from, but right now, he's our Cloud Shadow Academy's. The principal had seen it all and laughed wildly up at the sky. And at this time, Li Xian, too, had returned home. It is located in the backyard of the academy and is extremely quiet. It also seems to have become Li Xian's exclusive residence. When he came back, Cozy was asleep on the table. The table was still set with the meal that had been held back, but apparently those meals were getting cold. Upon hearing the loud noise, Xiao Er immediately woke up from her deep sleep. Brother Star, you're back. Coquette stood up in a hurry with sleepy eyes. Hurry up and eat. Yikes, the food is getting cold. I'll go heat it up for you. No need. Li Xian hurriedly stopped Xiao Er. Isn't this still warm? It's edible. Brother Star, how was the competition today? Did you win the championship? Xiao Er looked at Li Xian with an expectant face and asked, what are you thinking? Today is only the first elimination match. There will be a promotion match in half a month. This match will last at least 3 months before the national competition is completely over. Oh, so that's what it looks like. Xiao Er suddenly came to a realization. But how did you do today, Brother Star? This competition is divided into 9 groups according to the year of the demonic beasts. Because my Black Iron Snake is 30 years old, so it was assigned to the 3rd group. Within this 3rd group, I gained the 5th place today. But this is not informative. At the very least, within the top 10, it's still hard to say who's first. Li now has the exact right idea. The elimination bracket is really not very informative. This tournament focuses on eliminating more than half of the participants outright. There's no comparison between first and second or whatever. After all, the top 10 or even the top 100 had never fought each other, so it wasn't certain who would lose or win. After dinner, Xiao Er called for foot washing water for Li Xian. After soaking his feet comfortably, Li Xian also went to bed and started to rest. With the Black Lotus red flame and the assistance of the small Dan furnace, Li Xian could refine and devour all the herbs on his body, carefully taking out a 5,000-year-old rare herb. Li Xian excitedly threw it into the middle of the furnace. At this moment, in the middle of the Dan furnace, a black and red lotus flower burned slowly. After the herbs were thrown into the middle of the Dan furnace, they slowly floated above the Black Lotus red flame. With the passage of time, drop by drop of the medicinal liquid began to drip from the herb. About half an hour later, with 5,000 years worth of herbs, Li Xian extracted a total of 12 drops of medicinal liquid. This is a 100% extraction of all the essence of a 5,000-year-old herb. Not a single moment was wasted. It could be said that it was a perfect refining process. In terms of this hand of Li Xian's, it was a rarity amongst the Dan Dao world. The reason for this was aided by the foreign fire, followed by Li Xian's patience and calm character. It was said that alchemy was refining the heart, and the probability of success in alchemy was much higher when the heart was sunk, the black lotus red flame extinguished, and 12 drops of medicinal liquid flew out in this way. The black iron snake opened its mouth and devoured them one by one. Under Li Xian's attention, all the medicinal liquid passed through the black iron snake and were all ingested by the golden-scaled poison python. But there was also a part that was absorbed by the body of the black iron snake. The two complement each other and benefit from each other. When all of the medicinal liquid was absorbed, Li Xian saw that the 12 drops of the 5,000-year-old portion of medicinal herb had boosted the golden-scaled poison python's recovery degree by a total of 12%. At this moment, the golden-scaled poison python's recovery degree had already reached 42%, and the black iron snake gained as a result, rising from 30 years of strength to 42. It could be said that a single drop of the medicinal liquid rose the black iron snake's strength for a year. At the same time, Li Xian saw that the black iron snake's body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In no time at all, it reached over 3 meters long and as thick as a calf. Feeling the powerful aura from the black iron snake, Li Xian nodded in satisfaction. In one fell swoop, let the golden-scaled poison python reach 50% recovery. A brilliant light flashed through Li Xian's eyes. We've run out of herbs for 5,000 years. Now there are 8 more herbs between 1 and 3,000 years old. Li Xian felt that all of these combined were not estimated to be as great as the energy of the 5,000-year-old plant just now. Thinking slightly, Li Xian threw all 8 herbs into the small Dan furnace. In the middle of the small Dan furnace, it was as if it could hold everything and refine everything. Immediately after the 8 medicinal herbs entered it, the black lotus red flame rose into a lush little flame. In contrast, herbs with fewer years were much easier to refine. In a short while, the 8 medicinal herbs were refined into 8 drops of medicinal liquid of different colors. Black iron snake, open your mouth. The black iron snake opened its mouth wide, and the 8 drops of medicinal liquid once again entered its belly. The powerful turbid energy was immediately absorbed by the golden-scaled poison python. Li Xian stared at that progress bar with a pair of dead eyes. 44, 45, 46.5%. Finally, after the 8 drops of medicinal liquid were devoured, it unexpectedly leapt into a 50% progress. Li Xian could clearly feel the golden-scaled poison python let out a hearty hiss. It was as if the shackles that had been suppressed were crumbling apart one by one. Lord Prisoner, I've finally regained half of my strength. And I've also finally unlocked my second innate beast technique. Ancient demonic beasts all possessed a minimum of 3 innate beast techniques. Since the ancient demonic beasts in the beast ring were all sealed, they could only unlock their innate beast techniques if they recovered to a certain level. The golden-scaled poison python told Li Xian that as long as the recovery degree reached 20%, 50% and 80%, it would unlock 3 innate beast techniques respectively. If it is completely and fully restored, it will unlock all of its native beast techniques. What is your second innate beast skill? Li Xian asked excitedly. My second innate beast skill is the Sky Python Rampage, which can increase in size by 3 to 5 times on top of its original size, and at the same time, its strength will also increase by 3 to 5 times. There were some demonic beasts that made other demonic beasts daunted just by their size. Li Xian clearly remembered the youth called Yi Xian that he met when he exited the fighting arena today. The explosive fire dragon beast that followed behind him was 7 or 8 meters in size. On the basis of such a size, other demonic beasts could only look and sigh, especially Li Xian's black iron snake. Today's was only about 1.5 meters long before it evolved. If playing against the exploding fire dragon beast, I'm afraid I can't even wrap my arms around someone's toes. Not to mention going around that thick neck. But not anymore. With the golden-scaled poison python's heavenly python rampage insta-skill, Li Xian's black iron snake was now over 3 meters long. After using this innate beast skill, the body size would directly skyrocket to over 9 meters. Facing a 7 or 8 meter explosive fire dragon beast was simply not enough to fear. Immediately afterward, Li now checked the inventory in the Yuan ring. Now there are only 53 herbs under 1,000 years old left. In was just a few demon crystals. I'm afraid this stock is simply not enough. Li Xian was secretly staggered. Originally, it was thought that these things were enough for the golden-scaled poison python to completely recover. But along with the golden-scaled poison python's recovery increased, the amount of energy needed for each recovery also increases exponentially. So these lowly herbs, they don't do much anymore. It seems that tomorrow, we'll have to go and take these low-grade herbs and sell them. then exchanged them for herbs of a higher vintage, ending the day's absorption. Li now put away all his things, then covered himself with a blanket and went to sleep. Selling these herbs to the academy will draw the attention of others. After thinking about it, Li Xian decided to find a reason to go out. Then, under the pretext of receiving school missions and training, Li Xian left the academy alone and entered the demon beast Great Forest alone. After about 10 days or so, Li Xian finally returned, totaling more than 80 herbs under 1,000 years old. Li Xian handed them all over to the academy and then exchanged them for 2,5,000-year-old portions of herbs. Watching Li Xian pouring a herb onto the table as if he was pouring beans, the people at the college exchange office were stunned. They had never met a person who could come up with so many herbs at once, even if these herbs are only 1,000 years old or less. Jesus, how the hell did you do that? So many herbs? I'm afraid there are over 100. The crowd was amazed by it. Li Xian scratched his head and said modestly, "Good luck. Found a wild medicine garden." The great forest of demon beasts was extremely large. The so-called wild medicine nursery was similar to the peach garden heaven that Li Xian had encountered earlier. It's off the beaten path, and some of the herbs grow wildly untouched by the outside world. Once discovered, it can be a rewarding experience. Under the envious gaze of the crowd, Li Xian left the place with 2,5,000-year-old portions of herbs. There's just one day left until the next round. Li Xian had to make the black iron snake reach 90 years before that. After returning, Li Xian couldn't wait to put it into the furnace and start refining it. 2,5,000-year-old herbs, plus the demon crystals from the other demonic beasts we killed this time out. That should be about right. As Li Xian thought this, the black lotus red flame began to calcinate. A drop of pure medicinal liquid was forced out, then swallowed greedily by the black iron snake. 60, 70, 80. Along with the absorption of the medicinal liquid, the recovery degree of the golden-scaled poison python began to increase rapidly. After the 5,000-year-old complete herbs were absorbed, Li Xian then absorbed all the demon crystals on his body as well. 2,3,000-year-old demon crystals. 10,1,000-year-old demon crystals. 46 demon crystals under 1,000 years old. However, after refining all of these, the golden-scaled poison python's recovery degree had only reached 80%, and the vintage of the black iron snake has only risen to 80 years. It's still a decade away from 90 years. What to do? It's almost time for tomorrow's competition, and it's so late. Where to get some herbs? Li was now in a hurry, but right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly brightened up and placed his eyes on the ring on his hand. Meta rings. Right. Go to the black market and sell the yuan ring. When the people who killed the Beast King mercenary group were killed, they obtained a total of 13 yuan rings. Li now sold 12 of them, leaving one for his own use to store things. But now that everything had been refined, there was no use for Li Xian to leave this one ring behind. And along with the recovery of the golden-scaled poison python, the beast ring in Li Xian's hand could also be close to being able to open. With a clench of his teeth, Li Xian took out everything inside the yuan ring and hid it under the bed. One sneaks out of the academy. However, when Li Xian arrived at the black market, he realized that it was even more lively than during the day. Gosh, why are there so many people here all of a sudden? Li now walked in with his face masked in curiosity. Instead, it turns out that some of the people here are masked, and some of them are not at all squeamish about that, just so blithely walking through the streets of the black market. 3 floors of lights in the distance. On the street heading to the 3rd floor of the black market, both sides were also filled with stalls. Li now sees that there is everything for sale here. All kinds of strange and weird stuff. And it's a place where couples come in and out, one holding hands and looking at this and that. Looked happy as could be. Li Xian slowly crouched down in front of a stall and asked curiously while pretending to pick something he was interested in. Man, isn't this the black market? Why is it so bustling? Brother is from out of town, right? This so-called black market is a black market by day and extreme happiness by night. The stall owner explained with a smile. The rules here are very special. You come here during the day to buy and sell things, and if you go out, you may be robbed. But if you come here at night to buy things, no one will rob you. Ah, what's this for? Isn't it a little easier at night? Li Xian instantly asked curiously. The main thing about this is that it's still a matter of dividing up this land in the black market. The stall owner patiently explained to Li Xian. Do you know the boss of the black market? It's called Dong Chengwen. That's the real local snake of our Cloud Shadow City. But you should also know about the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. That's a foreign strong dragon. But do you know the principle that a strong dragon can't crush a snake? When the Chamber of Commerce of Tomorrow was going to buy this place as a Chamber of Commerce, but the black market boss, Dong Chengwen, is not happy. He also loved this place, but the lord of the city was afraid of trouble, so he divided it into 2 halves. Dong Qingwen manages it during the day and tomorrow's Chamber of Commerce manages it at night. The place was later taken over by Yi Xian, the son of the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. That's what he's got going on here. And put out the word that anyone who dares to rob the customers here at night, that would be going against the Chamber of Commerce of tomorrow. So it's definitely safe to come here at night to buy and sell things, but the prices will be on the low side. When Li Xian heard this, he suddenly came to a realization. It seems that this Yi Xian is also a person with brains. Li Xian clearly remembered that when he had offered his yuan ring a few days ago, the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce had come here to collect something. Yi Xian deliberately gave people a sense of security to buy and sell things here. These will then be purchased outright by the Chamber of Commerce of tomorrow. There's a lot of money to be made out there. Sighing at the means of the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce, Li Xian felt that after chatting with the stall owner for so long, he couldn't be bothered not to buy something. So they just picked up a string of beads and paid for them. Before leaving, Li Xian suddenly asked, "I want a bid on some things. I don't know where to go." "You can go to the third floor of the black market. Or do what I did and just set up a booth." Li Xian nodded and thanked him before arriving at the third floor of the black market. The place is still as lively as it was during the day. Various stalls had signs up, both collecting and selling things. Right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly brightened up and saw a few words. "Recycle yuan rings at high prices." Li Xian walked straight over and saw that there were many yuan rings on this stall. Space sizes are available. Li Xian casually picked up a square-sized one and asked, "How much is this one?" 90,000. The owner said without looking up. "This is much cheaper than the market price. What about 5 cubits? $750,000. This is a good price." Li now turned the tables and asked, "Then how much do you charge for one? If you take it, $80,000 for 1 cubic meter. $700,000 for 5 cubic meters. Only after hearing this did the boss raise his head to look at Li Xian. $700,000? Li Xian was eager to make a bid, and with a price of $700,000, plus the more than $2 million he had in his hand, he should be able to buy some nice and good things. "I have one here. I wonder if I'll take it." "Collect." "Of course." The boss hurriedly put down what he was holding and said, "Let me see something first." Li Xian sniffed and took out the yuan ring before handing it over. Seeing this, the boss inadvertently revealed an evil smile between the corners of his mouth. He only saw that he received Li Xian's yuan ring into his hands, then quickly surveyed it for a few moments before handing it back to Li Xian. The boss then sat down in his original position and then lowered his head, not knowing what he was doing. At the same time mouth and Li existing a sentence without a sentence chatting. "You this is not the wrong way to come No, just trying to get a good price," Li now explained. "In fact, you simply do not know. This yuan ring there is wear and tear. I have seen. Your this yuan ring should have used at least 7-8 years. My purchase price is new 700,000, but you this used for such a long time. The yuan ring is also durable, so I can only go out to $65,650,000. When Li Xian heard this, he shook his head. "No, that price is too low. Buddy, if you don't believe me, you can go and ask around. Just in this area, just the object you just had. If it can be more than $650,000, I'll have your last name." Seeing that the other party was so confident, Li Xian also knew the depths of the black market. Thinking about the competition tomorrow, Li Xian clenched his teeth and nodded. "Fine, 65 is 65. Hearing this, the boss burst into joy and jerked his head up. "Show me more." But the next moment, the boss suddenly looked into the distance. "TSK, TSK, TSK, the son of Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. Yi Xian is here." Li Xian then looked back and saw a white-clothed youth walking down from the second floor. But when Li Xian turned his head, the boss said with a gloomy face, "Brat, you tricked me." Li Xian frowned, not understanding what the boss meant. Pop, only to see the boss directly throw that yuan ring over. Li Xian held back his anger and picked it up. In the next moment, Li Xian suddenly changed his face. "This is not my yuan ring. Brat, you brought a fake broken ring to me to fool me, didn't you?" That boss was furious and made a gesture to hit at Li Xian. But Li was now confused and had no idea why. And right at this moment, Li now carefully measured the ring in his hand. But suddenly, he realized that the ring was exactly the same as his own though. But there are some details that are brand new. After a slight thought, Li Xian came to a realization. Stealing the beam? Think back to what just happened. Li now thought of the youth who had come down the stairs. Just then, the youth came from the distance. However, when he fixed his eyes on it, that youth didn't seem to be any so-called Yi Xian at all. Instead, it was a strange man, inside and out. Attract attention, then steal it and finally bite back. It was all played so naturally and tacitly. "Hand over my yuan ring or don't blame me for being polite to you." Li now stomped his foot on the counter and said viciously, "Brat, you dare to step on my counter. I think you really don't know how to die." That boss immediately yelled out, somebody, there's a disturbance." That boss didn't even get into a head-on confrontation with Li Xian. Instead, they called the management here. What's going on? It didn't take long for 3 or 4 guards to arrive. He fooled me with a fake, and he still talks tough when I find out. Get out. When the guards heard this, the 2 of them forked Li Xian and were about to drive him away. He stole the beam. He swapped my real one with a fake one, Li Xian hurriedly explained aloud. But the guards don't listen to command at all. Seeing this, Li Xian immediately released the black iron snake. The black iron snake that had already evolved to 80 years worth of portions had a body length of more than 6 meters and was as thick as a large tree. Looking at the demonic beast that suddenly appeared, the 2 guards immediately stepped back in fear. Li Xian coldly looked at that boss, then took 1 step and closed tightly. "Give me my stuff." That boss looked at the 6-meter-long black python behind Li Xian and backed away in fear. And right at this moment, a stern shout suddenly came out. What kind of people? How dare they spread their wildness here? As he looked along, he only saw a man with a demonic beast's shadow on his back rapidly charging towards this place. With a few jumps, he reached Li Xian and that boss. "Chief Wang, help! He came to me with a fake to strike, and after I found out, he even bit me back, saying that I stole the beam for him." The boss was wicked, and when he grabbed the man, he panicked and explained, "May it be so?" The man turned his head to look at Li Xian and questioned. Li now sized up the man. This person was a beast soul imperial beast master, and judging by his strength, he should have reached the level of a gold imperial beast master. "You're the chief steward here? He stole the beam, swapped the fake one for my real one, and he's wicked. Is there any evidence?" Li Xian directly took out the fake yuan ring and then directly threw it over. "This is the proof. Come on, man. Search me." Chief Steward Wang also did not argue with Li Xian's rebuttal. Instead, he called for someone to start searching up that owner's stall directly. However, he saw that the owner stood by with a smug look on his face, not afraid to let him conduct a search. After a bit of searching, Li Xian only saw that there was only a ground of stone debris behind the stall, and there was no yuan ring at all. Search. Nothing was searched from the stalls, and Chief Wang continued to call for a search of that boss's body, but after turning his body over, he still couldn't find it. Inside the metering, Chief Steward Wang continued. That boss's face changed and said, "Chief Wang, that's not necessary, is it? What's contained in the yuan ring are all my personal belongings. Search." But Chief Executive Wang simply ignored it. In desperation, the boss had to rummage through everything in the yuan ring, but at a glance, there was no Li Xian's yuan ring at all. At the same time, Chief Wang looked at Li Xian. "If you don't believe me, you can go over and search in person." Li Xian coldly watched all of this and suddenly sneered. "For a mere $600,000, is this how you all join hands to trap people? Everything is about evidence. You can't produce any, and I've found evidence for you, but there's nothing, so what do you have to say?" Chief Steward Wang said coldly. "Looks like you guys haven't been screwing people over this much." Li Xian snorted coldly, then beckoned. The head of the black iron snake immediately bent down. Afterward, Li now looked at everyone and said, "What if I find it?" "If you find it, you can do whatever you want," that Chief Wang said disdainfully. "Good then, if I find it, I want him dead and a pair of your arms," Li Xian said with killing intent and viciousness. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. As we all know, Chief Wang is a member of the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. Now there was someone who dared to say outright that he wanted a pair of his arms. How could one not be surprised and shocked? "Boy, you've got a big mouth, but what if you can't find it?" "If I can't find it, I'll end myself." "Yes," Chief Steward Wang bellowed, then took a step back and said, "Find me." Li Xian coldly watched all of this, revealing an evil smile, but the other side didn't seem to care at all either. It was confidence, unrivaled confidence from the Chamber of Tomorrow. Chief Steward Wang believes, even if Li Xian found it, it was fine to take that boss's life, but to take his own pair of arms, that was simply impossible. With that, Li Xian waved his hand and the huge black iron snake slowly crawled towards the stall. That boss broke out in a cold sweat and backed up. However, when he saw the black iron snake heading in one direction, there was a sudden blush, because he, and he alone, knew what was kept in that place. It was behind the counter, a support column for the entire hall. Little did anyone know that there was a small hole in the pillar that hid just about everything he had gotten from stealing the beam. But in the next moment, the boss was instantly relieved. Only the black iron snake just climbed up the pillar and didn't seem to notice the small hole. But the next moment, boom! The black iron snake wrapped around with force, and the entire pillar completely collapsed. Fortunately, there were dozens of supporting pillars throughout the first floor hall, After this one pillar collapsed, it wasn't enough for a crisis to the foundation of this floor. Li Xian slowly walked over and lifted the rubble, grabbing a bunch of yuan rings from it. Wow! A bunch of yuan rings were thrown onto the counter one by Li Xian. Another grab followed. It took 3 or 4 times in a row before Li now emptied the contents. And among them, a yuan ring identical to the fake yuan ring that Li Xian had just held appeared in his hand. Now, what else do you have to say? Li Xian had a pair of eyes that were dead set on that Chief Wang. Wanted to see what Chief Steward Wang was going to do. But the next moment, Chief Wang suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, how ridiculous. Is this ring yours if you say it is? Chief Steward Wang suddenly walked over, then stretched out his hand and said, bring it, let me see it. Li Xian coldly grunted and threw it straight over. But in the next moment, only Chief Wang suddenly sneered. Is this a real yuan ring? This is also a fake yuan ring. Under Li Xian's gaze, Chief Wang held the yuan ring and slowly crushed it. It was then thrown to the ground and stomped into powder. Seeing this, Li Xian couldn't bear it. The black iron snake violently sprang out and opened its bloody mouth to tear towards that Chief Wang. At the same time, Li Xian went over and took the crushed yuan ring and picked it up. The yuan ring had shattered into pieces. But this still proved that he was the real yuan ring. At the same time, the boss in the distance laughed out loud after the robbery. He really didn't expect that Chief Wang would still have such a hand. The black iron snake suddenly struck, and Chief Wang was shocked and backed up. At the same time, the other guards immediately swarmed up and tangled with the black iron snake. Stop! Suddenly, a stern voice came from the middle of the hall. The crowd moved aside, only to see a man in white, leading a man and a woman over. It's the young lord. The young lord is here. Stop it. Chief Wang hurriedly stopped his hand, and the black iron snake wanted to continue its attack. Only the ground suddenly trembled. A behemoth appeared in the distance. When he fixed his eyes on it, it was Yi Xian's explosive fire dragon beast. Roar! The explosive fire dragon beast opened its mouth and a pillar of fire shot out. The black iron snake was covered in adamantine scales that were indestructible, but he was also burned by the flames and retreated back and forth. What the hell is going on here? The white-clothed youth walked over and glanced at Li Xian before questioning Chief Wang. Young lord. Chief Steward Wang hurriedly bowed his head to explain. This man is causing trouble here, and I'm in the process of teaching him a lesson. To think that there's still someone causing trouble on my tomorrow Chamber of Commerce's turf. They've really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts, haven't they? That youth looked at Li Xian with an angry expression on his face. Li Xian then looked, but saw a girl next to the white-clothed youth. This girl was no one else but Li Xian's mentor, Wang Tian. The other youth was the youth who wanted to rob himself of the fire spirit stone. The youth who had fought with Li in the demon beast competition last time. The one who once threatened to settle old scores with new ones. What's with all these people gathered? Li Xian was puzzled in his mind. But the opposite party, Wang Sweetness, was even more puzzled. This black iron snake, for Wang Sweetness, was too familiar to be familiar with. It's just that this head, it doesn't seem to be the same as what he knows. Only Wang Sweetness had a pair of eyes staring at Li Xian in death. Because Li Xian was masked, Wang Dangdang didn't recognize Li Xian. In the next moment, Wang Sweetness walked over curiously, and finally her eyes widened violently. Xingchen? You're Li Xingchen? Li Xian laughed bitterly and had no choice but to take off his scarf. Seeing that it was really Li Xingchen, Wang Sweetness jumped up in excitement. Didn't you go to the great forest of demon beasts? You're back, mentor. The competition is tomorrow, so I'm going to be back in a hurry. Li now explained. But what the hell is wrong with that? Wang's sweetheart looked at the mess here and couldn't help but ask. Li Xian looked up at the white-clothed youth, Yi Xian, and said, a black market is a black market, and I have a yuan ring in my hand that I want to offer. Came up to this booth and said $65,000 out the door. But this guy went so far as to give me a diversion by stealing a fake one and taking the opportunity to make an identical fake one for me while he was chatting with me. Then the evil one said I was fooling me with a fake one. It finally led to this so-called Supervisor Wang. After some searching, Supervisor Wang did not find the real yuan ring, and then I was told to find out for myself. We had a bet that if I found it, I'd kill this boss and break a pair of his arms. But when I did find it, he even took the opportunity to verify the authenticity and completely destroyed the yuan ring for me. Speaking of this, Li now slowly opened his hand. In his hand, it was clearly the destroyed yuan ring. The Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce is at least a famous chamber of commerce on the continent, but I never thought that it would do such dirty things. The remnants of the meta ring are right here for any of you to take and verify the authenticity. Hearing this, Wang Sweetness slowly looked at Supervisor Wang. Supervisor Wang, Star is a student of my Cloud Shadow Academy. Is this thing he said true? Ms. Wang, although Supervisor Wang shared the same surname Wang as Wang Sweetness, Supervisor Wan was not a member of the Wang family, but a member of the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. May it be so? Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly coldly questioned. Puff. Supervisor Wang immediately fell to his knees. Young lord, spare my life. I also don't want him to tarnish the reputation of the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. See here, the truth is all clear. Yi Xian walked over to Li Xian and said, I'm really sorry that our people did such a thing. We'll compensate you for all the damages. But only Li Xian shook his head. I don't want your losses because I've already seen through your Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce through this incident. I only want my yuan ring, and the promises he promised. Good. We'll compensate you for the yuan ring. With that, Yi Xian shook his right hand and took out a yuan ring. This is a yuan ring with a large area of 100 cubic meters. As compensation for you. No need. Li Xian shook his head and casually picked up an equally 5 cubic meter sized yuan ring from the ground. These, all of them, were obtained by this owner by the same means, and it is not too much for me to take one of the same size. Also, Li now looked at that boss. By now that boss was trembling with fear. In the next moment, the black iron snake opened its mouth and bit it in one gulp, then swallowed it in 3 or 2 bites. Immediately after that, Li Xian placed his gaze on that Supervisor Wang. The life of this boss, and your arm. Young master, save me. Young master, save me. Without my arm, I won't be able to continue contributing to the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. Chief Manager Wang rolled and crawled to Yi Xian's side, begging bitterly. Stand up straight when you're beaten, and admit you're wrong when you're real. Just then, a bright laugh suddenly came. The crowd all looked with them, only to see a man with a full beard and wearing a brocade robe slowly walk in with people. Dong Chengwen, it's nighttime. I'm in charge of this side of the black market now. What are you doing here? Hey, why can't I come? Am I not welcome when I come to shop? The middle-aged man said with a cold snort. However, I really didn't expect to come across such an interesting thing today. Saying that Dong Chengwen looked towards Li Xian and gave a thumbs up at the same time. Teenage hero even dare in Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce so business. You kid really let me admire but really is too much in line with my tastes. Little brother, if you do not mind, you can come to find me. My name is Dong Chengwen, the black market here. During the day I'm still say the word. Li Xian glanced at Dong Chengwen without saying anything. Now that there was an additional Dong Chengwen, this matter could be difficult for Yi Xian. Originally, I still wanted to bail people out, but Dong Chengwen came here. If he didn't follow the rules, then Dong Chengwen would definitely grab this matter and make a big deal out of it to ruin the reputation of the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. However, only Yi Xian looked deeply at Li Xian, then indifferently said to Chief Wang, Are you going to do it yourself, or are you going to let someone else do it? After saying that, Yi Xian directly drew a knife from the guard next to him and threw it on the ground. Young lord, Chief Steward Wang stared blankly at the knife on the ground and issued a final plea. Li Xian coldly watched this. After a moment, an impatient look appeared. My patience is limited. If you don't do it, let me do it. When you are a dog, you have to be a dog. Your master of the house has said so resign yourself to your fate. Saying that, Li Xian walked over and directly picked up the long knife on the ground. There were 2 clicks at Chief Wang's 2 arms. Vocal screams resounded throughout the hall. Bam! The long knife was directly thrown to the ground by Li Xian. Afterward, Li Xian looked at Wang Tian and said, Teacher, I'll go back first. After saying that, Li Xian left the place without looking back. Right. If you have any comments, you can come find me at the Demon Beast competition tomorrow. As he left, Li now shouted. These words, which anyone could hear, were for Yi Xian. In this matter today, Li Xian is ruthlessly hitting Yi Xian's face, in front of Yi Xian, chopping off 2 arms of his men. This matter, for the Chamber of Commerce of tomorrow was simply a great shame. That depends on whether you're qualified or not. Yi Xian said coldly. Ha ha, funny. Dong Chengwen laughed out loud and left the place right after him. 318000-year-old Sistanch. Li Xian just left the black market. Dong Chengwen's people then stopped themselves. Little brother, our boss is looking for you. I'm sorry, it's getting too dark. I'm going back to the academy. Li Xian didn't want to get too close to this Dong Chengwen. As the local snake of Cloud Shadow City, it would do him no good to get too close. Our boss has said that he wants to purchase this yuan ring that you're holding that you want to offer now. Hearing this, Li now couldn't help but laugh. This Dong Chengwen is really something. Lead the way. Afterward, Li Xian followed this Dong Chengwen to the middle of a brightly lit mansion. It was not far from the black market, and the entire mansion was filled with patrolling guards, extremely well guarded. Moreover, the strength of the guards, surprisingly, were all Beast Soul Imperial Beastmasters who had reached silver. In the middle of a brightly lit hall, Dong Qingwen came over to greet him with a big smile from afar. Since ancient times, heroes have been youngsters. You dared to go head-to-head with that Yi Xian. It's really gratifying. Little brother, please sit down quickly. Li Xian didn't hit on him head-on, but asked directly, I heard that you want to buy my yuan ring? Exactly. Li Xian naturally knew that the so-called purchase of the yuan ring was nothing more than an attempt to get into a relationship with himself. And right out of the gate, he invites Li Nao to be his guest, obviously trying to pull in Li Nao. All of this, Li Nao naturally knew, but that was nothing for Li Nao. Demon Beast Competition 9 Group Advancement Match. Li Xian and Yi Xian were bound to meet together. It will certainly be water under the bridge when the time comes. 2. Sooner or later, you have to offend each other. Now that Li Xian is on Dong Qingwen's side, if the people of the Chamber of Commerce want to deal with themselves tomorrow, they will have to consider Dong Qingwen's side as well. It's just an ordinary 5 cubic yuan ring. If Mr. Dong needs it, there are better and bigger ones than this one. Why would he still need to buy this one of mine? It's mostly about making a friend. Dong Qingwen stated his purpose very frankly. In that case, how about I acquire this yuan ring of yours at the market price? That would be much appreciated. As Li Xian said, he placed the yuan ring on the table. By the way, Mr. Dong is also a businessman. What about my purpose of selling the yuan ring? It's mainly because I want to purchase a herb or something with high energy that's worth around $3 million. And I need to use him to enhance my demonic beasts to the point of 90 years. On second thought, Li Xian thought that it would be better to exchange it for money than to get things done with Dong Qingwen on the spot. He was interested in making friends with himself. Wouldn't it be a waste to not use such a resource? Oh, hearing this, Dong Qingwen suddenly brightened up and thought of the conversation that Li Xian had with Yi Xian before he left when he was in the black market just now. Is little brother's enhancement of demonic beast strength used to participate in the demonic beast competition? Dong Qingwen could know that Yi Xian had also participated in the demonic beast competition and had responded fully. Thinking of this, Dong Qingwen burst into laughter in his heart. Helping Li Xian to deal with Yi Xian, this was just like sitting on the fence for him. Moreover, if Li Xian could win and gain such a powerful friend, it would do him no harm at all. As for himself, he only needed to help Li Xian, or even gift Li Xian with a herb of a higher vintage. But Dong Qingwen knew deep down that Li Xian would definitely not accept it for free. From the conversation with Yi Xian just now, one could tell that Li Xian was an extremely strong and unwilling person who was not willing to owe people favors. Dong Qingwen crisscrossed the underground world of Cloud Shadow City, met an unknown number of characters. In an instant, he had figured out Li Xian's persona. With that, Dong Qingwen put away Li Xian's ring, then called for someone to come and command in a low voice. Bring me that 8,000-year-old sistanch I've stored. In a short time, one of the men was carrying a delicate box. Li Xian fixed his eyes on the box and realized that the box was made from hundreds of years of precious wood. Little brother, just now I heard that your name is Li Xingchen. If you don't mind, how about you call me brother and I call you brother? Dong Qingwen didn't give something directly to Li Xian. Instead, it came first with such a recognizable scene. This can never be allowed. I'm just an ordinary academy student, not yet a beast soul imperial beast master. How can I climb this high branch of yours? Li Xian said as he waved his hand repeatedly. Star brother, you may not know. In fact, I also have a brother. He passed away in early years. In the first sight of seeing you, I feel that you and my brother are very similar. Brother here. As he spoke, Dong Qingwen couldn't help but weep. When Li Xian saw this, although he knew that he was opening his mouth to brag, but with this scene, if he didn't agree to it, this guy would probably have to consume until dawn. If Big Brother doesn't mind, I'll call you Big Brother. Hey! Dong Qingwen was instantly delighted and looked up after wiping his eyes. Then he told the people to bring that 8,000-year-old sistanch in a row. Brother, this is my treasured 8,000-year-old sistanch. Consider it a gift for meeting you. This cannot be allowed. Li Xian continuously waved his hand and refused. How much is this? I'll pay. Money doesn't hurt your feelings. Just take it. I really can't have this. Li Nao said insistently. If you really recognize me as a brother, take the stuff away. Pick me something that costs $3 million and come over here. I'll pay for it. If you insist, we don't even have to be brothers. Seeing how insistent Li Xian was, Dong Qingwen sighed and then said, you see to be not so. This thing, I $3 million to sell you, on the then internal price. Affectionate price. You see how, if so you still do not agree. According to the brother can really angry. This, to be honest, Li Xian was also moved. But Li now knows that there are some things you can have and some things you can't. This favor, it's the hardest thing to return. However, seeing that Dong Qingwen was so insistent, Li Xian could only agree. However, Li Xian gave Dong Qingwen all of the $800,000 from the yuan ring and the $2,600,000 on his body. After some pushing and shoving, Dong Qingwen finally accepted the $3.4 million. Ha ha, brother, I can tell you, this is good stuff. You cut a little bit for yourself to make tea and drink. It will definitely make you one night at a time. One night at a time, Dong Qingwen said to Li Xian with a bad smile. Ha ha, older brother, you really. No wonder to see old brother's style is still the same. I think sister-in-laws must be very happy. That's right, Dong Qingwen said proudly. In this regard, Dong Qingwen is very proud of himself. Right, old brother. It's getting late, so I'll go back first. I have a match tomorrow. After staying for a while, Li Xian stood up and prepared to leave. Alright then, since there's business, old brother won't keep you. Tomorrow old brother will go to the Colosseum to watch your match. Okay, no problem. Dong Qingwen personally escorted Li Xian away before turning back. After Li Xian left, one of Dong Qingwen's men beside him said, "Boss, the second master isn't dead yet. How can you say the second master is dead?" Pop. Dong Qingwen slapped his men on the head. Of course my brother isn't dead. Would he agree if I didn't say so? In fact, the reason why Dong Qingwen was able to get into this situation was also largely dependent on his younger brother, Dong Chenggu. This Dong Chenggu was a big deal. He was the leader of a dartboard in the leading city, Skystream City, above Cloud Shadow City. That's why Dong Qingwen dared to openly compete for territory with the people of Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. But, this person is not even a beast soul imperial beast master. Is it worth befriending you like this? Hans asked, rubbing his head in disbelief. You don't know that. I read people. I've always been very accurate. Dong Qingwen suddenly stopped and revealed an intriguing smile. That's right. Investigate all his information tomorrow and give it to me. Yes. After Li Xian left, the people from the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce, who were hiding out, looked at Li Xian's back as he left, then turned around and left as well. Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. Yi Xian sat on the chair and closed his eyes. Sharp footsteps suddenly came, and Yi Xian snapped his eyes open. Young lord, that kid came out of Dong Qingwen's house and left with a large wooden box. Humph, Yi Xian said with a cold snort. I'm sure he must have been bribed by Dong Qingwen. This kind of person is not to be feared, brother Yi, but this kid snatched my fire spirit stone and killed my purple cloud eagle. I'm not willing to do that. A youth next to him said hatefully. This person was clearly the first son of the Li family, the first son of one of the three great families of Cloud Shadow City, Li Feng. That fire spirit stone is nothing. I'll find you another one to come. As for the purple cloud eagle, tomorrow I'll see which group he's in and kill his pet to avenge you, that is. Yi Xian said coldly. That's good. However, why do I even feel as if there's something special about that fire spirit stone? Li Feng sighed, his heart always a little overjoyed. Li Xian, who had returned home, hurriedly took out the 8,000-year-old sistanch. Recalling Dong Chengwen's words, Li Xian gently cut off a piece with his knife and held it in his mouth. It doesn't really work. Li now smacked his lips before swallowing it. He then began to take out the small Dan furnace and refined it. 8,000 years of sistanch. Ah, people don't live that long. Under the refining of the Black Lotus red flame, this sistanch turned from hard to soft and then oozed out drops of liquid. These, all of them, are the essence. With the 8,000-year-old sistanch, Li Xian had refined a full 18 drops of pure medicinal liquid. Afterward, 18 drops of pure medicinal liquid flew out of the small Dan furnace before drilling into the black iron snake's mouth. Boom boom boom. The golden-scaled poison python's recovery degree was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the energy within the black iron snake's body began to rapidly skyrocket. In the end, the recovery degree of the golden-scaled poison python stopped at 98%. The black iron snake, on the other hand, has reached 98 years. Seeing this, Li Xian finally nodded with satisfaction. This 8,000-year-old sistanch is really something. However, in the next second, Li Xian's face suddenly changed abruptly. This was because Li Xian suddenly felt a hot breath that began to coalesce in his abdomen. This energy was like a fire, causing Li Xian's body's qi and blood to accelerate and his heart to beat faster. At the same time, Li now began to experience a noticeable physical reaction. It's really like what Dong Chengwen said. The effect, it's really one night at a time. One night at a time. Li Xian instantly panicked. It's the middle of the night. How can we fix this? And right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly looked towards the room where Xiao Er was resting. Ghostly, Li Xian couldn't hold back his inner restlessness and gently pushed open Xiao Er's room. But immediately afterward, Li now slapped himself hard. I can't apologize to Xian Wan. With that, Li Xian then exited the room again. After returning to the bed, Li Xian hurriedly asked the golden-scaled poison python. How can I release the energy in my body? Had. Lord Warden. It's easy, just go find a woman and it's solved. Seriously, it's the middle of the night and you're still at the academy. Where are you going to find a woman? Li now rolled his eyes. Isn't that the one across the street? Lord Prisoner. I can guarantee that as long as you are willing, Miss Shower will not resist, and will still lust after you. Get lost. Shower is a good girl. I can't spoil people like this. Quickly say the way. Yes. Then let the black iron snake suck it out for you. Suck? Li Xian was instantly shaken. How does it suck? With my mouth. Of course. With your mouth? Li Xian's eyes widened instantly. This is not good. What's not so good about it is that there's nothing else to do. Well then, you tell him to slow down and not bite me. The black iron snake burrowed out of its sleeve, opened its mouth, and gently bit on Li Xian's arm. Li Xian instantly laughed. When you say suck, is this how you suck? How else is it going to suck? The golden-scaled poison python was a bit puzzled by Li Xian's meaning. Oh, it's okay, let him suck it up. With the help of the black iron snake, the residual energy from the bite of Sistanch inside Li Xian's body was gradually sucked out. However, Li Xian was surprised to find that the black iron snake had actually reached 99 years directly because of this inhalation. This is the ceiling of the demon beast competition. If you reach 100 years, you can be disqualified from the competition. You kid can take it easy for a while. Don't eat your fill and accidentally reach the 100-year limit. Li Xian hurriedly urged Black Iron Snake. Starting tomorrow, just go vegan. Hiss. The Black Iron Snake spat out its snake letters in aggravation, then burrowed back. The demonic beast competition's advancement rounds were about to begin. After this round, the representative of Cloud Shadow City should be out. All participants wait in the playground. Once everyone was all gathered, they began to set off to the Colosseum together. Wang Sweetness then followed Li Xian. Curious, he asked about yesterday. What were you doing at the black market yesterday? Do you know the name of the man in white? Of course I know. The son of the Chamber of Commerce of tomorrow. Li Xian said with an indifferent attitude. How dare you talk to him like that knowing that? Wang Sweetie said incredulously. It's not like he's a demonic beast that eats people. But if you piss him off, you're pissing off the Chamber of Commerce of tomorrow. It's a matter of time. There's no hiding from it. Ah, why? Wang Sweetness asked in confusion at once. Because, if nothing else, I'll be fighting him today. What are you thinking? You're in Group 3 and he's in Group 9. How can you possibly cross paths? Wang Sweetness instantly snorted. Then if my demonic beast also reaches over 90 years of age, will the officials let me remain in the third group? Of course not. Wang Sweetie blurted out. But the next moment it froze. What did you say? Your demonic beast has reached over 90 years old? Li nodded silently as he now moved on. It's only been half a month. How is this possible? I have my own way of doing things. That's why I went to the black market yesterday to sell yuan rings. Hearing this, Wang Sweetness suddenly came to a realization. You need herbs to make the demonic beast evolve, right? Li nodded now. Wang Sweetness immediately said anxiously. Then you can come to me. Our Wang Family Chamber of Commerce can also help you. I don't like to owe people favors. And besides, I serve my purpose. But hurry up and let me see your demonic beast. Has it really reached 90 years? Wang Sweetness instantly asked curiously. Li Xian did not hide anything. After all, when he arrived at the Colosseum, everything would naturally come out. Looking at the black iron snake, which was already close to 100 years old, Wang Sweetness couldn't have imagined it. It was only since half a month ago that Li's current black iron snake was a 20-year portion. But only half a month had passed, and it had reached the point where it was almost 100 years old. TSK, you're a surprise. Wang Sweetness could no longer find any words to describe Li Xian at this moment. Maybe Li has his own card to play, but Wang Sweetness didn't pursue it any further. And right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly asked, by the way, who was the other person who followed that Yi Xian yesterday? You mean Li Feng? Wang Sweetness questioned. He is the first son of the Li family of the three great families. Just like you, he has not awakened his beast power, but he suddenly rose to prominence half a year ago. He has bred a lot of powerful demonic beasts. The purple cloud eagle that you killed is just one of them. He also has a demonic beast pet that has reached the 1,000-year portion. I don't know how he did it. So does that count him out? Li Xian was instantly curious. If he has 100 pets, and all 100 pets enter the competition, does he have 100 chances to revive? Of course not. The officials have also taken this into consideration. So it is stipulated that each person can only choose one demonic beast as their representative to participate in the competition. Hearing this, Li Xian was instantly relieved. If that's the case, then it's not fair to other civilian players. People work hard for how many years to raise a demonic beast? You have the money to raise 100 of them straight away and go for it. That's no way to play. Before long, the crowd arrived at the Colosseum. Wang Sweetness learned that Li Xian's demonic beast had already reached over 90 years. Immediately, he took Li Xian to find the official personnel of the competition, then apply for Li to be transferred from Group 3 to Group 9 now. After some testing by the officials, it was determined that Li Xian possessed the strength to enter the 9th group, and only then did they help Li Xian change the group for the competition. When Li Xian arrived at the Colosseum, the match had already started some time ago. On the large screen above the Colosseum, the rankings of the participants in each group had also been arranged. This tournament is a promotion tournament. There will be a direct selection of the top 100 participants in each division. So, if you want to advance, your demonic beast, at the very least, has to participate in more than 2 matches. The reason for this, the main thing was to filter out some battle-lasting demonic beasts, because on a real national showdown, basically, for each demonic beast, the minimum requirement is 3 or more matches in a short period of time. Fail to meet this standard and you face elimination. At this moment, Yi Xian was sitting on the resting platform, his eyes staring at the big screen with a deadpan expression. He was trying to figure out the name Li Starling. Sources indicate that Starry Li is in the 3rd group. However, he searched through the 3 groups and did not find the name of this person, Li Xingchen, among the 3 groups. Just then, however, he was on the big screen of the 9 groups he was in. Li Xingchen's name jumped up at once. Li Xingchen, 99 years of demonic beasts, Black Iron Snake. This person was clearly the Li Xingchen that he had searched so hard for. What he said yesterday, turned out to be true. Yi Xian's eyes widened instantly. Looking around, Yi Xian's gaze froze, only to see that in the resting position of the 9th group, Li Xian was sitting there with a bashful face. Yi Xian wouldn't care about the previous Li Xian, but after yesterday, let someone inquire about Li now. After learning that Li Xian was participating in the competition, as a group of 3, Yi Xian scoffed at this and did not place it on his body at all. But see you today, and he's jumped from 3 groups straight to 9 on. This couldn't help but make Yi Xian start to pay attention. However, Yi Xian, who had always been arrogant, only looked at Li Xian with the eyes of an equal opponent. In no way did he treat Li Xian as a competent opponent. Yi Xian had also seen the demonic beast that Li Xian had seen yesterday. He was simply no match for the explosive fire dragon beast. And right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly saw a scene that made him so embarrassed that he could pick out a 3-room apartment with his toes, only to see Dong Qingwen surprisingly leading people, pulling banners and cheering and shouting for himself in the audience. Star, star, star. The world is invincible. Star brothers, invincible. You are a star, traveling the stars. Star first, no one can beat it. This sweat-inducing scene made Li Xian want to find a crack in the ground. Oh, what fun! Yi Xian in front suddenly laughed. Some people, a little favor, a few words of rhetoric, and then start to do things for others. To put it mildly, what is the difference between that and a dog? Yi Xian's voice was not high, but it reached Li Xian's ears. Next to her, Wang Sweetness frowned at once. Then he inquired to Li Xian. You stay away from Dong Qingwen and the others in the future. They are not decent people. Be careful of bringing you down. It's alright, teacher. At least, people send me 8,000-year-old herbs without any hesitation. Unlike some people, who even want to pit hundreds of thousands of tails. Li now intentionally spoke very highly. When Yi Xian in the front heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly and he did not speak up. This is detrimental to the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow, and after what happened yesterday, it was utilized by Dong Qingwen. Starting this morning, business at the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow began to drop off dramatically. A matter of just a few 100,000 taels had caused over tens of millions of dollars of damage to the Chamber of Commerce of tomorrow. Star, there's no such thing as a free lunch under the sky. Dong Qingwen is pulling you in, but he has an agenda. You have to understand that. Wang Sweetness was afraid that Li Xian would be brought down by a little favor from Dong Qingwen. Don't worry, Ms. Sugar. I have my own scale in my heart. Li Xian smiled faintly, signaling that Wang Dangdang didn't need to worry. Group 9, number 120. After adjustments, Li is now still number 120. Upon hearing the call, Li now exclaimed in unison and walked towards the Colosseum. And at the same time, on the other side, a youth slowly stood up. This youth was passing by Yi Xian, but was stopped by Yi Xian. The two whispered a few words, only to see the youth's face light up with joy as he nodded his head repeatedly at Yi Xian before smiling and walking towards the fighting arena. Li Xian didn't care in the slightest when he saw this scene. The size of the 9 groups of Colosseums was, comparatively speaking, several times larger than the size of the Colosseums of several other groups. Of that fighting cage, it was dozens of meters high. However, on second thought, The 9 groups were all 90-year-old or above demonic beasts. Those are behemoths as far as size goes. If you don't make the arena big, if you get into a fight, it's going to be a big deal. Both sides of the match came before the referee. The referee briefly went over the rules and then signaled for the duo to begin their introductions, only to see another person coldly and proudly say, "Number 80 Li Chengde, 95-year-old demonic beast, Cold Ice Shin Turtle." When Li Xian heard this, he immediately frowned slightly. This Shin Turtle, it somewhat restrained Li Xian's Black Iron Snake. 120 Li Xingchen, 99-year-old demonic beast, Black Iron Snake. As the words trailed off, the door to the fighting cage was opened. Only one opponent waved his hand, and in the center of his palm, a palm-sized white Shin Turtle was thrown out. The white Shin Turtle grew against the wind and immediately transformed into a Shin Turtle that was about 4 meters long and had a white chili turtle shell on its back. This Shin Turtle slowly entered the cage, not slowing down. The Black Iron Serpent entered first, raising his head high and looking at his opponent warily. The Basilisk Turtle's defense is amazing. Stalking kills are not very useful, so you have to rely on poisoning. Li Xian and the Black Iron Snake had a mind connection and could manipulate the Black Iron Snake in battle at any time. Upon seeing the Shin Turtle, the battle plan was immediately changed. Tentatively spewing a bone-crushing poisonous mist for a long-distance attack, Li Xian gave the order, and the Black Iron Snake took the lead, opening its mouth and spitting out a bone-crushing poisonous mist. However, the other party seemed to have prepared for this, only to see the frozen Shin Turtle also spit out a mouthful of freezing cold breath. That cold breath formed a wall of ice 4 or 5 meters high when it met the air. It directly blocked the bone-etching poisonous mist. The bone-eroding poisonous mist encountered the cold ice wall and began to corrode violently. It was clear that the poisonous mist, though powerful, seemed to have little effect. Use the beast skill. Body like a swimming dragon. Go around to the back of the cold ice Shin Turtle. Make a direct entanglement kill, and then perform the bone-eroding poison mist on his turtle shell. Li Xian grasped the details of the 100 beast skill pairings and found many kinds of suitable beast skills for the Black Iron Serpent. The previous heaven rank beast skill, Vajra Binding, was one. The body like a swimming dragon that was being used right now was another. Shen rank mid-grade beast skill. It belonged to the category of body techniques for beast techniques. Only the Black Iron Snake's body twisted rapidly. With a few swings, he circled around to the back of the cold ice Shin Turtle. The speed is dizzying. Wang's sweetheart, who had been paying attention to the battle, suddenly brightened up. Was that a beast technique just now? It's a beast technique. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Wang's sweetness. Wang Dangdang looked back and was instantly surprised. Sister Serenity. Unexpectedly, Jin Serenity had come to watch the match as well. This little guy, hiding is just too deep. I suspect that his memories are slowly returning. Jin Serenity looked at Li Xian's figure in the middle of the arena and secretly thought in her heart. As he looked along, he saw the Black Iron Serpent flipping over the cold ice Shin Turtle with a snake tail, and then entangling it in mid-air. And at the same time, the cold ice Shin Turtle released the cold ice chi. The Black Iron Snake instantly froze with the cold ice Shin Turtle, and the Black Iron Serpent immediately used Vajra Binding the moment it entangled. Vajra Binding was a heaven-grade beast skill though, but the cold ice Shin Turtle was known for its high defense. The adamantine binding had not yet entangled and killed the cold ice Shin Turtle, but it had squeezed a crack in his turtle shell. At the same time, the frozen body, the ice crystals instantly shattered. When the blow missed, the Black Iron Snake immediately obeyed Li Xian's words and directed a mouthful of poisonous mist at the tortoise shell mouth of the cold ice Shin Turtle's retracted head. In the next moment, the head of the cold ice Shin Turtle's turtle was corroded with straight white smoke. Boom! The two demonic beasts both fell from mid-air. However, the cold ice Shin Turtle had not moved at all. I'll admit defeat. Quickly open the fighting cage. I want to treat my Shin Turtle. The referee immediately opened the fighting cage, and the man called Li Chengde immediately rushed in. He only saw that he hurriedly took out the medicinal powder for healing and dispelling poison and sprinkled it on the head of the cold ice Shin Turtle. Not long after, the corrosion of the cold ice basilisk turtle stopped. However, the poisonous mist entered the nostrils of the cold ice Shin Turtle and had been inhaled into its belly. Even if the powder was sprinkled, it would be difficult for the cold ice Shin Turtle to escape death. As if he were a victorious general, Black Iron Snake stepped out of the cage door. Then he walked towards Li Xian and transformed into a well-behaved little snake, burrowing into Li Xian's body. Without looking back, Li Xian walked directly towards the resting platform. Even the referee's announcement was ignored. The battle, too, ended almost in seconds. At this moment, Yi Xian sat on the resting platform and looked at Li Xian, who had come in style with a grave expression on his face. At this moment, Yi Xian truly treated Li Xian as a worthy opponent, because the Li Chengde just now, his cold ice Shin Turtle, was in the 12th position of the 9 groups. Previously, the Cold Ice Xian Turtle had won a match with almost 0 losses, but who knew it would die right here? At this moment, in the audience, Dong Chengwen's eyes were beaming. A henchman ran over excitedly. Boss, it's a win. 5 times the odds. Ah, we've made a full couple million this time. Third Master Cowhide. Third Master is invincible. Ha ha, Dong Chengwen shouted loudly. When the other men heard this, they immediately followed suit and shouted, Third Master Cowhide. Third Master Cowhide. The crowd was cheering for Li now. At the same time, the way Li Xingchen was addressed was also changed. When Jin Serenity heard this, she instantly frowned and asked the walking Li Xingchen in a puzzled manner, Is this what they're calling you? Only to see Li presently let out a bitter smile, and then told what happened yesterday. He's probably doing this because he wants to pull me against the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. After the game. You're clear of them, got it? Jin Ningjing was a mentor of the Cloud Shadow Academy, so she naturally knew the temperament of the local landlord. They are vicious and scary in their ways. Li is now dealing with them and will definitely suffer later. Got it, sis? Regarding Jin Ningjing's words, Li Xian still listened to them, and right at this moment, Li Feng suddenly walked up to Yi Xian from a distance, then whispered in Yi Xian's ear, Brother Yi, the next match is my Li family's man. I've lent him my Cloud Shadow Cheetah. It's guaranteed to kill that boa constrictor of Li Xingchen's. 32 I want to challenge the first place. The second game started soon after. Li Mingda, number 76, 97-year-old demonic beast, Cloud Shadow Cheetah. Li Xingchen, number 120, 99 years, Black Iron Snake. Li now found a strange problem. Just now it was Li Sung Tak. Now it's Li Ming Tak. Obviously, they should all be from the Li family of Cloud Shadow City. And this Li Mingda led this Cloud Shadow Cheetah. It seems to be a bit unruly and untamed. Not listening to this Li Mingda's command, Li Xian couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Between this Imperial Beast Master and Demonic Beast, there should be a very close and tacit understanding. How could this guy and his demonic beast present such a picture? Could it be that this demonic beast is not his? Soon, the door of the fighting cage was opened, and Li Xian's Black Iron Snake slowly stepped into it. However, on the other side, Li Mingda was constantly urging at the Cloud Shadow Cheetah, Get in there! Get in there! The Cloud Shadow Cheetah licked its paws, not caring about Li Mingda's words. The referee frowned as he looked at Li Mingda and questioned, Isn't this your demonic beast? Hurry up and let him in. Yes. Maybe my Cloud Shadow Cheetah is looking down on that little black snake. I'll let him in. Li Mingda anxiously urged the Cloud Shadow Cheetah before raising his head to look at the resting platform. After seeing Li Feng, Li Mingda hurriedly made a wink. An invisible energy came from the resting platform. The Cloud Shadow Cheetah raised its head violently, then slowly walked towards the fighting cage. Bang! The fighting cage was closed, and Li Mingda was instantly relieved. Once they entered the beast fighting cage, the two different types of demonic beasts would inevitably fight to the death. As expected, after the Cloud Shadow Cheetah entered the beast fighting cage, it immediately looked at the Black Iron Snake with vigilance. The Cloud Shadow Cheetah was the target of most Imperial Beast Tamers in Cloud Shadow City. For one thing, it was because he was incredibly strong in combat and extremely fast. Secondly, it was because this Cloud Shadow Cheetah was just outside of Cloud Shadow City and was extremely numerous. It is the object of most Sentinels' hunts. This Cloud Shadow Cheetah had been cultivated to 95 years old, so one could imagine that a great deal of effort should have been put into it. But immediately afterward, Li Xian frowned. The speed of this Cloud Shadow Cheetah was simply too fast. The Black Iron Snake couldn't capture it at all. Another point is that this Cloud Shadow Cheetah is too wild. Each of his attacks is deadly. This was something that most demonic beasts cultivated by Imperial beasts did not possess. This Cloud Shadow Cheetah was more like a wild Cloud Shadow Cheetah. It's only just been captured back the same. But a Cloud Shadow Cheetah of this age should, by all rights, not be captured by humans. Even if he was captured, he wouldn't listen to the humans. Be careful. He's just a bit faster. The damage isn't enough to break through your hardened scale armor. Li now appeased the Black Iron Snake through mind communication. Spit out the poisonous mist so that he doesn't dare to get close. Then deliberately leave a gap to give him an opportunity to take advantage of. You wait for the chance to entangle him, and directly use the Vajra binding to carry out the entanglement kill. Li Xian quickly found a way for Black Iron Snake to respond. Following Li Xian's method, soon the Black Iron Snake's surroundings were covered in bone-etching poisonous mist. However, a gap was left in the southeast corner where the tail of the Black Iron Snake was exposed. The Cloud Shadow Cheetah waited around the bone-eroding poison mist for an opportunity to strike. And just then, he circled around to the back of the Black Iron Snake. At this moment, the Black Iron Serpent's tail was being exposed to the bone-eroding poisonous fog. When the Cloud Shadow Cheetah saw this, it was instantly delighted. and its entire figure slowly crawled closer against the ground. The surrounding area was silent, and the referee did not allow the Imperial Beast Masters to intervene in the battle between the demonic beasts. So Li now couldn't be bothered to remind. Seeing this scene from afar, Li Mingde instantly laughed in triumph. When he looked in the afterglow, he only saw Li Xian standing there in a calm and relaxed manner, watching all this with indifference. 10 meters, 8 meters, that's the distance. With the Cloud Shadow Cheetah's speed, with a distance of 8 meters, the Cloud Shadow Cheetah could instantly rush over and bite the Black Iron Serpent's tail before yanking it out of the bone-eroding poisonous mist viciously. Whoosh! Almost as swift as lightning, only a black shadow flashed by in an instant. The next moment, only a whimper was heard. Yay! Ha ha! It worked! Li Mingde jumped up in excitement. It all seemed to him that the victory was already decided. But when the bone-crushing poisonous mist slowly dispersed, what was presented to everyone was the tail of the Black Iron Serpent, wrapped around the corpse of the Cloud Shadow Cheetah as it walked to the door of the fighting cage. The poisonous fog dispersed completely. The Black Iron Snake opened its mouth and swallowed the Cloud Shadow Cheetah right into its stomach. Don't eat it, you'll go into 100 years of age. Li Xian hurriedly made a sound to stop it. Just then, the referee, however, smiled blandly and said, "Don't worry, when you signed up you were 99 years old to meet the requirements. And breaking through 100 years of age during the course of the competition is officially permitted by the competition." At the same time, the golden-scaled poison python's voice rang out. "Don't worry, Lord Prisoner. Anything with energy that the Black Iron Snake devours, I can directly ingest all of it, converting it into my recovery degree. And the reason I used to leave some of it for the Black Iron Snake to enhance its strength was also so that I could better protect Lord Prisoner." Hearing this, Li Xian was instantly relieved. The Black Iron Snake strutted out, shrinking an inch with each step. When it came to Li now, it shrunk to as long as 3 inches and burrowed through his pants leg. Li Mingde furiously looked at Li Feng on the resting platform, looking a bit overwhelmed. When Li Xian saw this, he suddenly remembered some of the things Wang Sweetness had told himself about Li Feng. Although this Li Feng was the first son of the Li family, he was a waste who couldn't awaken his beast power. It was only by chance that he didn't know what kind of strange encounter he had obtained and got a lot of demonic beasts. It seemed that this Cloud Shadow Cheetah should be the one Li Feng had given to Li Mingde to use against himself. Looking over to the rest table, Li now raised a middle finger at Li Feng. Then with a sneer he walked over to the rest table. The end of one round after another means that one after another is eliminated. The number of people on the big screen was shrinking fast, and there were less than 100 left in one morning. 9 groups of less than 100 people each. It's on to the voting. Officially, in order to minimize unnecessary losses and casualties, there will be a voting session when there are 100 participants remaining. This poll is an internal poll of the contestants. If you feel comfortable with this current ranking, you can forfeit the tournament and get the reward you deserve now. If you feel like you could use a little more challenge, then go ahead and take the challenge. Here, there is an incentive. 1 to 10 are the winners, representing Cloud Shadow City in the Leader City competition. 20 to 50 will be rewarded with sponsorship from the officials of Cloud Shadow City as well as the 3 Great Families Chamber of Commerce and the Chamber of Commerce of Tomorrow. Then 50th through 100th place will receive the same reward. The reason for this reward is to avoid contestants with very different abilities and who are not convinced by anyone from engaging in a fight to the death, to cause unnecessary damage. For example, if you are 99, even if you can challenge the 70 and 60 targets, you will get the same reward. But if you're capable of challenging up to 50, you might even be able to fight for some progression rewards. In fact, many people will stop in time, wouldn't rush off to continue in the race. After all, you still know very well in your own heart how many pounds you have. But for those 51st or 11th or 12th place finishers, it's time to take a shot, a fight to turn a bike into a motorcycle. The other thing is whether or not your ranking of the current top 10 makes any sense. You can put up a poll of the player you favor and think he should be able to place. Officially, there will be another adjustment to the top 10 rankings based on this poll. After the adjustments, the top 10 players, themselves, take on another challenge. But then, at that point, a lot of people don't actually want to be comparing, because they themselves had already earned a spot to compete in the Collar City. It would be a real injustice to fold into the hands of your own people here. Li Xian looked up at his ranking and couldn't help but frown. 11th place? Good lord, you're 11th? Li Xian couldn't help but feel that this ranking mechanism had a big problem. Officials are organized on the principle of stopping losses in time and not letting the best participants suffer unexpected losses. Yi Xian, for example, is a very promising player. Officials feel he has a lot of potential to win a title. So on the pre-elimination rounds, on the advancement rounds, it's just going to be about minimizing every fight that he has as much as possible. What if his demonic beast suffered a fracture and injury like this during the match? affecting the later matches. But Lee now thinks. This, however, greatly reduces competitiveness. Many outstanding participants, heartbroken for their demonic beasts, would choose to give up the competition. But unbeknownst to them, powerful demonic beasts were honed through battle after battle. Bred demonic beasts of the same level and those in the wild were simply not on the same level. Soon the votes were in. The first place was, unsurprisingly, Yi Xian without a doubt. But that's not what Lee is paying attention to now. Instead, it's a reward for 1st through 10th place. Lee now hinges on this. Both 1st and 10th get to go to the Leader City contest. So it's nothing. However, if there was a big difference between the rewards for the 1st and 10th place, then it would not mean the same thing to Li Xian. Li Xian saw that the rewards sponsored by the Demon Beast competition organizing officials and the 3 great clans as well as the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce were all very rich. The first prize for the 1st place is an official demon spirit elixir. This was an elixir used for demonic beasts to break through for 100 years. 100 years, the boundary of 1,000 years, was an extremely difficult hurdle for demonic beasts to cross. The difference in species creates a difference in bloodlines. The difference in bloodlines created different growth ceilings for demonic beasts. Some demonic beasts could only live for 30 years in their entire lives, but some live longer. And the demon spirit pill could allow ordinary demonic beasts to break through the 100-year mark. A little more hope in the quest for the millennium. In other words, it was that the demon spirit pill could enhance the strength of a demonic beast's bloodline. It was a rare treasure for demonic beasts. Because of its preciousness, the grade of the demon spirit pill was sufficiently high to reach the grade of a 6th grade pill. On top of that, there was also a 5,000-year-old medicinal herb, a 5,000-year-old demonic beast demon crystal, and a 5th grade spirit stone sponsored by the 3 great clans. The other is a gold-level beast weapon sponsored by the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. A beast weapon is a weapon used by a beast soul sentinel, but it also applies to demonic beast royalty. The beast weapon rank is one name for the beast soul sentinel rank, from Black Iron to King, but the roles are very different. It was because of the difference between the level of the Imperial Beastmaster and the form of the beast soul. That's why the effects of beastcraft use are very different. Black Iron, bronze level beast soul sentinel. Its beast soul is attached to the outside of the Imperial Beastmaster's body for combat. Beast artifacts at this level are some of the equipment that ordinary craftsmen make for beast souls that are suitable for use by beast souls, like helmets, armor, etc. Upon reaching the silver level, the beast soul can leave the body to fight. This is when the role of the beast weapons becomes more apparent. You imagine how terrifying the combat power of a fully armed beast spirit is. And to reach the gold level, beast souls and Imperial Beastmasters in one. A beast weapon at this time would be primarily for the use of the Imperial Beastmaster himself, like more swords, etc. However, beast artifacts at this level could be much different than those below the silver level. He was able to carry beast power for releasing beast techniques. So, the golden beast artifact, which is a true beast artifact, is a basic beast artifact, but in fact, the golden beast artifacts rewarded by the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow didn't have much use for demonic beast imperialists. After all, demonic beast imperialists did not have a beast soul and did not need to unleash beast techniques, so it's also a waste of time. But why would tomorrow's Chamber of Commerce do that? Don't they know that this golden beast artifact is useless to demonic beast royalty? Know why there is even such an award for sponsorship? Li Xian pondered slightly, instantly locking onto the number 1 spot that was the hottest right now. For everyone, the first place was unmistakably Yi Xian's. Then this is something the Chamber of Commerce knows about tomorrow, and Yi Xian was from the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. In that case, then this sponsored prize was reserved for Yi Xian. They used their power to benefit their own people. But this golden beast weapon, did it work on Yi Xian? The answer is definitely yes. They're not stupid, are they? Li now dissected it in depth and instantly understood it all. Yi Xian is the beast soul Imperial Beast Master. Of him hiding his own strength. Good guy, hiding really deep. Li Xian could be sure that he was correct in this conjecture. Of course, that's just the 9 group rewards. The rewards for the other 8 groups differed because of the number of years the demonic beasts had been competing. So there are gaps in each as well. Soon, voting is closed. The top 10 positions are adjusted. However, the top 10 rewards are different from the rest. They are each different. The further ahead, the richer. After the ballot adjustments, the margin is not very large, but some people are not happy about it. But officially you are allowed to make challenges, but they are not stupid, in case they are killed by the other side. Or what if you have any big losses of your own that will have an effect on future battles? Therefore, they could only eat their words and not go for the challenge. Voting is over. Any contestant who has objections to this ranking can propose to make a challenge, and the person being challenged is not allowed to refuse the challenge. the entire Colosseum resounded with the voice of the official presiding officer. In the next moment, several people stood up on the resting platforms of each group, without a single word. These are the players who are in their group on the critical line. They want to take a shot, just in case they win. The 11 or 12 win, and they get a chance to go to the leader of the town competition. So, groups of people at this tipping point choose to defy the odds. However, the ones they challenged were all ranked 9th, or 10th. After all, it's only a little bit easier to target this level. And at the same time, Lee now stood up. Very well. Then please, challengers, proceed to the Colosseum, accompanied by a voice. Li Xian saw that being in the middle of the 9 groups, besides himself, there were 5 other people who were also going to challenge. 2 of them were ranked in the 50s and wanted to challenge the 40s for a little better reward. There are 3 more. The 12th, 3rd and 4th place finishers. They are going to challenge the top 10. Li Xian and these 3 people arrived at the Colosseum, standing in front of a 9-group fighting cage. The referee asked one of them, "Which one do you want to challenge?" "I want to challenge the 7th place," a man said in an aggressive voice. Obviously, he also made his decision after much deliberation. After all, the top 10, the further ahead, the richer the rewards. No one would turn down a rich reward. With confidence and assurance, they all want a challenge for a more prestigious ranking. And when it was Li Xian's turn, Li Xian slightly raised his head and looked at the big screen in the Colosseum. Then he slowly raised his head and pointed to the first line on the largest screen. "I'm going to challenge him." The referee looked with him and his eyes widened. "You want to challenge for first place?" the referee asked incredulously. "Right. I'm going to challenge the first place in Group 9. Yi Xian." Li Xian nodded with a grave expression of certainty. No microphone was used as it was just an inquiry. That's why the people in the audience and on the resting stage didn't know who Li now was going to challenge. The next moment, however, when the referee picked up the microphone again and asked up, the whole room was in an uproar. At this moment, even Yi Xian, who was on the resting platform of the 9th group, slightly opened his eyes. But then, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile. Sure enough, he still wants to challenge me. From last night until now, Yi Xian knew that it was inevitable after knowing all about Li Xian. The next moment, Yi Xian slowly stood up. "I accept your challenge." On the Cloud Shadow Academy's Battle Aid stage, Jin Ningjing, Wang Sweetness, and the other tutors all looked incredulously at Li Xian in the Colosseum below. Is he out of his mind? How dare he challenge Yi Xian? You have to know that Yi Xian's demonic beast is a 99-year-old explosive fire dragon beast. But don't forget that Li Xian's demonic beast is also a 99-year-old black iron snake. Jin Ningjing looked at Li Xian, who was standing proudly in the arena, and murmured, "It seems that you should have recovered some of your past memories." Soon, the game begins. And as the big egg at the end of the game, the match between Li Xian and Yi Xian, however, was scheduled for the last match. 33 borrow money to buy yourself a win. Have to say, there's still some truth to the top 10 vote. 9 sets of 3 challenges for the top 10. Only 1 challenge succeeded, and it was still a victory at the cost of a handicap win. The other 2 have always admitted defeat and stopped in time. The other one was killed instead. It can be said to be a heavy loss, but everything is risky. When you make that decision, take the corresponding consequences of that decision. Finally, when the referee called out 120 and 9, Yi Xian and Li Xian slowly stood up. Looking at each other, the 2 of them walked towards the fighting cage with a bashful face. At this point, the challenges for the other 8 divisions are also over. Some people are happy and some people are sad. However, at this moment, everyone focused on Yi Xian and Li Xian. The moment. The Colosseum has been restored to its original form. All fighting cages were removed. The large Colosseum was empty, and the news that Li Xian had challenged Yi Xian also spread throughout Cloud Shadow City. In just half an hour's time, the audience of the Colosseum was filled to capacity. The Colosseum was supposed to be a place to bet on the beasts. That's why the owner of the Colosseum also set up a betting table through the Demon Beast competition during this time. And this one today is even more highly anticipated. The croupiers were crowded with people placing their own bets on their favored targets. At this point, I don't know how many people are studying all of Li Xian's matches from the beginning to so far. They wanted to see some wins from Li Xian's match against Yi Xian, but they were disappointed, because by comparison, they combined Yi Xian's course of the match. They realized that Li Xian had no chance of winning if he fought against Yi Xian. People kept buying Yi Xian to get the win. It was because Yi Xian's strength was simply too powerful. Li Xian could be said to have no chance of winning. So much so that the betting rate has gone straight up from the original 1 to 2 to 1 to 3. 1 to 3 is the limit for this bet, because if it goes up again, the bettors will be worried about an inside job. And the odds, even if Li Xian did win, not a lot of people in the Colosseum are paying out either. However, at this moment, Li Xian looked anxious, because one is broke. You can't bet on yourself to win if you don't have any money. Existing Li was confident of victory, so this is a rare opportunity for yourself to make money. Before the game starts, before the betting odds are set, Li Xian hurriedly found Wang Tian. Sweetie Wang is a member of the Wang family. The Wang family was the third great family of Cloud Shadow City. She must have her own petty cash too. Borrow money? Wang Sweetness was instantly surprised when she heard this news and looked at Li Xian. However, Wang Sweetness didn't refuse, but asked, "How much do you want to borrow?" "Borrow as much as you can," Li Xian affirmed. Do you want to bet on yourself? Wang Sweetness immediately thought of what Li Xian wanted the money for now. Right. Li now also admitted this matter openly. Wang Sweetness pondered slightly, then said, "I only have over $6 million on me right now. I'll lend you all of this. Don't worry. I'll pay you back with interest after the match," Li Xian said with confidence. "You have such high confidence in yourself. I'm going to bet on you then," Wang Sweetness said wryly. Hey, you'll have to press more then." Li Xian took the money and was about to prepare to leave, but right at that moment, Jin Serenity suddenly came over. 34.66 million. "What are you doing?" Jin Serenity asked curiously. "Oh, Star asked me to borrow some money," Wang Sweetness said without hiding anything. "Borrowing money? You're betting on Yi Xian to win?" Jin Ningjing guessed what Li Xian wanted to borrow money for, but guessed wrong on who Li is now going to bet on. He shook his head and said, "I'm betting on myself to win." "Right. Sis, do you have any money? Can you lend me some? Do you have that much confidence in yourself?" Jin Serenity asked with some suspicion. "Hey, let's wait and see." Li Xian smiled confidently. "I have, at the moment, only $30 million. How much do you want?" Jin Serenity said in slight contemplation. $30 million? And how much do you dare lend me? The question now is not how much Li is now going to borrow. Rather, it was how much money Jin Ningjing dared to lend to Li Xian. "The most I can give you is $10 million, Jin Ningjing said very calmly. To this, Li Xian did not have any surprises, although he himself was ostensibly Jin Ning's younger brother. But even if he was his own brother, as a sister he wouldn't take out all his possessions. "That'll do. Thanks, sister," Li Xian said with great gratitude. Getting $16 million, Li Xian immediately turned around and left the place, because the game is about to start. However, Li Xian did not run straight to the croupier. Instead, he found Dong Qingguen, this cheap old brother of his own. Brothers who have small plans for each other. Li now can make good use of them. "Brother, the game will start soon, but I pressed you to win. Why are you here?" Dong Qingguen was instantly surprised when he saw Li Xian and asked, "Older brother, there's something I need your help with." Li Xian beckoned Dong Qingguen to the side. "What's up, bro? Just tell me if you have a hard time." Dong Qingguen very righteously patted his chest and said, "I want to borrow some money from you." Li now opened the door. "You want to bet?" Dong Qingguen directly guessed what Li Xian was going to do. "Yes." Li nodded. "Now, how much do you want to borrow?" Dong Qingguen's face started to become serious. "Older brother, even though we've only known each other for a day, how much do you think I'm worth?" Li Xian didn't say the number directly, but intended to let Dong Qingguen speak. "Brothers," Dong Qingguen was in a bit of a bind. "That's giving yourself a hard time. If you borrow more, what if we lose?" And there's a big chance that Li now will lose, even if one's mouth says that one is pressing for Li Xian to win. But in reality, the bet on Yi Xian was more than Li Xian. At this point, Dong Qingguen is actually gambling. Instead of betting on the game, it's betting on Li now as a person. If the bet is right, Li Xian's help for himself in the future will far exceed his current expenditures. If the bet is wrong, all of that money will go down the drain. But Dong Qingguen soon knew the answer. He's a businessman. Surely he knows how this business works. After a slight thought, Dong Qingguen had an answer. "Brother, I'm very optimistic about you, but the tournament is about to start. I'm sure it's too late for me to transfer money from the money bank. I'll put it together with the other brothers now. We should be able to come up with $50 million. Dong Qingguen is very skillful in speaking. "For one thing, it looks like you're being righteous, and 50 million won't hurt him, even if Li now loses. It's just a failed investment in itself." "Okay, older brother, I'll keep your help in mind, and I'll definitely return this money to you." Li now nodded heavily. Li Xian knew that Dong Qingguen didn't care about any petty thoughts, but put it another way. Someone who has not even been with you for a day and has the audacity to lend you so much money. How many are there in the world? Subsequently, Li Xian took the $66 million and rushed to the croupier. At this point, the croupiers are still crowded. When Li Xian arrived, the others were suddenly surprised. This competition is about to start. Why is this participant here? The crowd moved out of the way. Li Xian took a bunch of silver tickets and then slapped them on the gambling table. 120 Li Xian. $66 million. Hearing this, the people around them were in an uproar, because 99% of the people around were betting on Yi Xian to win. Hearing that someone bet on Li Xian, and it's still a high and huge amount like $66 million. But when they saw that the person betting on Li Xian was actually Li Xian himself, couldn't help but be even more puzzled. Is there something fishy going on here? Are they planning to prepare for a serious pit stop? It shouldn't be. This is the Demon Beast competition. The organizer my great Zhou Imperial clan. The organizer is still the Colosseum. It shouldn't be. Then why is this Li Xian betting so much on himself? Could it be that he's really confident that he can defeat Yi Xian? Impossible. How many times have we analyzed this? Although both Li Xian's and Yi Xian's demonic beasts are 99 years old, but the demonic beasts are of different types and have different bloodlines. The difference is not a little bit. If there's such a glaring disparity, then why is he foolishly betting on himself? I think so. He must have absolute confidence in himself to do it here. Ha ha, absolute confidence? I think it's blind confidence. After some mockery from the surrounding people, they did not take what Li Xian did seriously. However, Li Xian took his betting receipt and then quickly left the place. $66 million. If Li Xian loses this hand, then Li Xian will lose his pants. Although Dong Chengwen's side would look at the Cloud Shadow Academy and wouldn't do anything to himself, but with Li Xian's understanding, Dong Chengwen would also treat himself coldly in the future. After all, he is a businessman by nature, profit-oriented businessman. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had already walked to the entrance of the fighting arena, was also pulled back by his own people. Young lord, the latest news. Yi Xian suddenly stopped after hearing this. Turning back slightly, Yi Xian listened without making a sound. Just got word that this guy, Li Xian, bet on himself for $66 million. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately frowned. He said, where does this guy get his confidence? Holding a doubtful mind, Yi Xian slowly stepped into the field. In half a month, his demonic beast broke through from 30 years to 99 years. This is something that would have been difficult for a normal person to do. Could it be that this is the only reason that gave him such great confidence? When he was puzzled, Yi Xian saw that Li Xian had already walked in. At this moment, the huge Colosseum was only the two of them. At this point, their battle had already been converted into a formal battle. That's real-world combat. In a battle between demonic beast imperialists, the imperialists themselves would be in the middle of the battlefield. And since they had no beast power and no beast soul, their biggest problem was how to preserve themselves. Unlike the previous battles, the demonic beasts would enter the middle of the fighting cage. On the referee's stand, the referee was also treating this match, at the moment, as a real beast fighting match. 35 father and son can't afford to play. Invisibly, the fight evolved into a regular battle. As for Li Xian and Yi Xian, they would also enter the middle of the battle. I have to say, you do have a lot of courage, but just courage alone won't do. And challenge me. You need this. Saying that, Yi Xian proudly waved his fist. Cut the crap. I advise you to leave the arena. My black iron snake's toxicity is very strong. I can't afford to pay for it if it injures you. Li Xian said with a cold snort. My explosive flame dragon beast and I have been through an unknown number of battles. And you want to injure me with just you? Do you think it's possible? The conversation between the two ended there. With the sound of the symbolic battle bell ringing out, two burly creatures appeared in the field. An explosive fire dragon beast that was more than 7 or 8 meters tall and shaped like a dinosaur roared and growled in anger. A black python that was also 8 or 9 meters long appeared in front of Li Xian. The explosive fire dragon beast roared up to the sky. The black iron serpent prostrated and whispered. In the next moment, the explosive fire dragon beast violently opened its mouth. A mouthful of thick flames was spat out at the black iron snake and Li Xian's side. Using an intrinsic beast technique right at the beginning of the battle, it seems like Yi Xian has a lot of fire in him. Maybe the fight was over just as it started. I can already imagine the opposite side being burned to a cinder. To dare to provoke Yi Xian, this fellow called Li Xingqian is really skillful and bold. Everyone was not optimistic about Li Xian, but the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. In the midst of the flames, the black iron snake wrapped its tail around Li Xian, blocking the extremely high temperature flames with its adamantine body, hardly resisting the exploding fire dragon beast's innate beast skill. My god, this black iron snake's defense is too perverse. I told you, Li Xingqian dares to challenge Yi Xian. How can he do it without 2 brushes? Seeing this scene, those who originally did not favor Li Xian immediately changed their words. And this scene made everyone's nerves all tense up, because they all bet on Yi Xian to win. If Li Xian really got the victory, they didn't know how much money they would lose. The black iron snake's defense was amazing. Those black scales were harder than steel. However, The temperature of the flames spewed out by the explosive fire dragon beast was also very high. At the critical moment, Li Xian directly made Black Iron Snake use a beast technique. Li Xian, who possessed the 100 beast skill matching detail, possessed 131 beast skills. Feel free to use it for as long as needed. And what the Black Iron Snake had just used was a beast skill that applied to defensive demonic beasts, called Vajrazun. Vajrazun can make the surface skin hard and rock solid, and when the Black Iron Snake used it, it could make its own scales even harder. Although it blocked the flames, the pain of being scorched caused the Black Iron Snake to burst into a rage. In the next moment, the Black Iron Snake let go of its tail and threw Li Xian behind it. Then twisting his body, he quickly charged towards the explosive fire dragon beast, only to see Yi Xian's agile figure. A few jumps also moved away from the battlefield of the demonic beasts. The explosive fire dragon beast hissed and stomped on the ground, charging towards the Black Iron Snake. The moment the two demonic beasts met, the Black Iron Snake immediately wrapped itself around the explosive fire dragon beast. The explosive fire dragon beast also opened its mouth and bit fiercely at the Black Iron Snake. Hiss! The Black Iron Snake opened its bloody mouth and hissed. The jaggedly sharp teeth of that exploding fire dragon beast directly bit into the body of the Black Iron Snake. Instantly, the sturdy scales on the Black Iron Snake's body instantly popped apart. In the next moment, the entire room erupted in cheers. It was as if the Black Iron Snake was about to be bitten alive. But immediately afterward, the picture flips. The Black Iron Serpent endured the pain and used Vajra binding directly. Although it didn't completely entangle the explosive fire dragon beast, but it also wrapped the exploding fire dragon beast's limbs around it. With a Vajra bind, the exploding fire dragon beast fell to the ground with a loud thud. The Colosseum was a dusty place. Two different kinds of demonic beasts fought together. Steeply, black smoke rose from the arena. Its poisonous mist. The Black Iron Serpent released the bone-eating poison mist. The explosive fire dragon beast was instantly enveloped in it. Seeing this, Li Xian knew that the victory had been decided. But the next moment, what made Li Xian incredulous was that the exploding fire dragon beast erupted with monstrous flames all over its body. The flames unexpectedly hardened and burned the black bone-etching poisonous mist clean. As the poisonous mist receded, the flames dissipated. Two demonic beasts appeared in front of the crowd. Only the explosive fire dragon beast bit the Black Iron Snake, and the Black Iron Snake wrapped around the explosive fire dragon beast. It was surprisingly difficult to tell the difference between the two. And at this moment, Yi Xian's face became grave. From the beginning's contempt to the present's gravity, Yi Xian truly valued Li Xian. Li Xian dared to challenge, and he really had two skills to dare to do so. However, just as the two demonic beasts were fighting, Yi Xian unexpectedly placed his gaze on Li Xian. I have to admit, you really surprised me. But this battle, it's not just between demonic beasts. There's also us. After the words trailed off, Yi Xian rushed towards Li Xian at an extremely fast speed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You step on the horse and don't talk about martial arts. Li now has no animal power after being hit by 3 soul suppressor nails, and his fighting ability is not even as good as a normal person. Yi Xian rushed over, where Li Xian was an opponent. Seeing this, Li Xian turned around and ran. There was a loud laugh from the audience, as if they were watching a circus. Li Xian cursed as he ran. This is the Demon Beast competition, a battle between demonic beasts. Don't chase me. The demonic beast competition's compliant purpose is to hone real battles. So you and I are in the middle of a battle. Yi Xian's voice seemed to be right by his ears. Looks like it's chasing its ass. Li Xian clenched his teeth and stopped violently, then returned with a punch. However, this Yi Xian's combat experience was really very rich. Li Xian came in with a fierce punch, and Yi Xian dodged it with a slight twist of his head. At the same time, a palm slapped hard on Li Xian's chest. Li Xian's entire body directly flew backwards. Pust. 3 soul suppressor nails in the original itself. Li Xian's chest felt as if it had been hit by a sledgehammer. At the same time, the golden-scaled poison python's voice rang out at first. Lord Prison Master. This palm contains beast power. He's a soul beast imperial beast master. What? Li Xian endured the pain and looked at Yi Xian incredulously. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth rose slightly before he slowly walked over. It seems that all the previous guesses were correct. The golden beast artifacts sponsored by the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce were prepared for Yi Xian. Yi Xian was the soul beast royalist. Li Xian endured the pain and slowly backed away. Yi Xian seemed to enjoy this feeling of his opponent being toyed with like prey. Instead, he walked towards Li Xian teasingly without any haste. We have to make him expose his beast power, and then he'll be disqualified from the competition in front of a large crowd. Li Xian thought darkly, as he looked with his remaining light. At this moment, the Black Iron Snake was deadlocked by the explosive fire dragon beast, and was unable to get away at all. As the bite was in the middle of the Black Iron Snake, That's why the black iron snake couldn't even make a stalking kill. This is a situation that is extremely dangerous. Watch. A gray machine. Li Xian pointed to the sky. Yi Xian subconsciously looked up. When the reaction came, Li was now running away. Damn it, how dare you trick me? Let me catch you. I'll break your legs. Yi Xian once again chased after Li Xian. But who knew? Li Xian actually ran directly towards the two demonic beasts this time. Black iron snake. Let him see what true flame is. Li Xian roared, only to see the black iron snake receive the order. A black and red flame suddenly rose up all over its body. This, indeed, was the Black Lotus Red Flame. The powerful foreign fire directly caused the explosive flame dragon beast to go berserk, only to see that the explosive fire dragon beast had also released the beast technique from earlier, and a thick flame began to rise all over its body as well. One is a normal red flame and the other is a weird black and red flame. The two intertwine and burn. However, the explosive fire dragon beast continuously let out wails of pain. In the next moment, the explosive fire dragon beast let go of the black iron snake and tried to dodge away. However, the black iron snake saw the opportunity and endured the wounds on its body, directly wrapping the explosive fire dragon beast completely. Vajra bound. Celestial ranked beast skill. Vajra binding. Click, 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 crunch. The bones in the explosive fire dragon beast's body were instantly crushed and broken by the black iron snake, and since the explosive fire dragon beast's mouth was all wrapped up, it couldn't even let out a howl of pain. The depth of the Black Lotus Red Flame burns. At this moment, the explosive fire dragon beast's body had been completely scorched, and finally slowly stopped struggling. Ha ha, Yi Xian, your explosive fire dragon beast was killed. You lost. Seeing this, Li Xian immediately stopped and then shouted, exploding fire dragon beast. Yi Xian stopped his feet violently and looked incredulously at the black iron snake that was burning with black and red flames all over its body. This is a foreign fire. Li Xian was stunned. This guy actually knew the foreign fire. A demonic beast that controls a foreign fire. You're simply wasting it, Yi Xian said as he looked at Li Xian in shock. However, due to the distance, the people in the audience could not hear what Yi Xian was saying. At the same time, among the VIP viewing rooms around the Colosseum, the two middle-aged men stood up violently. In unison, he said, Fey Fire, kid, you killed my explosive flame dragon beast. Today, I'll take the foreign flames that your demonic beast devoured to compensate me. A hint of greed flashed in Yi Xian's gaze, then a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It was accompanied by a beastly roar. A white crane silhouette suddenly surfaced behind Yi Xian. This, indeed, was his beast soul. Subsequently, the white crane silhouette disappeared into his body, reaching the realm of human-beast unity. Man and beast in one, the golden beast master. Yi Xian's speed became steeply faster, and in almost the blink of an eye, he rushed towards the black iron snake. At this point in Yi Xian's eyes, Li Xian was no longer relevant. He wanted to, at the first opportunity, kill the black iron snake and then obtain the foreign fire. It doesn't matter even if you lose your race. At this time, in the middle of the viewing room, a middle-aged man with slightly graying temples frowned. Yi Xian, too impulsive. President Yi, so your son is really a beast soul imperial beast master. Another middle-aged man walked over and asked with a smile. I told you, your tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. How could you suddenly sponsor a golden beast artifact? It turns out you're preparing this for your son. This person was clearly the owner of this arena, Wu Jin, and the person who spoke was the head of the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce's Cloud Shadow City, Yi Daolin. Although Yi Daolin was the president of the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce in Cloud Shadow City, but what the Chamber of Commerce has is not his. He's just the person in charge of management. Everything in the chamber, sold for use, needs to be documented. Sponsoring the race, this is with permission from the top. So, with certainty, Yi Daolin would then seek personal gain for his own son. At this moment being spoken by Wu Jin, Yi Daolin did not care in the slightest, because Yi Xian's strength had all been exposed, so all of this was meaningless. Your son is really too impulsive. It's not wise to go up and grab the foreign fire at this time. Wu Jin also saw Yi Xian's purpose at the same time. Guilty by association, Li Xian exposed the foreign fire, and after the competition, there would be endless trouble coming to his door. It was up to Cloud Shadow Academy to see if they could keep Li Xian, and at that moment, Yi Xian's sword had already stabbed at the black iron snake. That sword was extremely sharp. The black iron snake was instantly pierced through his body. Mud, you really don't speak of martial virtues. Li now stomped his foot in anger, yelled at the black iron snake. Sky Python Rampage, kill this son of a for me. Accompanied by Li Xian's roar, the black iron serpent's body steeply soared. The original 8 or 9 meter body instantly skyrocketed to 20 or 30 meters. Sky Python Rampage, the golden-scaled poison python's innate beast skill. The black iron snake assimilated and used it, directly shocking Yi Xian away. At this moment, all the people in the audience all looked at this scene in shock. This succession of images made them unable to react at all. What is that white crane of Yi Xian's? That's a beast soul. Yi Xian is a beast soul imperialist. He's breaking the rules. Beast soul imperial beast masters can't participate in the demon beast competition. No wonder the Chamber of Commerce will sponsor a golden beast artifact tomorrow. It turns out that old man Yi Daolin is preparing it for his own son. Code. It's so unethical. I should have known that I would have bought Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian is in danger. Why hasn't the referee stopped the fight? Yeah, the explosive fire dragon beast has been killed. The match is over. Terminate the match now. Good lord. Li Xingqian's black iron snake. He hasn't used his true bottom card yet. This getting thick and big is his real strength. Isn't it? The crowd was talking. After the black iron snake's surging body, its huge tail swept viciously towards Yi Xian. Bang! Yi Xian was directly swept away by a tail. Knock! The bell rang for the end of the match, and Li now finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next second, Yi Xian unexpectedly charged again. On top of that long sword, it contained this greenish-colored light, clearly using a beast technique. Black iron snake, bite him to death for me. Li Xian roared loudly, only to see the black iron serpent open its mouth wide, and a mouthful of poisonous mist spewed out. Yi Xian was startled and dodged in a panic in midair. At the same time, the black iron snake's tail swept across once again, this time, directly entangling Yi Xian. Stop! Right at this moment, a bellowing cry suddenly came from the distance, only to see that in the middle of the viewing room, Yi Daolin broke out and rushed across the room. Seeing this, Li Xian snapped, "Kill him for me! How dare you!" Yi Daolin's eyes opened round and he shouted angrily. Waves of sound rolled out, shaking Li Xian and sending him flying directly backwards. This roar, surprisingly, was also a beast technique. After landing, Li Xian clenched his teeth and hissed angrily, "Kill him!" Next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the black iron snake wrapped and killed with force, and Yi Xian's entire body was directly squeezed and exploded. Xianer! Yi Daolin's eyes instantly turned red, accompanied by a roar. A wild lion's silhouette roared up to the sky behind it. "Dare to kill my son! Take your life!" Yi Daolin reversed his direction and came directly towards Li Xian. How could Li Xian be his opponent? But right at this moment, a loud laugh suddenly came out. "President Yi, you can't afford to fool around just like your son." Li Xian looked back, only to see Vice Principal Lei Hu leaping from the audience and jumping in front of Li Xian. At the same time, a white tiger accompanied by entangled thunderbolts directly rose up behind him. A raging lion, a thundering tiger, tit for tat. 36 golden scale poison python recovery. Lei Hu, get out of my way. Yi Daolin burst into a rage, and after seeing Lei Hu who was blocking the way, he angrily shouted, "President Yi, your father and son are not speaking martial virtues. One is a beast soul imperial beast master also came to participate in the competition, revealed the cloven foot, but also ready to kill to silence. After the counter was killed, you as a father even rushed out. If you were also killed, is it that your father would have rushed out too?" Lei Hu mocked with a bland face. "But what if your father had been killed too? Wouldn't your grandfather have rushed out as well? At this rate, will I be able to resurrect your ancestors?" "Lei Hu, I advise you to mind your own business," Yi Daolin said through gritted teeth. "I'm meddling? Li Xingqian is a student of my Cloud Shadow Academy. Once a teacher, always a father. That's also considered my son. Your son was ready to kill my son and was killed by my son instead. You can rush out, but I can't? Put." From afar, Li Xian burst out laughing. This provoked Yi Daolin's anger more and more. "Good then, Lei Hu, then don't blame me for not giving face to your Cloud Shadow Academy. Get the hell out of my way." Yi Daolin stepped forward and opened his big mouth to roar angrily. Only a sound wave visible to the naked eye spread in a circle towards Lei Hu's side. Li Xian immediately plugged his ears. However, he only saw the white tiger beast spirit behind Lei Hu surge to 7 or 8 meters, directly blocking all the sound waves. In the next moment, Yi Daolin was like a lion fighting a rabbit as he violently rushed towards Lei Hu. Li Xian coldly looked at Yi Daolin and immediately roared loudly. "Where did the official death of the demon beast competition go? Where did the head of the Colosseum go? Is this how you organize the competition?" When Li Xian shouted out with such a voice, the people in the audience, led by Dong Chengguan, immediately began to yell out, "The demon beast competition is unfairly hosted. The demonic beast competition is playing favorites. I want to report it. I'm going to go to the leader's city, Tianlu City, to report that the organizers of Cloud Shadow City are collaborating with others to cheat." Led by Dong Chengguan, all the spectators began to shout loudly. seeing the situation get out of control. The people from the city lord's mansion and the people from the Colosseum immediately entered the Colosseum and began to intervene. Both of you, stop! The Lord of Cloud Shadow City as well as the bosses behind the fighting arena showed up and blocked in front of Lei Hu and Yi Daolin. Get out of the way. I'm going to kill that little brat. Yi Daolin had lost his mind at the moment and didn't give face to anyone no matter who it was. President Yi, this matter is your fault in the first place. Stop it. Colosseum owner Wu Jin shouted to stop Yi Daolin. President Yi, I'll report this matter to your people at the tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. Cloud Shadow City Lord Bai Fei Fan said coldly. Seeing this, Yi Daolin regained some of his senses. Only Yi Daolin looked at Li Xian as well as Lei Hu sinisterly. Then he turned around and silently carried Yi Xian's body and left the arena. I announce that the winner of this challenge is Li Xingqian of Cloud Shadow Academy. City Lord Bai Feifan shouted loudly to everyone. Yeah! At once, countless shouts erupted from the audience. Even those who had bet on Yi Xian to win started cheering continuously, because from the moment Yi Xian made his move and exposed his strength, his persona had completely collapsed. Li Xian let out a sigh of relief as if he was relieved, then hurriedly called the black iron snake back to his body. This game, finally, ended with a bang. City Lord Bai Feifan personally honored the top 10. A demon spirit pill, a 5,000-year-old herb, a 5,000-year-old demon crystal, and a 5th grade spirit stone, as well as the golden beast weapon. Li Xian looked at the beast weapon with a burning gaze. With regards to beast weapons, Li Xian was also relatively unfamiliar with them, but its use is still known. Looking with it, it was a short knife. The short blade was about the length of Li Xian's arm, with a curved blade that was a dark golden color. The body of the blade was engraved with smooth patterns, and these patterns could allow the beast power of the Imperial Beast Master to speed up its operation, thus playing a role in quickly releasing the beast techniques. At the hilt was a hideous serpent's head with an open mouth and 4 fangs. I've heard that this location is used to set spirit stones, but at this point it was empty, and this golden beast artifact had its own name, called the Snake Scorpion Blade. Upon hearing the name, Li Xian suddenly came to a realization. The hilt is a snake's head, and the blade is curved so that it really looks like a scorpion's tail, vicious and venomous. Hey, I like this knife. Li Xian continuously stroked this golden beast weapon. Love it from the bottom of my heart. Young man, young and courageous, and you really are our Cloud Shadow City's biggest dark horse this year. Bai Fei Fan didn't mince words in praising Li Xian in front of everyone. Li Xian looked along with him. This white extraordinary was indeed young and talented. It looked like it was just over 30 points, and it had already made it to the position of City Lord. One can imagine that its strength is also unfathomable. When he thought of Bai Feifan opening his mouth earlier, Yi Daolin regained his senses. It must also be very jealous of this Bai Feifan. Thanks for the compliment, Lord City Lord. There's still a long road ahead. Li now nodded in response. Ha, young man, I'm very optimistic about you. The road ahead is even longer. I'm sure you'll go all the way through it. Thank you, Lord City Master, for your kind words. Being able to gain by extraordinary appreciation, it would save Li Xian a lot of trouble in the next few days. The foreign fire is exposed. I'm sure a lot of people will be looking for it. However, if they were drawn together with Bai Fan, I believe that many people should be wary of it. Afterward, Li Xian hurriedly arrived in front of the betting table. Redeem it for me. Li Xian placed the receipt on the stage, and the crowd immediately looked at Li Xian with envy, because everyone knew that Li had bet $66 million on himself before he started. With this ratio of 3 bets, Li now will profit $198 million this time. Young man, no wonder you dare to bet so much on yourself, so you really have a sure win. A loud voice came. Li Xian looked up and realized that this person was the owner of the Colosseum, Wu Jin. Oh, it's just luck. Li Xian smiled faintly and didn't say anything more, because Li Xian's heart at the moment was all on that $198 million. Luck is part of strength, too, Wu Jin said, then took out a wooden box. In here is 198 million worth of crystal coins. Count it. Li Xian opened the box, only to see dense crystal coins placed inside. Here's your $66 million in principal. Wu Jin obediently handed over the pile of silver tickets again. Boss Wu counted the crystal coins, so it's definitely right. So there's no need to be counting. Li Xian closed the case, picked up the silver ticket, and turned to leave after saying thank you. Oi, pity. Wu Jin looked at Li Xian's departing back and shook his head regretfully. What's the pity, boss? The man at his side asked in a moment of confusion. It's a pity that he's not a true beast royal master. With only 100-year-old black iron snake, how can he keep so many of his own possessions? It would be considered a fluke if he could live long enough to go to the leader's city, Tianlu City, to participate in the tournament. Yes, wealth is not exposed. So many crystal coins. Someone must have had an idea. Wu Jin smiled and didn't explain. Who knew that Wu Jin was talking about more than these crystal coins? But the foreign fire. After leaving the Colosseum, Li Xian immediately found Dong Qingwen. Big brother, thanks for your support. Living up to your expectations? I won this time. Li Xian returned the $50 million that Dong Qingwen had borrowed, then opened the wooden box and casually grabbed a handful of crystal coins and handed them to Dong Qingwen. Big brother, this is interest. Keep it. Brother, that's out of line. Do you not think of me as a brother? When Dong Qingwen saw this, he immediately made a face and said in a pretense of annoyance, precisely because we are brothers and trust each other. You should keep these, and it will be easier to find you to borrow money next time. I'll take the principal. I can't take the interest. If you really treat me like a big brother, take this money back. As he said that, Dong Qingwen even skimmed his back to turn his back to Li Xian. Ha ha, big brother, how can you embarrass me? Li Xian let out a bitter smile and had no choice but to withdraw the crystal coins. In that case, a meal will always do. Ha ha, that's for sure. Come to my mansion tonight. We'll have a good drink as brothers. Big brother, it's me who invites you. Today we're at Jade Spring House. I'll set up a table. Okay? In that case, then big brother will not be polite. Subsequently, Li Xian found Wang Sweetness in Jinningting. Ms. Sugar. Sis, here's your principal. Li Xian returned the principal and then grabbed 2 handfuls of crystals from it and handed them each. You must take these. You lent me the money this time out of a desire to help me, but I see it as an investment on your part. And this is what you get in return. Wow. So many crystal coins. This investment. It's a fortune. Wang's sweetheart's eyes were filled with stars, and she took the crystal coins without being polite. Sis, take it. Li Xian watched as Jin Ningjing hesitated a bit, so he handed it over again. To be honest, Jin Ningjing was able to come up with $10 million with the sole intention of beating the bushes, but who knew that Li Xian would actually win? In addition, they were tutors at the Cloud Shadow Academy, and what they earned each year wasn't really a lot. Even if there was extra money, it was acquired by bringing the academy to practice every time they went to the Demon Beast Great Forest. This handful of crystal coins, a handful of them were also worth $10 to $20 million. Jin Ningjing slightly hesitated but accepted Li Xian's goodwill. Well then, this money will be saved for you by Sis then, and when you get a daughter-in-law, Sis will take it out. Ha ha, getting a daughter-in-law? I don't know how long it will be. Unbeknownst to Jin Ningjing, Li Xian has actually been married for a long time. After returning to the academy, Li Xian immediately returned to the house. 5,000 years of medicinal herbs. 5,000 years of demon crystals. I don't know if I can make the golden-scaled poison python completely revive in one fell swoop. Ready? Li Xian took a deep breath and asked. Ready, Lord Warden. The golden-scaled poison python's voice was trembling a little. With that, Li Xian took out the Dan furnace, and when the black iron snake opened its mouth, it spat out a mouthful of black lotus red flame. After the black lotus red flame entered the Dan furnace, it immediately transformed into a black and red lotus flower. After the 5,000-year-old medicinal herbs and 5,000-year-old demon crystals were thrown in, they began to calcinate continuously. The black lotus red flame works as a deep sear. The energy of the herbs and demon crystals could be effectively extracted without wasting the slightest bit. It's like a slow simmer. It takes a bit of time but the results are amazing. A drop of pure medicinal liquid was refined. Then they were all devoured by the black iron snake. And as a medium, these energies were immediately assimilated and absorbed by the golden-scaled poison python. Li Xian's pair of eyes were dead set on the recovery degree. The recovery degree of the golden-scaled poison python had now reached 98%, just 2 points away from a complete recovery. When more than a dozen drops of the medicinal liquid were devoured, Li Xian told the golden-scaled poison python not to leave energy for the black iron snake to devour them all. When the golden-scaled poison python heard this, it didn't respond, so it began to absorb it wholeheartedly. 99. 100. When the number is whole, the recovery degree disappears completely. The next moment, a powerful energy spread out from the beast ring. Ha ha, Lord Prisoner, I've finally regained my strength completely. Accompanied by a maniacal laughter, Li Xian also revealed a smile as if he was relieved. Finally, to regain strength? Li Xian's heart trembled. And just then, in the middle of the academy's conference room, the principal, as well as a group of tutors and vice principals were all gathered here. Right at this moment, they all came to a violent stop, because just now, they all clearly felt an invisible and powerful force sweeping across them. Lei Hu, go see what's going on, the principal ordered in a hurry. The energy fluctuation seems to be coming from the mountain behind the school. Yes, Lei Hu responded and disappeared after leaving the conference room. Soon, Lei Hu found the source of the energy fluctuation. Starry Li? When Lei Hu found Li Xian's residence, he immediately revealed a puzzled look. Bang! The door was opened and Li Xian, who was sitting on the bed, was startled. Principal Lei Hu? What are you doing here? What happened just now? How come there was suddenly a powerful energy fluctuation? Lei Hu looked around, searching for the source of the energy fluctuation. Upon hearing this, Li Xian was startled. Damn it! The energy emitted by the golden-scaled poison python when it recovered was actually discovered. That, just now. Li now stammered a little nervously as he explained. Just then, Li Xian's eyes lit up. It's my black iron snake that has broken through to 100 years and has eaten the demon spirit pill, so the energy emitted might be a bit powerful. Yes? Lei Hu asked suspiciously. Where's the black iron snake? Let me see. He ate the demon spirit pill along with a 5,000-year-old herb and 5,000-year-old demon crystal and has fallen into dormancy. That's good. Then get some rest. The principal will see you in a while. You'll be waiting in the conference room in half an hour. Lei Hu nodded, gave an order, and left the place. Yes, Principal Lei Hu. After watching Lei Hu leave, Li Xian was instantly relieved. At the same time, Li Xian hurriedly got out of bed and locked the door tightly once again. After returning to the bed, Li Xian couldn't wait to instruct the golden-scaled poison python. Hurry up! Revive the soul insects in prison cell number 70 and help me lift the soul-suppressing nail. Yes, Lord Warden. But the next moment, the golden-scaled poison python suddenly hesitated. Lord Prison Master, although I have completely recovered my strength, reviving the soul insects requires very powerful energy. If I use my energy to revive the soul insects, I will also be damaged again. In that case, don't revive the soul insect for the time being, Li Xian instructed with a slight thought. Now that your strength is completely restored, assimilating the black iron snake will cause its combat power to skyrocket. I'm going to purchase other herbs and convert the energy to revive the soul insects. Li Xian now had more than $100 million of property, which was enough to purchase a large amount of medicinal herbs. It's Lord Prisoner. Li Xian then took out the demon spirit pill. This demon spirit pill could break through the bloodline of a demonic beast. Li Xian originally intended to give it to the golden-scaled poison python, but it's clearly no longer needed. Because they were originally the bloodline of ancient demonic beasts, the effect of this demon spirit pill was simply minimal for them. So the best person to use it on is still the black iron snake. Here, open your mouth. Li Xian instructed the black iron snake and then threw the demon spirit pill into the black iron snake's mouth. The demon spirit pill was immediately swallowed after entering the black iron snake's mouth. The elixir instantly melted when it met the water, and then turned into vigorous medicinal power that began to spread throughout the black iron snake's entire body. The medicine changed the bloodline of the black iron serpent. In the next moment, the black iron serpent directly went from 99 years of portions to the 100-year mark. This demon spirit pill is so magical. The black iron snake's bloodline has been drastically boosted. Originally, the upper limit of the black iron snake was at most 300 years, but now it can reach 500 years. The golden-scaled poison python marveled. If there were demonic beasts that could eat such pills back in our ancient times, it would be possible to break through to the level of an ancient demonic beast. At the same time, Li Xian also noticed that the black iron snake, which had broken through to the 100-year mark, had also reached a length of about 10 meters, becoming even thicker. Not bad, not bad. Li Xian nodded with satisfaction, then stroked the black iron snake's head. Finally, Li Xian took out the golden beast weapon that was rewarded this time. Serpentine Blade. The serpentine blade can be set with one gemstone. Li Xian subconsciously took out the rewarded 5th grade spirit stone. According to what I've heard, it's a spirit stone called the Wind Spirit Stone, specialized for inlaying beast weapons. After inlaying, using beast power, you can greatly increase the attack speed of your beast weapon. Li Xian looked at it, then placed the Wind Spirit Stone into the snakehead's mouth. After putting it in, the 4 fangs immediately held the Wind Spirit Stone in place. After waving it around, Li Xian felt that the snake scorpion blade had become lighter. Right. Li Xian suddenly thought of something, then took out a dull bead. Doesn't this dragon pearl also inlay? The so-called dragon pearl was actually a bead inside the dragon's mouth on the dragon-shaped scepter that Li Xian had picked up from the black market. The golden-scaled poison python explained that it was a dragon pearl formed inside a gel python. It is the sign of the augur transforming into a dragon. It contains all the cultivation of the augur. Afterward, Li Xian snapped off the Wind Spirit Stone and then set this dragon pearl on it. However, what Li Xian could not have imagined was that after inlaying this augur bead, the head of the snake at the hilt of the snake scorpion blade's blade had a pair of eyes that had unexpectedly turned red. It's a match made in heaven. The golden-scaled poison python explained with a sigh of astonishment. Lord Prisoner, this snake scorpion blade was originally forged with the power of snakes and scorpions, And the Jiao Dragon Bead was also originally evolved from a python. And after inlaying it, the power of this beast artifact was completely activated. And it directly jumped to become a platinum level beast artifact. Really? The good news came one after another, making Li Xian so excited that he was short of oxygen. The platinum beast weapon, completely activated. Both his sharpness and hardness have been maximized. And at the same time, the ability of this beast weapon has also been completely activated. Look at the surface of that blade. Doesn't it contain a dark green luster? This is one of the abilities of the snake scorpion blade, called the venom of snake scorpion. With each attack, the serpent scorpion blade carried an incomparably powerful poison attribute attack ability that could drastically reduce the enemy's life and status. If you use beast power, you can also stimulate another ability of the serpent scorpion blade, the death scorpion tail, which once it hits the target, will directly put the target into a state of paralysis, unable to move. The other is Viper's Bite, an ability that can be manipulated in the air using beast power and can deal lethal damage to the target. An unexpected pleasure. Simply an unexpected pleasure. Li Xian cradled the snake scorpion blade in his arms as if it was a treasure. Unfortunately, Lord Prisoner cannot use beast power to manipulate the snake scorpion blade right now, so its power will be greatly reduced. But it doesn't matter. The poison attribute effect attached to the snake scorpion blade can still be used. This serpentine blade is like being smeared with poison. With each attack, it carries the attack status of the poison attribute. Pinning the snake scorpion blade to his waist, Li Xian patted it with satisfaction. This time, the rewards are kind of completely used up. The next step was the need to go on a buying spree of medicinal herbs and demon crystals to revive the soulworms. Right, Li Xian suddenly thought of something. I'm participating in the demon beast competition now. And a beast soul imperial beastmaster can't participate in the competition. So if I regain my beast power, then wouldn't I be unable to participate? Do you have any way to hide my beast power? This is very simple. I have now completely regained my strength. With me sheltering me, unless someone whose strength is higher than mine can find out. Otherwise, no one will ever think of finding out. The golden-scaled poison python said confidently. Hearing this, Li Xian instantly put his heart down. I don't want to be found out like that Yi Xin fellow. Then in that case, Li Xian could boldly go and restore his strength. After that, Li Xian walked towards the conference room. At this moment, amongst the conference room, only some of the academy's senior staff were left. The principal said worriedly, since it is determined that Li Xingqian's black iron snake is using a foreign fire ability, then this person must be used for my academy. So everyone, make sure to protect Li Xingqian well. Got it? Don't worry, headmaster. This time when we head to the collateral city Skystream City, I will personally escort us there. Lei Hu patted his chest and assured him. Recently, tell Li Xingqian not to leave the academy if he can. This Yi Daolin fellow is a bit difficult to deal with. I'm worried that he'll go out of his way to take revenge on Xingqian. Yes. In the corner, Vice Principal Ma Yun rubbed his hands together excitedly. The mouth murmured. Foreign fire, ah, surprisingly foreign fire. Old man, I alchemy all my life have never seen what kind of foreign fire. This time we must catch him and let him give me alchemy. Headmaster, Li Xingqian has arrived. The crowd looked with them, and at the doorway stood Li Xingqian. 37 Protection from the Cloud Shadow Academy. Looking at the room full of people sitting there, Li Xian was stunned, then walked in. Principal, you asked for me. In fact, for Cloud Shadow Academy, Li Xian was still very grateful. From the moment he got himself back, he also gave himself a role like Star Li. You can get the best care for yourself when you are at your weakest. Li Xian didn't know what thoughts and purposes they were fighting for. However, Li now knew that they would not harm themselves. Ha ha, Star you won first place in the demonic beast competition. You've really brought glory to our Cloud Shadow Academy. The principal waved and gestured for Li Xian to come over. Looking at the principal's kind smile, Li Xian felt a surge of affection for no reason. Speaking of principals, Li now actually hadn't seen many. Just know that his name is Chulan, a name that seems somewhat feminine, but that didn't affect Chu Lan's power in the slightest. According to what he had heard, Chu Lan was a renowned existence even in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom. It's just that now that he's getting older, he's retired to the Cloud Shadow Academy. However, in the rivers and lakes, the legend of Chu Lan had always still circulated. As some say, who hasn't had a year yet? Star the demonic beast competition is just the beginning. There is still the Colored City competition and the national competition behind it. You have a long way to go, so don't ever slack off. Do you understand? Chu Lan said seriously to Li Xian with the look of an elder instructing his juniors. The surrounding people couldn't help but raise their eyebrows when they saw this scene. Throughout the entire Cloud Shadow Academy, even within this decade, the principal has yet to treat a student like that. You lost your memory and were seriously injured. It was us who saved you from coming back. When you regain your memory in the future, I hope you can still remember that you are a member of my Cloud Shadow Academy. Principal's great kindness. Academy's great kindness. Xingchen has no teeth to forget. In this life, the affairs of Cloud Shadow Academy is the affairs of my Li Xingchen. Li Xian knew that Chu Lan was pulling himself together, but Li Xian was serious. After all, the favor of saving his life was unforgettable. Li now is not a white-eyed wolf who bites back. Sentiments are still to be remembered. Ha ha, good. The principal smiled broadly and nodded in satisfaction. By the way, I called you over today. There are still a few things I mainly want to talk to you about. After the words trailed off, Lei Hu walked over with a wooden box. My Cloud Shadow Academy students, regardless of participating in any competitions, as long as they gain the rankings they deserve, in addition to the rewards from outside, our Cloud Shadow Academy's internal commendations will also be made to a certain extent. The principal explained. You won first place in our Cloud Shadow City. Here are some crystal coins and pills for you to take. Thank you, principal. Li Xian didn't refuse and directly accepted it. Also, the principal mused. You killed Yi Xian, and there is a conflict with the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. Yi Daolin's side will not let you go. But don't worry, our Cloud Shadow Academy is not a pinch of clay, so you don't have to worry. It's just that Yi Daolin is a person from the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. Although we're not afraid of it, but in the last few days, it's still better to stay away from going out, to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. What the principal means is not that we are afraid of him, but once a person is crazy, he will do whatever it takes, and it's easy to hide from open fire and hard to guard against dark arrows. So in these few days, you'll stay at school, and when a few days pass, I'll just accompany you to Tianlu City. Lei Hu was worried that Li Xian misunderstood the meaning of the principal and hurriedly explained again. I know. Li now nodded without saying anything, but we also agreed to go get high with Dongcheng Man today. How can this not go? Also, the principal's face stared. Star, do you know what a piker is? This I know. That is to say, I am not guilty of anything per se, but I have a treasure on me that is a sin. Ha ha, you kid knows quite a lot. This saying was passed down in the Great Zhao Kingdom a long time ago. The principal smiled. You're right. So do you know who I want to talk about? Of course I know. You must be talking about me. I borrowed money and pressed $66 million today, gaining a total of $180 million. Surely someone will miss me. Li Xian deliberately pretended not to know and said, The crowd was dumbfounded and looked at each other. Star, are you playing dumb with me? Cloud Shadow City isn't big, but it's full of experts, and the eyes of those old guys are all sharp. And everyone saw your Black Iron Serpent's ability to kill the explosive flame dragon beast in the end in reverse. Li Xian let out a bitter smile and couldn't help but shake his head. It seems that this matter really can't be hidden anymore. It's not just that it can't be hidden, it's that everyone knows about it. The principal explained. Yi Xian risked the crisis of his identity as a royal beast master being exposed, and had to go and kill your Black Iron Snake just to obtain your foreign flame. And everyone else isn't blind. That flame is bizarre and incomparable. How on earth did you get it? Actually, I got it from the last time I entered the great forest of demon beasts. The Black Iron Snake found a black stone. The stone had a hidden energy penetration, with red patterns engraved on it, and the Black Iron Snake ate it, and then it gained this ability. Li Xian made an excuse but said with a serious look on his face. I checked over later and realized that was the foreign fire, which was shaped like a lotus flower and was black and red. But the heavenly storm star flame among the 108 heaven and earth flames, the black lotus red flame? The principal steeply became agitated and grabbed Li Xian's arm with both hands and inquired. Exactly. Li nodded now. I didn't realize that the principal's reaction would be so great. Ha ha, it's really the wheel of heaven. The principal's cloudy eyes were surprisingly moist. Back then, I had traveled to the Zhongyuan continent, and had been involved in the process of grabbing the black lotus red flame, which at that time, was in the hands of a king royal master in the Zhongyuan continent, and in that battle, thousands of platinum royal masters, hundreds of diamond royal masters, and dozens of king royal masters had died. The principal's eyes were full of memories. Li Xian did not expect that this black lotus red flame would possess such a complicated origin. Actually, it's not just the black lotus red hot. As long as it was a foreign fire, he had a stirring past. That was the target that the heroes of the world pinpointed and risked their lives to try to grab. In the eyes of these people, the rules of home and country will be ignored. So, child, the black lotus red flame is a foreign fire that only disappeared in recent years. You have to protect it properly. Do you understand? The principal commanded with a grave look on his face. If those old men who were once involved in the looting knew about it, they or their descendants would surely start another war of looting at any cost. I know. I'll take good care of him. Li now nodded heavily. But right at this moment, a question likewise rose in Li Xian's mind. The principal, since he was one of the people who had been involved in the robbery. So now he's interested in the Black Lotus Red Flame. But why not? To be honest, hearing this, the vigilant Li now felt that the eyes around him looking at him were a bit off. Who wouldn't want a foreign fire? Let alone one held in the hands of a seemingly trashy waste like himself. They must have been perfectly sure they could deal with themselves if they wanted to. Could it be that the people from the Cloud Shadow Academy really aren't moved? Li Xian deeply knew that in the face of absolute benefits, anyone would take the risk of doing a robbery. By the way, headmaster, the Zhongyuan continent you mentioned. What is that place? Why haven't I seen this place on the map at all? Li Xian instantly asked curiously. The Zhongyuan continent is the center of the entire Tianyuan continent, and most ordinary people think that the Great Zhou Kingdom, the Great Xia Kingdom, and the Great Shang Kingdom, the three-legged world, is the entire Tianyuan continent. But not really. This continent formed by our three countries is called the Yuan Huang continent. Besides the Yuan Huang continent, there are many other large and small continents like ours, and on these continents, there are similar to the existence of such countries as the Great Xia, the Great Zhou, and the Great Shang, but all of the continents, all of them, existed with the Zhongyuan continent as their center. There, it was the paradise of a true imperial beast master. There, the clans are numerous. There, the powerful are like clouds. There are countless treasures, but it also comes with countless crises. When the principal talked about the Middle Element continent, there was a deep sense of longing in his tone to this day. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's entire eye view was completely broadened. It turns out that the world is surprisingly marvelous and vast. If you have the chance, you must go to the Middle Element continent for a walk. Li Xian secretly swore in his heart. Alright, what about things? Those are the things. You take a good rest in these few days. The Leader City competition will start in 10 days. We'll start departing in 5 days and head to Tianlu City. At the end, Lei Hu instructed Li Xian. Yes, Principal Lei Hu. As the words trailed off, a silhouette suddenly scurried to Li Xian's side. Li Xian fixed his eyes and realized that this person was the Vice Principal Ma Yun. Hey, kid, lend me your foreign fire for a bit. Before Li Xian could reply, Ma Yun, the old boy, grabbed Li Xian's back and rushed out of the conference room. Hey, where are you taking me? Li Xian was shocked and was just about to resist, but he realized that Ma Yun was very strong and had a death grip on him, so he was unable to resist at all. At the same time, the principal's voice came from behind him. Old Ma, don't overdo it. Don't worry. Ma Yun brought Li Xian all the way to his alchemy room. This time, Li was now truly inside. Seeing all the pendulums swinging here. What did you bring me here for? Li Xian was surveying the surrounding arrangement and the strange things used for alchemy. Borrow your foreign fire for me to play with, so that I can enjoy how effective foreign fire alchemy is. No loan. Li Xian didn't hesitate and refused with a single bite. Don't give your face to me, kid, or I'll blow your snake's head off. Ma Yun threatened viciously. I'll tell the principal. With that, Li Xian was about to head out. No. Ma Yun said as he came to Li Xian with a flash. What favor do you want? If you teach me to refine pills, I'll give you the use of foreign flames. That's it? Ma Yun let out a light eep. That's it. Yes. Without saying a word, Ma Yun agreed to Li Xian without hesitation. In fact, there was really nothing Li Xian could do about this matter. Unless one goes out and just leaves the Cloud Shadow Academy. Otherwise, Ma Yun, as the Vice-Chancellor, would not have been able to refuse. But Li Xian was also worried. What if this old man used the foreign fire smoothly and directly made a move to rob it? So the only way is to play the emotional card with this old guy. Ma Yun was afraid of the principal and didn't dare to do anything to Li Xian. But if you play the emotional card and become Ma Yun's disciple, then this foreign fire will be safe. Afterward, Ma Yun directly led Li Xian to another room, then pointed to the rows of books inside and said, understand these basic ones first before talking to me about alchemy. Li Xian then looked and found that the walls around the room, which was more than 100 square meters in size, were densely packed with books. There are tens of thousands of copies. Give me the foreign fire. After saying that, Ma Yun extended his hand to Li Xian to ask for it. Here, with no choice but to give the Black Iron Snake to Ma Yun. Then he instructed Black Iron Snake, do whatever he tells you to do. Do you hear me? He's just using the foreign fire for a bit. There's no other malice. After the instructions, Li Xian plunged headlong into the sea of books. Li Xian and the Black Iron Serpent were telepathically connected, and what happened over there would be immediately known on Li Xian's side. So there was no worry at all that this old fellow would quietly go and devour the foreign fire. Again, devouring a foreign fire was accompanied by great danger. Even if this old man is highly powerful, But if you devour the foreign fire rashly, you will also be in danger of losing your life. Time passes by. Li Xian felt that there was nothing unusual on the Black Iron Snake's side. This old man, Ma Yun, had only utilized the Black Lotus Red Flame to refine pills. From time to time, Ma Yun's maniacal smile came from outside. Ha ha, I can't believe it worked all at once. I'll go. I can't believe it was so short. Wow, the shipment is surprisingly large. Snorting, Li now shook his head and continued to start checking it out. As the sky grew dark, Li Xian stretched his back, then stood up from the sea of books. In fact, in the course of the afternoon, Li Xian didn't feel labored at all, because the process of seriously drawing knowledge is very comfortable. If it wasn't for the fact that he had an appointment with Dong Qingguan in the evening, Li Xian really wanted to stay here all night. Coming outside, Ma Yun also worked tirelessly on refining the Dan just like Li Xian, but when Li Xian looked at the Dan furnace, he detected a trace of a bizarre aura. I'll go. This is a prelude to a furnace explosion. Li Xian secretly let out a cry of bad luck while looking at Ma Yun, only to see Ma Yun's brows furrowed and beads of sweat constantly running down both sides of his cheeks. Obviously realized something was wrong as well. Through the afternoon's reading, Li now knew that such an outcome was mainly caused by Ma Yun's not very good control of the flames, while the intensity of the flames was too powerful. After all, it was the first time he had used a foreign fire to refine pills, and it was justifiable for him to be in such a situation. However, Li Xian and the Black Iron Serpent were mentally connected, and his manipulation of the Black Lotus Red Flame was out of this world. With that, Li Xian then contacted the Black Iron Snake and then began to manipulate the Black Lotus Red Flame and the Dan Furnace. 38 Gangster. 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 At this time, in the middle of the Dan Furnace, countless materials were continuously calcined, and then the extracted essence was condensed. It's getting to the rhythm of finally becoming a Dan. However, because the fire was too high and the flame control was not working, the elixir was never able to coalesce. Seeing this, Li Xian immediately snatched the control of the Black Lotus Red Flame and began to condense it. Lose control of the flames. Ma instantly woke up from his state. When he was about to break into a rage, he realized that Li Xian was actually sitting calmly on the ground and started to refine a pill. Seeing this scene, Ma Yun's eyes widened. You have to know that the elixir you are now refining is a 5th grade elixir. Li Xian had never practiced pills before, and to try to make pills just by relying on a few volumes of books was simply a fantasy. However, in the next moment, Ma Yun suddenly sensed that the violent energy aura within the Dan furnace suddenly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Ma Yun immediately came over to the Dan furnace and began to check it out. When his eyes were cast into the middle of the Dan furnace, Ma Yun's eyes widened. Oh my god, it's become a Dan. Seeing this scene, Ma Yun violently turned back to look at Li Xian, his eyes burning as if he wanted to eat Li Xian in one bite. Genius. Genius. Simply genius. At this moment, the way Ma Yun looked at Li Xian was completely like looking at a flawless piece of jade again. And along with the convergence of energy within the Dan furnace, in the next moment, the lid of the Dan furnace was opened, and a bead of flowing light spinning flew out from it. In turn, they fell into the middle of the porcelain vase in Ma Yun's hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. There are actually 9 whole. Excitedly, Ma Yun poured out one of them and studied it carefully. In the distance, Li Xian also slowly put away his foreign fire and stood up. Walking up to Ma Yun, Li Xian saw that the elixir in his hand was fragrant and had energy fluctuations attached to it. 4th grade pills. The stronger the fragrance, the higher the quality. This was feared to be one of the 4th grade pills that could reach the advanced level. 4th grade advanced. A full 4th grade advanced. Ma Yun took a deep breath. The fragrance of the elixir surged into his nostrils, and with Ma Yun's experience, he immediately judged the quality of this elixir. Kid, you really surprised me. Is it true that you haven't practiced Dan before? Ma Yun grabbed Li Xian as if he was afraid that Li Xian would fly away in the next second. Not practiced? Why? Li now said woodenly. What a genius! What a genius! Ma measures Li now from top to bottom end. In the next second, Ma Yun's attitude steeply became serious. Kid, are you willing to worship me as your master and practice the way of alchemy with me? Really? Li Xian instantly opened his eyes wide and asked incredulously. Seeing Ma Yun like this emotional card of his own, is considered to be well played, but most of all, it was attributed to the Fey fire. The final control of the foreign fire and helping Ma Yun to become a Dan was the condition that made Ma Yun's heart move to take on a disciple. If Li Xian was a piece of crap, even if he possessed a foreign flame, I'm sure Ma Yun wouldn't have accepted Li Xian. Moreover, in Ma Yun's eyes, it was a waste for Li Xian to possess a foreign flame. Maybe Ma Yun got greedy and would snatch the foreign fire despite the principle, but now it's a different story. Formally worship Ma Yun, Li Xian kowtowed 3 times and served a cup of tea. even if it is completely worshipped Ma Yun as a master. Master, then I have something to do. So I'll leave first. I'll come over and look for you later. After Li Xian paid his respects, he was ready to leave in a hurry. What are you busy with? Come here. Ma Yun blankly glanced at Li Xian, then took out an object from the yuan ring. After opening it up, he only saw that a Dan furnace was placed inside. The Dan furnace is the size of the palm of your hand. Ma throws with his hands. The Dan furnace grew against the wind and transformed into a huge Dan furnace that was more than 2 meters tall. The Dan furnace was antique bronze in color, looking full of the vicissitudes of history. Since you're worshipping me as your master can't be stingy. The 6th grade Dan furnace, the bronze beast Dan furnace, is yours. Looking at the behemoth Dan furnace in front of him, Li Xian stepped forward and began to fumble with it. Master, this Dan furnace is a 6th grade Dan furnace. So how many grades is this Dan furnace of yours? Li Xian asked, pointing at the Dan furnace where he had just refined the pills. That Dan furnace of mine is an 8th grade Dan furnace. Ma said proudly. That's a treasure I got in an ancient relic. I wonder how many grades of Dan furnace my little black and unkempt Dan furnace is. Li Xian thought darkly in his heart. But then, he hurriedly thanked. Many thanks, Master. The Dan furnace is manipulated at will, by mental power. This spiritual power ordinary people have, just distinguish on top of the strength. Li Xian's spiritual power was found to also belong to the upper middle class after some probing by Ma Yun. It was more than enough to be a qualified alchemist. Together with the assistance of the foreign fire, his future achievements will never be inferior to Ma Yun. Of course, these are Ma's own words. After storing up this bronze beast Dan furnace, Li Xian was in a hurry to prepare to leave again, but it was stopped by Ma again. Wait a minute. I said, what are you boys busy with? Ma Yun said with a displeased face. Master, is there anything else? Li Xian immediately turned around and asked with a smile. You brat. Ma Yun let out a bitter smile before taking out a small wooden box once again. After opening it up, Li Xian instantly saw a pure white elixir the size of a dragon's eye inside. There was still white mist on this elixir, and it looked like a good thing. Gosh, this is too good looking. What kind of elixir is this? Li Xian greedily took a deep breath, finding just the scent of the dandies refreshing. This is 6th grade pill. 6th grade pill yuan beast pill. 6th grade. Surprisingly, it's a 6th grade elixir, Li Xian said incredulously. Previously known in books, there was an insurmountable gap between the 5th and 6th grade, and the status of a 6th grade alchemist was also much more honorable than a 5th grade alchemist. Ma Yun is an honorable 6th grade alchemist. This yuan beast Dan had also cost Ma Yun a lot of effort and price, but today sincerely intends to take Li Xian as his disciple. Ma Yun also took out this yuan beast Dan. This yuan beast Dan, in fact, is not very useful for other imperial beast masters, but for ordinary people, it is strangely useful. Ma Yun solemnly introduced himself. This yuan beast pill has the strange effect of allowing ordinary people to awaken their beast power. What? This thing? That's the existence of countless people's dreams. But how many rich people, who wanted to buy this yuan beast Dan at any cost, but suffered from the price? You are not a beast soul imperial beast master. Wait for the end of this demon beast competition match. Eat this yuan beast Dan. Enter the beast soul imperial beast master in one fell swoop. Although this demon beast imperial beast master is also a path, but also the road has an end in the end. The long term is not far away. Looking at Ma Yun's seriousness, Li Xian couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. Many thanks, Master. Master's great kindness is remembered by my disciple. Li Xian dropped to both knees and kowtowed deeply to Ma Yun. Then, without hesitation, he turned around and left. You kid, how well this atmosphere is baked. You just go? Ma Yun let out a bitter laugh and couldn't help but curse. The whole academy wouldn't let Li present out, but Li now has to get out. Jianghu is dangerous. Anyone Li now only believed 3 times. The same was true of the Cloud Shadow Academy. They talk a good game, but behind the scenes who knows who might be beating themselves up. So it's up to Li now to make his own way. After sneaking out of the academy, Li Xian hoofed it to Jade Spring House. Jade Spring House was a relatively high-class restaurant in Cloud Shadow City. It's all you can eat and all you can drink. The adults love to play here. Li Xian told Dong Qingwen to book the private room first, and he would arrive later. When Li Xian arrived at Jade Spring House, Dong Qingwen was already waiting early in a secluded elegant room. Egu brother, I'm really sorry. Li now came to a box under the guidance of the boy. Upon entering the door, Li Xian then clasped his hands and apologized. Ha ha, brother, you're here. It's fine. It's fine. I just arrived not long ago too. Seeing this, Dong Qingwen immediately stood up, but when Li Xian saw the empty teapot on the table, he realized that Dong Qingwen must have come long ago. I was actually worried that you wouldn't come out. I didn't realize that you had so much guts. Brother, Dong Qingwen said respectfully. Hey, what's wrong with that? Soldiers come and go. Water comes and goes, Li Xian said indifferently. But don't worry brother, after coming here, no matter anyone, they won't dare to touch a hair on your head. Dong Qingwen patted his chest confidently. I naturally know about your skills, old brother. That's why I dare to come to this Jade Spring house with confidence. The two of them sat down after some business boasting to each other. At the same time, Li Xian realized that there were 3 other men and 2 women in the private room. Seeing this, Li Xian couldn't help but furrow his brows. Dong Qingwen, observing his words, immediately understood, so he hastened to round up and explain. Bro, come on, let me introduce you to some people. With that, he pointed to one of them. This, Uncle Biao, my second brother Dong Qingwu, the chief of their dartboard. Hearing this, Li Xian immediately looked with him, only to see this so-called Uncle Biao, wearing a purple and black plaid robe, sitting there in a calm and relaxed manner. This person even Dong Qingwen has to give a few points of face, so his origin must be not small. Uncle Bill, Li now politely stood up in greeting. Li Xian had heard that the reason why Dong Qingwen was able to establish himself in Cloud Shadow City was because of that brother of his. However, remembering the first time he met Dong Qingwen, this guy even cried and said that his brother died early in order to draw a relationship with him. If his brother knew about this, he didn't know if he would be furious. After some introductions, Li now knew that this Uncle Biao was Dong Qingwen, his younger brother, Dong Qingwu, the chief of their dartboard. It's an old man who's been in the wind and the rain for decades. Dong Qingwu's dartboard in Tianlu City relied on this man's hand to stand firm. This is our underground mall's general director, Lu Yucheng. Brother, you have what you need in the future. Despite going to find him, I dare to guarantee with you, single in this Cloud Shadow City, my underground mall's things, even the Chamber of Commerce of tomorrow are not comparable. Dong Qingwen said as he pointed at another thin youth who looked civilized. This youth hurriedly stood up and extended his hands to shake hands with Li Xian. The remaining male was the one who followed Uncle Biao. However, looking at the stable breath and the internalization of the beast power, it was clear that they were strong people above the Golden Beast Royal Master. It should be responsible for keeping Uncle Biao safe. There are 2 women left. One is mature and plump, the other youthful and pretty. One mature, one youthful, one beautiful. It seemed like sisters, but after Dong Qingwen introduced them, Li Xian was instantly shocked. Turns out they turned out to be a mother and daughter. It was Dong Qingwen who had specially arranged to come over to drink with Li Xian. My god, are all rich people so good at this? To have a mother and daughter to accompany the drinks. How the hell can they drink? Never mind the reality of it happening to you. In the past, Li Xian would not even dare to dream of such things. That, old man, isn't this a little that? Li Xian said with a difficult face. Brother, you're still young. I guess you haven't even played with a woman. Today my oldest brother will let you open your eyes and grow up. Dong Qingwen laughed out loud, then reprimanded the mother and daughter. What are you standing there for? My brother is so young and handsome. Let you guys accompany today. That's cheap for you. There is money to be made. The accompaniment is still my brother. The first place in the Cloud Shadow City Demon Beast competition. You guys fall asleep all happy to go. Li Xian was just about to refuse again, but the mother and daughter immediately sat down on the left and right. A woman's distinctive body odor hit her. Directly the whole thing Li now won't. If this was refused again, then Li Xian would really not be a man. Okay, I'll pay the bill today. Don't try to steal it from me. Old brother, do you hear me? Brothers are too generous to refuse, so I won't be polite with you. Dong Qingwen was also quick, so he did not continue to argue. By the way, brother Yu Cheng, after 3 rounds of wine, Li Xian said to the person in charge of the underground mall, that's what I came across today. I'm really planning to purchase a batch of treasures with high energy. Help me take a look when you're done and pick something that costs $30 to $40 million. The Demon Beast Contest Leader City Contest is about to begin. I have to prepare as soon as possible so that my Black Iron Snake can quickly improve its strength and recover. Third Master, don't worry. Lu Yucheng patted his chest and assured him. I'll send you to Cloud Shadow Academy tomorrow. Okay, no problem. When he was 5 or 6 points drunk, Li Xian shook his head repeatedly and said, older brother, I really can't drink anymore today. It's a special time, so you understand. Hearing this, Dong Qingwen didn't persuade him to drink. Okay, brother, I understand. The room I've also arranged. Just go comfortably. Dong Qingwen scowled at Li Xian. It's so late today. You shouldn't go back. I've told my brothers to take good precautions around the area, so rest at ease tonight. You're guaranteed to be fine. Well, then, I'll go ahead and rest. Now that the gates of the academy were also closed, Li now stood up with a slight thought. That mother and daughter immediately helped Li Xian up with a left and a right, and then wobbled towards the upstairs. After Li Xian left, Dong Qingwen looked at Uncle Biao. Uncle Biao, how do you feel? Young and foolish is not enough. Uncle Biao expressed a slight disappointment and said, he offended Yi Daolin of the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce, and he still has the leisure mind to come out and drink with you tonight. Enough to prove that it's just a teenager with an immature mind. Then, according to Uncle Bill, should we do it? A cold color flashed in Dong Qingwen's gaze as he said this. Only Uncle Biao pondered slightly, but shook his head. You can do it, but it's not the right time. The people from the Cloud Shadow Academy didn't lay a hand on him. That means the people from the Cloud Shadow Academy are going to protect him. It's not the right time to do it. Hearing this, Dong Qingwen nodded thoughtfully. Okay, Uncle Biao. I understand. With Uncle Biao gone, only Dong Qingwen and Lu Yuqing were left in the room. At this time, the two of them had no sense of alcohol or drunkenness. All of them had a stony face and didn't speak. Master Dong, how about it? Do it or not? Right at this moment, Lu Yuqing suddenly opened his mouth and asked. However, he saw Dong Qingwen slowly shake his head. Uncle Bill's right, but he's not right either. Oh, why? Now that Li Xingchen is protected by people from the Cloud Shadow Academy, it's true that it's not the time to make a move, but it's also the best time to make a move. If we kill him, everyone will naturally associate him with Yi Daolin, and it'll be a breeze for us to frame Yi Daolin for the crime. Then I'll call for it now. Lu Yuqing said and stood up. Sit down. Dong Qingwen immediately chided. But there's another problem, and that's that Star Li isn't stupid. Do you think he trusts us just fine? How long have we only known each other? Do you think he won't guess that we'll go after him? Lu Yuqing nodded thoughtfully at once, but then asked doubtfully. Then what do we do? Do it, or don't we? I always feel that this brother of mine has secrets other than the foreign fire. Dong Qingwen slowly lifted the wine cup on the table, then drank it all in one go. If we miss, then we will have one more very tricky and terrifying enemy. Li Xingchen dared to kill Yi Xian in front of Yi Daolin. His ruthlessness can be imagined. So, making a move on Li Xingchen is tantamount to killing a chicken to get the eggs. Then what Master Dong means is to take the initiative to show goodwill, and then pull the strings and talk about long-term benefits? Lu Yuqing was Dong Qingwen's right-hand man and immediately guessed Dong Qingwen's meaning. Right, Dong Qingwen nodded. Business, not 3 years and 5 years, 30 years and 50 years. That is passed from generation to generation for several generations is called business. Investing in Li Xingchen, the same is also a kind of business. Also, what do you think we're going to do with the foreign fire when we get it? This, Lu Yuqing immediately frowned. To be honest, Lu Yuqing hadn't even considered what would happen even after obtaining the foreign fire. You haven't even considered that the foreign fire is a scourge to Li Xingchen, but it's even more of a scourge to us. And, most likely, it will destroy the kingdom we've fought for decades. Hiss. Hearing this, Lu Yuqing immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Being said so by Dong Qingwen, Lu Yuqing's brain instantly understood. Master Dong, your analysis is right on the money. Therefore, I have decided to invest in Li Xingchen, and if necessary, to pay a greater price for Li Xingchen. I also feel that it is worth it, because I believe that if Li Xingchen grows up, then the benefits that we will gain will be unimaginable. Master Dong, then this third master's title, I'll be calling it from now on. Lu Yuqing instantly laughed. What do you say? The two looked at each other with wry smiles. The end. Dong Qingwen said treacherously. In addition, we still have to place a move by Li Xingchen's side. Master Dong, you're talking about the mother and daughter? Lu Yuqing immediately brightened up. This pair of mother and daughter is a real mother and daughter. I once adopted them when they were down and out. The appearance of each of them is of superior quality. Even I didn't bother to enjoy them. If they are placed beside Li Xingchen, it would be a relief for us. Ha ha, Master Dong's move is a brilliant one. Upstairs in a quaint room, Li Xian was helped to the bed by the mother and daughter. Okay, you guys get out. Li now sat on the bed and waved his hand somewhat wearily. Time passed by. Li now, however, realized that they were simply indifferent. Why aren't you guys leaving yet? Third Master, if we leave, Master Dong will beat us to death. With that, the two of them knelt down in front of Li Xian in unison. Third Master, please let us serve you for one night. Master Dong killed our family members and threatened us to come here to accompany you today, so please let us stay with you for one night. Otherwise, neither of us, mother and daughter, will survive. The two cried and cried. You said that you were coerced by Dong Qingwen to come here just today? Li Xian was instantly slightly shocked by where they came from. Yes, Master Dong. He killed our husbands, and we didn't dare to resist. We could only do as he commanded. Master Dong said that he would let us stay together with someone tonight, and tomorrow he would return to give us 1,000 taels to let us leave. Then stand up. Here are 5,000 taels. Go away. I'll talk to him. He won't give you a hard time. Saying that, Li Xian threw out a few silver tickets to the mother and daughter. Don't third master. The mother and daughter kowtowed and begged for mercy. Master Dong said that if you were the one to come out and plead for us, he would still kill us afterward. Master Dong's character. You should know it well. Third master. Hearing this, Li now couldn't help but pause. According to Dong Chengwen's style of dealing with people, it is indeed possible that he will do so. This man is a jungle man. The things you do are also jungle things. There is no bottom line when it comes to this kind of food and drink. The relationship between Li Xian and Dong Chengwen was nothing more than an advancement from strangers to the point of drinking buddies. Little things help without saying a word. Big things can be agreed upon with consideration. But when it comes to life and death, it's the backstabber. Li Xian had also worried that Dong Chengwen would be interested in his own foreign fire. But after drinking today, Li Xian felt that Dong Chengwen wouldn't make a move. First of all, the meal was not poisoned. Li now had Black Iron Snake look at it. Secondly, there were other people at Jade Spring House. Not the right place to strike. Since the other side is not hostile, then this person can still be of great use if utilized properly. Dong Chengwen is like a double-edged sword. Depends on how you utilize it. That's fine. Fetch me the foot washing water. Li Xian faintly commanded. Its third master, mother and daughter were instantly delighted, and one went to bring the foot washing water and the other to pour the tea. The service that was great. One washed Li Xian's feet, while the other sat next to Li Xian and waited. This godly life is a real treat. 39 Resuscitate the soul worm and head to Tianlu City. And just then, Li Xian suddenly remembered what he had heard people say about mothers and daughters in his previous life. So I couldn't help but ask curiously, are you really mother and daughter? Third master is joking. She is really my daughter. She is 14 years old this year. My slave is 30 years old this year. My daughter Chuchu was born when I was 16 years old, and still retains her virginity. If third master doesn't mind, you can have your daughter tonight. So what's your name? Slave Fong Ro. Daughter Jing Chuchu. Li Xian couldn't help but think. In a previous life, there were people who pretended to have a mother-daughter relationship to get money, but looking at the two of them, with a threefold resemblance, they really did look like mother and daughter. However, the more it looked like, the more skeptical Li was now. Who, may I ask, is a mother who would deliberately offer to let someone have her daughter? They all said that they were forced to come here today by Dong Chengwen, and killed their families. They had no choice but to do so. Who believes it? Cutie pie. I don't believe it. But the hatred of killing one's father and husband is not shared. If they were a little bit more bottom line and fiery, it would be strange if they didn't end up with Dong Chengwen's people. Unless they are really unconscionable people. People with no bottom line. People with only money in their eyes. So, saying that it was mother and daughter, Li now believed it. But to say that it was forced by Dong Chengwen, Li Xian definitely didn't believe it. Otherwise, they specialize in this mother-daughter thing. They specialize in this kind of mother-daughter thing. But they swore up and down that their daughter was a virgin. This was quite surprising to Li Xian. After washing his feet, Li now lay down on the bed. I don't need your company. If you're scared, sleep on the floor, and I'll round you up in the morning, so you can rest easy. Seeing Li Xian's insistence, this mother-daughter duo could only just cling to each other and then drift off to sleep. The next day, when the mother and daughter woke up, Li was now gone. Seeing this, the two of them were shocked and rushed out the door. After leaving the door, he met Dong Chengwen's people. It's no good. The third master has disappeared. Just then, Dong Chengwen walked up from downstairs. Upon hearing this, nodded his head to indicate that he knew. All right, get down there. Dong Chengwen gave the mother and daughter a wink before leading them out of the area. At this time, Li Xian, however, had long returned to the middle of the academy. Last night, his heart was wary, and Li Xian didn't sleep well all night. Instead, the mother and daughter actually huffed and puffed. When he left early in the morning, Li now didn't alarm anyone. Xiao Er had already gotten up, but when Li Xian just opened the door, the black iron snake immediately scurried out. Before Li Xian could understand, the black iron snake met the wind and charged towards a pure white rabbit. Black iron snake, stop! Li Xian hurriedly called out to black iron snake, only to see that the white rabbit was frightened, and with a whoosh, it directly turned into a white shadow and scurried out, then jumped into Coquette's arms. That fast? Li Xian's eyes widened instantly. This rabbit, it's so fast. Brother, you're back. Coquette then rushed over with the rabbit in her arms. Why did you bring your demonic beast back? Li Xian asked suspiciously. Teacher Sugar tested it and said that the intimacy level is up to standard, allowing the little bunny rabbit to be brought around and nurtured. Xiao Er stroked her little white rabbit proudly and said to Li Xian, your rabbit, it's so fast. Li Xian looked at this rabbit and vaguely felt that the bloodline of this rabbit seemed to be different from other rabbit demonic beasts. Teacher Sugar also said that this rabbit seems to be called some kind of phantom god rabbit. It feels very powerful. Phantom rabbit? Li Xian looked at the rabbit and realized that the rabbit was indeed a bit different from the other rabbits. First of all, physically, this rabbit's hind legs seem to appear longer and stronger. The rabbit's ears are slightly backward facing, and instead of red, the eyes are a solid black. Then you must cultivate it well. Brother got a lot of money from this competition. Here's 1,000,000 silver tickets for you to take first. With that, Li Xian gave Xiao some silver tickets. No, brother, I can't have it. Xiao backed up and waved her hand in refusal. To be able to study, Xiao is already satisfied, and to ask for more of brother's money would be too much for Xiao. Xiao, listen to your brother. What about you now? You're already a member of your brother's family, and since your phantom god rabbit is now at a time when it's growing in size, you can occasionally take it to the demonic beast restaurant for a good meal. Li Xian stiffened the silver ticket to Xiao. There was no choice but for Xiao to put the money away. Then this money, consider it as what I borrowed from my brother, and when Xiao earns money in the future, I'll return it to my brother. Silly girl, I told you, you're my sister. Li now touched his head, then headed for his room. Xiao, don't mind me today. I'm going to rest for a while. Go out and eat by yourself. As he casually closed the door, Li Xian gave a command to Xiao. After closing the door, Li Xian took out the things that the academy had rewarded him with. After opening the box, Li Xian saw that a crystal coin was placed inside. Counted 10. That translates to $10 million. This is a very generous reward for the academy. The others were a 3,000-year-old herb and a 3,000-year-old demon crystal. Li Xian hurriedly took these out, then asked the golden-scaled poison python. I wonder if these energies can restore the soul insects. No problem, the golden-scaled poison python said confidently. Although it is said that the further ahead the demonic beasts are, the stronger they are. But neither the light holy envoy nor the shadow bull demon you revived earlier cost much energy. That's why the soul worms imprisoned in prison cell number 70 were also fine. As for whether its strength can lift your soul suppressor nail after revival, that is unknown. Hearing this, Li Xian nodded thoughtfully. Okay, no problem. I believe that the things purchased from where Dong Qingguan is can also arrive today. Taking out the small Dan furnace, Li Xian let the black iron snake spit out the black lotus red flame, then began to refine this 3,000-year-old herb and 3,000-year-old demon crystal. Drop by drop, the pure medicinal liquid was refined. By reading books from Ma's place yesterday, Li Xian's understanding of the way of alchemy had also become more profound. Theory plus practice, Li Xian's operation, more and more flowing up. Drop by drop, the medicinal liquid was absorbed by the golden-scaled poison python. The golden-scaled poison python transferred its energy to the 70 prison soul bugs again. Pure energy builds bridges of recovery. At this moment, in the beast prison, an energy bridge was connected between prison number 99 and prison number 70. In the middle of the 70th prison cell, in the corner, a black sphinx worm the size of a fist wriggled slightly. When all the energy had all gone into the body of this bug, the bug with the bizarre human face slowly opened its eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, his figure slowly disappeared, vanishing completely. But everyone knows that this is the beast prison. The beast prison that imprisoned the ancient, the Taiku, and the eternal. There was no way he, a little bug, could have disappeared from here for no reason. Right at this moment, the golden-scaled poison python's voice leisurely sounded. Don't hide it. It was the Lord Warden who told me to resuscitate you. The silence of the prison cell was audible in the dripping water. The fist-sized soul bug, its form slowly emerged again. The beast ring? What got it again? The voice of the soul worm rang out like that of a baby of a few months, and it was a bit shrill. No matter what people get, it's always found. Otherwise, we don't know how long we have to stay here in the dark. At least, now you still recovered. Be content. The golden-scaled poison python kindly persuaded. The Lord Prisoner is in trouble and needs your help. I'll use me as a medium and you go check on the Lord Prisoner's physical condition. Yes, Soulworm agreed without hesitation. At this moment, Li Xian quietly waited for the results. Just then, a numbing voice suddenly rang out. Lord Prison Master, the 70th prison ancient demonic beast. Soulworm, see Lord Prison Master. Li now frowned as he listened to the voice. It's like fingernails scratching through iron. That soul-shattering feeling. Moreover, the sound of this soulworm seems to be able to make your soul tremble for it. Lord Prisoner, I've understood the situation. You now open your mind and let go of all your thoughts. Let me check your physical condition. Upon hearing this, Li Xian didn't chime in, but did as he said and began to relax. Li Xian could clearly feel an invisible energy scanning his body. Not long after, the voice of the soul worm sounded again. Lord Prisoner, it's fine. This kind of little trick is not enough to fear. I can take care of it in a matter of moments. Then do it. Upon hearing this, Li Xian was startled and hurriedly urged. Not now. I have not yet recovered my strength. Now I must allow me to recover to 20% of my strength, which can allow me to use my first innate beast technique with certainty before I can do so. It doesn't matter. I can buy a lot of precious herbs to restore your strength today. Lord Prisoner, there is something you may not know. Not even the golden-scaled poison python, Soulworm suddenly said in a difficult voice. It is true that ordinary energy can revive me from my slumber, but to restore my body, ordinary energy is useless. Ah, what does that entail? Why are you so special? Li Xian instantly asked anxiously. I'm a soul bug that feeds on souls, so unless it's a soul-type thing, nothing else will be able to restore my strength. Li Xian's face immediately darkened. Thought it was close enough, but who knows? Another roadblock. Soul-type things, that preciousness, Li Xian had heard about it. The price of a soul-type herb was more than 5 times the price of other herbs of the same grade. To be honest, this bit of Li Xian's family fortune wasn't enough for a soulworm to squander. There is another way, Soulworm said suddenly and mysteriously. What? That is to devour the souls of others. As if the soulworm was a bad guy luring a little kid. It said to Li Xian in a sinister manner. This is against the way of heaven. Li Xian couldn't help but say with difficulty. Lord Prisoner, I'm not asking you to kill innocents indiscriminately. You only need to kill those who deserve to be killed. Or the souls of demonic beasts. It's also possible. But the souls of demonic beasts are not as powerful as humans. The best is still the souls of humans. Hearing this, Li Xian instantly understood. Okay, I got it. Li Xian nodded, then took a deep breath. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Li Xian walked out in a hurry. Instead, he saw the guards of the academy walk in with a wooden box. Li Xingchen, this is your stuff. Someone told me to give it to you. Li Xian's name was already well known in the academy. Even the guards at the door already knew. Opening it up, Li Xian saw that a precious herb and some precious demon crystals were neatly arranged inside. It was just that these things were now irrelevant to Li now. Soulworm, take a look. Do any of these things help you? Li now looked through the contents. The voice of the soulworm resounded again. There are some useful ones. Subsequently, Li Xian selected some and then put away all of its other ones. After refining some useful things, Li now saw that the soulworm's recovery degree had reached 2%. Seeing this scene, Li Xian couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This is too tough. Looks like there's no way out without taking a shortcut. When Li Xian thought of this, his eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of sinister and venomous flavor. Since these things are useless, so it's better for Li Xian to return it to Dong Qingwen. Stop by and ask if there's a soul class for this. Taking the box, Li Xian was ready to go out, but then he bumped into Jin Serenity head-on. Where are you going with this? That Dong Qingwen sent me something. I can't take it, so I'm going to return it to him. Hearing this, Jin Serenity couldn't help but nod in relief. Right. You'd better stay away from this kind of person. It's a special time for you now. I'd better go with you. With that, Jin Ningjing went back to change her clothes before following Li Xian out of the academy. But when Li presently exited the academy, he saw 2 familiar voices from afar. How are they? Li now looked suspiciously at the 2 people crouching on the street corner in the distance. These 2 people were clearly the mother and daughter that Dong Qingwen had arranged to accompany him last night. What? You recognize? Jin Serenity asked suspiciously. Hey! Li Xian knew that he would definitely be discovered after going over there. Solely, he told Jin Ningjing about what happened yesterday. But who knows? When Jin Ningjing heard it, she exploded. Last night you even went out behind our backs all of a sudden? Hey, I also have no way. That Dong Qingwen always have to give an explanation. I'm not also have no way. Li Xian smiled sardonically. Moreover, that Dong Qingwen is a Jianghu people. Line Jianghu things, I also have my own bottom line. I'm not degenerated. But, when you put it that way, that mother and daughter are oddly pathetic. When Jin Ningjing thought about it, she felt pity for that mother and daughter. And just then, the mother and daughter seemed to have discovered Li Xian as well. However, after seeing Li Xian, he did not come over directly, but flickered and prepared to leave. Li presently would have suspected them. Don't want to clean up. But who knew that Jin Serenity would want Li Xian to call them over? With no choice but to call the duo over, Li Xian had no choice but to call them over. Third Master. When the mother and daughter saw Li Xian, they called him Third Master. When Jin Serenity heard this address, she instantly looked at Li Xian angrily. Star has told me all about you guys. Here's 10,000 taels. Take it and hurry up. No, we can't have it. Fong Ro waved her hand repeatedly and refused. Master Dong has already paid us. We just came here to say goodbye to Third Master. Fong Ro said, looking towards Li Xian. Third Master, don't misunderstand. Master Dong didn't make things difficult for us today either. He gave us 1,000 taels to let us leave. You're a good person, so we thought we'd tell you before we left to thank you for saving our lives. Yes, Third Master. If it wasn't for you, maybe our mother and daughter would have been killed by Master Dong. Jing Chuchu said gratefully as well. Saying thank you isn't necessary. But since my sister said so, you guys can take this money and leave Cloud Shadow City quickly. Li Xian forcibly handed them the silver tickets, then turned around with Jin Ningjing and left. These two people Li Xian had always felt that there was something wrong with them, so he didn't want to bother with them at all. Not long after, Li Xian and Jin Ningjing arrived at Dong Chengwen's residence. From afar, the guards at the entrance of Dong Chengwen's residence hurriedly trotted over. Third Master, you're here, Master Dong ordered. If you come over, just go straight in. Row. Got it. Li Xian waved his hand, signaling the front to lead the way. Mixed up well. This Third Master is even called Ah. Jin Ningjing grabbed Li Xian's arm and pulled it hard. If I find out that you're doing something unconscionable with this Dong Chengwen, see if I don't clean you up. Hiss. Li Xian immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. I know sis. I was wrong. I sure won't. That's good. Jin Serenity snorted coldly, and the two of them walked in. Yikes. Bro, what are you doing here? In the yard, Dong Chengwen was teasing the birds, surrounded by 4 or 5 people serving. This is a life that Li Xian can't even envy. That, Li Xian was just about to politely address a big brother, but seeing that Jin Ningjing was beside him, he quickly changed his words and said, actually, I came here today to return these things to you. I opened them and looked at them. What I can use is basically very little, so the others are useless. So I'm returning them to you. Hi, brother, you take use is. Need what in looking for Lu Yucheng said not on the line. Dong Chengwen said indifferently. At the same time, Dong Chengwen also noticed Jin Ningjing next to him. Tutor Jin. Long time no see. Boss Dong is polite. This business is also getting bigger and bigger. Ah. My brother is coming over today to return something to you. Just take it. Jin Ningjing reveals her relationship with Li Xian, and the meaning is self-evident. These things were originally given to Brother Star. Since Brother Star has no use for them, I'll take them back. By the way, do you have anything here for souls? Li now stated his purpose. Something for the soul? Dong Chengwen mused at once. This is something I need to butt heads with Lu Yucheng. If so, I'll have someone send it to you directly. That's a good feeling. How much is it? Just let me know directly when you're done. But next to her, Jin Ningjing was puzzled. What do you want against the soul? Li Xian explained with a faint smile. Vice Principal Ma Yun insisted me to worship him as a teacher yesterday. I had no choice but to agree to it. Down. I wasn't injured before, so I'm planning to refine some pills on my own to see if I can recover some of my memories. Hearing this, Jin Serenity suddenly came to a realization, and this reasoning has no problem with Dong Chengwen. At the same time, he let Dong Chengwen know that he had become a disciple of Ma Yun. Aggravatedly now Dong Chengwen in her wait now. Don't worry brother. I'll ask someone to contact Lu Yucheng and send it over to you this afternoon. That would be really appreciated. Li Xian arched his hand and said. After some politeness, Li Xian and Jin Ningjing left Dong Chengwen's mansion. Did Principal Ma Yun really take you as his disciple? After leaving the door, Jin Ningjing still asked with some disbelief. Really? If you don't believe me, go with me and check it out. Li Xian and Jin Ningjing returned to the school together before heading straight to Ma Yun's residence. Master! Before he even entered the door, Li now began to shout. Gu, my good disciple, you're here. Hurry up and lend me that foreign fire of yours. When Jin Ningjing heard the duo's name calling, she pulled Ma Yun and questioned. Principal Ma, you took Star as your disciple. It can't be that you did it just to have him make pills for you. How is this possible? Ma Yun explained with a bitter, innocent smile. I'm really training him as a close disciple. You are unaware of how talented he is in alchemy. With that, Ma Yun told Jin Ningjing about Li Xian's help in refining the elixir yesterday. This caused Jin Ningjing's impression of Li Xian to change once again. Hey, sis, I kid you not. Li now poked his head out and smirked. Principal Ma Yun thinks highly of you. Then you should study hard. When the Demon Beast competition is over, come back to the academy and study hard under Master Ma Yun. Don't worry sis. Afterwards, Jin Ningyi left the place. 5 days passed in a flash. Li Xian had to get ready to depart with Lei Hu and head to Tianlu City. Since it was a long way to go, it was better for the crowd to get on the road early. Cloud Shadow City officially had a team that escorted the 10 participants to Heavenly Stream City. Lei Hu with Li Xian then joined the group, ready to start on the road. Li Xian saw that the other participants were all escorted by the more powerful people in their families. At the same time there was also a team of people from the city lord's office, a team of 100 people to protect them. There were also 10 golden imperial beast masters leading the group. This mighty team, so to speak, had a smooth ride. But in fact, everyone knew that this was all prepared specifically for Li Xian by city lord Bai Fei Fan. Li Xian offended Yi Daolin. If there were no surprises, Yi Daolin would most likely strike on his way to Tianlu City. Not only that, but anyone who learns that Li is now burdened with a foreign fire, both may strike on this path. So this journey to Tianlu City, it can be an extremely unsafe stretch. After Li Xian instructed everything to be done in Cloud Shadow City, he followed the large troop and began to depart. A procession of more than 100 people, traveling on the official road. The passers-by were afraid to avoid it. However, it was easy to hide from open fire, but hard to prevent hidden arrows. And not long after leaving Cloud Shadow City, the team suffered the first wave of attacks. Looking along with it, a silhouette quietly blocked the front of the group in the center of the pipeline's distance. With just one person, more than 100 people hastened to stop their horses. Fixing his eyes, this person was clearly Yi Daolin, 40 robbing the foreign fire, arriving at Tianlu City without any danger. Yi Daolin was alone, standing alone on the official road with his arms folded, with his back to everyone and his long hair flowing. He looked extremely forlorn. What man? The captain of the city lord's guards waved his hand, and the large troop immediately stopped. When he came forward, he asked drastically. Only Yi Daolin slowly turned around and said with an expressionless face, I'm only looking for this little brat Li Xingchen. Everyone else, if you don't want to die, get out of my way immediately. Yi Daolin said by name. So it's President Yi, the head of the guards, however, was not the least bit afraid and turned his hand to take out a token. President Yi, our Lord City Lord said that we will definitely meet you when we go out. This is his token. I hope you can give us face and let us pass first. I've already withdrawn from the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. Today's matter is my personal grudge against Li Xingchen. Killing my son, not sharing the same sky. It's no good for anyone to come today. Yi Daolin didn't give the city lord's office the slightest bit of face. President Yi, you're making it very difficult for us. Li Xingchen is the seated participant in the Demon Beast competition this time. We have to protect his safety. Otherwise we can't account for it. Then do you know that originally this man belonged to my son? And it was he who took everything from my son. Yi Daolin hissed loudly. Hey, you old man. Li now stood straight up in the ranks. Today is really a small knife-pulling ass and opening my eyes ah. Your son doesn't speak of martial virtues, and you're still justified. Brat, I'll kill you. Seeing Li Xian, Yi Daolin's anger completely exploded. The entire person charged towards Li Xian despite the obstruction. The guards of the city lord's mansion immediately stepped forward to stop them, but all of them were no match, and one by one they were overturned. Star, sit down. Lei Hu pulled Li Xian with a gloomy face, signaling Li Xian to sit down. Then he got up and blocked in front of Li Xian. The rest of the group moved out of the way. After all, it was a personal vendetta, and it wasn't a good idea for them to get involved. This drawing fire was not something they wanted to solicit. Principal Lei Hu, get him, Li Xian said viciously. With that, he once again stood up and shouted at Yi Daolin. Yi Daolin, you old man, you father and son are not human. Now that you've quit the Chamber of Commerce of tomorrow, I'm still afraid of you. You're just a heifer that can't give birth. Bull, you're a bad cow. Thunder Tiger protected in front of Li Xian. Li was now constantly angering Yi Daolin in the back. You sit down. Lei Hu turned around and shouted angrily, then looked at Yi Daolin with a grave expression. At this moment, the beast soul behind Yi Daolin gradually solidified and then separated from his body. One person, a wild lion, charged towards Lei Hu. However, just when it was almost in front of Lei Hu, the berserk lion, which had materialized, leapt forward and charged at Li Xian. As for Yi Daolin himself, he headed towards Lei Hu and pestered him. Platinum Sentinel, Beast Soul Materialization. An Imperial Beast Master who has reached this realm. The soul of the beast in the body can materialize and fight separately from the Imperial Beast Master. It also possesses an autonomous battle consciousness, and uses its techniques appropriately according to the battle situation. Seeing this, Thunder Tiger also immediately let the Beast Soul Thunder War Tiger in his body charge out. Thunder stormed out, and a white tiger charged towards that berserk lion with the speed of lightning and fire. Rushed to block in front of Li Xian as the berserk lion rushed towards him. Li now slowly backed away from the fray. Looking at Yi Daolin's eyes, his killing heart stormed out. This Yi Daolin, I can't stay today. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Li Xian didn't allow any accidents to happen. The moment Yi Daolin's beast soul was entangled by the thunder battle tiger, and Yi Daolin himself fought with Lei Hu. Capturing the thief first, Li Xian immediately catapulted towards Yi Daolin and spared him. The black iron snake slid down the cuff to his wrist, and Li now put it down before slowly crawling towards Yi Daolin in a shrunken state. Golden-scaled poison python. Erase the scent from the black iron snake. In the next moment, the black iron snake, which was only a few dozen centimeters, immediately disappeared from his body. Even with careful sensing, it couldn't be detected. Not to mention Yi Daolin, who was still fighting. The black iron snake disappeared into the grass and then slowly approached Yi Daolin and Lei Hu. Within 3 meters of that duo's circumference, the beast's power was rampant, and onlookers were unable to get close at all. The black iron snake stopped when it came to 5 meters away from the battle circle. At this moment, a sinister look flashed across Li Xian's eyes as he commanded Black Iron Snake in his mind. 1 strike to kill. Use the bottom card directly, and not give the opponent the slightest respite. Immediately after recovering your original body, immediately use the golden-scaled poison python's innate beast skill Heavenly Python Rampage again. Then stimulate the Black Lotus Red Flame and spit out the bone-corroding poisonous mist if necessary. But remember, lest you injure Headmaster Lei Hu. Laying out his strategy, Black Iron Snake waited silently after receiving the message. Bang! Right at this moment, Yi Daolin and Lei Hu's fists and palms clashed and flew out backwards. What an opportunity! Li Xian instantly brightened up. At the same time, Black Iron Snake, who had had the experience of being guided by Li Xian in battle many times, immediately realized that the opportunity could not be lost. The next moment, a giant python in the grass grew against the wind. From the original length of tens of centimeters, it directly skyrocketed to more than 10 meters long. After a pause of a breath, it once again skyrocketed to over 30 meters. This monstrous python, in front of everyone, radiated black and red flames all over its body. Opening his large mouth, he tore down viciously on Yi Daolin. At the same time, the poisonous mist surged from the snake's mouth and swept towards Yi Daolin in a heavenly sweep. Mud, if I don't kill you, I'll take your name. Li Xian jumped straight up in excitement. All of it all happened really fast. It was almost a blink of an eye. Not to mention Yi Daolin, even the other spectators didn't react. Before the poisonous mist dissipated, the berserk lion, who was fighting with the thunder battle tiger in the distance, abruptly disappeared. The crowd retreated back and forth, fearing that they would be mistakenly injured by the poisonous mist. And when the poisonous mist dispersed, the black iron snake bit a corpse in its mouth and swallowed it whole. The corpse of a platinum imperial beast master, with its rich nutritional energy, was most tonic. Not far away, Lei Hu stared blankly at all this and swallowed with some difficulty. Even Lei Hu didn't react to what had just happened. If the black iron snake was attacking Thunder Tiger, Lei Hu thought to himself that he wasn't capable of dodging it at all. But actually, it was more because Yi Daolin and the beast soul were fighting separately. If his beast soul doesn't separate out, Li Xian really couldn't do anything about him. After all, it was a platinum imperial beast master. It's not blown out of proportion, so to speak. The beast's soul is separated and its power is greatly increased. But for the imperial beast master himself, some weaknesses were exposed. Not long after, the black lotus red flame on the black iron serpent's body slowly disappeared before shrinking back to Li Xian's body once again. Everyone looked at Li Xian in shock, silence at what had just happened. Thunder Tiger retrieved his beast soul and came before Li Xian. How? Did you even kill Yi Daolin? Lei Hu's face was very embarrassed. At least that's a person from the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. In case we pursue this, how can we afford it? So according to Principal Lei Hu, it's just a matter of me sticking out my head and letting him chop it off? Li presently said without a trace of humor. Originally thought that Lei Hu was a bold person and did not fear to do things, but today it seems to be just that. Wouldn't it be better to get rid of him? Drive away? Is that something you say with your upper lip touching your lower lip? It's an undying grudge. Either he or I will die. Do you think you can hide from it? Available. Lei Hu was speechless, and after a moment, he let out a long sigh. Hey, in this matter, what Li is doing now is the perfect way to do it. He, Yi Daolin, has said that he has quit the Tomorrow Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, this is something that Li is simply not right about now. No matter who holds him accountable, he'll be able to talk his way out of it. In other words, Li is now acting in self-defense and is not at fault. The team geared up and moved on. Lei Hu also did not say anything more. In fact, he also knew that this matter put on his own head. He will also be the same as Li Xian killed Yi Daolin. But after this battle, the whole group was all much more solemn. And right after the team left, not far away on a hilltop, a group of mysterious people wearing black robes looked at the team's faraway direction and revealed a wry smile. It's confirmed. It's the Black Lotus Red Flame without a doubt. Ha ha, after several decades, I can actually see the Black Lotus Red Flame again before entering the coffin. God really has an eye. Also, the news is accurate. This kid is indeed from the Cloud Shadow Academy and is the disciple of this old man Shulan. Then in that case, the one who snatched away the Black Lotus red flame back then was still this old man Chulan. This old ass tricked us so hard. What Li Xian didn't know was that there was an even greater crisis that awaited them on the way to Tianlu City. In fact, relatively speaking, this team was in existence that no one would dare to mess with when they went anywhere in the Great Zhou Kingdom. The Platinum Imperial Beast Masters alone reached 4 or 5. These 4 or 5 were including Lei Hu, as well as one of the City Lord's Guard captains, and one from each of the other 3 great families. There were even as many as dozens of Golden Imperial Beast Masters. If it were any other year, there wouldn't have been a battle like this at all. And the main reason it's so serious this year is because of Li Now. If Li Xian could shine at the National Demon Beast competition, Cloud Shadow City Lord by Fei Fan would also have a bright face, and there would also be an unforgiving reward from the Imperial clan. After all, for the royal family, the local officials were instrumental in nurturing a great talent. Cloud Shadow City was about 4 days away from the leader city, Sky Stream City, and the competition will start in 5 days, so it's still very tight in terms of time. As it grew dark, the crowd stopped at a small town. The fact that so many people entered the town couldn't help but make the residents of the town feel very surprised. The only inn in the town wasn't even big enough for them. There was no choice but to rent any barns, haylofts, that could shelter them from the wind and rain. Almost the entire inn was packed with them. Everyone, after you finish eating, get an early night's rest, and we'll be on the road early tomorrow morning. After the chief of the escort made his rounds to make sure everyone was properly arranged, he returned to the inn. Li Xian and Lei Hu sat at a small table and ate in silence, but they eat what they bring. I've always felt that there's something not quite right about this town, Li Xian said with a frown. Oh, you found it too? Lei Hu laughed lightly. Principal Lei Hu, you found it too? Li Xian asked in sudden surprise. It wasn't just me who noticed. The rest of the escort team did too, even the others who were escorting the contestants. Lei Hu said, looking around and exchanging glances with the others. From Cloud Shadow City to Heavenly Stream City, these guys have traveled I don't know how many times, but they've never seen a town like this at all, and for it to suddenly appear here today, there must be something wrong. Is it coming at me again? Li Xian frowned and looked around vigilantly, and right at this moment, an expert from the Li family of Cloud Shadow City suddenly found the escort leader. Captain Qin, all of us from the other 9 contestants have discussed that we must kick this Li Xingchen out of the team, the Li clan's expert said in a decisive manner. When Li Xian in the distance heard this, his face sank. Lei Hu slapped the table and walked straight over. What are you talking about? Headmaster Lei, this town is bizarre beyond compare. There is no such town from Cloud Shadow City to Skystream City. These people are definitely coming for you. We don't want to lose our lives here because of you. The Li clan's experts didn't give Lei Hu the slightest bit of face. This would have been fine if they were in Cloud Shadow City, but this had already left Cloud Shadow City, and the Li family was no longer afraid of Lei Hu. Exactly. The others immediately began to respond in kind. Even though Li Xingchen is the first place winner in Cloud Shadow City, we have to go to the competition as well. People are here to take revenge on you. Why don't we split up and go? Don't you owe us? The crowd was grumbling. For a moment, Lei Hu didn't know how to retort. Captain Qin, say something. Your city lord's mansion also has the responsibility to protect us. We don't want to be dragged into this, the Li clan's expert urged again, only to see that Captain Qin looking at Lei Hu in a difficult situation. It was obvious that he didn't want to take any chances in this matter either. Although he had also received orders from the city lord to protect Li Xian's safety, he wouldn't sell his life if something really went wrong. How about this then? I'll take the others and go first, then leave half the men behind to protect you too? Captain Qin said to Lei Hu in slight contemplation. Aren't you afraid of the White City Lord when you do this? Lei Hu coldly questioned. Principal Ray, but as you can see, they have a lot of opinions. I'm responsible for your safety, but I'm also responsible for theirs, Captain Qin said with difficulty. Principal Ray, let them go. Just then, Li Xian suddenly walked over and said, but, Principal Ray, why bother keeping them around when they won't do anything if something happens? Lei Hu thought about it, relying on these guys to deter the enemies in the dark. You might even be threatened by others against yourself when the time comes. Alright then, in that case, all of you go. We'll meet up at Tianlu City in 5 days. When Lei Hu released his words, the others were instantly delighted. Captain Qin couldn't wait before saying to the others, then let's leave now. This town is eerie and weirdly oozing. Yes, 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 now. The others immediately packed up their things and then prepared to leave. For a while, only Lei Hu and Li Xian were left in the entire inn. So what do we do? Lei Hu looked at Li Xian and inquired. Sleep. Of course. Li Xian pulled over a table, so he slept directly on it. If they go out now, they will surely die. How do you know? Lei Hu instantly looked puzzled and asked in a grave manner. This town. It's a fantasy-type demonic beast that messed up. No substantial damage. It's mainly to slow us down. If there's no accident, there should be an even bigger crisis waiting for us in front of us. Let them go first and scout the way for us. Then we'll go again. It's not too late. Looking at Li Xian so calmly, Lei Hu instantly asked suspiciously, "How do you know all this?" Li Xian was speechless and said with a roll of his eyes, "I learned that from Master Ma Yun." But in fact, all of this was told to Li Xian by the soul bug. As far as fantasy-type demonic beasts were concerned, this kind of small trick was not worth mentioning in front of the soul bugs. It just made Li Xian puzzled. Yi Daolin was dead. What other people would want to lay hands on him? The news of the foreign fire is being rumored. Could it really be that the person who once reigned supreme with Principal Chulan and snatched the foreign fire has come? Li Xian couldn't help but think worriedly. It was pitch black, and I don't know what time of night it is. A sudden burst of noisy footsteps came from outside the inn. Li Xian and Lei Hu sat up at once. The next moment, the door of the inn was pushed open, and a group of people rushed in a wretched panic. Fixing their eyes on them, these people were clearly the guards and other contestants who had left the place earlier. "What's going on with you guys? Aren't you gone?" Li now asked with a light laugh as he sat at the table, only to see one person angrily coming to Li Xian, slamming the table and questioning, "What kind of people have you guys offended? Those guys saw us and said they were going to do it. More than 100 of my brothers. Only 20 of them are left dead. 9 contestants. 5 are left. How do you want me to explain to Lord City Lord? Captain Qin, please watch your words." Lei Hu coldly walked over and said, "What do you mean we've offended someone? Have you forgotten your duties? Your duty is to protect us, no matter what danger you encounter. You deserve it even if you have to sacrifice. Are there fewer things that people from other cities have done to us in the past? What other city?" Li Xian was instantly puzzled. Demon beast competition. Extremely competitive. Some people from some cities will intercept and kill people from other cities on their way to the collar city. As a way to reduce competitors, this kind of thing is prohibited time and time again. Captain Qin is not well protected. I'll report this matter to City Lord Bai. You. Lei Hu's words made Captain Qin unable to defend himself. Yeah. Now no one was sure whether the people who attacked the team were coming for Li Xian or for the team. And it's obvious that we weren't in the group. And you guys were attacked. Obviously and easily. It was directed at you and had nothing to do with us. Lei Hu skimmed over everything in a few words. When Li Xian, who was next to him, saw this scene, he immediately snickered. But, Captain Chink was a few sentences long, but he didn't come up with anything. When the others heard Lei Hu's analysis, they couldn't help but feel that there was some truth to it. As for the dead, who cares? They were all competing on behalf of Cloud Shadow City though. But the leader's city competition, when the time comes, all of them may become rivals with each other. One dead now is one less opponent. No wonder people from other cities used to go after people from another city. That's a pretty good way to do it. Unconsciously, it was getting light. Just then, the crowd suddenly saw a trance before their eyes. In the next moment, the original somewhat dimly lit and slowly disappeared and was replaced by a deserted area. It's the illusionary realm. There are fantasy-type demonic beasts. Captain Qin was immediately alert. However, Li Xian was seen packing up his things and strutting forward with Lei Hu. The illusions left behind by this demonic beast lasted for a whole night. As you can imagine, its age is also very high. Or maybe it was the fact that this Imperial Beastmaster was of a very high rank. Or at least a Platinum Imperial Beastmaster that was messing with it. Led by Captain Qin, the group arrived at the place where they were attacked last night. All you could see was a mess of corpses all around you. Right at this moment, the soulworm suddenly cried out in excitement. Lord Prisoner, so many remaining souls, quickly go over and absorb them. Li Xian sniffed and immediately moved and began to roam around each corpse. It looked like they were pretending to look for clues, but they were actually absorbing the souls around them that hadn't dissipated yet. The sun wasn't out yet, so their souls were still dissipating relatively slowly. After the soulworms had devoured all the souls around them, Li Xian saw that the recovery degree of the soulworm had risen a little more to 3%. Lord Warden, beware. Someone is approaching. The soul insect that was absorbing the remnants of the soul suddenly alerted. Li Xian immediately looked around. However, he saw several black shadows suddenly fly out from all around him. A careful count of the gang totaled 7. Each of them wore long black robes and looked very mysterious. Who the hell are you people? Captain Qin tensed up when he saw these people, because it was the same group that attacked last night. I told you why I didn't see this little guy before, so I didn't follow him before. One of them said with a sudden realization as he looked at Li Xian. If they enter the illusion I set up, they'll come here no matter where they go from. So don't worry guys. The other man sneered. I would advise you to leave if you want to live. Yes, we came for the youth in black. The men shouted. At this moment, Captain Sheen's face was green. Martyr, it's obviously coming at you guys. And you're making up reasons for me to say that people from other cities are the ones who moved. Alright now, you guys have fun. Captain Sheen immediately took a step forward, dividing the boundary with Li Xian, and with his mouth open, he shouted, "Wei!" When Li Xian saw this, he knew that Captain Sheen and the others were preparing to leave, not waiting for Captain Sheen to finish. So he yelled, "We are brothers who share the same life and death. So don't you dream." Li Xian didn't give Captain Sheen a chance to speak at all. After grabbing his lines, he released the black iron snake and attacked the group. "Give face. I don't know what's going on. Kill for me." Not a single one left. 7 black-robed mysterious people swooped down, their beast souls appearing behind them as they killed the people on the ground. "No, no, we're not in this together." Captain Sheen was shocked and quickly waved his hand to explain, but the opponent's killing move had already arrived. Captain Sheen had no choice but to fight back. At the same time, while attacking, he shouted, "Let's go. We'll leave immediately right away. You guys go find them." But the other party didn't listen at all. 5 of them pestered Captain Sheen and the others, leaving 2. One rushed towards Lei Hu and one was entangled by the black iron snake. Li Xian backed up and found a big rock to hide. Just then, the remaining contestants, their protectors had already started fleeing around with their own people. The other side is just too strong. If it wasn't for Captain Sheen and the others holding up the front, they wouldn't have been able to escape at all. Captain Sheen panicked when he saw that everyone else had left. Coincidentally, Li now shouted from behind a distant boulder, "Good job, Captain Sheen. Until death do us part. We are good brothers for life." "My nigga, I'm not a good brother to you." However, right at this moment, while Captain Sheen was speaking, he was directly knocked out by a man in black. Although he was deeply wounded, Captain Sheen took advantage of this opening and fled into the distance, rolling and crawling. Before leaving, he didn't forget to shout, "Principal Lei, you guys hang in there, I'll call for backup." 7 men in black, 1 not dead, the others who fought died and fled. Seeing this, Li Xian couldn't help but frown. Can you tell what strength the other party has? 1 Diamond Imperial Beastmaster, 2 Platinum Imperial Beastmasters, and 4 Gold Imperial Beastmasters. The golden-scaled poison python's voice rang out. The one who was pestering Lei Hu is the Diamond Imperial Beastmaster, but it can be seen that he seems to be injured and doesn't dare to go all out. And it's only because Principal Lei is in his full strength that he's been able to withstand it so far. But at this point, all the others fled. There'd be no one to hold the rest of them. In the next moment, 2 Platinum Imperial Beastmasters and 4 Gold Imperial Beastmasters surrounded the Black Iron Snake. Just then, that Diamond Imperial Beastmaster didn't forget to turn around and barked. This swallowed the foreign fire. "Don't kill him." When Li Xian heard this, a cold light sprang up. At the same time, he instructed the Black Iron Serpent with psychic communication. "Don't hide them. They are coming for the foreign fire. If you can kill one, it's one." After Li Xian had instructed him, the Black Iron Snake's figure soared and directly used the golden-scaled poison python's heavenly python rampage. It's a beast skill. This actually possesses an innate beast skill. A mere 100 years of demonic beasts have actually comprehended their innate beast techniques. No wonder they can devour the Black Lotus Red Flame. But then again, it's still a 100-year-old demonic beast. Nothing more. The 6 people stormed back, not forgetting to have the leisure to exchange some discussion. Li Xian's gaze condensed, and he inwardly shouted coldly, "Kill as many as you can. Don't keep the bottom." In the next moment, only the Black Iron Snake, whose figure had skyrocketed to more than 30 meters long, was covered in pitch-black scales that unexpectedly stood up piece by piece. Immediately following, whoosh, the scales were like sharp flying daggers, shooting out in all directions with the momentum of a raging storm. It was certainly the golden-scaled poison python's third innate beast skill, the 10,000 scaled poison blade, 10,000 scales poison knife, using all the scales on the body as knives, quenched with deadly snake venom, shooting out in all directions, covering 360 degrees without a dead angle. It's hard to escape the gods and ghosts. Before the people around them could react, they were shot directly at. The 4 golden Imperial Beastmasters were shot into a sieve on the spot. The 2 platinum Imperial Beastmasters hastily fended off, but they were also shot with several scales on their bodies in bits and pieces. However, the next moment, when they were ready to fight back, the snake venom on their scales spread throughout their body at an extremely fast speed, causing them to be unable to mobilize even a trace of their beast power. Black Iron Snake, go help Lei Hu. Leave these 2 scums to me. Li now lurked cat-like. The soulworm's voice rang out in his head. Whoa, fresh souls, great tonic. In an instant, the souls of the 4 golden Imperial Beastmasters were absorbed by the soulworms. Li now watched as the recovery degree went up a little more. In the distance, That Diamond Imperial Beastmaster seemed to have noticed the commotion here. Of course, when they looked back this way, they saw 4 dead and 2 seriously injured. At the same time, the Black Iron Snake attacked instantly. However, as a Diamond Imperial Beastmaster, what big scenes had he not seen before? However, he was extremely shocked inwardly, worthy of being a demonic beast that has devoured a foreign fire. In just 100 years, it actually possesses such a strong strength. Li now catapulted himself to his feet and slowly leaned over. Holding the snake scorpion blade in his hand, he slowly walked over. Those 2 fell to the ground and wailed, hastily taking out pills to prepare for the antidote. Li was now lying on the ground, his legs stomping back, and his entire body was like a cheetah. The next moment, as those 2 were preparing to take their medicine, Li Xian's legs stomped, and his entire body was like an arrow off the string as he rushed forward. One of them only heard the sound of rustling footsteps, but when he looked back, he saw a handful of black and emerald green light flashing by. Immediately afterward, there was no feeling. Li Xian stormed over, holding his sword in one hand, and slashed at the head of one of them. It was a quick, precise, and unforgiving cut. The powerful force directly cut off the head of the Platinum Imperial Beastmaster who had no beast power. Whoa oh oh, so satisfying, so fresh souls, Lord Warden, kill some more and I'll be completely restored. The soul worms kept devouring the souls, making ear-piercing sounds in Li Xian's mind. After resolving one person, Li Xian backhanded his sword and slashed at another person. But the man was prepared and turned to flee. It was a cut that went straight to the back. A bloody wound about half a meter long appeared on the man's back. The man screamed miserably and prostrated himself on the ground. Li now steps up and kicks him down. The snake and scorpion blade in his hand, viciously stabbed down at his back. Thumbs up. Blood bubbled up as the man's neck slumped and he died completely. The battle continued in the distance. When Li Xian looked at the duo's hands, he locked his gaze on the yuan ring on his hand. Grabbing the yuan ring of one of them, Li Xian pulled hard, but that yuan ring was so solid that it couldn't be taken off at all. Seeing this, Li Xian slashed down and directly cut off the fingers of these 2 people. Just put it away along with the finger. Afterwards, Li Xian looked at the other 4 golden imperial beastmasters. Even a small grasshopper is meat. It can't go to waste. Rushing over in a hurry, Li Xian chopped off a few people's fingers as he had done. After doing this, Li Xian let out a long breath, then hid once again. And just then, that Diamond Imperial Beastmaster's afterimage flicked, but he saw that the few people he had brought with him had all been killed. The anger inside couldn't help but skyrocket. The Diamond Imperial Beastmaster's aura instantly swept out. Upon reaching Diamond Beastmaster, one could directly fuse the beast souls, accessing all the power of the beast souls, and entering a realm where one could do as one wished. In the next moment, he only saw the man's fist ruthlessly smashing into the Black Iron Snake's head. The Black Iron Snake, which was more than 30 meters long, was directly sent flying. Immediately afterward, the man flew towards the Black Iron Snake. Then he grabbed the 30-meter Black Iron Snake and was ready to leave. However, because the Black Iron Snake was too large, when Thunder Tiger saw this, he hurriedly chased after it. Li Xian stared at this person in the sky with a pair of dead eyes. At the same time, he inwardly felt the Black Iron Snake's condition at this moment. The Black Iron Serpent was hit hard in the head and appeared unconscious. At the same time, the Heavenly Python Rampage status was lifted, and the Black Iron Snake instantly returned to its original length of over 10 meters. This gave the Diamond Imperial Beastmaster the opportunity to take away the Black Iron Serpent even more. Black Iron Snake, wake up! Black Iron Snake, wake up! Li was now inwardly hyperventilating. Release the Black Lotus Red Flame. Hurry up and release the Black Lotus Red Flame for me. The Black Iron Snake had used all of the golden scaled poison python's innate beast techniques just now. It's simply not going to work again for a while. If you want to get rid of that Imperial Beastmaster's control, you can only use the Black Lotus Red Flame. Seeing that this fellow was about to disappear far away with the Black Iron Snake. This if the Black Iron Snake was taken away, the Black Lotus Red Flame on him could be taken away as well. At the same time, Li Xian would be disqualified from continuing to participate in the demonic beast competition. Lei Hu was shocked and made a dash for it, but the speed is still a step behind. After all, the gulf between diamonds and platinum is also vastly different. Although the other party was suffering from a hidden disease and was unable to push his full strength, but it's not comparable to Thunder Tiger. And just as that Imperial Beastmaster disappeared from view, an intense black and red flame rose steeply from the Black Iron Snake. That Diamond Imperial Beastmaster was scorched by the Black Lotus Red Flame and immediately let go of the Black Iron Snake. The Black Iron Snake fell straight out of midair. Seeing this, Lei Hu rushed up. Seeing this, that Imperial Beastmaster still wanted to grab the Black Iron Snake, but when the Black Iron Snake fell into the middle of the woods, it quickly wandered over to Li Xian's side. And right at this moment, in the distance, Captain Sheen had actually rushed over with a group of men. Seeing this, the man in black stomped his foot in annoyance, then turned around and fled into the distance. Suddenly, Lei Hu fiercely struck out, and as soon as he did, he ripped off the man's black robe. At once, the person's face was exposed to Li Xian and Lei Hu. Li Xian's brows furrowed. This was actually an old man who was past his prime, with a head full of gray hair and his entire face as pale as tree bark. Being shown his face, the man hurriedly covered his face and fled into the distance. Within a short time, Lei Hu arrived in front of Li Xian. Li Xian asked suspiciously, "Principal Lei, do you recognize this person?" Lei Hu shook his head and said, "I don't know. I guess it's possible that it's someone who had robbed the Black Lotus Red Flame together with Principal Chu and the others back then." Just then, Captain Sheen arrived from afar with his men. Li Xian looked with him and realized that he had actually arrived with a group of escorts in different costumes. And for Captain Sheen, he really had his back to the point on this errand. But not bad luck either. Just now, when he escaped, he unexpectedly just happened to encounter another city's escort. After explaining the situation, the other party followed Captain Sheen over without hesitation. This time Cloud Shadow City suffered heavy losses. 5 of the 10 participants were killed and 4 escaped. Fortunately, the first Li is now unharmed. If even Li Xian had an accident, then he would definitely lose his head if he went back. "You guys are okay?" Captain Sheen asked with a humongous face, as if coming back for support was such a heroic and righteous thing to do. As for the matter of him defiantly trying to escape just now, it was simply as if it had never happened. Captain Sheen is righteous. I knew Captain Sheen was the one who would share our lives and deaths. Li Xian held himself back from laughing out loud and gave Captain Sheen a thumbs up. Captain Sheen's face changed slightly, and he coughed awkwardly for a few moments, then turned around and said gratefully to the other city's escort, "I can't thank you enough. The enemy has been scared away from us. So next, why don't we set off together?" "This is no problem." The other party agreed without hesitation. It's 2 cities, but it's also one system of people. As for Lei Hu's comment about stabbing neighboring cities in the past, those are done by individual contestants. It has nothing to do with the city lord's escort. "Let me see what these are." Captain Sheen looked toward a few bodies in the distance and walked over. Li Xian also followed curiously. After lifting the masks from these people's faces, Li Xian recorded the looks of these people deeply in his mind. This is... Just then, Captain Sheen looked over the body and seemed to have discovered something. Li Xian couldn't help but look back and ask, "Captain Sheen, have you found anything?" "No, nothing." Captain Sheen stood up in a hurry while turning the body over. Li Xian suspiciously glanced at Captain Sheen before following the large group out of here. Next, the crowd arrived at Tianlu City without any danger. Arriving at Tianlu City, Li Xian seemed as if he was a frog at the bottom of a well, and was quite impressed with the tall buildings. Everyone else seems to have been here before, but it's hard not to be heartbroken, because this heavenly stream city, it was just too big. That tall wall was dozens of meters high. Thick gates, made of some unknown metal mixed with wood. It was more than half a meter thick, and it was estimated that 4 or 5 people could not push a fan. On the semicircular city gate, the 3 words Tianlu City were written in huge letters. And there were dozens of guards at the city gates day and night, but anyone who enters is subject to an inventory check. After Li Xian and the others showed their proofs, they entered the middle of Tianlu City without any problems. Passing through the city gates, Li Xian was instantly attracted by the tall and magnificent buildings within the city. There are endless streams of people coming and going. The wide, flat road was wide enough for 8 horses to drive side by side. There were occasional patrols walking through the city. So it could be said that the security of Tianlu City was so good that it could be said that the roads were not closed at night. Moreover, Tianlu City, as a collared city, had his share of wealth. All the slave cities under the jurisdiction of Tianlu City, whose demon beast competition participants, were all arranged to live in fixed inns. Li Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he arrived here. After checking into the inn, Li Xian couldn't wait to go and wash up. The tournament officially starts tomorrow, but Black Iron Snake, however, has been through a big battle before and appears to be a little weak and unstable and in need of recovery. However, this is not difficult for Li now, because the time to open the blind box has come again. 2 platinum sentinels meta-ring and 4 gold sentinels meta-ring. I'm sure I can open quite a few things that will give Black Iron Snake a big boost. The golden scaled poison python had no problem with things like the opening ring though. However, the main anti-theft mechanism of the meta ring is beast power plus spirit seal. This is something that is more than a handful for a soul worm. Speaking of soul insects, he had reached 5% recovery after the soul devouring from the previous battle. After taking out all of the things and all of the yuan rings, Li Xian began to do some organizing. 41 My father, Zhang Ura, 6 meta ring. A total of 80 crystal coins were opened, 1 each of 5,000 years of demon crystals and herbs. 15 herbs of 3,000 years old, several others under 1,000 years old. In addition, Li Xian discovered a black token in each of the 5 yuan rings, and a letter. After taking them all apart and examining them, Li Xian instantly knew where these people came from. Dark Factory. Li now slowly raised his head. No wonder Captain Qin seems to have discovered something. It could be that they also have the Dark Factory's proprietary markings on them. That's why Captain Qin doesn't dare to make a noise. And these people are from the Dark Factory. They are worried about being recognized. That's why they are masked. There are 5 tokens. And the tokens are different for Gold Imperials and Platinum Imperials. But exactly what position it represented, Li now didn't know. Li Xian did not throw it all away, but put it away. Also through those letters, the name of the person who owned each token was known. And those letters are the letters of appointment for the Dark Factory. Li Xian helped the Black Iron Snake recover its body after refining all the demon crystals and herbs. After recovering, the Black Iron Serpent had reached 110 years of age. The Golden Scaled Poison Python had now completely recovered. So there's no need for all this ordinary energy. And soulworms need soul power. These ordinary energies are useless. But it can't go to waste. Li Xian let the Golden Scaled Poison Python give a share to the Saw Moon Silver Wolf as well as the Light Holy Envoy and the Shadow Bull Demon. After all, they've recovered too. Their strength continued to increase. And later on, after Li Xian recovered his beast power, his power would also increase a lot. After restoring the Black Iron Snake, Li Xian went out the door. But after leaving the door, he met Lei Hu. Where to? Lei Hu watched Li Xian closely, fearing that Li Xian would run amok. Any more messes before the game? It's early. Don't you want to go out for a walk? Li now hemmed and hawed and moved over. Principal Ray, let's go out for a stroll. My treat. Ha! Principal Ray grunted. You're so rich and powerful now that you're talking. Right. Wealthy and big. Thick. Li Xian laughed and pulled Lei Hu out the door. Let's go. Go out for a stroll. Tianlu City has good security. Lei Hu helplessly shook his head and laughed, then went out with Li Xian. Tianlu City is really big. As large as the city is, it is divided into 5 areas of jurisdiction, and the area where Li is now located is called Nanshan District. This was the highest location within Tianlu City, being in one of the taller buildings on the southern mountainous area. You can overlook the entire Tianlu City. The South Mountain area is considered an ornamental area with excellent scenery. The people who stay here are mainly from out of town. You guys don't think that in this continent where imperial beasts are honored, no one comes out to travel. All the participants of the demonic beast competition were arranged here. Also so that all could have a better experience of Tianlu City. Under the South Mountain area, there are 3 areas adjacent to each other. Directly north of the Beidou district was the important area of Tianlu City, and the city lord's mansion was over there. The Sky Prime district, which was right next to it, was where the upper-class people of Tianlu City lived. Overlooking the entire Sky Prime district from the southern hills, you can see that the district is lush. The buildings are luxurious and the buildings are not as densely packed as in other areas. Almost all of the people living here were rich people, or some high-level imperial beast masters. There was also a Jinshan district, which was an area that supported the economic lifeline of the entire Tianlu City. Here, merchants are as numerous as the stars. Countless chambers of commerce, stationed here, brought unrivaled economic effects to Tianlu City, and the competition site for the Demon Beast competition was here. In fact, you can see the Colosseum area from the southern hills overlooking down. It was a building that covered an extremely large area. Viewed from above, the Colosseum is in the shape of 5 intersecting rings with 5 different Colosseums. It can accommodate more than 100,000 people for watching the fights. The beast fighting competition was a competition that was prevalent throughout the Tianyuan continent. It is extremely prevalent in whatever country it is. The main reason for this is because of the existence of the sealing profession of the Imperial Beastmaster. The Beastmaster hunts demonic beasts for their souls. It also captures powerful demonic beasts and sells them to the Colosseum for betting. A powerful, relatively intact demonic beast could fetch a hefty price anywhere, given to a fighting arena. Except for these 4 areas, there's also a Yongchang district. The Yongchang district is gently built and is the sum of the other 4 districts, and it was the people living inside that were the majority of the ordinary people in Tianlu City. Lei Hu had come to Tianlu City several times. Naturally, he knew where there were fun places to go in Tianlu City, so he took Li Xian directly to the Jinshan district. Looking at the passers-by coming and going in all shapes and sizes, Li Xian was as curious about everything as if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. This is the charm of being a collar city. There were more than 20 territorial cities in the Great Zhou, and Tianlu City ranked in the middle of the pack. Li Xian couldn't dare to imagine that the collar city would have such a charm. Then the capital city of the Great Zhou is going to be so blooming. I'll take you around the Colosseum first, so you can take in the glamorous aura of the Colosseum first. Lei Hu brought Li Xian directly to the five-ring Colosseum. The place was packed and everyone was extremely high-strung, obviously excited because of the excitement of a certain brawl. The Five Rings Colosseum. 5 different levels of fighting venues. Separate fights for subcentennials. More than 100 years to 200 years of fighting matches. Bicentennial to sesquicentennial fights. 500 to 1000 years of fighting matches. There's also the 1,000 plus year old fights. Of course, his tickets vary for each area of the tournament. It's not just the ticket prices that are different. Along with the bet size there are certain limits. Have there been any demonic beasts over 1,000 years old competing recently? Lei Hu asked as he came to the ticket counter. The demon beast competition is going to be held here. The competition over 1,000 years old is only the last one today. It will start in an hour. How many tickets do you want? The man at the ticket counter said loudly to Lei Hu. 1,000 taels. Lei Hu took out a silver ticket and was ready to hand it in, but it was given by Li now ahead of him. I'll pay for it when it's said and done. Li presently hemmed and hawed. But inside, he was extremely shocked. For a beast fighting competition that was over 1,000 years old, just the ticket alone was 500 taels for one person, which made ordinary people unable to even reach the threshold of entry. With that, the conductor handed out 2 delicate signs. Li Xian saw that the sign had a hidden flow of energy. It's not ordinary stuff at first glance. Lei Hu explained. This is the wild card, meaning that if you need to have a betting match, how much you press, there will be a record in it. And afterwards the Colosseum will give you a cashback based on the record of this wild card. Li Xian nodded. How this felt like it had a techie feel to it. Step into the Colosseum. The 5 different levels of the Colosseum have different entrances. Following the signs, the duo arrived at the Colosseum. Been driving around here for an hour. Li Xian then entered the Colosseum with Lei Hu. Upon entering, the first thing you do is come to the gambling table. You don't just buy a ticket to enter and watch. You don't just come to see the show. How about betting some for fun? Both of you, do you have an eye on which demonic beast? The staff at the croupier. The service was very good. He personally walked over to introduce Li Xian and Lei Hu. The two of you purchased tickets for the 1,000-year-old demonic beast competition. The competition has now begun. The 2 demonic beasts are the 100-year-old inferno demon bear and the 200-year-old scorpion demon leopard. The difference in years between the 2 is immense, and the odds are 1 to 1 and 3 respectively. The inferno bear's abilities tend towards the elements and defense. The scorpion demon panther's abilities tend towards speed and attacks and toxicity. My personal suggestion is the inferno bear. Although the scorpion demon leopard was older, he was injured when he was captured. But ultimately the choice is yours. What do you two think? Principal Ray, what do you think? Li Xian immediately became interested. I think the little girl has a good point. After Lei Hu carefully studied it, he felt that the inferno bear's chances of winning were indeed great. What do you think? I haven't seen them live. I can't be sure who I'm going to bet on yet. After all, I look at the face value. Whoever looks majestic and dominant, I'm going to bet on them. You boy, Lei Hu asked with a light laugh. Can we make our choice once we're in the arena? Sure. This way. This little girl immediately led the way in front, personally leading Li Xian and the others to the location. The game has begun. As soon as he went in, Li Xian saw tens of thousands of people in the room cheering continuously. People sat in the oval Colosseum audience and shouted at the top of their lungs. With their shouts, they cheered for the demonic beasts they had bought, attempting to use the sound to stimulate the demonic beasts to exert power beyond their own bodies. The 2 found their seats and sat down. Looking downwards, one could only see 2 giant 1,000-year-old demonic beasts that were over 100 tons in size and tens of meters tall were constantly fighting. It was incredible. Li Xian secretly marveled. Once seated, there were fruit snacks on the side and the service was excellent. 500 taels of admission is indeed 500 taels of value for money. Each chair is made of pure animal skin and cotton and is soft when you sit down. Each row is spaced apart. When you sit down, it doesn't affect the view in any way. After sitting down, the little girl looked at the time and then reminded. Both of you, the match has already started for almost 10 minutes. Our betting is going to end. So if you want to bet, you have to do it as soon as possible, or else you won't be able to continue betting once the betting portal closes. Li Xian looked with him, only to see a huge bear, covered in flames and huge in size, but looking a bit bloated, being played like a monkey by a black as a phantom cheetah. Well, feeling hopeful about which one? Li Xian immediately asked the golden-scaled poison python's opinion in his mind. They are ancient demonic beasts. There was definitely a unique insight into the battles between demonic beasts. The inferno bear isn't fast, but it's not in a hurry to attack, clearly consuming the scorpion demon leopard's stamina. The golden-scaled poison python could tell the difference just by looking at it. and although the speed of the scorpion demon leopard is fast, it doesn't do enough damage to injure the vitals of the inferno bear. And the reason why it wanders around is mainly because it relies on the toxin on its tail scorpion tail to gradually paralyze the inferno bear. If the two are entangled, they can't be separated. But the body of the scorpion demon leopard, however, hides a special energy, which seems to be an energy injected from the outside, and once it is stimulated, the scorpion demon leopard will gain the power to be reborn in general. So it's safer to have the scorpion demon leopard. Hearing this, Li Xian instantly smiled faintly, hiding a special power. If nothing else, the power must have been officially implanted into the body by the Colosseum. There are definitely more people betting on the Inferno Bear compared to this one. I think it's still the Scorpion Demon Leopard that has a better chance of winning, Li Xian said, taking out a bunch of silver tickets and handing them over. Give me $10 million on the Scorpion Demon Leopard. You kid, playing around so much? Lei Hu's eyes widened when he looked at the $10 million. Hey, small potatoes. Li now guffawed. Principal Lei, if you want to make money, listen to me and bet on the Scorpion Demon Leopard. No, I'm going to bet on the Inferno Bear. Lei Hu took out $1 million and handed it over. I trust my instincts. Ha! Li Xian smiled without saying anything more. People's staff were here, so if Li Xian were to say anything more, he would be exposed. $1 million is nothing to Lei Hu anyway. The staff took the duo's passes and then left after taking their silver tickets, and Li Now and Thunder Tiger focused on the match. Not long after, the staff returned. The pass card was handed to the duo. Li Xian saw that the Scorpion Demon Leopard had a dark body accompanied by some green spots. The tail is shaped like a scorpion's tail with a barb. At this moment, the speed of the Scorpion Demon Leopard had obviously slowed down. Li Xian began to get excited when he saw those who bet on the Inferno Demon Bear. At a glance, almost more than 70% of the people bet on the Inferno Bear. At this moment, even Lei Hu, who was next to him, tensed up. After all, he had also bet on the Inferno Bear to win. And right at this moment, the Inferno Demon Bear found the right opportunity, and that huge bear paw, like a boulder, ruthlessly slapped on the body of the Scorpion Demon Leopard. Instantly, the body of the Scorpion Demon Leopard flew out like a kite with broken strings. Wow! There was a cheer. Even Lei Hu stood up excitedly. A man in his 40s, he still didn't forget to turn around and proudly show off to Li Xian. See, my instincts are just fine. Li Xian smiled and did not reply, eating the fruit and continuing to wait up. This slap could be said to have directly taken half of the Scorpion Demon Leopard's old life. Only the Scorpion Demon Leopard stood up with great difficulty, and right at this moment, the ground trembled slightly, but he saw that Inferno Demon Bear, like a titan, charging over violently. If the Scorpion Demon Panther was hit by this, then the entire match would be completely over. But just in the nick of time, as if the Scorpion Demon Leopard had been doped up, with a whoosh, it directly disappeared in place. But the reality is that the Scorpion Demon Panther really doped up? That hidden power that had been pumped into the body was energized. There was a moment of silence. This was because most people hadn't captured the Scorpion Demon Leopard's figure. What just happened? How did the Scorpion Demon Leopard suddenly explode with such speed? Is it high? I'm going to report it. It should have used an innate beast technique. You guys see that the Scorpion Demon Leopard is vomiting blood. There was a lot of chatter. However, upon seeing the injuries of the Scorpion Demon Leopard, the doubts within his heart were immediately quelled. And that is the brilliance of the Colosseum. Use this power that has been latent. As a side effect, you can experience debilitating vomiting of blood. It can give the appearance of an aftermath of a struggle. But really, at this time, although the Scorpion Demon Leopard was really heavily injured, but under the effect of the powerful force, he couldn't feel any pain at all. Swish swish swish. In the next moment, the heavenly Scorpion Demon Leopard once again began to erupt with a lightning speed of its own. Every time it swept past the Inferno Bear, the barbs of the scorpion's tail would then pierce the skin of the Inferno Bear. One at a time, the toxin was injected into the Inferno Bear little by little. Finally, the Scorpion Demon Leopard stopped. He only saw his limbs storing up strength as he violently charged towards the Inferno Demon Bear from the front. Positively hardcore, everyone's heart lifted. And although the Inferno Demon Bear was affected by the toxin, it was still incredibly powerful. As the two powerful demonic beasts were about to collide together, the Scorpion Demon Leopard unexpectedly swept right over the top of the Inferno Demon Bear's head. That flexible scorpion tail, its barbs directly hit one of the Inferno Bear's eyes. The Inferno Demon Bear's huge palm slapped empty, and in the next moment let out a monstrous miserable roar. The scorpion tail hooked around the bear's eyes, and the Scorpion Demon Panther reversed its direction in midair. Those sharp claws grabbed the Inferno Bear from the back. Opening his bloody mouth, he bit down hard on the head of the Inferno Demon Bear. Boom! the Inferno Bear fell to the ground with a loud bang. A head the size of a car rolled off to the side. The arena personnel immediately entered the arena and announced the results of the match. Then he brought the scorpion demon leopard down and began to heal it. A 1,000-year-old demonic beast is not easy to come by. So every time they did everything they could to heal. If healed, then his former battle record will also be the stakes for the next betting match. Throughout the arena, sighs and lamentations were continuous. Lei Hu also hung his head and sat down. Li Xian did not forget to taunt. See, I said I'd let you follow my bets, but you preferred to trust your own intuition. Now you're hitting your eyes. As they retired, Li Xian and Lei Hu came to the gambling table. Li Xian bet on the scorpion demon leopard at 1 to 1.3. Li now gets $13 million directly. Li Xian took $10 million and then gave $3 million to Lei Hu. What are you doing? Seeing that I lost $1 million. Sympathizing with me? Pity me? Lei Hu asked as he looked at Li Xian aggressively. What are you thinking? I don't believe that Principal Lei can't even afford to lose $1 million, right? This $1 million is not me bribing you, but these days there will definitely be some expenses. I am responsible for the competition. You are responsible for the logistics. There will always be money to spend. You can't be allowed to pay for it. You take it back. Lei Hu didn't have the heart to say, come out and compete. The academy is funded. No shortage of that for you. You hoo. So there's funding. Upon hearing this, Li Xian nonchalantly took the money. That's great. Let's splurge. What are you thinking? It's not true that there are funds, but every expenditure is recorded and accounted for. Otherwise how can I go back and explain to the college? Lei Hu blankly glanced at Li Xian before walking forward. And just then, a sudden noise came from the distance. Get lost. Where's the barker from? Get lost. Li Xian and Lei Hu couldn't help but look up. Only two callers were seen in rags, kneeling on the ground and begging with the passers-by. On this busy street, the two callers just seemed a little out of place. Ha! Surprisingly, it's a call girl? The man fixed his eyes on it. Taking out the water bottle he had with him, he spilled it on the barker's head. At once, the caller dodged from side to side, holding his head. With that, the man forcibly lifted the caller's face and then wiped the caller's face with his shirt. In the next moment, a gasp could not help but be uttered. This call girl, she's not a coward. Here, raise your head and let the master see. With that, he forced the other caller's head up. Ouch! The man marveled and took out a silver ticket and slapped it in his hand. You guys come with me, and you can have all of this. Have mercy on us. We don't want that much. We want a little money for food. Have mercy on us. One kept pleading. The man, however, directly kicked it away. Do not trample on the old man's clothes. Give you money you still do not want, is not it? With that, he commanded his left and right. Take them away from me. The left and right stepped forward and pulled up the two callers with one hand to take them away by force. Passers-by stopped to watch, but none of them dared to stand up and stop it. And just then, Li Xian suddenly frowned. Why them? Looking from this angle, Li Xian saw the side faces of those two callers, and they were clearly the mother and daughter in Cloud Shadow City who had been arranged by Dong Qingwen to double. The mother and daughter who had been arranged by Dong Qingwen in Cloud Shadow City to fly him. What? You recognize? Lei Hu saw Li Xian's abnormality and whirled around to ask. Recognize, but don't know them well. Li nodded now. Then why don't you go over there and stop it? Li Xian nodded and walked straight over. Stop! With a sharp cry, the man immediately stopped. And when that mother and daughter saw Li Xian coming over, their eyes widened in surprise, but then they hurriedly lowered their heads and dodged from side to side, as if they were unwilling to let Li Xian see their faces. What? You kid wants to be a hero to save a beggar. The man snorted coldly and waved his hand, so the other men immediately surrounded him. However, Li Xian simply ignored this person. Instead, he walked right up to the mother and daughter, then reached out and ruffled their hair. Is it really you guys? Being seen and discovered by Li Xian, Mother Fong Ro timidly called out. Third master, what's going on here? Didn't I give you money? How come you've gotten into this mess in just a few days? We left Cloud Shadow City with the money you gave us, third master, and rode all the way to Tianlu City on a wagon train, but unexpectedly we met bandits halfway and robbed the whole team. We disguised ourselves as beggars to escape the robbery, and then we came here with the team. Fong Ro gripped her daughter Jing Chuchu tightly with one hand and complained with a face full of aggression and pity. Egu, you're looking for death, aren't you? That male felt neglected, and his irascible temper came up immediately. A hand grabbed at Li Xian directly from behind, but that hand hadn't even touched Li Xian's shoulder yet. A black python snapped open its mouth and bit over. Seeing this, the male screamed in fear and withdrew his hand with lightning speed. With that, Li Xian slowly turned around to look at the male. Let them go. Who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? My father, Zhang Ura. Release or not? Li Xian shouted sternly, and the black iron snake sprang out once again, biting at that male's neck. Release. Seeing this, that male son's eyes glared round, and with a plop, he directly kneeled on the ground. Release, 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 release. It's just sitting there. There has to be a process to release it, doesn't it? Li now nodded in satisfaction, only to see that the male's men immediately let go of Feng Ro's mother and daughter. Let's go. With that, he brought Feng Ro's mother and daughter and prepared to leave. But just then, the male roared with red eyes. Get them killed for me. In the next moment, his men released their beast souls one after another, and they charged at Li Xian. But right at this moment, Lei Hu let out a cold snort and blocked in front of Li Xian. The might of the Platinum Imperial Beast Master swept out, and several minions immediately fell to the ground in fear. Platinum Sentinel. The gentryman backed up and turned to run. After running for some distance, he saw that Li Xian and the others didn't catch up. Shouting at Li Xian's back, he then shouted, "Kid, this thing is not over. I tell you, my father Zhang you're dead you." After saying that, fearing that Li Xian would come after him, he didn't even care about his men, turned around and ran without a trace. Li Xian ignored this bull Zhang taking Feng Ro's mother and daughter with him. He then returned to the South Mountain District. However, the accommodation in the South Mountain area is only available to the participants. In desperation, Li now opened another room for the mother and daughter at an inn not far away. In the meantime, some more clothes were bought for them to change into after washing. Inside the inn, although Feng Ro's mother and daughter did not wear makeup, their innocent and plain faces were something else. Feng Ro was gentle and elegant, and between her hands and feet, there was a sense of maturity and femininity. Jing Chuchu pure and beautiful, green as a budding, delicate and lovely, so that people cannot help but a burst of heart, a wave of pity. Observing the mother and daughter again, Li Xian's heart was still pounding inside. After the mother and daughter had a talk, Li Xian realized how heartbreaking and difficult they had been these days. The girls who had originally planned to leave Cloud Shadow City for Skystream City. When we went out, we encountered bandits, but it was only because the mother and daughter were dressed as men that they escaped the danger of being captured. After being robbed, they were left penniless and followed the group begging all the way here. It can be said that it has been through a storm. Then what are you planning to come to Skystream City for? When Li Xian heard this, he couldn't help but inevitably sympathize a bit. I heard that Tianlu City is filled with gold. We originally planned to take that money and come over to do some business. But who knows? We've ended up in this situation. As she spoke, Feng Ro's mother and daughter crowed and began to cry. After understanding the general situation, Li Xian sighed, then took out another 5,000 taels and gave it to the mother and daughter. Take this money and follow your original plan. Do you hear me? Li now instructed. If the next time I meet you, you're still penniless or a total loss, then I won't be helping you. The female is soft and weak. If you can't do it, just find a husband to marry. And your daughter is almost ready to marry. Find a good in-laws to marry and feel a little more at ease. This money, you can take it as dowry. You can go into business. Do whatever you want with it, okay? Feng Ro looked at the pile of silver bills in front of her in a daze, tears streaming down her face. Third Master, you've helped us mother and daughter 3 times. We mother and daughter really can't repay you. Saying that, the mother and daughter's bodies softened and slid from the stool to the ground, kneeling down towards Li Xian and kowtowing 3 times in the process. Li Xian was just about to reach out to stop him, but he withdrew his hand. So be it, and let them depart after giving thanks. Just, slaves with daughters, after all, is the body of children. Right now this huge Tianlu city, we are like a grain of sand. Coming here, we realized how naive we were in our initial thoughts, not to mention the 2,000 taels from before. Even these 5,000 taels won't make a wave. Speaking here, Feng Ro snapped out of it and explained in quick succession. Third Master, don't misunderstand. We don't think the money is too little. We're just quite emotional. Hearing this, Li Xian couldn't help but feel that this was indeed the case. If you want to use these 5,000 taels to do business in Tianlu City, you can't even afford to set up a stall. Think about the fact that the entrance fee for one person in the Colosseum is 500 taels, let alone these 5,000 taels, where it can withstand the toss. So what do you guys want to do? Li Xian knew that Feng Ro didn't mind the money, but was afraid that she had other plans. Third Master, if you don't mind, I'll leave Chuchu by your side as a maid, okay? Feng Ro grabbed Jing Chuchu's arm then prayed. I only have this one daughter, new to Tianlu City at first glance. How would I know which in-laws are good and which are bad? Once I let her enter the tiger's den, there's no point in living my life. Third Master, you have helped us 3 times. We, mother and daughter, cannot thank you enough, but also know well enough that you, Third Master, will not harm us. Mother and daughter. If you don't mind, please take us mother and daughter. We mother and daughter will work as oxen and horses for you for the rest of our lives. If you don't mind my slave's old age and failing face, just please accept my daughter, and I'll be able to find a random job in this heavenly stream city. Fong Ro, with a sobbing voice, kowtowed and prayed at the same time. Third Master, Chu Chu is willing to be a slave and a servant girl. I beg Third Master to take in our mother and daughter. Jing Chu Chu, who had always been a man of few words, also opened her mouth and prayed. Li Xian saw this mother and daughter kowtowing to themselves continuously. That head hit the floor with a thud. For those who don't know, they think they're worshipping in there, worshipping heaven and earth. Li Xian hurriedly picked up the two of them and explained. I say you guys, you really don't know the danger of following me. I'm a royal beast master. You guys have heaven and earth as your home. You can go wherever you want to go. You guys follow me? Aren't you afraid of being eaten by demonic beasts? We mother and daughter are unattached. In fact, we should have died a long time ago, to be able to live without suffering until now, but also satisfied, such as can follow the Third Master's side to die. Then this life is really worth it. The mother and daughter duo of Fong Ro didn't care at all. And just then, a sudden rush of footsteps came from outside. Li Xian's ears twitched slightly as he heard the disorganized footsteps that seemed to be coming this way. Snapping to his feet, Li now went to the doorway to listen to the commotion outside. In the next moment, the door of the room was viciously kicked open, and Li Xian backed up, blocking in front of Fong Ro's mother and daughter, only to see more than a dozen men in neat power suits breaking through the door and surrounding Li Xian. Immediately, a young man wearing a short white plaid robe and holding a thin fan walked in. Fixing his eyes, this person was the young man who wanted to take away Fong Ro's mother and daughter before. The person who claimed to be his father. Zhang Era. Finally, I found you guys, but you really made me look for you. When this youth entered the door, he revealed a sinister smile upon seeing Li Xian. However, immediately afterward, he saw the mother and daughter Fong Ro behind Li Xian. I'll go. The youth gave a startled cry. So this is the mother and daughter who are the hustlers? I told you. From my years of experience in hunting, from my many years of experience in hunting for women, this is definitely a pair of superb mother and daughter. Flowers. Seeing that this youth had actually chased him here so quickly, Li Xian couldn't help but feel quite shocked as well. In that case, then this youth in front of him should also have some status in Tianlu City. His so-called father of the family, Zhang Er, was also considered to be a handyman in this Tianlu City. What do you want? Li Xian coldly questioned. What did you say for? Wimpy now? The youth snorted coldly, then said arrogantly, stealing my woman and asking me what I want to do? I want to Nima. However, when the youth mouthed the expletive, Li Xian stepped forward and then viciously slapped the youth on the mouth. Snap! The slap rang out crisply, hitting the youth without even the slightest reaction. Next moment, only with a clatter, the dozens of people who flooded into the room immediately surrounded them. Li Xian swept a glance at these people, clearly a Silver Imperial Beastmaster. In fact, comparatively speaking, having a Silver Imperial Beastmaster as a junior is enough to show that this person's origin is not bad. But these Silver Imperial Beastmasters, Li Xian did not place them in his eyes yet. Mud, how dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? The youth looked incredibly aggrieved and wronged. I haven't suffered this kind of anger since I was a child. You even embarrassed me one after another today. Today I'll waste you. Give it to me. At the command, more than a dozen people swarmed up. Third Master, you must go. And right at this moment, mother and daughter Fong Ro unexpectedly lunged directly towards the door. The duo tried to open a path of escape for Li Xian with their soft bodies, one on the left and one on the right. But when they pounced, they were taken down with one hand by the Silver Imperial Beastmasters. Then that throw was thrown back. Today I'll let you see how powerful I am. Just by touching from behind. This youth took out a bronze-colored musket. Daxia doesn't produce and sell to the public. It's a forbidden musket. Today I'll let you see it. Li Xian's gaze froze and his brows furrowed. Subconsciously, he took a step backward. To be honest, coming from the 21st century, Li now, there is an innate fear of this stuff, because Li now understood the power of this thing, though having not really seen the power of muskets in this world. But even if it's worse, with a human body, it can't be resisted, right? Bang! As the youth pulled the trigger, Fong Ro, who was next to him, directly pounced over, accompanied by a miserable scream. Fong Ro's chest was covered in blood as she collapsed. Li Xian saw that what was added to that musket seemed to be some very small round beads, shot out and hit the target as a loose bullet. The orb did not cause penetrating damage when it struck Fong Ro. It also seems that the damage is average, and one hit isn't enough to kill. One shot missed Li Xian, and the youth operated the musket in his hand intending to take another shot. However, at this moment, Li Xian completely exploded in anger. In the next moment, the black iron snake grew against the wind, and with a body over 10 meters long, it directly poked through the roof. In the narrow space, dozens of Imperial Beast Masters were directly swept out. Looking towards the youth who was already scared silly, the black iron snake opened its mouth and then bit down fiercely. Stop! Just then, Lei Hu suddenly arrived. Seeing that the black iron snake was about to bite that guy to death, the Thunder Tiger directly released its beast soul and violently charged over. The moment the black iron snake bit down, Lei Hu dodged over by holding that youth. Principal Ray, what are you doing? Li Xian shouted in anger. You can't kill him. Lei Hu put down that youth and persuaded him. Why? His father, Zhang Er, is one of the judges for this demon beast competition. It turned out that after Lei Hu came back, he immediately went to investigate the origin of this so-called Zhang Er. Because Lei Hu vaguely felt that Li Xian had brought back that pair of mother and daughter, and had provoked that youth, who mouthed the name of his father to himself. It must have come from a good place in this heavenly strange city. In order to avoid accidents, Lei Hu made some inquiries before realizing that this youth's father, Zhang Er, was actually one of the judges for this demon beast competition. As for Zhang Er himself, he was also the vice president of the Tianlu City Chamber of Commerce Union. If you kill him, you won't even be able to participate in the demon beast competition. This kind of dude, just kill him. This demon beast competition, I won't participate in it. Li Xian was burning with rage and seemed to be losing his mind a bit at the moment. Are you crazy? Do you realize what you're saying? Lei Hu shouted angrily and viciously reprimanded. After being yelled at by Lei Hu like this, Li Xian instantly calmed down slightly, thinking carefully inwardly. For Fong Rou, a mother and daughter who were strangers to each other, losing the qualification for the demon beast competition really seemed a bit uneconomical. Thinking of the impulsive emotions at that time, Li Xian suddenly came to a realization. The image of Fong Rose defiantly taking a bullet for herself, uncontrollably. It evoked some of the things that happened when Li Xian was on the Two Realms mountain, on the mountain of the two worlds. How could Li Xian not have defied the odds and blocked the three soul-suppressing nails for Su Xianwan? That's why that close call just now made Li Xian so angry. Glancing at Fong Rou, who was lying in his arms, Li Xian sinisterly looked at the youth again. Life only comes once. You can run roughshod over me 100 times, 1,000 times by virtue of your father, while I only need to kill you once, but one time, let me meet you. The God of heaven will not be able to protect you even if he comes. Li Xian gritted his teeth and warned the youth, only to see that youth look at Lei Hu beside him, then apprehensively slowly retreating backwards, immediately turning around and running when he reached a safe distance. So you also participate in the demon beast competition? Brat, I want you to look good. My father Zhang Er, Vice President of Tianlu City Chamber of Commerce Union, the referee of the Demon Beast competition. If you can win, Lao Zi Zhang Jian to eat you pull down. From far away came the sound of the youth's put-downs, but also learned about the youth, who called himself Zhang Jian. Hey, this is a big trouble. Lei Hu sighed and walked over. If he puts shoes on us, we're afraid we'll have to plant them in the early stages. Lei Hu is actually not afraid of things, but having experienced more, there is nothing that can be done about the difficult moves that the powers that be suppress. What are you afraid of? One-on-one in the demon beast competition. I crushed my way through. His father, even if he's the referee, can't possibly sentence me to lose in front of everyone. Li Xian coldly grunted and said without a care in the world. But it's okay. The competition starts tomorrow, so let's hope nothing happens. Lei Hu looked around at the mess, then at the mother and daughter, and turned to leave. Pack it up yourself, and take them to the physician on the way. The innkeepers and fellows arrived in droves. Open your mouth and get ready to say something. But his mouth was directly sealed by Li Xian's pile of silver tickets. Li Xian took out the elixir he had shunned from Master Ma Yun and gave it to Fong Rou, then took the mother and daughter out of here. Finding a medical center, Li Xian asked someone to give Fong Rou a careful medication and bandage, and then he brought them to stay at another inn. That kid will definitely retaliate like crazy in the next few days, so you guys can stay by my side for now. Li Xian looked at the mother and daughter who are dependent on each other, even if he does not want to meddle in the cold heart, was just defiant initiative. Also made some heart. Is this the third master taking us in? The mother and daughter's eyes widened at once, and as they spoke they again knelt in thanksgiving. However, he was stopped by Li Xian in a hurry. I didn't promise. I'm just letting you guys stay around for now, and you'll leave later when there's a suitable opportunity. Then thanks for taking in third master as well. There was more than a hint of disappointment in the mother and daughter's excited eyes. 42 The game begins, and the academy changes suddenly. The next day, the demon beast competition officially opened. Lei Hu brought Li Xian, and Li Xian brought Fong Rou's mother and daughter to the Five Rings Coliseum. The mother and daughter, who are accompanying family members of Li now, also have access to the arena to watch the game. Li Xian brought them with him, and their safety was guaranteed a bit. The crowd appeared to be light on their feet because they had been here yesterday, and at the same time, Li Xian also saw the others who had come to the competition from the same Cloud Shadow City. The gang, on their way here, were beaten up by the attackers and fled. Li Xian didn't see it even after he came here. I didn't see them until the start of the game today. After a few people met, the other smiled awkwardly and said hello. Li Xian ignored them and entered the arena. Tianlu City as a collared city. It has 12 slave cities. 12 slave cities, each with 10 entrants from each slave city. A total of 120. As for Tianlu City, which was the leading city, there were a total of 20 participants. It adds up to a total of 140 people. But due to various mishaps on the way here, after counting, there were a total of 122 participants in this collared city demon beast competition. 122, which happens to still be an even number. The first round of elimination matches is based on a lottery system. Just enough to split the 60 groups, and at that moment, backstage at the Five Rings Coliseum, Zhang Jian, who had a conflict with Li Zhang, the son of the family's father, Zhang Ura. At this moment, he was whispering something with a group of people who were also participating in the Demon Beast competition. Then this matter is in your hands. Zhang Jian arched his hand at these people and said, "We will do our best to do what Mr. Zhang commands us to do, but it's just a person from the city in the district. As long as Mr. Zhang lets your father operate to get it, so that he can casually take on any of us, it's enough to take their lives." Those people hastily agreed. "Ha ha, don't worry about that. My father is one of the referees. Manipulating some of the draws is a handful." Zhang Jian patted his chest and assured, "That's good. That's good. We helped Mr. Zhang. And Mr. Zhang should also remember us and ask Uncle to not put us against each other in the process of arranging the draw, even if it's the next round, and not put us against other strong opponents. Yes, yes, the higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. If we can enter the top 10 and qualify for the national competition, we'll arrange half a month's worth of Debao sword for Mr. Zhang." The crowd immediately voiced out their thoughts, hoping that Zhang Jian could make some arrangements. "This little thing is no problem. On the matter of drawing lots alone, I'll give you a guarantee, but arranging to other opponents, you still need to work on yourselves. That's that. As for the matter of the half-monthly great sword of treasure, honestly arranging for 10 days would be fine. I can't stand it if it's too long. Mr. Zhang is being modest. With your kung fu that can blow up the sky, half a month of protracted fighting is no big deal. Ha ha, it's still all of you who understand me. Know me. A bunch of dudes, each with their own agenda, making some kind of unseemly deal." Soon, the drawing of lots began. 122 contestants entered the middle of the fighting arena. There was a square box on the large draw table. Inside were written the same two numbers, 1 through 61, respectively. Those who draw the same number will be opponents for the game. At that moment, a group of 6 or 7 men were talking in whispered exchanges. Mr. Zhang said that he would assign that guy number 18. "Which one of you wants number 18 to deal with that kid?" I'm going. It's better if I do it. I heard that kid is a 100-year portion of a black iron snake. Fierce as hell. So think about it. Don't worry. It's still me." They argued a bit, not realizing that the target of the argument was someone who was strong enough to kill them. Eventually, it was fought for by a pink-faced youngster. After all, if we can beat Li now, they were also able to perform well in front of Zhang Jian. No surprise, if it gets a win, Zhang Jian would definitely put the draw in place for him, and arrange it properly. That's if you get it right. One can drastically avoid being placed with the perverted powerhouses. In this way, it is arranged with the weaker ones. They can also be ranked a little higher. Tianlu City, as the leading city, had 20 contestants. They were as people of Tianlu City. One could deeply know how deep the strength of each of these 20 people was. Scheduling with these people is honestly a headache. Each person takes a turn to come forward and draw lots. Reach into the blackened square box. There are many plaques placed inside. On this sign, it then says the number that represents your fight. Li Xian fumbled around for a while, then took out one. Fixing his eyes, he wrote an 18. That's a good number. Li now nodded in satisfaction. Looking around, Li now attempted to find someone who had also gotten the 18 numbers. And just then, he saw a greasy-headed youth, measuring himself. Li Xian couldn't help but wonder. You don't know each other yourself. Why did it feel as if the man knew him? And there was something wrong with the eyes. It gives the impression that you are looking at a beautiful woman, or a stripped-down beauty. Mud. This guy can't be Bump. Thinking of this, Li Xian instantly winced. Although it is said that he is suave and elegant, people love people, flowers bloom. Young girls see fainting, young women see crazy. but not so much to attract same-sex attraction. Lee now returns to his seat. Next, it's the draw for the tournament. The draw will be made by the referee. From 1 to 61, whichever number is drawn, whichever number comes out to play. At this time, the Coliseum was filled with people. The officials of the Five Rings Coliseum had also released the information of all the participants, so as to give those gamblers a better reference. Lee saw it when he came in now. On a very large set of bulletin boards, on it were written the names of all the participants, as well as their origins, and information about the demonic beasts they possessed. The information on the demonic beasts is also very detailed. What specific abilities they have and how many years old they are. The writing is clear. None of this is a secret. It's the real information that each participant drops in after coming here and finding the Demon Beast contest official. All of this information is recorded by the town you came from. Look with it. The referee reaches into the draw box again in front of everyone, then took out a wooden medal, shouting into the PA device. 37. Within a short time, Lee now saw two people standing up around him. Contestants have backstage where contestants rest. When you hear the news, you walk straight out and it's the Coliseum, only to see a group of people suddenly murmur with envy. I'll be damned. This Wang Ning fellow is so lucky to have drawn a contestant from the city. I don't know if my opponent is from our Tianlu city or from the city. It would be great if he's from the city. You guys shouldn't underestimate people's contestants from the city either. Che, just them? In previous years' competitions, how many people who represented Tianlu city in the national competition could have come out from the city? That's right, the one who represents Tianlu city to participate in the national competition is still not going to look at the people within our Tianlu city. This group of people, all of them were participants from Tianlu city. They discussed it without hiding their voices. The tone of his voice was filled with contempt and looking down on the other participants from the city. After hearing their arguments, others immediately stood up who were not convinced. Underestimate people, don't you? I'm number 28. Do you have number 28? I'll beat you all to death. Number 28? Ha ha, I'm number 28. Who knew that someone on the other side had actually stood up? At the same time a cry of excitement went up, but after the excitement, it revealed a sneer and said, just you? The man glanced at the other from top to bottom, then said with contempt, Lu Chenming. Manhwa city came over. Is the demonic beast a 90 years gale horse? Hearing this, the man instantly asked back in confusion, how do you know? There's a message at the entrance to the Coliseum. Don't you guys read it? The other man burst out laughing. See? I can't believe they're not even looking at this. There's no suspense in this one. Seeing this, Li Xian couldn't help but secretly nod his head. These guys from Tianlu city are indeed extraordinary. They do have pride of place, like those who came from other cities. When they came in, they would not even study the information of the participants hanging outside the Coliseum, one by one. The other side, on the other hand, has studied all of this. Know your enemy and know yourself. Or, perhaps the Demon Beast competition was held here every year. They just have more experience. But, that's the advantage. Of course, forget the introduction. This is only a venue for entries over 90 years old. The other competition venues for demonic beasts of different years were arranged in the other venues of the Five-Ring Coliseum. After all, there are multiple racetracks here, and there's nothing better than a 90-plus-year-old race, so there will be more people at this race. It didn't take long for the 37th to finish the game. The result seemed to be expected. The man from the city of Slave, defeated. The one called Wang Ning, from Tianlu city, won easily. Immediately afterward, the referee continued the draw. At this point, everyone was holding their breath and listening. But what a coincidence! The next person in the race, surprisingly, was number 28, who had just had a conflict. Oh ho! The crowd in Tianlu city was immediately excited. It's up to you. Isn't that kid on the other side unconvinced? Use your fists to show him what gap means. The young man from Tianlu city looked at Lu Chunming from Manhwa city with a smug expression, then slowly raised his middle finger. This couldn't help but make the already short-tempered Lu Chunming burst into a rage. The two sides came out into the wide-open arena of the Coliseum. The ground is a somewhat pitted dirt floor. Walking on it one could still smell a fishy stench of demonic beast feces and urine. Cheer after cheer went up around them. Tens of thousands of people were all watching the Coliseum, only to see both parties come to the protective cage and enter it after releasing the demonic beasts. The Imperial Beast Master entered the Coliseum in order to better command the demonic beasts in battle, also avoid accidents. The Coliseum specializes in making two protective cages. Beast Masters could enter it to protect themselves from the battle between demonic beasts. In an instant, a gust of wind hit the arena. A tall horse came slowly from the gale. This horse had smooth lines all over its body, was 5 meters long and 3 meters tall, and definitely looked like a good mount. It's a bit of a shame to use it to fight animals. But Lu Chenming took it to the competition and even went as far as the Leader City competition. It was enough to show that this Gale horse still had a certain amount of super strong attack power. Look at each other again. The youth from Tianlu City, who prided himself on being superior, also released his demonic beast. Fix your eyes on it. That demonic beast was clearly a golden-furred monkey that was the height of a normal person. This monkey is extremely humanized, wearing a beast weapon armor and holding a black and gold iron rod. The Monkey King is the same as the Monkey King. There just seems to be a bit too much of a difference in size between the two. That monkey looked weak in front of the Gale horse, but no one overlooked the strength of this monkey because of his size. This monkey is shaped like a normal person, and with the addition of the beast weapon, it can maximize the power of the beast weapon. On the contrary, Gale horse had no equipment whatsoever. With the bell ringing for the start of the game, the Gale horse let out a long whinny, its front hooves leaping high. That front hoof landed with a splash of dirt. Its trampling power is evident. In the next moment, the Gale horse galloped out. Its speed, like lightning. For that starting speed, it definitely reaches 5.5 seconds for 100 kilometers acceleration. And the monkey didn't move a muscle. A pair of round eyes stared at the Gale horse in death. During the Gale horse's gallop, the winds around his body were so fierce that he was not allowed to get close to him, on the verge of hitting that monkey. However, he saw the monkey leap and jump directly into midair. Its height, surprisingly, was 6 or 7 meters. Standing high jump, surprisingly, is that high. It's a shame we don't go to the Olympics. After falling, he was impartial and sat directly on the back of the Gale horse. The scene is reminiscent of the early days of man's taming of wild horses. The Gale horse also seemed to sense something behind it, so bouncing up and down, trying to wrestle it down. But that monkey grabbed the mane of the Gale horse with one hand, and with one hand, he struck the Gale horse's head viciously with the black gold iron rod in his hand. Seeing this scene, people couldn't help but sigh. In comparison, monkeys are just too flexible. The Gale horse was no match at all. The Gale horse took a heavy blow and fell down with a thud. The entire match was over in less than even 3 minutes. But luckily, Gale horse was only knocked out. There was no life crisis. So this Lu Chunming from Manhwa City had a relatively small loss. Dropping his head, he returned to the restroom with his demonic beast. Lu Chunming could never raise his head in the face of his opponent's mockery this time. Without realizing it, all the participants in the competition in the lounge seemed to have formed two camps quite tacitly. On one side, there were people from Tianlu City who prided themselves on their arrogance. On one side were people from other slave towns, despised as rednecks. But the other party did have the capital to be condescending. As Li Xian watched a few matches down the line, he realized that the demonic beasts of those Tianlu City participants, almost most of them were armed with beast weapons. The beast artifacts that were equipped on demonic beasts, those were specially customized. All of them were specially customized using special materials and engraved with scaling runes to better scale with the demonic beasts. At the same time, depending on the size of the demonic beast, prices will also vary. One match represents one person eliminated, but it's not as if these people who are eliminated are going to be eliminated outright. They will continue with qualifying after the tournament, go through the qualifying rounds and then power rankings. There will be a reward based on your ranking. And just then, a voice suddenly resounded throughout the arena. Next moment, number 18 is ready. Li Xian suddenly got up and walked towards the outside of the Colosseum. And right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly changed his face slightly. Mud. It's the bump. Looking along with it, Li Xian's opponent was clearly that oily-headed youth who felt something other than what he wanted to do to Li Xian. Only the corners of that youth's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile that he thought was very handsome. Li Xian couldn't help but gag when he saw this. Goosebumps all over my body. I can take God. I can take tease. I can take bump, but I can't take bump. With unrivaled nausea, Li now arrived outside the Colosseum. However, through their discussion just now, Li Xian also learned this person's name. It's true to say that the man is as good as his name. Good grief. This guy is called Wei Xingjing. Names are good names. How nice to be in full bloom. But as Li Xian who had traveled from the 21st century. And yet, I can't help but laugh a little. Wei Xingjing? Wei. Pust. Li presently burst out laughing alone. It's like the old days of class. Suddenly a joke came to mind, and he laughed violently. No one else knows what you're laughing at. Wei Xingjing in the distance couldn't help but frown. What are you laughing at? Nothing. It just occurred to me that your name is humorous. Did your mother give you that name? Li Xian asked with a forced smile. My aunt named me. Wei Xingjing subconsciously returned. But Li now laughed out loud completely. Laughing like hell. Your aunt started it? Great aunt? How do you know? Wei Xingjing was uncertain and subconsciously returned. Ha ha. Li Xian instantly laughed as his stomach began to pump. Wei Shengjing? Great aunt? Ha ha. Li Xian laughed while walking towards the Colosseum. On the opposite side, Wei Shengjing frowned. He didn't know what Li was laughing at now though, but it was known to be laughing at itself. However, even if Wei Shengjing thought through his head, he couldn't figure out where Li Xian's punchline was. Humph. Brat. It's just a mere 100-year-old black iron snake. In a moment I'll see if you can still laugh. Before entering the protective cage, Wei Shengjing said viciously. Li Xian couldn't help but shake his head and release the black iron snake before stepping into the protective cage. Wei Shengjing didn't even know that the information recorded on the surface about Li Xian was hidden. That information was recorded while in Cloud Shadow City, and all the changes that happened to Li Xian's demonic beasts after Cloud Shadow City were not recorded. At the same time, regarding the matter of the foreign fire, the Cloud Shadow City side also gave a direct erase. Li Xian then looked. Wei Shengjing's demonic beast was actually a snake-type demonic beast as well. However, it was a snake-like demonic beast with wings. After releasing it, the demonic beast directly spread its wings and flew into the air. Li Xian's mind quickly searched about the name of this demonic beast. A moment later, Li Xian thought of the origin of this demonic beast. This demonic beast is called the winged flying snake. Its main means of attack is similar to that of snakes. It's just some toxin attacks and entanglement attacks. The main thing was that it could fly, and the other demonic beasts couldn't do anything with it. This winged flying snake was about 7 or 8 meters long, about 4 or 5 meters after spreading its wings. Li Xian saw that the wings were vibrating very fast. A weird sound wave was formed, making it very hard on the eardrums. With the start of the bell for the game, Li Xian saw that the winged flying snake did not rush to attack the black iron snake. Instead, they began to shake their wings rapidly. Buzz off! A powerful sound wave emanated from those wings. Then it enveloped the black iron snake. At once, the black iron snake began to roll around in place, looking very agonized. Through telepathy, Li now knew that the reason why the black iron snake was in so much pain was precisely because of that sound wave. It was a sonic attack from the vibrations generated by the high frequency of the wings. This attack does not cause damage to the surface of the black iron snake. However, it can have an effect on the internal organs of the black iron snake. Fortunately, the sonic frequencies are not very large. It was still within the range of what the black iron snake could handle, but it caused the black iron snake great pain. Even Li Xian, who was far away, felt his internal organs start to tremble. If once a resonance is formed, then the internal organs will simply explode. Get out of attack range and swim fast. At Li Xian's command, the black iron snake struggled and crawled away into the distance, but the winged flying serpent was chasing after him in the air, not intending to let go of the black iron snake at all. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Li Xian once again commanded, "Release the bone-eroding poison mist and hide your figure." The black iron snake opened its mouth and spat out a thick poisonous mist. The poisonous mist immediately spread out before enveloping the black iron snake's body. And right at that moment, the speed of that winged flying snake steeply accelerated, vibrating. The sound waves formed by the vibrations spread out in a circle towards the poisonous fog. The dense poisonous fog was immediately shaken away by the sound waves. But after shaking it away, the winged flying snake directly froze, because the black iron snake had surprisingly disappeared. Looking around, the winged flying serpent attempted to find signs of the black iron snake. And just then, only a hiss was heard from behind him. However, he saw the black iron snake coil its body. Then with a forceful flick, it directly leaped into the air. Opening his mouth wide, he bit down hard on the black iron snake. The winged flying snake also reacted swiftly. Hastily, he lifted his wings and prepared to fly high, but the eye is about to fly out of range. The black iron snake had actually bitten the tail of the winged flying snake at the last crucial moment. The next moment, 2 large snakes fell from high in the sky, falling to the ground. How could the black iron snake let go of the guy who had just made it hard for him? That the 10-meter-long body directly wrapped around it. The 2 snakes were suddenly intertwined like 2 ropes. Looking along, Wei Shengjing on the opposite side didn't seem to be worried. This is because the vibranium flying snake also has a superb winding ability. It's not certain who will lose or win. But in the next scene, Wei Shengjing directly froze. Only the black iron snake slowly let go of the winged flying snake. The winged flying snake just went limp. Winged flying snake! Wei Shengjing roared loudly as he grabbed the protective cage. But the winged flying serpent wouldn't budge in any way. How is this possible? Wei Shengjing slowly slumped to the ground along the protective cage. From the moment Wei Shengjing obtained the vibrating wings flying snake, the vibrating wings flying snake's powerful strength crushed demonic beasts of its generation. Wei Shengjing was only 6 years old that year. From the vibrating wing flying snake accompanied Wei Shengjing for more than 10 years. But today, surprisingly, he was just crushed by an unimpressive and seemingly most common black iron snake. That's just a black iron snake. A black iron snake that hasn't grown for more than 100 years. Wei Shengjing couldn't figure out how this made sense. because as far as he remembered, the black iron snake could only live for 100 years at most due to its bloodline. This black iron serpent had reached 100 years in the message, nearly old age. How is it possible to explode with such a powerful force? Li Xian opened the protection now, and the black iron snake quickly shrunk to burrow into Li Xian's clothes, glancing faintly at Wei Shengjing, who couldn't withstand the blow and was like a flower that had been living in a greenhouse. Li Xian said disdainfully as he walked by, "You don't even know when you've been sold, and you'll die in the end." Hearing this, Wei Shengjing raised his head violently. In the next moment, Wei Shengjing burst into a rage. "Damn Zhang Jian, deliberately hiding this fellow's strength so that we would go and work for him." Li Xian hadn't gone far yet, and after hearing this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. Not to Li Xian's surprise, Zhang Jian really made his move. This guy, he was the one that Zhang Jian had arranged to come over to deal with himself. Li Xian had always been curious as to how that Zhang Jian would do it if he wanted to get his hands dirty in the demon beast competition. Thinking about it, Li Xian could only think of this kind of ending. That would be to set yourself up with a strong opponent and eliminate yourself in the first round. My father, Zhang was one of the judges. It's a handful to move on the draw. Even Li now suspected that all the draws had been tampered with. The people they favored internally had presumably arranged for the weakest opponents a long time ago. This was because it would drastically reduce the loss of the demonic beasts of their favored players, so that they can retain their strength and go further. In the process of drawing lots alone, Li now estimated that they did not know how much black money they had received. A few tens of millions. What kind of opponents to arrange? I guess there has long been a price list that no one else can see. After returning to the restroom, the other contestants from the city all stood up at once and applauded to greet Li Xian. At this moment, all of them had raised their eyebrows fiercely in front of those self-proclaimed condescending Heavenly Stream City players. This is the only game of the day. You can leave the field after the competition. But Li Xian did not leave. Instead, he continued to watch the game in silence. It wasn't just Li now, including the other victorious players. This was because they wanted to see what strength the other people's demonic beasts were and what fighting techniques they had. After memorizing these by heart, if you're up against it later, then there's something in the back of your mind. After some viewing, there were only 3 people who made Li now really feel cautious about treating them with caution. These 3 people, 2 of them were from Tianlu City. One came here from the city, and I heard it was from a place called Shadow City. Shadow City. Li Xian had heard about it long ago. There I was told it was built on the foundation of a historic dungeon. It's an ancient relic that's been developed. It was only after an unknown number of years of excavation that a city gradually formed. To this day there are quite a few people who stay there trying to take their chances and see if they can find anything good again. And so, over time, more people stayed there, and Shadow City was formed. And the appearance of this player from Shadowfell was and is striking, because she has as miserable white skin as vitiligo. It was white and bloodless. Even all the hair on the body is the same. She wrapped all of herself in a black robe, revealing only a pair of eyes. The only reason Li Xian saw her appearance was from the information board outside the Colosseum. She seems to be very afraid of the sun. It's also possible that he's been living in Shadow City for too long. After all, it's dark there and there's no darkness or sunset. And so did her demonic beasts, which looked very shriveled in the arena. With the sun shining brightly, looking sickly gives the illusion of a casual knockout. But you must not underestimate that demonic beast. It was a bizarre demonic beast shaped like a bat but with a humanoid body. Standing on 2 feet, the feet have 3 claws, sharp enough to grab anything easily. And it was extremely fast, a few points faster than the previous Gale Horse. The height and length of the body is almost 2 meters, about the same as a normal person. A game that didn't even last a minute. The bat monster rushed over and similarly sent out a Sonic-like attack that directly incapacitated the opponent. Then the sharp nails of his arms scratched the other demonic beast, bloody and miserable. This should be one of the most brutal, bloodiest matches of the tournament so far. And from the beginning, this girl from Shadow City, she never entered the protective cage. It seemed that entering a cage was a shame and a failure for her. And 2 other notable contestants. One was dressed in white, looked suave and gentle, and was probably the object of admiration of all the females. Maybe all the bits are gathered in him. It's just like the neighbor's kid from mom's mouth. But it was this seeming perfection that Li now hated from the bottom of his heart. Yi Xian, who had been there before, had the same feeling. The shinier the exterior, the dirtier and darker the heart that may be hidden. Li Xian was rather more appreciative of another contestant from Tianlu City. The man gives off a pure and thick feeling. He is a simple man, not tall, smiles at everyone and doesn't talk. It's like a rural person with an inferiority complex coming to town and fidgeting. But Li now looks at people beyond the surface. Zhou Shan, once a good brother, was also once the kind of naive and honest person. But it was him, in the Beast King's city. How he had pitied Li Xian. Even if they encountered it later in the great forest of demon beasts, the insidious and cunning look it exposes is all chilling. The game ended quickly. Li Xian and Fang Rou's mother and daughter exited the Colosseum, but there was no Lei Hu. Just as Li was now puzzled, Lei Hu surprisingly hurried over from outside the Colosseum. Principal Ray, where have you been? Only to see Lei Hu with an anxious look on his face. He came before Li Xian. At the same time, there was someone with a familiar face behind him. It looks like it's from Cloud Shadow Academy. Star, something has happened at the academy. I have to go back immediately. Ah, what happened? Li Xian asked with a frown. I don't know. It seems like it's because of what happened to Principal Chulan. I have to go back right away. Lei Hu shook his head. Then let's hurry back. With that, Li Xian was about to leave with Lei Hu. I'm the one who has to go back immediately. You're still in the race. Stay here for me. Although Lei Hu's face was anxious, he couldn't help but flash a trace of relief after hearing Li Xian's words. Seeing that Li Xian had his heart set on the academy, Lei Hu was still very pleased. What's the competition? The academy is important, Li Xian said without a care in the world. No. Things aren't clear right now. I'll go back and take a look. You stay here and race without fear. I'll find someone to contact you at any time. Do you hear me? Lei Hu said in a tone that could not be refused. That's it. Lei Hu immediately tapped the decision. By the way, that Zhang Jian is still looking for you. Just stay and don't just go out and cause trouble lately. Do you hear me? Alright, then have someone contact me at any time. And if anything does happen, have someone contact me immediately, and I'll be able to get back soon. Li Xian nodded with a grave expression and said, you should pay attention to what I just said as well. And watch out for that Zhang Jian. Do you hear me? Got it. Don't worry. Li Xian nodded. By the way, you take these crystal coins in case you need money when you go back to the academy. Saying that, Li Xian took out 100 million worth of crystal coins and handed it to Lei Hu. What are you doing? Take it back. Huge property exposed. Lei Hu hastily looked around to give Li Xian stuff back. The academy doesn't like you for that kind of money. Just take it, even if it's a drop in the bucket. It's still a piece of my heart, Li Xian said unforgivingly. Stars. Lei Hu took a deep breath and said rather sighingly. For the academy to be able to cultivate a student like you who treats the academy like a home is truly a blessing for our Cloud Shadow Academy. Your thoughts are heartily appreciated on behalf of the academy. We haven't figured out what's going on at the academy right now, so it's safer for you to take this money. If you really need money somewhere, you're coming back to support the college, okay? When Lei Hu said so, Li Xian did not continue to push and shove. Collecting the crystal coins, Li Xian nodded heavily. Principal Lei Hu, take care then. Well, that's it. I'm off. Lei Hu didn't drag his feet, as the person who came to deliver the letter was also in a bit of a hurry. It just said that Principal Chulan told Lei Hu to come back as soon as possible, but the messenger didn't say exactly what it was about. Seeing Lei Hu leave, within Li Xian's heart, he couldn't help but feel more than a touch of melancholy. Turning back to mother and daughter Fang Rou, Li Xian led them straight to the Sky Prime District. The Sky Prime District is a lot quieter compared to the Jinshan District. Also, there are a lot more patrols and guards here than anywhere else. After all, the people who lived here were all rich people and high-level Imperial Beast Masters, so it's relatively safer. The race will probably go on for a while. Continuing to live in the South Hills is not an option, and for the sake of safety, Li Xian planned to come to the Sky Prime District, rent a house, and live with Fang Rou and the girls temporarily. A certain vacant courtyard in the Sky Prime District was rented by Li Xian for 1 million taels. The yard is small and regularly tended. Upon entering the gate, you are greeted by a wall of photographs. The so-called shoji is the Shaw wall, the wall after the gate goes in. Then after turning left, there is a small courtyard. There was a modest pond on the left side with quite a few fish still swimming inside. To the right is a garden with a pavilion. Straight ahead into the main hall, which is ready for guests and has north and south exposure. After continuing inside, there was another courtyard. There are some trees planted in this yard. The innermost main room is where the homeowner lives. The east and west compartments on the left and right sides are also habitable. All in all, the yard is small, but it has everything. Li Xian was very satisfied with the layout of the courtyard. Li now asked about the purchase price. It's around 70 million taels. Thinking slightly, Li Xian bit his teeth and bought it directly. Later, if you don't live, it can also be left to Fang Rou's mother and daughter. In short, in this huge Tianlu city, it was considered to have a place to put down roots. I'll leave the yard's future care to you. It's not that big anyway. You two should be able to take care of it. Don't worry, third master. Slaves are the best at taking care of courtyards. Fang Rou looked at the courtyard that had been purchased by Li Xian with great generosity. and her heart couldn't help but be filled with a sense of security. After all, who doesn't want to have a place to put down roots when you're in exile? Right. You guys stay at home, see what you need to add, make a list, then go out and buy us all back. Don't be afraid to spend money. With that, Li Xian gave them a few thousand taels of silver. Take this money and keep it for the family allowance. This time, the mother and daughter duo of Feng Rou did not refuse. I'm going out, so you guys can see to it. After saying that, Li Xian went out the door. After leaving the house, Li Xian rushed towards Yongchang district. It's a civilian neighborhood. The residents of the real Tianlu city live there. The Yongchang district that Li now comes to is huge. It's bigger than the other 4 regions combined. And here, as a result, a profession has been bred. That of the horse-drawn carriage, shaped like a cab. The cheaper ones had people pulling the carts. The more expensive ones had horse-drawn carriages. Li now found a carriage, then reported an address. Sitting in the carriage, Li Xian lifted the curtain and looked at the scenery all the way to Yongchang district. The driver of the car had a conversation. Is Mr. going to the Chengwu Dark Bureau to escort something? But then again, this Chengwu Dark Bureau is not bad in strength, and it can also shoot up in Tianlu City, and many chambers of commerce will look for them. Li Xian didn't reply. In no time at all, he arrived at the Chengwu Dart Board. This Chengwu Dart Board is the younger brother of Dong Qingwen of Cloud Shadow City. When I came to Tianlu City, before he left, Dong Qingwen had instructed Li Xian to go to the Chengwu Dart Bureau the first time he went to Tianlu City. That's run by his brother. It is also considered a first-class dartboard in Tianlu City. Both the connections and the financial resources are very strong. It's a problem that can definitely be squared away. The reason why Li Xian came here was because he wanted to inquire and find out what exactly happened in Cloud Shadow Academy. They send out darts every day, traveling south and north, so they must be very well informed. After getting off the carriage, Li Xian came into the middle of a very large courtyard. The plaque on the gate of the courtyard reads, Chengwu Dark Bureau. People were constantly coming in and out of the main entrance. Li Xian walked straight in. 43 changes in Chengwu Dark Bureau. When they went in, they were immediately greeted. It seems that regardless of any industry, there is a very good understanding of the fact that the customer is God. Sir, this is the Chengwu Dark Bureau. May I ask if you need to bet on a dart? A man with a smile on his face approached. I'm here to see your dart master, Dong Chengwu. The smile on that youth's face disappeared when he heard the reason for his visit. I'm sorry, our head dartman isn't here. He hasn't returned from his dart trip the other day. Out of the dart? Li Xian instantly frowned. And when is he expected back? This is not known. This dart is very important. Short of half a month. The delay of 3 or 5 months. No accuracy. As the youth said that, he turned around and left, no longer paying attention to Li Xian, but looking at such an attitude. Li Xian knew that this person must be lying. Brother, just inform me. Just tell me that I'm from Cloud Shadow City, and that I'm your Dark Chief's brother's brother. Go go go. The man was impatient and turned around waving his hand about to drive Li Xian away. I don't care who you are. If you don't bet on the dart, leave immediately. When Li Xian saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head for a while. With this kind of service attitude, how did the Chengwu dart board get to this point? I'll bet on the dart. Li Xian was inspired and said in a hurry. Bet on a dart? What are you betting on? The man turned around at once and looked at Li Xian suspiciously. I'll tell you what, kid. Don't you mess with me. I really bet on the dart. How much to Cloud Shadow City? Li Xian asked. Well, that depends on what's being bet on. The youth weighed Li now from top to bottom. Still a little less convinced, he asked. You really bet on darts? Can you make a real dart bet? Li Xian nodded seriously. Not joking at all. Then wait, I'll call someone out to talk to you. But if you play us, then don't blame us for being rude to you. With that, the man turned and entered the main hall. In a short time, he came out with an older man. Li Xian couldn't help but look at it with some slight disappointment. This person is not recognizable. Not the chief administrator introduced by Dong Chengwen last time. Hello, I hear you're going to be escorting the dart, is that right? The old man appeared steady and polite, reaching out his hand to indicate that Li Xian should take a seat. When he sat down, he commanded, watch the tea. It's like this. I'm your family's dart master Dong Qingwu's brother. Dong Qingwen's brother. I came over today, mainly because I want to inquire about one thing. Li Xian immediately revealed his reason for coming. But in the next moment, even this old man's face changed slightly. It seemed unconcerned about Li's now self-reported background. Sir, our dart master is really out of the dart. If you're looking for him, please come back in a few days. With that, he simply stood up and prepared to leave. Dong Chengwu isn't here. Then your chief Uncle Biao is always here. Uncle Biao, the old man that Dong Qingwen introduced to Li Xian last time. But the next moment, when Li Xian brought up the name Uncle Biao, The old man turned around expansively. Meanwhile the youth next to him immediately rushed over. After coming in front of Li Xian, he immediately called out to the outside world. Quickly come to the people. This guy must be sent by Uncle Biao to spy on the truth. Arrest him for me. Hula. Outside immediately rushed in more than a dozen people. Well, Li now surrounded by water leakage. Li Xian was in a daze and had no idea what was going on. Hey, you guys, let me explain. We won't listen to your sophistry. I'm not sophomoric. I'm really from Cloud Shadow City. I'm really Dong Qingwen's brother. Your dart head his brother's brother. Li Xian said, and hastily took out a letter. Look, this is a letter written by Dong Qingwen himself, addressed to your dark master. Li said, now waving the envelope in his hand. The crowd paused, then looked at the old man as if asking for advice. Li now handed the envelope to the bystander and then passed it on to the old man. Only the old man opened the envelope suspiciously and read it. After a few moments, there was a flash of light. You are Li Xingchen? Yes, I'm Starry Li. Then why didn't you say so? The old man rushed over and waved off the others. I told you, you don't believe me, Li Xian said with a bitter smile on his face. But what exactly happened? Did your dart master really go out for a dart? Come, this way, third master. This old man sidestepped out of the way and led Li Xian to the backyard. This dartboard has 4 courtyards in the front and back, covering a large area. Having such a piece of land in Tianlu City is also worth a lot of money. And after arriving at the backyard, Li Xian finally met Dong Qingwu. What the hell is going on here? I saw Dong Qingwu lying on the bed, weak, surrounded by 4 or 5 people taking care of him. What was a lean, middle-aged man was at the moment as sickly as a child. Hey, I only saw the old man let out a long sigh. Things, or because of you, me? Li Xian pointed at himself and was instantly confused. What's it to me? Last time, Chief Uncle Biao came back from Cloud Shadow City and brought a message about you carrying a foreign flame, and so advocate the dark heads to lay hands on you. But, Master Dong there clearly said not to lay hands on you, and the Dark Master listened to Master Dong so well that he agreed. But Uncle Bill doesn't agree. He already had the intention to turn the tide, so he spread the news, and at the same time, in conjunction with the people of the Vajra-walled city, he robbed us of several important darts, and before he left, he also laid hands on the head of the dart and attacked suddenly so that the head of the dart had no power to avenge his death. Hearing this, Li Xian suddenly came to a realization, but also inwardly, he was very grateful to Dong Qingwen. It was because Dong Qingwen had never even thought twice about the foreign fire from the very beginning. But Li now doesn't know. Dong Qingwen had this idea, but he just thought that Li Xian himself was more important compared to the foreign fire. This matter is due to myself. Li Xian could not just sit back and do nothing. After slightly pondering, Li Xian's face turned vicious. Big brother Dong has treated me well, and this matter is because of me. How can I turn a blind eye to this matter? Li Xian slowly walked to the window, looking at Dong Qingwu's frail appearance on the bed, and inwardly was somewhat unable to bear it. Your big brother Dong's younger brother and older than me. It's not too much for me to call you second brother. If there's any use for a brother in this matter, just ask. Cough cough. Dong Qingwu struggles to get back to his feet, but it induced a violent coughing fit in the body. The surrounding people rushed to help him up carefully. It was only after a moment that Dong Qingwu said weakly, I feel very pleased for my big brother when Brother Star has these words. I've heard that you've been participating in the Demon Beast competition recently. It's better for you to ignore this matter for now. When Li Xian heard this, he shook his head. This won't do. It's fine if you don't participate in the Demon Beast competition, but this breath, it has to come out, Li Xian said and began to check up on Dong Qingwu's physical state. While studying the Dan Dao at Ma Yun's place, Li Xian surveyed and read the canonical books, among which there were quite a few medical arts canonical books. After some examination, Li Xian realized that Dong Qingwu's body had stagnant toxins and had suffered extremely serious internal injuries. With that, Li Xian immediately took out some pills. These pills were refined by my master. You're suffering from a severe poison and have internal injuries. First, removing this toxin before treating your internal injuries is the superior treatment. Brother Star is also proficient in the art of medicine. He is really young and promising. Big brother knows a brother like you. It seems that he didn't look away. Dong Qingwu nodded his head gratefully. However, now that Uncle Biao has joined the Vajra-walled city, and he is familiar with all the dart routes and in everything within the dartboard, I'm afraid that the dartboard won't be able to continue, and there's nothing we can do to take revenge against him. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Even if you want to take revenge, you have to get your body in shape. Li Xian comforted. As for this dartboard, although it's a family business you've built up over many years, at this time you're seriously injured and don't have the slightest bit of strength, so keeping it is rather detrimental to you. What if Uncle Biao knows you're not dead and sends someone over to get at you again? There are so many people up and down the dartboard right now. You won't be able to defend yourself. In my opinion, you might as well dismiss everyone and keep your roots for now. Dong Chengwu nodded thoughtfully. In the last few days, I've also been thinking about these things, and I plan to go back to my big brother's place in Cloud Shadow City to take refuge for a while. This is a good idea. Back to Cloud Shadow City. At least there is no fear for his life. Brother Dong's side still has roots. Then make a comeback. Why worry about the great cause? Listening to Li Xian's words, the knot in Dong Chengwu's heart seemed to be opened. Only its eyes were filled with light. The essence of the body is also much restored. It's quite a bit better than the previous days. It's really a good fortune for my big brother to be able to make friends with a brother like you. I'll thank you first on behalf of my big brother. Dong Chengwu made a gesture, about to get up to pay his respects. But he was stopped by Li Xian in a hurry. They're all brothers of their own. Quickly lie down. Oh, you see, big brother also wrote a letter instructing me to take care of you. Who would have thought that I would actually need brother you to take care of me? After Dong Chengwu lay down, he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. In Cloud Shadow City, thanks to big brother Dong's care, I was able to go smoothly. Here, if there's anything that second brother Dong needs, you can just ask. Good buddy. Dong Chengwu was moved to grab Li Xian's hand and couldn't help but weep a little. That's how people are, at its most vulnerable. A word of comfort from anyone can make it appreciated. By the way, I wonder what Brother Star came over to see us for. Just then, Dong Chengwu suddenly came to his senses. Since Dong Chengwen had instructed him to do so, Li Xingqian must have come here for something when he paid a visit today. Otherwise, you wouldn't come to the door for no reason. In fact, I originally wanted to come over to inquire about something. Your dartboard travels far and wide to see a lot of things and has a wide range of news. I want to inquire about what happened to the Cloud Shadow Academy over in Cloud Shadow City. Our academy's vice principal was urgently urged to go back. I came from the Cloud Shadow Academy. My heart is in the Cloud Shadow Academy, so I want to inquire about it. Li Xian revealed the purpose of his trip. So that's what this is about. However, he saw Dong Chengwen slightly pondering, and then asked the old man beside him, have any dart teams gone to Cloud Shadow City recently? Not in the last half-dozen months. It seems. The old man mused faintly. Cloud Shadow Academy is also something that happened only in the last few days. Half a month can be early. Li Xian couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Seeing this, Dong Chengwu felt vaguely guilty inside. This person came over to ask for help, and they couldn't do anything about it. However, on second thought, Dong Chengwu hurriedly said, since I have decided to dismiss the dartboard and return to Cloud Shadow City to recuperate from my injuries, I will immediately prepare to depart, and when I get back, I will probe for good news and hasten to find someone to write back to you. Li Xian immediately brightened up. That's a good idea. Then I'll trouble you. Second brother Dong. A small matter. Since the brother's message is important, Dong Chengwu looked at the old man beside him. Seventh uncle. Tidy up the family's wealth and disperse some of it to the brothers. And keep this courtyard. I'll definitely be back in the future. Yes, the old man answered and then turned away in a hurry. Cough cough. Dong Chengwu coughed a few times again. The violent coughing involved internal injuries, immediately causing Dong Chengwu to furrow his brows and forcefully endure the pain in his body. Second brother Dong. Then I won't bother you anymore. You have a good rest. If there is a need, just call for someone to find me. I am now living in the Sky Prime District. After telling Dong Chengwu the address, Li Xian left the Chengwu Dark Bureau. Time has changed and things are different. Landscapes flow and nothing is eternal. Dong Chengwu, who had once been in the limelight for a while, could allow his brother to strut his stuff even in the distant Cloud Shadow City. Now he has been betrayed by his own family and has ended up in this situation. Li Xian couldn't help but sigh. Upon returning to the residence, Li Xian saw that within the residence, there was a sea change. Mother and daughter Fang Rou used the money given by Li Xian to add many things to the courtyard. It couldn't help but add a touch of liveliness to the otherwise cold and quiet courtyard. It was getting dark. Mother and daughter Fang Rou seemed to have just finished cleaning as well. Looking at mother and daughter covered in sweat, Li Xian couldn't help but feel secretly, keeping them around to take care of their ups and downs. How is this not a beautiful thing? Besides, this mother and daughter have eye-catching appearance, each with their own unique characteristics. Just looking at them every day can also activate some hormones, so that Li Xian can be much more spiritual. Third master, you're back. When mother and daughter Fang Rou saw Li Xian, they immediately got up and came over to greet him. Li Xian measured the mother and daughter for a moment, then walked straight into the hall. Seeing this, Jing Chuchu hurriedly poured water and made tea. Carefully, he served it to Li Xian. Seeing the constrained look, Li Xian couldn't help but smile. In the future, you guys just treat this place as your own home. You don't need to be so formal in front of me, got it? Jing Chuchu lowered her head, clutched the corner of her coat, and was silent. Fong Ro immediately stepped forward but said, "Third master, this can't be, you take us in, we are your subordinate. Slave girl, at your disposal, serve you, if this is arbitrary, that's not a mess? With me, there's no such thing as rules and regulations, got it?" Li Xian reprimanded with some displeasure. Chuchu is only 14 years old. You should ask around tomorrow and see where there is an academy around that is a little closer. Send Chuchu to the academy to study. Ah, this can't be allowed. Fong Ro waved her hand repeatedly and refused, while Jing Chuchu by his side slowly raised her head, looking at Li Xian with excitement and expectation. This was simply whimsical to Jing Chuchu. She dared not even think of qualifying. Didn't you just say that? Since you are slaves and maidservants, then you will listen to me, got it? But, Fong Ro wanted to say something else, but was blocked by a look from Li Xian. But only if you can take care of the family alone. Home. Fong Ro froze in place for a moment. Just one word, but it gave her an immense shock. What a cozy word that is. How long had it been since she had felt the warmth that came with that word? And when Fong Ro looked back, Li Xian had already stretched out somewhat tiredly and walked away. Third master, you've been tired all day. Do you want me to feed you below? Poof. Li now stumbles and almost pounces. Third master, are you alright? Fong Ro hurriedly jogged over to help Li Xian up. Ahem. That's alright. New house. Threshold unfamiliar. You see, almost fell. Li now coughed lightly and patted his clothes awkwardly. Third master, are you hungry then? I'll give you something to eat down there. I'm delicious down there. Fong Ro said with a serious face. Ask Chu if you don't believe me. Chu grew up eating my noodles when she was little. From afar, Jing Chu nodded seriously. Mother's bottom is really delicious, and I've since learned to learn it. So in the future, if mother's busy, I'll give it to the third master. Li Xian was completely speechless by the mother-daughter duo's conversation. Thunderstruck. Between these words, it was like a seduction cannonball that exploded Li Xian's restlessness. No way, no way. You'll make a mistake at this rate. Li Xian hurriedly turned around and walked towards the main room. At the same time, he waved his hand and said, I'm not hungry. You guys eat. After saying that, he returned to his room in a sorry state. They don't understand the stems of it, and they make random remarks, but they are thundering that Li Xian doesn't dare to butt in. Back in the main room, Li Xian saw that the main room was cleaned by Fong Ro's mother and daughter. Everything used is brand new. Phew. Taking a long, cloudy breath, Li now threw himself headfirst onto the bed. Today's round has ended. A new round will begin tomorrow. Li now understands. There would be no half a month's rest for the Collar City Demon Beast competition. Continuous combat was what tested the staying power of a demonic beast and a beast master. If ever there is a day on the battlefield, you say your demonic beast just had a fight and now needs to rest. Will the enemy let you rest? So one race a day is a luxury for every participant. However, right at this moment, Li Xian's stomach rumbled in thought. The ring holds food though, but Li is now somewhat disinterested. It's after sunset that the food begins. As a young man with a mindset that transcends this era, Li now knows that nightlife is what belongs to young people. Thinking of this, Li now left to open the door and head out. Arriving at the main hall, Li Xian saw that in the ear room next to the main hall, Fong Ro's mother and daughter were nourishing noodles. Next to the ear room is the kitchen. The ear room was converted into a dining room. Mother and daughter were nourishing themselves with a bowl of noodles each. Seeing this scene, Li Xian couldn't help but walk over. But when it came to the front, it froze. The only thing I could see was that the noodles the duo were eating were actually a bowl of white water noodles. The noodles soaked up the broth and were colorless. But even so, they still ate with gusto. At this moment, Li Xian couldn't help but feel a great deal of emotion within his heart. Stop eating. Mother and daughter immediately put down their dishes and stood up. At this time, Fong Ro's mother and daughter were extremely apprehensive. They thought that they had made some mistake to make Li Xian so angry. Third master, U.S. Mother and daughter tried to explain something, but again, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. However, the next moment, Li Xian's words froze them. Stop eating and go out to eat with me. Jing Chu couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Looking a bit overwhelmed, Fong Ro was steady, and hurriedly said, Third master, we just moved in today, and a lot of things in the kitchen aren't ready yet, and we used to eat this noodle. It smells good, so we won't go out to eat. It was then that the mother and daughter realized that Li Xian was angry because he had eaten too simply. Thinking about this, the mother and daughter couldn't help but be touched inwardly. From now on, whatever I say goes, you hear me? Go clean up and go out to eat with me, Li Xian said in an undeniable tone. After saying that, Li Xian walked out of the year room and sat down in the main hall to wait. It wasn't long before mother and daughter walked out. Li now looked at them from top to bottom and couldn't help but feel a little disgruntled again. Tomorrow go buy a few sets of clothes by yourself and pick up a few things. What a good embryo. This goes out and lets people know. And say I mistreated you. After saying that, Li Xian stood up and walked outside. The mother and daughter looked at each other and couldn't help but smile in a touched manner, then hurriedly followed. In contrast, nights in the Sky Prime district are much quieter. After all, those rich people don't like to be disturbed. Li Xian had originally planned to go to the Jinshang district for a stroll, but it's too far. Casually stopping a carriage, Li Xian asked the driver to take the three of them to the nearest snack street for a stroll. Within a short time, Li now came to a snack bar 3 streets away from their abode. The place is all lit up. As far as the eye could see, crowds of people were walking back and forth in 2s and 3s. Not so loud, but not so quiet either. Li Xian couldn't help but feel a secret emotion. That's the quality. Some people who hate the rich will say how rich people are bad. But in fact, the real rich people, their quality is very high. Even if they do, they're spoiled dudes. And the really big families with a strong heritage pay a lot of attention to cultural literacy. Children who grow up in this environment are much more mature and stable compared to their peers. And, especially in the middle of a big city like Tianlu City, these rich people see a lot more than others. This is the man who was in Rome from birth. After getting out of the car, Li Xian took the mother and daughter to casually find a food stall placed outside and sat down. In comparison, the food court here is much cleaner than the one over in the Jinshang district, and the quality and class of their food is not comparable at all. It's just more expensive. After all, this is a snack bar that opened in the Sky Prime district, and rightfully so. Eat something, anything. Li now handed over the menu. It's better if Master San orders. We don't know how to order. Fong Ro gave an awkward smile, then looked around with some apprehension, because they've never been to a place like this before. Not to mention ordering food, Li Xian also did not look at the menu. Let the small two according to their signboard on the line. It wasn't long before a table full of food came up. Feel free to eat. Li Xian picked up his chopsticks and feasted. Seeing Li Xian make his move, Jing Chuchu looked at Fong Ro with inquiring eyes. Only after getting the consent did this pick up the chopsticks and start cooking. Compared to the white water pasta they ate before, the food here is just out of this world. I see lots of interesting knickknacks here, and clothes for sale, so let's go check it out after we eat later and get you guys some nice outfits. Li Xian looked around and then said to the duo, "Thank you, third master." Fong Ro stopped and thanked him before continuing to start eating. And just then, Li Xian suddenly noticed someone. This man was sitting at the next table. Li could see it now with a slight twist of his head. Looking along, the man was wearing a long black robe, and it was as if he had all blended into one with this pitch-black night. It was only when he came to this brightly lit street that he gradually revealed himself. Seemingly sensing Li Xian's gaze, the man raised his head slightly and looked at Li Xian. A pair of bizarre eyes met Li Xian's eyes. Li Xian's pupils instantly shrunk. Under the night, the man's pupils, surprisingly, had a hint of a faint green color. Just looking at each other, the two of them immediately turned back. What a strange one. I wonder how I'll end up against her. Li Xian couldn't help but speculate. And this person was exactly one of the targets that Li Xian had his eye on during the Demon Beast competition. This person was the mysterious girl from Shadow City. Covered in snowy white skin, she was wrapped in a black robe. Only one pair of eyes were revealed, and they were a pair of creepy eyes with an oily green color. In a short while, the three Li presently ate. After checking out and walking away, Li now passed by the girl but saw a scene that shocked Li, only to see that underneath that black robe, the demonic beast that the girl had raised, that humanoid bat monster, was actually in its arms, biting her arm, seemingly sucking on the girl's blood. Although Li Xian was surprised, he ignored it, walked straight through and faded away. After picking out some gifts and clothes for Fong Ro and the others, the three of them returned home. Having labored all day, Li Xian lay down on the bed and drifted off to sleep. The following day, the Demon Beast competition was filled with people. Li Xian came here alone. But today, to the surprise of all the contestants as well as the audience, it's amazing how the mechanics of the game have changed. Because of yesterday's round of eliminations, that's only half of the contestants left today. That's 61 people. Of these 61 people, only 10 would be representing Tianlu City in the National Demon Beast competition. Suffice it to say, the competition that was very fierce. So, in order to be fair and equitable, everyone has a chance. After the demonic beast competition, officials negotiated with the Five Rings Coliseum. 65 demonic beasts around 100 years old were found to come over. Then, still by lottery, the goals of all participants were decided. Soon, information about the 6,500-year-old demonic beasts was listed on the bulletin board of the fighting arena. these demonic beasts. The lowest was 95 years old, and the highest was 110 years old. What you draw depends on your luck. But understanding that there was a great deal of shady business in the way the lottery was drawn, Li Xian couldn't help but shake his head. If there were no surprises, the demonic beast drawn for himself would definitely be whichever one had the highest number of years, although they were all only demonic beasts of around 100 years. However, one must realize that these demonic beasts had just been captured from the wild. The wildness in their bodies was incomparable to even equally bred demonic beasts. It was safe to say that a bred 100-year-old demonic beast was no match for a wild 100-year-old demonic beast. Instantly, the difficulty of the challenge for all the participants was directly raised several times. It's not like challenging other contestants. It's not likely that your demonic beast is going to be torn to pieces or used as food by the other party. And in addition, the damage you inflict on wild demonic beasts and how you perform during the match, all will be scored comprehensively by the judges, to determine your placement throughout the game. After the referee introduced the rules, it was soon time for the lottery process. Still had the same drawbacks from yesterday. It was just that each number in there represented a different demonic beast. However, some are happy and some are sad. When Li now gets his numbers. As expected, the number seen was 55. The more you leaned on the last number, the more years of demonic beasts it represented. Li Xian followed the numbers and looked along with them, realizing that the demonic beast at number 55 was a 105-year-old ice blizzard eagle. Not the most years though, but it is the one that most restrains the black iron snake. Marred. It must be that Zhang Jian guy who's causing all the trouble. Li Xian couldn't help but curse before returning to the restroom. The race starts according to the number. From number 1 to number 61. At this moment, everyone in the lounge was seriously thinking about how to deal with the demonic beast they had drawn. The ice blizzard eagle could fly, while the black iron snake couldn't, and there was absolutely nothing to do with the other side. But right at this moment, Li Xian suddenly saw a person sneaking around in the crowd. Hey, buddy, switch or not? Brother, mine is a shark-toothed giant crocodile of 98 years, 10 million tails, trade or not? Mine is a 95-year-old swift poison wolf, 20 million tails. For what? Li Xian couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw this scene. You can still play like that? Seeing this, Li now looked down at the numbered cards in his hand again. This kind of operation is a completely foul operation, and the staff was at a distance, but turned a blind eye. Hey, man, come here, come here. Li Xian hurriedly waved to the man who was going to take money for the digital sign. Match after match after match. Some people won miserably. Some people lost and took their demonic beasts with them. One hung his head and returned to the restroom. It's too perverted. The same 100-year-old demonic beasts. When my demonic beasts met those wild demonic beasts, it was like a grandson meeting his grandfather. They were directly scared to pee. I don't either. I turn and run when I get on the field and step on the horse faster than I can run. You guys are fine, but mine is even worse. I can't even pull it up. So I just admit defeat. The more these people talked, the more they gave the other remaining participants an invisible pressure. Everyone couldn't help but all scratch their ears and get anxious. One by one, they took out their demonic beasts and began to command them. Don't be afraid to die when you go up there later. Just go straight up and tickle him. I tell you, we are not afraid of failure. Even if we fail, I will admit defeat as soon as possible, so as not to let you get hurt. Don't ever disgrace me. Got it? If you can win, I'll go back and match you with a pair. Don't you like that demonic beast in the house next door? I'll go back and propose to you. I'm telling you, if you dare to run, I'll break your legs. The crowd was talking and the lounge was noisy. And just then, the door to the lounge was suddenly opened. Zhang Jian walked in with the people from the Colosseum and the officials from the Demon Beast competition. That's him. I'm going to report them. They're exchanging draw cards privately and trading them at a high price. When Zhang Jian came in, he pointed at Li Xian and then shouted. With a clatter, those people directly surrounded Li Xian. Humph. You guys really think the officials are cuties? The records of your draws are recorded at the referee's table, and going out to play with different tags will directly result in a declaration of defeat, Zhang Jian said proudly to Li Xian. Hearing this, some of the people at the scene suddenly changed their faces abruptly. Hurriedly, they began to look for the person they had just exchanged digital cards with, intending to swap them back again. Your numbered cards, please. An official of the Demon Beast competition, holding a pamphlet in his hand, said coldly to Li Xian. In that booklet, it was the results of their draw just now that were recorded. There are others. Take out the numbered cards. We're going to target them one by one. Li Xian looked at so many pairs of eyes staring at him and slowly took out his numbered cards. However, when the Zhang Jian in front of him saw the numbers on Li Xian's digital sign, his face instantly changed. 55. How is that possible? Didn't you switch with someone else? Didn't you spend $10 million to switch with someone else? Zhang Jian took a step back incredulously. When Li Xian saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. At that time, Li now did want to change it. But on second thought, how could the officials of the Demon Beast competition not think of such a small problem? Unless the other person is a cutie. If someone is underpowered but draws a forward number. But even if it was a demonic beast that leaned forward, he was no match. So to minimize losses and still make a profit, surely you have to sell the numbers in your hand. So, as Li Xian was about to exchange, Li Xian stopped, thinking that Zhang Jian could even sway the draw. Could this be another one of his plots? Just in case, Li now chose not to change. And now, as expected, it was really Zhang Jian's doing. Looking at the number boards and registers with the same numbers, the official staff went back to checking the numbers of the others. Yet with such a grab, it actually did grab 3 out. These 3 people, without exception, were directly declared disqualified. Seeing this, Li Xian couldn't help but feel a secret pang of fear. The worst thing about this situation is not failing in the Colosseum. Instead, they were thrown out before they could do anything. How wrong this has to be. And late in the game you don't even qualify for the rankings. Keep in mind that there are significant rewards for placing as well. This time, those 3 people who switched the numbered cards had lost their lives. Seeing that his plan had failed, Zhang Jian said to Li Xian with a sinister face, "Don't think that just because you dodged this bullet you think you'll be fine with each other. Look at your opponent in number 55, the Ice and Snow Blizzard Eagle, specializing in restraining your black iron snake. Enjoy it." After saying that, Zhang Jian laughed in anger and left the place with a big smile on his face. Right at this moment, along with a voice ringing out, the black-clothed woman in the distance who had been under Li Xian's attention slowly stood up. She was seen walking indifferently towards the Colosseum, indifferent to what was happening around her. The referee at the far end told her to get into the protective cage, but she didn't move a muscle there now. After releasing his demonic beast, he stood there like a wooden stake, not even paying attention to the referee's words. At the referee's table, the 10 referees looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to do all of a sudden. So all eyes were on the official administrator. After all, this competition can be different from the previous ones. This is a slip-up. That's going to kill someone. Let her be. The official administrator spoke up and the referee put his foot down. But they were also very attached to this mysterious girl from Shadow City. Because in all of this girl's previous matches, she had defeated her opponents in all of them by crushing them. That bizarre demonic beast was something that no one present had ever seen before. Information about its name and abilities was also obtained through the records of Shadow City. This demonic beast called the Bloodthirsty Batman had a scalp-numbing cruelty. Rumble. The floor of the Colosseum shuddered. The huge cage door in the distance slowly opened. It was a huge cage that could only be opened by 5 people working together to turn a gear wheel. The demonic beasts imprisoned inside were simply unable to break through the cage. And the moment the cage door was opened, a behemoth rushed out from it. It is huge, more than 10 meters high, shaped like a lion, running on all 4s, but stopped when the front body standing, like a human. This demonic beast was clearly the fierce killing fury lion that was renowned in the Demon Beast Great Forest. As a branch demonic beast of the lion class, the murderous angry lion had a deep-seated hatred for humans. It's as if the hatred is planted inside the genes. After breaking out of the cage, the feral fury lion looked around for its attacker. It was captured here by humans. It's going to kill all these humans. Kill them all. But when it looked at its surroundings clearly, it realized that this was actually the world of humans. The tall walls around them were filled with people. Murderous raging lion wants to charge up and go on a killing spree. However, when it ran under the city wall, it realized that it could not charge up at all. But right at this moment, the fierce and furious lion suddenly saw that there was another human in the huge Colosseum. There was also a strange demonic beast in front of the human. Unable to kill the others, the fierce and furious lion immediately directed his anger towards the one he saw as far as his eyes could see. In the next moment, the ferocious raging lion trampled on the ground and viciously charged over. In the distance, the mysterious girl in the black robe slowly raised her head. That seems to be the order given to the bloodthirsty bats. Only the bloodthirsty Batman lifted his wings and flew towards the fierce and angry lion. The two came towards each other, and the fierce and angry lion did not put the bloodthirsty Batman in its eyes at all, as it only had the human figure in its eyes at the moment. Buzz off! And right at this moment, a wave of sound spread out in a circle towards the fierce and angry lion, instantly enveloping it. Boom! The murderous and furious lion was shocked by this sudden sound wave, stimulating a blackness before his eyes, and his entire gigantic figure lunged forward with a roar. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the bloodthirsty Batman swooped down, and on his legs, claws as sharp as eagle claws, ruthlessly grasped into the body of the ferocious angry lion. His arms then swung around, clawing the murderous and furious lion to the ground, but it was only a flesh wound. After all, suffering pain, the murderous and furious lion immediately stormed up, but it reveals an Achilles heel. Seeing this, that bloodthirsty Batman opened his fang-filled mouth and took a bite towards the neck of the ferocious angry lion. Sharp fangs pierced the skin and penetrated the blood vessels, and blood gushed out wildly like a column of blood. The bloodthirsty Batman sucked greedily on his mouth. In a short while, the murderous and furious lion gradually lost its struggle. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the bloodthirsty Batman flew in front of the girl covered in blood. The bloodthirsty Batman kept shrinking and landed on the girl's shoulder. Then he left the Colosseum without looking back. When the girl left, people reacted. Only then did the referee call the match. 44 The game is over. Go back to Cloud Shadow City. So far, there were currently only 5 participants who had defeated the demonic beast they had drawn. And right now, there are still about 30 people, almost half or so, who have yet to compete. That means that only 5 of those 30 remaining will qualify for nationals. But, though the further back you go, the more years the demonic beasts have, but the more points are added to the contestants as well. If 12 contestants who defeated the demonic beasts appeared, then even if they are eliminated, only some of the top participants will be eliminated. Immediately after that, more than a dozen more people went up to challenge, but without exception, all of them ended in failure. Next, 49. The referee's voice rang through the arena. A simple, honest youth stood up. This was one of the participants located in Tianlu City. However, from the moment the Heavenly Stream City participants and the other participants from the city initiated a conflict, the youth just sat in the corner from the beginning to the end, never getting involved. He rarely speaks. It was none other than the Tianlu City contestant that Li Xian favored. Li now also understands. He was also the only one, a participant from the Yongchang district of Tianlu City. One should know that the Yongchang district was only a civilian district in Tianlu City. A lot of kids in the civilian areas can't get into the Imperial Beast Academy, not to mention going to the tournament. This youth, however, just stood out from it in a hard way. It has also reached such heights. He was seen walking very steadily and confidently towards the Colosseum, followed all the processes of the contest, then entered the protective cage. Everyone's idea is different. Unlike the mysterious woman from before, there seemed to be a different kind of thoughts and opinions about protecting the cage. But for this youth, protecting the cage is just a way to protect himself. Entering the protective cage and releasing the demonic beasts that he himself had raised. The youth's pair of eyes stared at the beast cage with a deadpan expression. There, with its own goal for the day, a 100-legged centipede that was over 10 meters long. This youth's demonic beast, however, was a seemingly ordinary, unimpressive yellow cow. His demonic beasts, like him, gave off a sense of simplicity. This yellow bull, however, was 5 meters long, 3 meters tall, and filled with a sense of power. The horns that curve around the top of the head are long and sharp. It was as if it could pierce through the flesh of all demonic beasts. Just then, the beast cage was opened. A black, more than 10-meter-long centipede quickly crawled out from it. But just then, the mutation is sudden. There was no imaginary 2 demonic beasts fighting for their lives, only to see that 100-legged centipede come out and look around before quickly charging towards the audience. It has no intention of fighting at all. When it came to the edge of the Colosseum, when it looked at the dozens of meters high wall, how many hands moved up and down, and even began to climb upwards. The thick and high wall that could block all demonic beasts. The thick and high wall that could block the ferocious and furious lions. At this moment, for the 100-footed centipede, it was surprisingly like walking on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was in an uproar. The audience over there, especially, stood up in shock and fled in haste. Immediately, the Colosseum and the officials stood up, ready to intervene and stop the 100-footed centipede from escaping. And just then, the youth's demonic beast moved. The yellow ox demonic beast with an extremely large tonnage lowered its head, raised its sharp horns, and fiercely charged at that 100-footed centipede. The thick, high walls were dozens of meters high. When the yellow bull demonic beast rushed over, the 100-footed centipede had already climbed to a high place. But the next scene that made everyone's jaw drop was yellow cattle before reaching the thick, high walls. Surprisingly, he leapt high on all fours. The huge yellow bull leapt up and slammed hard in the air towards the 100-footed centipede that had climbed up the high wall. Boom! It seemed that everyone sitting in the audience clearly felt a tremor under their feet. Looking along, he saw the yellow bull leaping up in the air, the sharp horns on top of its head, directly slamming the 100-footed centipede into the thick wall. The thick wall cracked in all directions, and the bull bobbed his head, then pulled out his horns before landing with a thud. Landing on the ground, he shook the dusty stone from his head, then walked slowly towards his master. There were cheers. Everyone stood up and applauded and shouted for the young man. It's just so beautiful. This not only solved the crisis, but also gained this victory. This youth from the civilian area had earned every civilian in the Yongchang district face this battle alone. In the future, every civilian in the Yongchang district will say to everyone that whoever's child from our Yongchang district is only a block away from us. The youth opened the protective cage and stroked the bull's head before leading him out of the arena. I must say that this youth has fought this battle really well. It was reasonable to say that the strength of that 100-footed centipede hadn't been utilized in the slightest. The 100-foot centipede's proud toxin, the poisonous mist, didn't even have a chance to release it. Just get run over straight away. However, the excitement continues. Soon it was here at Li present. When Li Xian walked into the middle of the Colosseum, the sky above the Colosseum was covered by a protective shield. This is something that none of the other contestants have ever been treated like, because Li Xian's opponent was a flying demonic beast. This is if what happened before the demonic beasts escaped happened. Then this flying demonic beast would cause unimaginable damage to the audience. The protective shield, on the other hand, could limit the flying height of the flying demonic beast, but Li now couldn't help but reveal a smile when he saw this. The Ice Blizzard Eagle, known for its speed, possesses an extremely powerful tearing and grasping ability, as well as an ice-attributed elemental attack ability. Here, though, he's going to be much less powerful, because this place limits his speed. The speed of the Ice Blizzard Eagle is mainly based on the wind and the speed at which it swoops down. The environment here, however, limits him greatly. How could Zhang Jian not have thought that although the Ice Blizzard Eagle restrained the Black Iron Snake, however, it gave the Black Iron Snake the chance to kill back. Li now entered the protective cage and then released the Black Iron Snake. At the same time, he inwardly instructed the Black Iron Serpent, after regaining its size, lay on the ground and just don't move. Wait for the Ice Blizzard Sculptor to come down, and then instantly highlight it with the bone-eating poison mist, and proceed to entangle and kill it. Li Xian's plan was simple, because after determining his target, Li now hastily asked the others about the abilities and habits of this Ice Blizzard Eagle. This Ice Blizzard Eagle was fast and extremely cautious. Li Xian told Black Iron Snake not to move and to lie on the ground and play dead. This would greatly reduce the Ice Blizzard Eagle's wariness. Li Xian estimated that the Colosseum had increased the wildness and ferocity of these demonic beasts in order to increase their ferocity. Definitely didn't feed them. In that case, these demonic beasts must be very, very hungry. Whenever you see any food, you will definitely come down to eat it after making sure. And that time would be a good time for Black Iron Snake to strike back. The cage door was opened. A large snow-white eagle flew straight out. This big eagle was more than 10 meters long after spreading its wings and looked extremely majestic. Together with all the snow-white feathers, it would be really majestic and dominant if it could be kept as a pet. Bang! 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 Right at this moment, the Ice Blizzard Eagle suddenly flew upwards into the air, planning to fly away from here. But there's a protective shield over the Colosseum. The Ice Blizzard Eagle crashed into it several times and couldn't get out of the way. And with no borrowing points in the air, he couldn't stand and rest. One can only keep hitting this protective shield with the head, or the eagle's beak. However, the protective shield was extremely strong and could not be knocked away. After some fruitless tossing and turning, the Ice Blizzard Eagle hovered in mid-air. Just then, he noticed the huge Black Iron Snake on the ground. At this moment, the Black Iron Snake was lying motionless on the ground, and there was a cage next to it with a human inside. The Ice Blizzard Eagle was uncertain and only thought of the Black Iron Snake as food. In the next moment, the Ice Blizzard Eagle directly swooped down without saying a word. But the moment he was about to fly, he even directly reversed his direction and flew into the sky again. What a cautious fellow! Li Xian's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He swooped down and even Li now thought he was going to attack. But who knew it was just a test? It's a good thing that Li now told Black Iron Snake not to move. Otherwise, the Ice Blizzard Eagle definitely wouldn't have flown down the second time after realizing the anomaly. Actually, Li now had another way. That was to wait for the Ice Blizzard Eagle to get tired of flying and then come down before attacking. But the Colosseum wasn't going to give Li present that long. In addition, the Ice Blizzard Eagle's flight endurance could reach several hours. All the spectators were talking and pointing. In fact, when he saw the Black Iron Snake not moving at first, he knew Li Xian's strategy. And just now, the Ice Blizzard Eagle swooped down and flew up into the sky once again in a test run that really caught everyone's eyes. Compared to the previous few fights, this battle was even more of a battle of wits. Just then, the Ice Blizzard Eagle swooped down again. This time, however, he descended much lower than last time. After the same trial, it flew into the sky again. This is repeated 3 or 4 times. Li Xian was truly impressed by the Ice Blizzard Eagle's caution. This guy can be called the #1 go in the demonic beast world. But just then, the Ice Blizzard Eagle attacked again. and just when the crowd thought it was a brilliant tryst, this time, the ice blizzard eagle's sharp claws ruthlessly grabbed onto the black iron snake's body. The sharp claws snapped off the hard scales of the black iron snake and then ruthlessly grabbed inside the flesh. In the next moment, this ice blizzard eagle unexpectedly grabbed the more than 10-meter-long python and flew directly into the sky. It gave a shocking scene as if one man had lifted a car, because the black iron snake is just too heavy. But in fact, the ice blizzard eagle lives extremely cold in the north. There, the ice blizzard eagles were fed by giant wolves that weighed several times more than themselves, as well as other ferocious predators. His razor-sharp claws could grip hard inside the body of his prey. Then take a leap and you can fly away into the distance. But here, after the ice blizzard eagle grabbed the black iron snake, it flew directly towards the highest place. And at this moment, Li Xian frantically shouted in his head, "Don't move! Don't move! Keep playing dead!" The black iron snake was clawed through its body and still obeyed Li Xian's command, not moving a muscle. After flying to a certain height, the ice blizzard eagle directly let go of the black iron snake. The huge black iron snake crashed down from the sky with a loud bang, and then slammed down hard on the ground. The ice blizzard eagle hovered in the sky, looking at the black iron snake that was lying on the ground still unmoving after the dust cleared below. This time, he swooped down to the ground. For once, he was completely relieved, for he was certain that the prey before him was, for all intents and purposes, dead. At this moment, everyone in the audience all cheered incredulously. They were truly impressed by the black iron snake's disguise. That endurance of being scratched through the flesh and still being able to endure the pain and not move a muscle was something that all the demonic beasts they had seen did not possess. Everyone could imagine how beautiful it was going to be when the black iron snake made its counterattack in a moment. Even the 10 judges in the referee's chair couldn't help but nod their heads in satisfaction. It had to be said that the black iron snake was indeed a perfect demonic beast warrior under Li Xian's command. He obeys commands and has a high degree of endurance. This was an absolutely powerful existence in the demonic beast world. The next moment, to no one's surprise, as the ice blizzard eagle completely let go of his heart, he walked up to the black iron snake and then started pecking at its body with his eagle beak. Right here and now, the black iron snake suddenly moved. That huge body instantly wrapped around the ice blizzard eagle. After just 3 wraps, the ice blizzard eagle's form was no longer visible, and when the black iron snake slowly loosened its body, the ice blizzard eagle was already motionless. Afterwards, the black iron snake opened its mouth, then swallowed the ice blizzard sculpture into its stomach in one bite. The prey, more often than not, comes in the form of the hunter. The black iron snake hunts the ice blizzard eagle. Simply perfect, because at first, whoever it was would think that the black iron snake was the prey, and it's the ice blizzard eagle that's the hunter. But it was when the roles were swapped that people clapped. Li now opens the protective cage and walks out, then walks back to the lounge with black iron snake in tow. A few good fights later, people just seem a little disinterested in the bland battles that follow, until the last battle. And what surprised and intrigued Li now as well, the last person to challenge was, surprisingly, the one he had somewhat disliked. That person from Tianlu City, who was known as the #1 expert in this competition. The man was dressed in white and was graceful. Moreover, it was rumored that it was also the son of the president of the Tianlu City Chamber of Commerce Union. It's a combination of all the good things. It stands to reason that the draw can be spooked. He should be a little further ahead even if he's not. How did you draw the last one? And the last demonic beast was a 110-year-old powerful demonic beast. But just then, Li now heard that the reason why he had drawn this final lot. Surprisingly, he asked for it on purpose. None of the others understood this man's behavior. But Li now understands. He's just pretending. To put it nicely, it's called the loneliness of a master. The final match was still one of the hottest entries. After he walked into the arena, the entire female population instantly boiled over. Countless people pulled banners to cheer this man on. It says, "Pachinko, Pachinko, you're the most handsome. Pachinko, Pachinko, the world is invincible." It's almost like a bunch of brain-dead people doing it. And this person is called Pak Ching. Li now went to the viewing window of the lounge and looked out, only to see that Pachinko was the same as the mysterious woman, still standing tall and proud without entering the protective cage. And the referee's box and the officials look like they've seen it all before. They all seem to be very confident in this Pachinko. The next moment, the beast cage was opened. An amethyst mad lion leapt out. A 110-year-old amethyst mad lion. This amethyst berserker lion is 110 years old, and in their lineage, it still belongs to the growth interruption. This amethyst berserker lion, because of its bloodline, actually and growth height, could reach more than 2,000 years. The absolute king of demonic beasts. Right at this moment, Li Xian saw that Br Ching release his demonic beast. Li Xian then looked at it, and it was a pure black praying mantis that was more than 3 meters tall. It was said to be a spectral mantis that had a trace of ancient demonic beast bloodline. It's true that there's a trace of ancient bloodline, and it's been developed to the maximum, but even so, it's just a drop. The golden-scaled poison python's voice resounded in his mind, and Li Xian couldn't help but smile. The game started soon after, and the moment the start bell rang, Pachinko surprisingly turned away, and just when everyone was all confused, that spectral mantis flew out instantly. Its speed, like lightning, when the figure came to a fixed stop again, it was already behind the amethyst berserker lion, and under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the body of that amethyst berserker lion, unexpectedly from the center, split into two. The whole room was silent. All of them were shocked beyond words by this underworld mantis means of attack. Li Xian's gaze was also fixed and his heart was shaken. What a powerful attack! Li Xian wasn't sure if the black iron serpent's hardened body would be able to withstand a strike from that underworld mantis. And when Pachinko walked past Li Now, Li Xian felt a powerful sense of oppression that came from the body of Park Ching. A powerful sense of oppression. One had to admit that this Pachinko was really strong. Looking at his back, Li Xian withdrew his contempt for this person. If this person was an enemy, it really was one of Li Xian's stronger opponents. Such a wonderful ending. Not to mention all the spectators, but even all the participants. They were all wide-eyed and clamored for more. Soon enough, the results of the race were in. This time, there were 12 participants who succeeded in the challenge. It's beyond the scope of a national contender spot. So, 2 people are destined for elimination. When Li Xian saw this, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive inside. If there were no surprises, there should be one of himself among these 2 people who were eliminated. Although he won this round beautifully himself, but if Zhang Jian allowed his father to mess around with it, there was nothing he could do about it. But what surprised Li now was, the 2 people who were eliminated, surprisingly, had nothing to do with themselves. Li Xian couldn't help but wonder, this sword, isn't he going to retaliate? But on second thought, Li Xian instantly realized, Zhang Jian is a cutie. His father Zhang is not a cutie pie. It's the referee though. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that Li is now an unlikely candidate for elimination. So there was no way Zhang would risk going against Li Xian at the cost of going against everyone. But any father who has grown some brains and a little bit of pattern knows that this is just a means for his son to get back at others. Zhang had doted on his son. Could have helped my son screw around with the lottery. But to go against someone at any cost, Zhang would not do it. It's like when your son gets into a fight with a classmate. As the oldest, you can't go to school and beat up another student. That's the pattern. That's the height. Unlike Cloud Shadow City's rewards for 10 places, Tianlu City gave all 10 people who traveled to the capital to participate in the national competition the same reward. 50 crystal coins respectively. A drop of blood from an ancient demonic beast. This drop of blood could enhance the strength and power of a demonic beast's bloodline, as well as a 10,000-year-old herb. It had to be said that Tianlu City served as a collared city. It's really generous. Li Xian didn't dare to imagine how great the reward would be if he won the national competition. To this point, the Leader City Contest, 2, ends here. It lasted 2 days and was over, and it was half a month before the time to travel to the capital for the competition. It's a time for everyone to rest and regroup. After leaving the Colosseum, Li Xian was ready to hurry back, but just then, he was stopped by a man. Hello, one moment please, a brittle voice rang out. Li Xian couldn't help but look back, only to see a man in a long black robe, standing behind himself. This person was clearly the mysterious girl from Shadow City. Anything? Li now turned and walked over. I think, the girl paused, seeming a little timid, but though there again, he mustered up the courage to say, can you sell me that drop of blood of an ancient demonic beast? Just then, Li Xian suddenly thought of last night's incident, at the snack bar. When Li Xian passed by the girl, he saw her demonic beast, crawling on her arm, sucking her blood. Li Xian felt that the girl's skin was so miserably white. He must have taken his own blood and fed it to his demonic beast to become like this. Li Xian pondered slightly. This ancient demon beast blood seemed to be of little use to himself, because as soon as the beast prison is unraveled, inside, not to mention the blood of ancient demonic beasts, there were countless ancient and swidden ones. As long as Li is now willing, hold down the neck of an ancient demonic beast and take a small knife and you can scratch a bucket out. Do you need this badly? Li Xian took out a pure white jade bottle that emitted a cold aura. What was contained inside was precisely the drop of blood of an ancient demonic beast. What price do you need? I'm willing to buy it if I can afford it. The girl raised her head slightly and looked at Li Xian with what she thought were sincere eyes. But even if it was slightly sincere, the oily green eyes still gave off a chilling feeling. What price can you offer? Li Xian asked with interest. The girl slowly held out a finger. Li Xian saw it for real this time. Those slender fingers, a snowy white $10 million? The girl shook her head. 100 crystal coins. 100 crystals is $100 million. At this price, Li Xian was indeed moved. Yes, without any hesitation, Li Xian directly agreed. Live trading. The lines are flowing. 100 crystals came to hand. Thanks. The girl said thank you and then turned to leave. Hey! Li Xian looked up suddenly and called out. What's your name? Li was indeed too curious about the girl now. The girl's figure lurched and sidestepped slightly. White painting. White painting? Murmuring that name, Li now left the Colosseum. Upon returning home, mother and daughter Fang Rou immediately greeted them. Third master, how did the match turn out? Fang Rou asked excitedly while serving tea and water to Li Xian. It seemed that he cared more about the outcome of Li Xian's match than Li Xian did. It was okay, got a spot to go to nationals. Li Xian said with a smile on his face. I knew it. Third master will be fine. Jing Chuchu chimed in from the side. It'll be half a month before I go to the national competition and head to the capital city. So you guys help me pack up. I'm planning to make a trip back to Cloud Shadow City in a hurry. Ah, what do we do then? The mother and daughter were instantly a little alarmed. You guys? Stay home and be nice. Of course. But, it's okay, it's safe here. After pacifying Fang Rou's mother and daughter, Li Xian packed his things and prepared to leave Tianlu City. Following the caravan will take about 5 days of traveling. That's why Li now planned to purchase a batch of mounts to catch up on his own. A faster-footed horse would take about 3 days to travel. If it was a demonic beast, it would be even faster, leaving in the morning and arriving in the evening. However, demonic beast mounts were very expensive, tens of millions at the very least. Arriving at the Mount Merchant Company, Li Xian directly came to the demonic beast area. There were many demonic beasts that could be used as mounts, but there are very few that are suitable as mounts, because the number one criterion for mounts is staying power. Like men, it has to last. Therefore, the best demonic beast mounts sold here were still those with horse bloodline, followed by antelope type, deer type, and leopard type demonic beasts. Li now doesn't understand all this and asks the fellow to help with the introduction. Afterwards, Li Xian was brought into the midst of the horse pens to a one-horned, snow-white horse's ass. This one-horned 1,000-mile horse can travel 5,000 miles a day. And you look at the gauntlet. Dude ranted and raved. Li Xian inwardly negotiated with the golden-scaled poison python. How does it feel? It's pretty good, but he didn't tell you that it can't run very far with a bruise on the bottom of its foot. It's really a no-brainer. Li now looked to the fellow and shook his head, then looked again at the horse's feet. The meaning is self-evident. The fellow's face changed slightly. He couldn't figure out how Li Xian knew. Li Xian was bent on going back and didn't want to waste time here. Taking out a silver ticket, he quietly handed it over. Brother, do me a favor and find me a fine mount properly. I won't lose out on you. The fellow brightened up, then looked around. Without a trace, he put away the silver ticket. Big brother, you come with me. In the next second, the fellow hurriedly led Li Xian to the middle of another mapping. It says Marpen, but it's actually a beast cage. Big brother, the Wind Thunder leopard that has just been tamed back is absolutely awesome. Priced at 50 crystal coins, the fellow said with a sincere face. This leopard is not bad. It even has a trace of the bloodline of the Gale Thunder leopard. The golden-scaled poison python said in a rather surprised manner. The Gale Thunder leopard is the same ancient demonic beast as us, known for its speed. And is it there in the beast prison? There is, and it's also the leopard king of the Gale Thunder leopard, imprisoned in the middle of prison number 49. Hearing this, Li Xian instantly brightened up. That's it. Without bargaining at all, Li Xian paid the money and left the place with the Wind Thunder leopard. The Wind Thunder leopard had already been tamed, so it could just be ridden and left. This Wind Thunder leopard was 3 meters long and 2 meters tall, with front and back legs that were muscular and looked very athletic. Black in color with streamlined stripes. It carried Li now out of Tianlu City and disappeared at the end of the road in a moment. This Wind Thunder leopard was a 50-year-old demonic beast. The main ability is to be known for speed. No great offense, but at least it had an ancient demonic beast bloodline, so it couldn't be any weaker. Look at that Pachinko's spectral mantis. It also had an ancient bloodline, but that strength, it was absolutely barren. Therefore, Li Xian was convinced that this Wind Thunder leopard was not much worse. The fellow told Li Xian that although this Wind Thunder leopard had only been around for 50 years, it had already awakened an innate beast skill, only to see Li Xian's legs clip Wind Thunder's double straddle. The stripes on that Wind Thunder leopard's body immediately released a streak of lightning. At the same time, a blistering wind rose around him. In the next second, Wind Thunder whooshed out. If it wasn't for Li Xian holding Wind Thunder leopard's neck, I'm afraid I was dropped directly by the inertia from that moment of takeoff. This speed lasted about 30 seconds. The Wind Thunder leopard's speed only slowed down. But in these 30 seconds, Li Xian could be sure that at the very least, he had run a distance of more than a few dozen kilometers. And when it stopped, Li now had his hair all standing back, the whole killer chicken look. Of course, becoming Li Xian's demonic beast, Li Xian definitely wouldn't treat him poorly. The Wind Thunder Leopard was different from the Black Iron Snake. There is no medium for becoming an ancient demonic beast in the beast prison. Unable to access the power of ancient demonic beasts, so Li now gives him some herbs and energy to eat. It all needs to be digested by him. A 1,000-year-old medicinal herb was refined by the Black Lotus Red Flame, forming a pure medicinal liquid. The Black Iron Snake can be completely absorbed. However, the Wind Thunder Leopard couldn't absorb that much. It seemed that in order to maximize the strength of the Wind Thunder Leopard, it was necessary to revive the Gale Thunder Leopard inside prison cell number 49 first. In this way, the Wind Thunder Leopard could also be a medium just like the Black Iron Snake. Gain the power of the Gale Thunder Panther. Can completely absorb any energy. Thinking about it, Li Xian suddenly had some impulses. Refining that 10,000-year-old herb, used directly to revive the Gale Thunder Leopard. But on second thought, Li Xian still held back. This time, when he went back, he didn't know what had happened to the Cloud Shadow Academy, so it's better to wait a little. Recovering the Gale Thunder Leopard was also not on this moment. Even if it's not too late to come back from the Cloud Shadow Academy, the day passed quickly. It was getting dark. Li Xian was still on his way to catch up, until it was almost late at night. It was only now that Li Xian finally saw the outline of Cloud Shadow City. Phew! Growing out of turbulence, Li Xian saw that the Wind Thunder Leopard on his hips was also panting and somewhat unable to carry on. After entering the city, Li Xian rushed nonstop towards Cloud Shadow Academy. And when it came to the Cloud Shadow Academy, Li Xian looked at the familiar building and stopped at the entrance. There are still guards at the door, but it was strengthened several times more than usual. When Li Xian saw this, he frowned, then walked over. What man? Before even reaching the entrance, the guards at the academy's gate immediately rushed over. These guards are all students at the academy. When they get to graduation time and don't have a good job, they stay and protect the college. Sort of a job placement for them from the college. And they can continue their studies at this institution during their leisure time. When these guards came to Li Xian, they immediately recognized him. It's Star Schoolboy. Recently, it could be said that the matter of Li Xian representing the academy to participate in the demonic beast competition was all the rage in Cloud Shadow City. The academies talked about Li Xingchen without feeling a surge of pride. Senior brother Star, didn't you go to Tianlu City to participate in the demon beast competition? Why did you suddenly come back? Principal Lei Hu left in a hurry, saying that something had happened to the academy. I couldn't wait to come back after the match. What exactly happened to the academy? Li Xian asked with an anxious face. We don't know, and there's no news coming out from the academy's higher-ups. It's just that the academy guards have increased, so hurry up and go in. With that, the guards made way for Li Xian to enter the academy. Good job, seniors. Li Xian turned back as he entered. Within a short time, Li Xian arrived directly at the principal's residence. It was already the middle of the night, so Li Xian planned to just knock on the door and ask. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Knock knock. There was no response from inside, and Li now continued to tap. However, what puzzled Li now was that instead of calling the principal up, he drew in the other tutors. Who are you and what do you do? That tutor and his vigilance questioned Li Xian when he saw him from afar. It's me, Starry Li. Li now shouted. Upon hearing the voice, that mentor slowly walked over. Upon seeing Li Xian, the same person was surprised and asked, why did you come back? Principal Lei Hu said something happened at the academy. I rushed back after the match. What happened? Hey, it's a long story, the mentor said with a long sigh. Go wait in the conference room. I'll get someone. In the middle of the conference room, Li Xian waited quietly. It wasn't long before a footstep came. Raising his head and looking along with him, he saw that Jin Serenity, Lei Hu and the others had all rushed over. What are you boys doing back here? Aren't you at the game? When Lei Hu saw Li Xian, he burst into a rage. Did you give up the game and come back? Because it had only been 2 days since Lei Hu left. Li Xian couldn't have come back so quickly even if he had rushed. So the only possibility was that Lei Hu had just left in the front foot, and Li Xian had followed him in the back foot. Thunder Tiger had the aid of his beast soul and could make it back in half a day. Li is now slower, which is why it's possible that he's back by this time. No, Li Xian hurriedly explained. I just left this morning. I bought a demonic beast mount so I'm back at this time. Also the demon beast competition has ended today. The officials changed the mechanics of the tournament, and I got my spot at nationals as expected. Really? Lei Hu looked at Li Xian suspiciously and asked. Of course it's true. Look, these are the rewards. With that, Li Xian took out a 10,000-year-old herb, There was also a drop of blood from an ancient demonic beast, but I sold it. Speaking of this, Li now scratched his head in some embarrassment. After confirming that what Li Xian said was true, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Li Xian lived up to his name and qualified for the National Demon Beast competition. This added a lot of luster to the Cloud Shadow Academy. By the way, what's going on at the academy? Li Xian returned to the topic and asked with a serious face. Only the faces of the crowd suddenly dimmed. Only then did Jin Ningjing slowly say, Principal Chu Lan has disappeared. Ah, what the hell happened? Li Xian instantly exclaimed. I don't know. Jin Serenity slowly shook her head and explained. At that time, inside the principal's residence, there was an extremely strong tremor, and when the people arrived, all that was left was a mess, and it was thought that there should have been an extremely fierce fight, and there was also a lot of blood on the scene. What in the world? Is it because of my foreign fire again? Li Xian said with a frown on his face as he blamed himself. Principal Chulan, Jin Serenity, was the first person to save and help Li Xian after he was seriously injured. Li Xian was able to change his name thanks to Yin Ningjing and Principal Chulan. Maybe not. You don't have to beat yourself up so much. Jin Serenity stepped forward and hurriedly comforted. Although Star has not stayed in our Cloud Shadow Academy for a long time, but it was our Cloud Shadow Academy that saved him and took him in. And Star is of good character and has a heart for the safety of the academy, and is truly someone who treats our academy as a home. And in this matter, I feel that Star has the right to know the whole story. Lei Hu looked at Li Xian and said with a pleased expression. The words were immediately echoed by everyone. Try to hear that something happened to the college. How many people can there be who fight and hoof it back? And someone who is prepared to give up the game without fail. It's even more unavailable. Stars. Only Lei Hu walked over and heavily patted Li Xian's shoulder. At this instant, Li Xian suddenly felt as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down on him. However, Li Xian, who was grateful and had a heartfelt appreciation for the Cloud Shadow Academy, had to carry this burden. Star, from today onwards, you are our Cloud Shadow sect's personal disciple, Lei Hu said, taking out a token and handing it to Li Xian. Cloud Shadow sect? Li Xian looked at Lei Hu incredulously, and then looked at the token that was handed over. In fact, the predecessor of our Cloud Shadow Academy was a true Imperial Beast sect, and it's still an Imperial Beast sect that has reached an advanced level. Speaking of this, Lei Hu sighed with some regret. Time has changed. Our Cloud Shadow sect produced dozens of King Imperial Beastmasters back in the day when we wanted to, but a great war 100 years ago caused our Cloud Shadow sect to fall apart. So much so that we can only live on as the Cloud Shadow Academy now. Li Xian was somewhat in a dreamlike state as he listened to Lei Hu's words. Principal Chu Lan is our Cloud Shadow sect's current sovereign. Ma Yun are the two remaining elders now, and some time ago, Serenity was also promoted to be the third elder, and you are my Cloud Shadow sect's newest disciple. Then how many people do we have in total in the Cloud Shadow sect? Li Xian asked curiously. Including you, there's a total of 10. Being asked this question, Lei Hu said with slight embarrassment. 10? Li Xian was stunned. But in a pinch, it's only 5 now, and besides a few of us, there are 5 other pro-disciples, but none of them are at the academy right now, Lei Hu explained. The other 5 disciples, they are also considered your senior brothers. Some of them have gone to the Middle Element continent to make a name for themselves, and some of them have gone to other countries to practice, and all of them are very powerful. So take the token, and if you meet them in the future, maybe they can still help you. Solemnly putting away the token, Li Xian nodded heavily. 45 Beast and Devil Hall, Blood War Hall, Devil Yuan Hall. After learning all about the Cloud Shadow sect, Lei Hu slowly took out a concealed weapon that was more than a finger long, with a sharp front section that looked like a long nail. Spiral patterns were engraved on it, and a beastly force was vaguely coalescing. This is what was left behind in Principal Chulan's room, and it's highly likely that it's the weapon used by the people who captured Principal Chulan. Li Xian took the concealed weapon and examined it. He could not help but exclaim. The material of this concealed weapon is so high. That's right, it's cast with the rare Black Shin Cold Iron. This Black Shin Cold Iron is an extremely precious beast weapon material, to be used as a one-time use concealed weapon. You can imagine how extravagant it is, Lei Hu also said with dark alarm. So in that case, it means that if we find out where this concealed weapon came from, we'll be able to find out what kind of people Principal Chulan has been captured by. It can be interpreted that way. This concealed weapon has a unique shape, and the material is even more rare and precious, so it shouldn't be difficult to find out where it came from. Li Xian recorded its appearance deeply in his mind, but right at this moment, the golden-scaled poison python suddenly woke up, then said to Li Xian, the magic pattern on this concealed weapon seems to be the Beast Demon Temple's magic pattern. You recognize this thing? Li Xian instantly asked in shock. One must know that the golden-scaled poison python was an ancient demonic beast. Then that means that this so-called beast demon hall has been passed down from ancient times to the present day. How many years of heritage and legacy does that have to be? There are just some similarities. The beast demon hall was established in the ancient times by some powerful, demonic beasts after being infected by the shadow energy. It's just that I'm not sure if the beast demon hall still exists up to now, the golden-scaled poison python said with some uncertainty. Back in the ancient times, the beast demon hall was only powerful and enslaved all the ancient demonic beasts. However, amongst our beast prison, amongst the yellow prison, the first big brother was a member of the beast demon hall back then. What? There's such a thing? Li Xian vaguely remembers that what was imprisoned in jail cell number 1 seemed to be a humanoid demonic beast, but it had a tail, and it seemed to be called something like Polar Yuan Long. Hearing this, Li Xian hurriedly asked Lei Hu and the others, Principal Lei Hu, do you know of an organization called the Beast Demon Hall? Beast Demon Hall? I don't know. Lei Hu shook his head in confusion. Seeing this, Li now couldn't help but sigh. It seems that this Beast Demon Hall should have already died out. Right at this moment, the golden-scaled poison python said once again, if this Beast Demon Hall has disappeared, then the origin of this concealed weapon should also be related to other organizations under the Beast Demon Hall. The organization under the banner? Of course, the Beast Demon Hall is just a big organization. Under him, there are many powerful organizations under his control, such as, speaking of which, the voice of the whistling moon silver wolf suddenly rang out. It's been nourished by quite a bit of energy lately. He had completely recovered his full strength just like the golden-scaled poison python. It would be possible for Li Present to regain the power of the beasts and be able to manipulate them completely. Lord Prisoner, I'm the first ancient demonic beast to follow you, and there's something I don't know if I should say or not, but there's no harm in saying it. In fact, your former wife, Su Xianwan, was originally the leader of the Shadow Phantom organization, and this Shadow Phantom is when the Beast Demon Temple under the umbrella of an organization, only that the Shadow Phantom continues to this day, was suppressed by the body of the body. 10 does not exist. There was no Shadow Phantom of the powerful. Besides the Shadow Phantom, there are other organizations such as the Blood Battle Hall, the Demon Yuan Hall, and many others. The names of these organizations are mentioned. Li Xian hurriedly asked again, Principal Lei Hu, then do you know about the two organizations? The Blood Battle Hall and the Devil Yuan Hall? Blood War Hall? Devil Yuan Hall? You're talking about the Blood Battle Sect and the Devil Yuan Hall. Lei Hu's words immediately made Li Xian's eyes light up. These two are both super organizations in the Middle Element continent. The Blood Battle Sect is one of the most powerful imperial beast sects on the Middle Element continent, but it is a powerful and evil imperial beast sect. They often don't show up in front of the world, but whenever they do, someone will suffer. And the other one, the Demon Yuan Hall, is the controller of all the imperial beast masters in the Middle Element continent. He's kind of a neutral organization, right? Their Demon Yuan Hall provided a platform for all imperial beasts to absorb powerful imperial beast masters, regardless of whether you add or not. As long as you register with the Magic Yuan Palace, you will receive a stipend every month. Because it was powerful, it was rejected by all the countries in the Middle Element continent, but it is embraced by all the Sentinels, because they gave all the Imperials platforms and benefits, and ensured the economic base of all the Imperials. Moreover, not only the Zhong Yuan continent, but even the surrounding countries on other continents had the shadow of the Demon Yuan Palace. The same goes for us on this continent. Every year, the Demon Yuan Hall travels to the three countries of Great Zhou, Great Xia, and Great Shang to absorb the imperial beasts and give them a generous honorarium to travel to the Middle Yuan continent. Li Xian wasn't sure if the Blood Battle Sect and the Demon Yuan Hall were the organizations under the Beast Demon Hall. If so, then these two organizations have grown to be really powerful. Moreover, the magic pattern on this concealed weapon was similar to the Beast Demon Temple, and these two organizations, being under the banner of the organization, most likely inherited the legacy of the original Beast Demon Hall. That's why similar magic patterns appear. If he could revive the Polar Yuan Long in prison number 1, then as one of the original Beast Demon Temple, he would definitely be an old ancestor-level existence in front of these two organizations. Gathering their wool when the time comes will certainly not be a problem. Thinking of this, Li Xian burst into a fit of glee. However, thinking that it was highly likely that Principal Chu Lan was the one who was captured by them, Li Xian instantly became worried again. This can't be rushed for a while. After Li Xian understood all the circumstances, he told everyone else to go back to rest. It was now the middle of the night, and Li Xian was already tired after rushing all day. However, just as Li Xian was about to leave, Principal Ma Yun suddenly said, "Brat, didn't I give you a Yuan Beast Dan? Now you've also joined our Cloud Shadow sect, So you're qualified to learn the Cloud Shadow Sex Beast skills. Once you finish the Demon Beast competition and use the Yuan Beast pill to recover your beast power, you'll be able to officially learn our Cloud Shadow Sex Beast skills. Ah, you gave the Yuan Beast Dan to Star? Next to her, Jin Serenity instantly asked in surprise. Yeah, what's the problem? Ma Yun asked in disbelief. Actually, Star he can't recover his beast power at all, Jin Serenity explained with a sigh. Now that Star is considered to have joined our Cloud Shadow sect and is one of our own. So I'll be honest, this matter is only known to Principal Chulan and I. In fact, Star, he was hit by the soul-suppressing nail of the Great Summer's demon-suppressing division, and the use of the Yuan Beast pill won't help. Soul-suppressor nail? Ma Yun's gaze stared, and he hurriedly peeled the clothes off of Li Xian's chest to take a look. Only then did he realize that in Li Xian's chest, there were 3 hideous zigzag black scars, and that soul-suppressing nail was still in Li Xian's body. Ma Yun looked incredulously at the wounds on Li Xian's body. The next scene that made everyone cry was, surprisingly, Ma Yun reached out his hand and said, in that case, then return the Yuan Beast Dan to me. Cut. What are you thinking? After saying that, Li Xian put on his clothes and ran out in a puff of smoke. What are you thinking? You old man, giving away something and wanting it back? You brat! Ma Yun cried and laughed, chased him out and kicked at the air. Unfortunately, Li Xian had already run away. Upon returning to the residence, Li now tiptoed inside, afraid of waking up Xiao Er. But just then, Li Xian saw that Xiao Er's door was unexpectedly open. Chloe sleeps with the door closed all the time. Seeing this, Li Xian immediately walked over. Looking through the doorway, Li Xian realized that it was surprisingly empty. Lighting the beast power lamp, the room was suddenly bright. I only saw that the quilt was neatly folded in Xiao's room, but it was nowhere to be seen. It was the middle of the night, and Li Xian didn't know where she had gone. I'm vaguely worried, but I don't know where to look for it now. What if she goes home? Thinking of this, Li now returned to his room, planning on checking it out tomorrow. The next day, it was 12 o'clock when Li Xian woke up. Rushing to the middle of Ma Yun's courtyard, Li Xian took out the 10,000-year-old herb. Master, this is what the Demon Beast competition has rewarded me with. Can you see how I can maximize its usefulness? A 10,000-year-old herb? That's pretty rare, Ma Yun also said with interest. Receiving the herb, he looked at its quality and medicinal properties and then said, match it with the other herbs and refine a furnace of soul condensation pills. Although this is not a soul-type herb, it can greatly stimulate the medicinal properties of soul-type herbs. Hearing this, Li Xian immediately opened his eyes wide. Soul-type elixir? Right now, Li Xian desperately needed soul-type energy to recover the soulworm. Then hurry up, refine it, Li now urged impatiently. Pop! Ma Yun slapped Li Xian on the head. Where are the other herbs? With that, Ma Yun directly extended his hand. Need some of what? I'll get it right away. Forget it. Ma waved her hand again. Here it is. You leave your little black snake behind. I'm going to refine it with foreign fire. Come and find it this afternoon. Hearing this, Li Xian instantly fawned and hugged Ma Yun, shining a bite on his forehead. Booze, along with the saliva directly on Ma Yun's forehead. I'll be damned. You brat. I'm not a bump. Ha ha. Laughing loudly, Li Xian dropped the black iron snake and ran away. After leaving the academy, Li Xian hurriedly headed towards Dong Qingwen. However, when Li Xian arrived at Dong Qingwen's mansion, he found that Dong Qingwu had surprisingly not yet returned. But it's no wonder when you think about it. It's only been 2 days. Dong Qingwu was seriously injured, so he definitely couldn't rush quickly. It should be down the avenue and slowly back up. And Li Xian rode the Wind Thunder Leopard and took the shortcut back. Didn't meet them on the road either. Third Master? You're back? Didn't you go to the competition? At the entrance of Dong Mansion, the guards immediately greeted Li Xian attentively upon seeing him. From a distance, he nodded his head in greeting. Is Big Brother Dong here? Yes. You come with me. Not long after, Li Xian found Dong Qingwen. Dong Qingwen was sitting leisurely by the pond feeding the fish. Upon seeing Li Xian, the entire person directly jumped up from the recliner. Brother, how come you're back? Is the game over? When Dong Qingwen saw Li Xian, he instantly walked over happily and excitedly. After coming over, he directly gave Li Xian a bear hug. Didn't Dong Ergo come back? Li Xian asked as he looked around. Sunmu, is he back? Looking at Dong Qingwen's puzzled face, Li Xian was instantly relieved. When I was in Tianlu City, I went to see Dong Urge, and he, speaking of this, Li Xian's expression couldn't help but dim. What happened to him? Sunmu? Dong Qingwen instantly changed his face, grasping Li Xian's shoulders with both hands and questioning. Feeling the force coming from Li Xian's hands, Li Xian patted Dong Qingwen and comforted him. Big Brother Dong, second brother Dong. He was stabbed in the back and is now seriously injured. And the dartboard has been closed and is now bringing people are on their way to you. I rushed back overnight because something happened at the academy. He should be on his way now. What the hell happened to Chengwu He? Dong Chengwen's body was trembling slightly as he forced himself to ask. Hey, this matter is still because of me when it comes down to it. Li sighed now. The matter of me carrying a foreign fire. Last time you introduced me to that Uncle Biao also knew about it. After he went back, he encouraged second brother Dong to lay his hands on me. But second brother Dong was righteous and refused him. Who knows? This guy went so far as to backstab brother Dong Air, causing him to be seriously injured, and then joined a powerful bandit organization outside of Tianlu City, the Vajra-walled city. He knows everything about the Chengwu Dart Bureau, and swallowed up several of its darts, causing it to lose its prestige. I suggest that second brother Dong come back to Cloud Shadow City to look for you, and after he recovers from his injuries, he'll make a comeback with you in the east. Hearing this, Dong Chengwen slammed his fist fiercely into the wigwam not far away, only to see the beast soul behind him storming up. Powerful beast power, mixed with anger. A punch ruthlessly shattered the wigwam. Good you Uncle Biao. My second brother treated you well. You even turned against me and assassinated my second brother. I Dong Chengwen will not kill you to avenge my second brother. I swear I won't be a man. Big brother Dong. This matter also has something to do with me. This matter I will do my best to avenge second brother Dong. If there is any need for a brother, just ask. Brothers, this matter you do not blame yourself. That Uncle Biao backwash. I guess it has long been in the heart of the matter. The matter that you are carrying a foreign fire is only a fuse. You do not need to care. Dong Chengwen was worthy of being someone who had experienced the storms of the jungle. This matter even turned around and comforted Li Xian. Big brother Dong. Second brother Dong is seriously injured and is still on a bumpy road to catch up. I suggest that you should send someone out of the city to pick them up. Yeah. Dong Chengwen slapped his head and suddenly came to a realization. Come on man. With that, Dong Chengwen ordered a large group of people to go out of Cloud Shadow City before going to greet Dong Chengwu. After telling Dong Chengwen about this, Li Xian was finally relieved. Afterward, Li Xian bid farewell to Dong Chengwen without stopping. Before leaving, he instructed, Big brother Dong, I'll be staying in Cloud Shadow City for a few days, so when second brother Dong comes back, send someone to notify me and I'll come over immediately. Yes, Dong Chengwen nodded in response. He then sent Li Xian away from the Dong residence. After leaving the door, Li now returned to the academy. However, after returning to the classroom and making some inquiries, Wang Sweetness unexpectedly told Li Xian that Xiao Er had not come to class for several days. Hearing this, Li Xian immediately stood up, then hoofed it out of the academy and rushed towards Xiao Er in their house. 46 Animal Father. Xiao Er comes from a poor background. At a young age, he took on the burden of the family, and then came out to work as a waitress. If you meet a kind person's family, you can still give them food. If she meets someone who sees the color, then Xiao Er won't have a chance to live at all. But she was lucky to meet Li Xian. Then he was helped by Li now to find his way into the academy. Not only did the academy give Xiao Er a monthly honorarium for taking care of Li Xian, but it also allowed him to choose a demonic beast and start learning how to imperil it. It could be said that for Xiao Er, this was really a pie in the sky hitting her head, and Li Xian has always taken good care of Xiao Er. Although it was a master-servant relationship, Li Xian took care of it like a sister. Xiao Er suddenly stopped coming to school, so something must have happened at home. Li Xian had asked Xiao Er before, and their family lived inside the slums of Cloud Shadow City. It sucks there, but it's right next to the black market, and that's exactly why the black market has been created to survive. As the saying goes, poor mountains produce unruly people. A lot of people in the ghetto, because they have no food to eat and no way to live, have gone down that road of desperation. They steal and rob and rape and do everything. As soon as they get their hands on something, they will sell it in the black market immediately, to make a profit. And this is the kind of thing that is easily profitable, greatly satisfying all their desires. With the money, they go to eat, drink, whore, and gamble. After it's spent, it'll go back to its old job. But it's the old and sick in the ghetto who suffer. These people have no life, no ability to fight back. Some unruly people have no choice but to go straight to the house and rob it. And when Li Xian arrived at their house that Xiao Er had mentioned, he saw white lanterns hanging on the entrance gate. Li Xian's heart couldn't help but tighten. Is something wrong? Quickening his pace and walking in, Li Xian saw Xiao Er in a white linen dress kneeling in front of a piece of white cloth, crying in a low voice. There weren't any friends or family around to pay their respects, so it was obvious that Coquette's family had died. And the people who died didn't even have a coffin. The body was laid out on a board, covered with a white cloth. That is, now that the weather has cooled off, If it's hot, the body stinks in a day. But this, too, is going to give people a thick burial as soon as possible. Seemingly hearing footsteps, Coquette looked back with red eyes. Since she was kneeling on the ground, Coquette saw a pair of unfamiliar shoes after she turned around. The quality of the shoes was not in the least bit something that someone from the ghetto could afford to wear. Slowly looking upwards, Coquette's eyes widened. Brother Star! Upon seeing Li Xian, Xiaoer instantly reddened her eyes. Bean-sized tears that quickly coalesced in her eyes before falling to the ground drop by drop. At this moment, all the aggression she had suffered was vented in this instant. Li Xian hurriedly squatted down to support Xiaoer, whose slim and delicate body directly jumped into Li Xian's arms. Brother Star, you're finally back. Xiaoer, what happened? The person who died, was it your grandmother? Li Xian knew that Xiaoer had always been dependent on her grandmother. It was her grandmother who raised her. Grandma's dead. Woo-hoo-hoo. Xiaoer cried very painfully. After all, this was her favorite grandmother. What the hell is going on? Brother will do it for you. Li Xian questioned as he held Xiaoer tightly. It's my father who I've never met and who is worse than an animal. Coquette sobbed and explained. It turns out that Coquette's father was arrested and sent to prison for accidentally killing her mother when Coquette was very young. That barrier was more than a decade. I heard my grandmother say, my father was also poor at that time. No money, so he forced my mother to go to the greenhouse to make money. My mother did not agree. He called people to our home to let my mother to take the guests. My mother resisted, but they forcibly tied to a pillar. And then my mother was unbearable humiliated to commit suicide. But how could my father let my mother get away with it? Speaking of this, Xiaoer's eyes, which were already red, immediately surfaced with a strong hatred. Once, under the brutal beating of that beast, the mother finally became overwhelmed and passed away. I hate that he didn't get his head chopped off and live to tell the tale, and now that he's out of prison, he's killed my grandmother. A while back he seemed to get out long ago, and I don't know where he got the money. And when he'd spent it, he sneaked back in and rummaged around the house. My grandmother recognized him, at least as her own son, and took out the dowry she had prepared for me and told him to leave and never come back. But who knows? After wreaking havoc with my dowry, he came back to claim it. My grandmother was literally unable to come up with the money, so she was dragged into the yard and brutally beaten by that animal. A 70-something-year-old man, or his birth mother. Do you think he's still human? Neighbors see it and are afraid to come out and stop it. He ended up ripping the necklace off my grandmother's neck and running away. That necklace, my grandma said it was her coffin money she left for herself. After he ran away, my grandmother was alone in the yard, and then a neighbor helped her to the house and she died the next day. When Li Xian heard this, he became furious and slapped his hand hard on the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Simply, where is he now? I'll kill him right here. Brother Star, I was at the academy a while ago, that's why I dodged a bullet, and now that my grandmother is dead, he must know that I'm back, so he'll definitely come back for me, Coquette said as she wiped a tear from her eye. He'll surely come to me when he's broke. This kind of person, when he's broke he'll surely hit on me. We'd better give Grandma a thick burial first. Right. First, bury Grandma in a thick grave. Li Xian nodded repeatedly, then helped Xiaoer stand up. Then you stand guard here. I'll tell someone to go get the appropriate things now. Thank you, Brother Star, Coquette said gratefully. I should. Grandma passed away, and from now on, I'm your family, okay? Chloe nodded heavily. After Li Xian left the door, he quickly arrived in the middle of the black market. The black market is Dong Qingwen's turf. Li Xian quickly found that Lu Yucheng. Lu Yucheng was Dong Qingwen's confidant, responsible for all matters related to the entire black market. Hearing that Li Xian was looking for him, Lu Yucheng immediately put down everything in his hands and came out to greet Li Xian. Third Master, what brings you here? Lu Yucheng asked with a smile on his face when he saw Li Xian. Just now, Lu Yucheng received a message from Dong Qingwen's side at the same time. In the future, all of his subordinates must respectfully call out to Third Master when they see Li Xian. Lu Yucheng knows. This was Dong Qingwen truly treating Li Xian as a brother. This Third Master, previously called that is perfunctory. Now call. That carries a lot of weight. Lu Yucheng knew the importance of this. So to Li Xian, he was truly respectful. Call for a full set of high-profile funeral supplies. When Li Xian saw Lu Yucheng, he directly opened the door and said the reason for his visit. Lu Yucheng was astonished when he heard this. Third Master, who are you trying to kill? This ritual of yours to kill is nothing short of art. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. And the art of killing. Li Xian cried and laughed as he explained. A friend of mine's grandmother passed away. Here's the address and birthdate. After handing them over to Lu Yucheng, Li Xian instructed, some as soon as possible is good. Don't worry Third Master, In 2 hours you'll be able to get it done. Lu Yucheng patted his chest and assured him. I'll personally bring someone to deliver it to you then. Well then, thanks a lot, Li Xian said, taking out a silver ticket and handing it over. With the rest of the money, buy some tea for the other brothers. Seeing this, Lu Yucheng waved his hand and refused. Third master, you're not torturing me. Do you still need to spend money to do your job? Let you take it and you take it. I'll remember the favor. But this money has to be paid. And we can't let the brothers make a trip for nothing, can we? Li Xian directly stuffed the money into Lu Yucheng's clothes, then turned around and left. Get. Third master is benevolent. I'll tell my brothers to take it seriously. Lu Yucheng patted the silver ticket, then sent Li Xian out of the black market. When they returned to Qiao'er and their house, Qiao'er was still kneeling in front of the old man. But, poor her, she no longer even has paper and joss sticks to burn, so she can only cry in secret. It was a shabby funeral that made one look at it with a pang of sympathy. In ancient times, people sold their bodies and buried their fathers, and the funerals of the dead were taken very seriously. Even if you are just as poor as you are, you still need a shroud. Even if you are poor, you will carve out a tombstone from a wooden board. When Li Xian came back, he bought some incense and candles on the way, which gave some of the gravity of someone passing away. At the same time, Li Xian also bought back some food along the way. By the looks of Qiao'er, she probably hasn't had a full meal in days. Come to grandma's house. Li Xian instantly frowned. It was pitch black in a house that wasn't even 20 square feet. There was a bed in the corner that came up to knee height. The bed was made of boards padded with bricks. The quilt on top was damp and a little moldy. Qiao'er also often came back to help her grandmother clean. But it's a humid environment here, and it's like that in 3 or 2 days. There are still moldy leftover burritos on the bed. Even then, the old man couldn't throw it away. The house seems to have been briefly organized, but it is also evident that it was once subjected to a great deal of scrounging. Regarding your father's matter, I'll take care of it for you, and after burying your grandmother in a generous manner, you'll return to the Cloud Shadow Academy with me and study hard, okay? Got it, brother. Coquette nodded obediently as she ate her food. Time passes by. It was about an hour or so later. There was a sudden cacophony of footsteps outside. When Li Xian heard this, he quickly stood up and walked outside. It might be the coffin delivery person coming. Let's go out and take a look. But when Li Xian and Qiao'er went out, they saw a strong middle-aged man wearing only a short gray-brown. This middle-aged man had a bare head with messy stubble and a ferocious face. Not a good person at first glance. Right at this moment, the nearby Qiao'er hurriedly hid behind Li Xian. He's my animal father. Li Xian then looked and realized that behind this person, there were 4 or 5 other people with him. But from the way they were dressed, it looked as if they weren't the same people as Coquette's father. I only saw Qiao'er's father looking at the incense and candles and other tributes at his feet. There was a wide grin, showing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Hey, my good girl, did you find a golden son-in-law? When Qiao'er's father saw these things and then looked at Li Xian, he knew that all of them were brought by Li Xian. But, after saying that, Qiao'er's father placed his gaze on Li Xian's body. Kid, looking at my daughter, that's your good fortune, you know? If you want to marry my daughter, this bride price won't be cheap. See? Coquette's father pointed to the men behind him and said, these are also here to buy my daughter. I've already sold my daughter for 500 taels. If you want to marry my daughter, you can't do it without 500 taels. I say, old Jean, you guy, but you promised us first. How can you say that your daughter has to be sold to us first? A man behind him said in a hurry. But, your daughter is really watery. So, I don't care what that kid is. If you fix it for me, I'll give you 800 taels. Really? The father of Qiao'er, who was known as Old Jean, suddenly had his eyes glowing with gold. Hey kid, you heard me. 800 taels. Get the hell out of my way in. You're still human, you. When Li Xian saw this, he suddenly became furious. At least she's your daughter. You killed your birth mother, and now you want to sell your own daughter. Under the sky, there's even a beastly father like you. You're worse than a pig and a dog. However, to the surprise of no one, in the face of Li Xian's tirade, Old Jean surprisingly didn't look the slightest bit concerned. Instead, he said with a petulant face, I dare to kill her mother. Who do you think you are? Take 800 taels to gamble, double it, and then go to Jade Spring House. How comfortable. If she is not my daughter, I would have ed her. Will still sell to others? When Li Xian heard this, he was on fire. Who in heaven's name as a father could say such beastly things? I'm afraid only someone from Sun Island who has had a good little life can say that. Li Xian now couldn't wait for the Black Iron Snake to come out and directly kill him. However, at this time, the Black Iron Snake was still refining pills at Master Ma Yun's place. At the same time, Li Xian wanted to take out the silver ticket and ruthlessly fling it in his face to tell him to get lost. However, Li Xian knew that if this matter was not completely resolved, then Xiao'er would still not have a peaceful life in the future. Therefore, today, taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Xian must help Xiao'er settle this matter once and for all. So, he's not getting a penny today. Li is here today, and Light continues to send him to prison. In the case of a heavy case, Li Xian will directly get him killed to prevent future troubles. As for how to dispose of it, it would be entirely up to Xiao'er to decide what to do. After all, this old Jin was Xiao'er's father. If he was killed outright, there would definitely be a psychological burden there at Xiao'er's place. 800 taels no. But today, people you can't take away. Li Xian took a step forward and blocked Xiao'er behind him. Xiao'er's grandmother has yet to be buried, and as your own son, you don't come to wear mourning and you're still prepared to sell your daughter for money. What on earth are you thinking? You're still here to teach me a lesson, aren't you? Old Jin became furious and threw a hard slap at Li Xian. Although Li Xian had lost his beast power, the combat skills he had experienced before were still there, and the reactions are very sharp. Taking a slight step forward, Li now dodged it. Lao Jin, however, was in no hurry to keep pressing. Instead, he turned to the few people behind him and said, "Give me the money. You guys can just take the people away. You guys don't have to pay attention to this kid. Just leave it to me." Hey, old Jin, you're really not a human being. You used to tie up your wife and sell her, and now you're even here to sell your daughter. Why didn't you have more daughters in the first place? Here's your money. The man laughed mockingly, then took out 800 taels and gave it to old Jin. But old Jin didn't care in the slightest in the face of the man's taunts. Instead, he somewhat took the man's words as bragging rights. That kind of person, if you die and go to hell, you won't even be able to enter the path. At this moment, his eyes are all about these 800 taels. 800 taels. In Tianlu City, it was also equivalent to a ticket to a coliseum. But in the middle of this remote cloud shadow city, it was surprisingly worth the life of a young girl in her prime. After collecting the money, Lao Jin then turned around, stretched out his thick arm, directly grabbed Li Xian, and then with a strong pull, ripped Li Xian to the main door. After all, Li Xian was heavy with soul-suppressing nails, and he was no match against such a big and burly old Jin. Moreover, the Black Iron Snake and Wind Thunder Leopard were not around. This instantly made Li Xian feel somewhat powerless. Those other guys, they had already grabbed at Xiao'er. The two men took the arm and just yanked it outward. Seeing this, Li Xian directly took out his snake scorpion blade and charged over. "Get the hell off of her!" Li Xian waved his snake scorpion blade and roared. Seeing this, those people hurriedly let go of Xiao'er and scrambled to hide. "I say, old Jin, do you not want to sell your daughter? If you don't want to, give me back the money." That person, however, was in no hurry to strike at Li Xian. Instead, he inquired to old Jin, "But how can you give back the money that has reached Lao Jin's hands?" Lao Jin became furious, looked around, rushed behind the door and copied a flat stick, and smashed down hard towards Li Xian's head. There is no room for any stay at all. The snake scorpion knife in Li Xian's hand was a short blade, and it was no match for old Jin. That stick came down and directly hit Li Xian's shoulder. Bang! Li Xian's entire body went straight to the ground. "Mad! If I don't get you killed today, I won't be surnamed Li." Li Xian grimaced and endured the pain viciously. "Brat! Still not convinced, are you? I'll beat you to death today," said the man, slamming down another flat. Seeing this, Xiao'er exclaimed, "Brother Xingqian, be careful." With that, he directly jumped onto Li Xian's body. Bang! This squishy stretcher slammed directly onto Xiao'er's delicate body. Ah! Xiao'er let out a pain scream, but to Lao Jin's ears, there was no emotion at all. It was the people next to her who stopped it. "Don't break it. I'm still going to let her take over the customers today? According to you, this girl is definitely a chick, and can definitely be sold for a good price." With that, he told the two men to lift Xiao'er and prepare to leave directly. Li now struggled to sit up, going up and grabbing Coquette and not letting go. That old Jin saw here, the flat stretcher in his hand, but he smashed over with all his strength. If this was smashed, Li Xian would have to fall down on the spot. "Stop! Do you know who Brother Star is?" Coquette screamed, and Lao Jin panicked and stopped. "I'm warning you guys, Brother Xingqian is the first place winner of our Cloud Shadow City Demon Beast competition. Li Xingqian who killed Yi Xian." What? When those few people heard this, their faces changed, because they can be very clear. This Li Xingqian, but and Dong Chang Wendong Master, that relationship is quite good. Moreover, even when they met them, they had to respectfully call out Third Master. But, they haven't seen Li Xingqian before. Who is Li Starling? Old Jin, this little cutie, who had just been released from prison not long ago, didn't know anything about the Demon Beast competition. Rumor has it that Li Xingqian has raised a black iron snake. You ask him to take out the black iron snake to prove it, the man said to Cozy. Hearing this, Xiaoer also suddenly came to a realization. Right, brother Star, where's your black iron snake? Quickly release it to bite them. Li Xian was sore, but he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Hell, if black iron snake was there, would they still be standing there? Seeing that Li Xian didn't say anything, the men burst out laughing. Ha ha, more Li Xingchen, more demon beast competition? Scare who? Do you really think that Li Xingchen is rotten cabbage? Everywhere? You let him have it. You let him have it. Oh ho, black iron snake. Ah, 100-year-old demonic beast. So scary. Even Yixian's Tyrannosaurus Rex beast isn't a match for it. That's it? A piece of trash that can't even carry a squishy. And you're still Li Xingchen? These people threw back their heads and laughed in mockery. Don't you dare insult my brother. My brother is really Li Xingchen. Xiaoer clenched her pink fists, gritting her teeth and staring angrily at those people. Little girl, better come with us. I'll sell you a good price tonight. Give you some commission and enjoy yourself. With that, he waved his hand and had his men forcefully take Xiaoer and prepare to leave. Let her go. Li Xian directly stood up and pointed his snake scorpion blade at those people in a stern voice. But those people simply ignored Li Xian. Only the one in the lead slowly turned to look at old Jean. Get in my way again and I won't buy it. Mud. Mother asterisk 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 her. You spoiled me, didn't you? Old Jean became furious, and the stretcher in his hand slammed down again. But in the next moment, he only saw Li Xian waving his hand, and a bunch of silver tickets were grasped in his hands. Seeing this, old Jin's eyes, which were open to money, widened. At the same time, the hands that were manipulating the squishy were directly suspended in mid-air. 1,000 taels. Xiaoer, sell it to me. This, as soon as Lao Jin dropped his flat, he looked at the group with difficulty. All the while, his mouth shattered. Why didn't you take out the money earlier? With that, Lao Jin walked towards the group. I'm not for sale. People are offering 1,000 taels. Give me back my daughter. With that, he returned the 800 taels to them, but only to see that the man did not take the silver ticket, but looked at old Jean with contempt. Are you stupid? You even killed your mom. Your wife. You even sold your daughter. Can't you kill that kid and grab the money? Wouldn't the 800 taels still be yours? Hearing this, old Jean suddenly came to a realization. Turning back to Li Xian, he revealed a cruel smile. Hey, thanks for the mention. You guys go ahead and leave this to me. With that, he rubbed his hands together and walked slowly towards Li Xian. 47 Resuscitating the Gale Thunder Leopard King. Li Xian couldn't help but feel his heart sink, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. At the same time his mouth shouted loudly, Xiaoer, don't be afraid. You and they go. Brother will come to save you in a while. As for your damned father, you give my brother the right words. Brother, I don't have a father like him. Help me kill him. Kill him. Xiaoer was racked up by the two big men and looked back at Li Xian, hissing and roaring. Hearing this, Li Xian instantly dropped his heart, tightening the snake scorpion blade in his hand. Li Xian craned his neck and silently looked at old Jean who was walking over. After old Jean heard this, he then looked at Li Xian and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. At this moment, the aura that erupted from Li Xian's body. It's the temperament that really kills. Those eyes that hid a grass-like ruthlessness for human life. At this moment, old Jean seemed to feel that he was a lamb to the slaughter in Li Xian's eyes. However, he was clearly much stronger than the other party. Lao Jean swallowed hard. Couldn't help but pick up the squishy on the ground in a hurry. It was only now that it felt a lot safer. And just then, there was a sudden banging of gongs and drums at the mouth of the alley. The sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Looking back, he saw a group of people beating gongs and drums walking into the alley, carrying a gorgeous coffin behind them. Various wreaths of paper figures, divided into left and right sides, were placed all over the place. Li Xian was relieved when he saw this. Looking along with him, he saw Lu Yuqing with his men, walking over from the distance. At the entrance of the alley, the group of several people who were preparing to leave with Xiaoer immediately stopped, then stood to the side, intending to wait for them to pass. But right at this moment, the person in charge suddenly saw a familiar person. This is... The man thought hard and had an epiphany. Lu Yuqing. Being a beloved member of Dong Qingwen's staff, Lu Yuqing's great name was also well known in this Cloud Shadow City. No matter what the 3 religions and 9 streams, when they see Lu Yuqing, they have to call out Master Lu. However, in the next moment, what made this person's heart sink in disbelief was, Master Lu unexpectedly walked straight to the front of the youth who had just been beaten. Just at this moment, a bad thought surfaced. He suddenly thought of what Coquette had just said. Could this person really be Li Xingchen? Thinking of this, the man's body went limp and sat down directly on the ground. At this moment, Lao Jin was holding a flat stick and looking at these people with some confusion. He had just gotten out of prison, so he didn't recognize Lu Yucheng. Just think that these people were called by Li Xian to come here to bury his old mother in a generous manner. Just looking at this formation, I guess I can't get out without a few hundred taels. Think about it. Lao Jin then reckoned that Li Xian might be even richer. If it's true that Xiao'er can be betrothed to Li Xian, then he will get much more than the 800 taels from selling Xiao'er. Thinking of this, Lao Jin immediately dropped his flat stick. Li Xian looked at old Jin with some disgust and dodged with a flash. Lu Yucheng waved his hand, and the sound of gongs and drums immediately stopped. Third Master, Barta. There was a sudden rattling behind him. Lu Yucheng looked back in confusion, only to see that there were a few people behind him, who were actually directly paralyzed on the ground. Shaking his head in doubt, Lu Yucheng once again turned back to look at Li Xian. Third Master, everything has arrived. Look, take care of something for me before you bury the old man in the thick of it, Li Xian said with a gloomy face. At the same time, he put away the snake-scorpion blade, and then rubbed his hand on his shoulder, which was still in immense pain. At your command, Lu Yucheng slightly lowered his body, looking very respectful. Bring the girl here, and the rest of those guys, kill them all. As soon as Li Xian's words came out, old Jin next to him was shocked and took a step backward. Yes, Lu Yucheng responded as if this matter was such an insignificant thing. The next moment, the people carrying the coffin and beating the gongs and drums immediately put down their things and then walked over to those few people. Those guys didn't dare to move at all. They had planned to escape. But on second thought, the monk can't run away from the temple. Maybe begging for mercy will save a life. But who knows? Li Xian is ruthless and is going to kill someone when he exits. After the crowd surrounded those 5 people, Xiao'er immediately ran over in aggravation. Patting Xiao'er's shoulder, Li Xian softly comforted. But just when waiting for them to be ready to strike, Li Xian spoke out again to stop them. The guys were sweating with fear. It was a relief to hear it. But Li Xian's next sentence made them as if they were placed in 3 winters. It's bad luck to kill them here. Go out and settle it. Yes. Not long after, several miserable screams came from outside the alleyway entrance one after another. When Lao Jin saw this, he didn't hesitate to turn around and run. He didn't know Lu Yucheng's reputation and mentioned killing people and didn't panic inside. Knowing that he was going to be dealt with next, Old Gold turned tail and ran. But where could he run away? Lu Yucheng was at least a royal beast master, and with a long leap, he threw it in front of Li Xian with one hand. Third Master, what to do with this man? Li Xian sniffed, but looked at Xiao'er. At the same time, he drew a long knife from a bystander's hand, then handed it to Xiao'er. He killed your mother. He killed your grandmother. Do you do it, or does your brother? Xiao'er stared at the long knife in a daze, then jerked it over. Ah! Coquette gripped her long knife in a death grip, and at the moment let out all the roars of anger that she had, since childhood, and now since her grandmother's death, directed at this so-called father. At this moment, anger ran rampant, and Xiao'er raised her long sword high, but the blade was slow to fall. Seeing this, that old Jin hurriedly knelt in front of Xiao'er. Daughter, I'm your father. I'm your father. How can you kill me? I was really blinded by lard. I really won't dare to do it again. I'll give your grandmother a generous burial, and I'll kneel before his grave for 7 days and 7 nights to make amends to your grandmother. Daughter, I was really wrong. Looking at old Jin who kept begging and kowtowing in front of him, Coquette slash, however, could not fall. I hate you, Chloe shouted hoarsely at the old gold. I'm damned. I'm not human. I'm damned. I'm not human. I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for your mother. I'm sorry for your grandmother. I'm damned. Lao Jin's hands went to his face and he started slapping it hard. That slap went down with a snap that looked unforgiving. Barta! Xiao'er's hand let go and the long knife fell to the ground. Then Xiao'er turned around and jumped into Li Xian's arms and began to whimper and cry. Li Xian patted Xiao'er's back with one hand, while his other hand beckoned to Lu Yucheng. Lu Yucheng understood and took out another long knife from a bystander and handed it over. Turning slightly with one hand holding Xiao'er, Li now held his long sword in one hand. Then he slashed down hard at the still slapping Lao Jin. Thumbs up! Old Jin was still in the middle of admitting his mistake when his head was directly chopped off by Li Xian. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao'er violently left from Li Xian's arms, then stared in bewilderment at the slowly collapsing body. The moment, the breath within Xiao'er's heart finally dispersed. This father, who is worse than an animal, is finally dead. Coquette burst out howling. Li Xian gave a wink to Lu Yucheng, who immediately led the men into the courtyard and then began to dress up. At the same time the old man was changed into his birthday suit and carried into the coffin. After Xiao'er woke up from crying and walked into the courtyard under Li Xian's guidance, the wreaths of flowers, white silks, And the paper figures in front of the coffin hanging around in the courtyard immediately made Xiao Er tear up again. Slowly turning around, Xiao Er took a step back, then knelt down directly at Li Xian. Li Xian rushed to help her, but Xiao Er refused. Immediately after that, Xiao Er kowtowed 3 times to Li Xian. Brother Star, thank you. Today, I swear to God in front of my grandmother, from today onwards, I, Jean Xiao Er, will never leave Brother Star. I will be a slave and a servant for Brother Star, for all eternity. If you back out, you will be struck down by heaven and not be allowed to die. Hearing this, Li Xian hurriedly helped Xiao Er up. Don't make up these words. Jean Xiao Er, however, stubbornly shook her head, then squeezed out a smile and said, what I said is all true. Well, anything. It's better to give your grandmother a thick burial first. Li Xian asked Lu Yuqing to find someone to pick a date, then buried Xiao Er's grandmother in a generous manner. 3 days later, Xiao Er followed Li Xian back to the Cloud Shadow Academy. Ma Yun's elixir was finally practiced. Li now couldn't wait to get there. After seeing Black Iron Snake, Li Xian clearly felt that Black Iron Snake had lost a large amount of weight. What did you do to my Black Iron Snake? Why does he feel so much thinner? Just then, the Black Iron Snake aggressively conveyed a message to Li Xian. This old man isn't human, making me refine pills day and night. I'm almost drained by him. Li Xian couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, but for the sake of Ma Yun refining pills for himself, still enduring. After all, people also invested a lot of their own precious herbs. After getting the pills, Li Xian hurriedly left the place with the Black Iron Snake. Arriving at the Demonic Beast restaurant, Li Xian ruthlessly replenished the Black Iron Snake. At the same time, those pills were also taken out, because of the existence of this 10,000-year-old herb. So the grade of the original 4th grade elixir was directly upgraded by a notch. It reached the point of a 5th grade elixir. Seemingly smelling the fragrance of the Dan, the soul worm immediately woke up. Lord Warden, this is good stuff. Hearing the voice of the soul bug, Li Xian said proudly, that's true? You try one first and see how much you can recover? With that, Li Xian fed an elixir to the soul bug. Soul worm was now back to 5%. After an elixir was consumed, it unexpectedly went straight up to 8%. Haha, one is equivalent to the soul power of a gold imperial beast master. It's simply not too good. Immediately afterward, the soul worm greedily swallowed all the pills. Its recovery degree, surprisingly, went straight up to 15%. This may have some drug resistance as well. The later pills were not as effective as the first one taken. However, Li Xian also felt very satisfied. It was just a matter of days before he completely regained his beast power. On the other hand, Principal Chu Lan disappeared into thin air, which could be said to be a big blow to the entire academy. Now the academy didn't dare to release the news. It just claimed to the public that the principal was closed. As the principal, Chu Lan was the man of the town school. Since the opening of Cloud Shadow Academy, it had also incurred many people. Once other people know about it, I'm afraid that there will be many people who will come to cause trouble. With so many people in the academy, if they were to get their revenge, then the consequences would be unimaginable. So that's the next best thing. It was imperative to find Principal Chu Lan as soon as possible. And Li Xian's time is almost up before he heads to the capital city to participate in the National Demon Beast competition. So it's got to go. Before he left, Li Xian came to the Dong residence. Dong Qingwu had also returned a few days ago. Here he can recuperate in peace and rise again. As for the matter of revenge, there was no hurry to put it aside for the time being. Li Xian told Jean Xiao Er to learn the way of the Imperial Beast while at the academy. I hope that the next time I come back, I can see Xiao Er's demonic beasts that can grow up and have the power to defend themselves. Riding the Wind Thunder Leopard, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Li Xian left in a blaze of glory. This time around, Li now was in less of a hurry to catch up. Before Li Xian's departure, Dong Qingwen gave Li Xian a big gift bag of affection. A 1-square yuan ring filled with herbs and demon crystals. It's basically 1,000 years on. Definitely pricey. Li Xian originally wanted to refuse, but before the trip, Dong Qingwen just won't let Li Xian open and look at it. Said he'd wait for Li to leave before opening it. Li Xian knew that Dong Qingwen must have struck out in an extraordinary way. Who knew it was packed with so much stuff? But right now, he had already left Cloud Shadow City for a long distance. Changing it back again would be a bit of a pain in the ass. The reason why Dong Qingwen asked Li Xian to leave before opening it, it was thought that he didn't want Li Xian to refuse. After all this, it would be a bit pretentious for Li Xian to change back. Remembering this sentiment, Li Xian took out some herbs and began to refine them. A drop of pure medicinal liquid was refined out. Then it was ingested into the beast prison through the black iron serpent. It was then transferred by the golden-scaled poison python to the other ancient demon beasts. And Li Xian's purpose this time was the Gale Thunder Leopard. The Wind Thunder Leopard on his hips was the descendant of the ancient demonic beast, the Gale Thunder Leopard. Unfortunately, after so many years, the bloodline in the Wind Thunder Leopard's body was already very diluted. If they could be made to reach a medium connection like the golden-scaled poison python and the black iron snake, this way the Wind Thunder Leopard with the same bloodline would be able to maximize the power of the Gale Thunder Leopard. In this way, Li Xian could be equivalent to having a true ancient demonic beast mount. The most important thing was that the one imprisoned in prison number 49 was the Gale and Thunder Leopard King. The strength is even stronger, and the beast prison is ranked and imprisoned according to strength. This Gale Thunder Leopard King was much more powerful than even the golden-scaled poison python. At this time, the golden-scaled poison python will absorb the energy, slowly transferred to the 49th prison in the middle of a body length of 10 meters, body dark, and have green spots of ancient demonic beasts. This ancient demonic beast was clearly the Gale Thunder Leopard King. The energy entered the body of the Gale and Thunder Leopard King, and like an electrified machine, it slowly began to run. Next moment, a pair of oily green eyes snapped open in the darkness. All of a sudden, a fierce wind rose up from the ground in the middle of the entire prison cell. It was also surrounded by bursts of thunder. However, when the Gale Thunder Leopard King opened his eyes and saw his surroundings, he instantly roared to the sky. The sound of roar resounded throughout the beast prison. But the next moment, what are you yelling for? You don't want to hang out anymore, do you? What are you yelling for? You want to die, don't you? The voices of the Holy Envoy of Light and the Shadow Bull Demon came out impatiently. The Gale and Thunder Leopard King immediately shrunk his neck and curled up in a corner shivering in fear. There is no room for complacency. In the midst of the beast prison, you need to look at your number. Those higher than yourself should never be messed with. You don't even deserve to lift your shoes in front of those bigots. Done venting? May I have my turn to speak? The golden-scaled poison python asked slowly. It was only at this time that the Gale Thunderbolt Leopard King realized that the demonic beasts that were lower than himself had even revived over. And the Gale and Thunder Leopard King's eyes widened at once. How did you get all your strength back? The Gale and Thunder Leopard King could feel the aura of full strength emanating from the golden-scaled poison python. Hey, how's it going? Envious? The golden-scaled poison python was suddenly complacent. Che, what's there to envy? The Gale and Thunder Leopard King said with a disdainful face. Still locked up here? That's different. It's the Lord Prisoner who helped me recover my strength. If the 70 soulworms can recover to 20%, once the Lord Prisoner recovers his beast power, he can summon us to go out and fight, and by then, we'll be able to see the sunlight again, and breathe in the fresh air that we haven't seen in a long time. With that said, the golden-scaled poison python greedily closed its eyes. It was as if he was in the middle of a vast expanse of heaven and earth at the moment, running free. The Gale and Thunder Leopard King also couldn't help but be brought into this beautiful fantasy by the golden-scaled poison python. Why wouldn't he want to run wildly across the grasslands with the wind and thunder? At this moment, it became a dream come true for them to get out and see what was going on. The Lord Warden told me to wake you up because he needs your help. The golden-scaled poison python interrupted the fantasy of the Gale Thunder Leopard King. Oh, what do you need me to do? The Gale and Thunder Leopard King was instantly agitated. Is it possible to regain insta-strength by helping the Lord Prisoner? That's for sure. So that means, do your work well, and one day, you'll regain your full strength. Just like me, the golden-scaled poison python said in an old-fashioned manner. It's as if he's teaching a newcomer how to do things. And more importantly, the Gale Thunder Leopard King actually nodded thoughtfully. Right now, Lord Warden's beast power is sealed, so he can only communicate with us through me and my medium. And now that the Lord Prisoner now possesses a head of your offspring, the Wind Thunder Leopard, which has a trace of your bloodline, the Lord Prisoner has asked me to revive you because he wants to establish a medium with the Wind Thunder Leopard, through you, so that you can help raise the strength of that Wind Thunder Leopard. Hearing this, the Gale Thunderbolt Leopard King suddenly came to a realization. Then he hurriedly urged, then hurry up and start. I can't wait. Don't you rush it. Make it sound like you're going to a chicken with the Lord Prisoner. Screwing a chicken? What is that? Edible? The Gale Thunderbolt Leopard King asked with a confused expression. It had to be said that the golden-scaled poison python had really learned a lot from the time it had followed Li Xian. Soon, the golden-scaled poison python had established Li Xian and the Gale Thunder Leopard King through himself. Greetings, Honorable Prison Master, Clan Chief of the Gale Thunder Leopard Clan. See you, Prison Master. A ghostly voice rang out. Li Xian, who was sitting on the Wind Thunder Leopard with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, the Wind Thunder Leopard on his hips stopped violently as if it had sensed something, then behaved surprisingly well and lay down. No matter how much Li Xian urged, the Wind Thunder Leopard was just indifferent. Lord Prisoner, what you are writing now is the offspring containing the bloodline of my Gale Thunderbolt Leopard clan. Only that this bloodline is already minuscule, and my appearance has a suppression from the bloodline, so that's why he doesn't dare to move. Then can you establish a connection with him? Through your bloodline? Just like between the golden-scaled poison python and the black iron snake. Sure, these are just tricks. With that, Li Xian immediately stood up from the Wind Thunder Leopard. In the next moment, only a wave of energy was seen drilling into the Wind Thunder Leopard's body from the beast ring. Because of the similarity of bloodlines, there was no sense of rejection at all in the establishment. Immediately after that, the Gale Thunderbolt Leopard King didn't need the golden-scaled poison python to communicate with Li Xian without any obstacles, and at the same time, Li Xian also felt that the concentration of the Wind Thunder Leopard's bloodline seemed to have been greatly enhanced. This was merely establishing communication with the Gale Thunder Leopard King. Just let the Wind Thunder Leopard gain such a great benefit. His bloodline had gained a boost and his strength had grown substantially. Along with the number of years, it had grown directly to about 80 years. Li Xian saw that the recovery degree of the Gale Thunder Leopard had directly recovered to 5% under the powerful energy. Since the connection was established, the higher the level of recovery of the Gale Thunder Leopard King, then Wind Thunder Panther will also be able to get a direct boost. Wind and Thunder Leopard, Black Iron Snake. With these two major demonic beasts by his side, Li Xian's safety could also be greatly enhanced. Therefore, the purpose now was to recover the strength of the Gale Thunderbolt Leopard King as soon as possible. This way, Li Xian would be equivalent to raising two powerful demonic beasts. Thinking about the herbs that Dong Qingguan had given to Li Xian didn't require any pills to be refined. Li Xian then refined all of the remaining several thousand years of herbs into a medicinal liquid before giving it to the Gale Thunderbolt Leopard King. Unfortunately, with so many things, it was only able to boost the Gale Thunderbolt Leopard King to 10% recovery. It seems that the more forward the recovery of the demonic beast in the future, the more energy it will consume. Li Xian now deeply felt the gap between the Gale Thunder Leopard King and the golden-scaled poison python. So many herbs, if placed on the golden-scaled poison python, it could definitely allow the golden-scaled poison python to recover to about 20%. Unfortunately, in the case of the Gale Thunder Leopard King, it was only 10%. After doing this, Li Xian began to hoof it and start rushing. Swish! The Wind Thunder Leopard's agile body carried Li Xian directly forward in a wild dash. Li Xian could feel that the Wind Thunder Leopard's speed at this moment was definitely twice as fast as before. Is this the power of bloodline enhancement? Li now vaguely felt a surge of excitement. One could not dare to imagine if the Wind Thunder Leopard used the Windy Thunder Leopard King's innate beast skill. Then how powerful is the power exerted? But Li now felt he needed a helmet now. Because the Wind Thunder Leopard was so fast, his own hairstyle was on the verge of blowing to raise his hairline by a few centimeters. At this rate, won't you be wise to the world sooner rather than later? Soon, Li Xian arrived on the closest village to Tianlu City. The official road passes through here, so there are a lot of passers-by coming and going here, and a lot of people stationed on this village. This has brought a great economy to this village. Li now came to the village and sat down under a teepee. However, before entering the village, Li Xian used the scaling technique and shrunk the Wind Thunder Leopard to bring it with him as well. Li Xian originally thought that the scaling technique only targeted the Black Iron Snake. Who knew that it would actually work on the Wind Thunder Leopard as well? In fact, the demonic beast scaling technique could be used on any demonic beast. The prerequisite was that this demonic beast did not have the heart to resist. Otherwise it won't work. The Wind Thunder Leopard had the bloodline suppression of the Gale Thunder Leopard King. Li now succeeded at once. What would you like to eat, sir? Junior walked over with a white rag over his shoulder and asked attentively. It's just me. Pick some specialties and drinks and serve some up. Li Xian also did not ask what there is. Let the second look on their own. Not long after, a plate of beef, a drawer of buns, a bowl of wontons and 3 tails of small wine were brought up. They were all home-cooked dishes, and Li now saw them and was instantly hungry. The teepee is not busy at this time. The owner was in the back room doing the math. Junior sat in the doorway looking from side to side, ready to wait for every arriving guest. Seeing this, Li Xian ate while talking to the junior. But just then, Junior stood up electrically and shouted to the inner room, "The bandits are coming." Saying that, without any further ado, he pulled Li Xian into the house. Also keep doors and windows locked. Immediately afterward, Li Xian heard a sound of horses' hooves not far away from a distance. Li Xian looked at this junior incredulously, without any reaction from himself at all. This junior actually sensed the danger. Looking up, the boss put all the silver inside the money box into a cloth bag with one hand, then stood on the bench in a hurry and stuffed it into the overhanging beam above his head. Knock knock. Immediately afterward, there was a violent knock on the wooden door. This scene takes place inside every home in the village. It's over. It's over. They're not even passing through. They're totally coming for us. The shopkeeper and the second in command were scared to death. In the next moment, only the wooden door was kicked open, and the junior hiding behind the door was directly pushed to the ground. Li Xian looked with him, only to see two burly men with long swords standing at the doorway, looking left and right as they came in, and then resting their eyes on the shopkeeper. When he saw the shopkeeper, the man came up and beat the shopkeeper without saying a word. Forgot what day it is? And close the door for me. Close the door for me. Give me all the money. The shopkeeper wailed in agony on the floor. Click. In the next moment, the long knife slashed directly onto the ground in front of the shopkeeper. Do it yourself. Or do I do it myself? The shopkeeper was so scared that he rolled and ran behind the counter, then took out all the silver. Masters, these days the official road is also not traveled. There is really no income. That's all. Being dishonest. I see you're not seeing the coffin. That bandit's face was ruthless as he copied his long knife, then grabbed the shopkeeper's arm and slashed down hard. These movements flowed without pause. It's as if I don't know how many times I've done it, and they have no regard for the lives of these civilian folk. Junior had just pulled himself in without a word. This casual thing, however, made Li Xian quite touched. I saw that the shopkeeper was about to lose his arm. Li Xian copied a teapot and directly smashed it. Bang! The teapot blooms on the brain. The man covered his head and turned around. Yards, kill him for me. The other person, holding a long sword, then rushed towards Li Xian, but right at this moment, only a black shadow appeared from Li Xian. The next moment, a black panther met the wind, pounced the man straight to the ground. That bloody mouth bit off the man's head in one bite. Demon beasts! The other man's eyes widened at the sight. Without saying a word, he ran out with his knife. But in terms of speed, how could it possibly compare to the Wind Thunder Leopard? Li Xian followed him out, and the man had already collapsed in a pool of blood. Looking around, I saw bandits breaking down the doors of every house. At the same time there came a miserable cry and a roar of rage. Vajra-walled city, open the door for me. Open the door yourselves and keep your lives. Open the door by force and no chickens or dogs will be left behind. Looking with him, he saw a man on a black horse on the road in the center of the village, shouting to the surroundings. Vajra cottage? Li Xian instantly frowned. With that, he released the black iron snake. And just then, the man seemed to hear a scream behind him. When he turned back, he met Li Xian at eye level. However, his gaze was on the Wind Thunder Leopard in front of Li Xian. Demon Beast Sentinel? The man pulled on the reins and the black warhorse slowly turned around. However, he was not undaunted and instead revealed a teasing smile. That's a lot better than robbing these poor sticks. With that, with his legs clamped on the black horse, he charged towards Li Xian. Right at this moment, Li Xian saw the beast power coalescing behind that person. Immediately afterward a beast soul revealed itself. Silver Imperial Beast Master? Li Xian sneered and stood still. Just as the man rushed to a distance of about 10 meters from Li Xian, a giant black python suddenly appeared and swallowed it in one bite. Eat slowly. Don't break your spirit. The soulworm's voice rang out, absorbing the man's soul and the spirit of the good virtue of frugality without waste. The black iron snake eats the meat and the soulworm drinks the soup. 2 for the price of 1. Get me a few of them, and then none of the others. Li Xian patted the Wind Thunder Leopard, and the Wind Thunder Leopard then scurried out with the black iron snake and charged towards those bandits. Not long after, Li now had a few more bitten and crippled bandits in front of him. Li Xian took out his snake scorpion blade and crouched in front of these people. I ask, you answer, do you hear me? These people had already been scared out of their wits by the black iron snake and the Wind Thunder Leopard. After hearing Li Xian's words, he nodded his head repeatedly in response. From where? Kim. Vajra-walled city. How many? 30. How many people are there in the entire Vajra-walled city? 1,200. Hearing this, Li Xian instantly frowned. How many? How many of you are in charge? And what are their strengths? I can't talk about this. I'll die if I do. After a question and answer session, the man seemed much calmer. Mentioning this issue, he immediately begged bitterly for Li Xian. If you say it, you'll die. If you don't, you'll die. Li Xian's gaze flinched, and the snake scorpion blade in his hand stabbed at the man's heart without hesitation. Thumbs up. The man's eyes widened incredulously before he slowly collapsed. Puff. The sound of the body falling to the ground woke up the other man. Li now moved over and continued to ask, how many are in charge and what strength? I say. Thumbs up. Li now slashed again. The serpentine blade scored a direct hit to the heart. I don't like to hear crap. Just answer the question. After saying that, Li Xian looked to the next person. There were 3 in charge, but now there are 4, as one was just added a while ago. Someone from the Tianlu City Chengwu Dark Bureau. When this man saw this, he told everything as if he were pouring out beans. Thumbs up. But who knew? Li Xian followed with another slash. I haven't asked yet. The man slowly collapsed. With that, He looked to the last remaining person, and Li now wiped his snake scorpion blade on the corpse's clothes before looking to the man. The man was trembling with fear and his pants were wet, obviously pissed himself. However, this last one has not dared to babble anything. He answered whatever Li Xian asked. Within a short time, Li Xian was able to figure out all the things about the Vajra walled city. Things are just as Dong Chengwu said. Uncle Biao did defect to the Kong Kong village, and in exchange for the position of fourth in command, the leader of the group was called Hong Tu Gang, a platinum imperial beast master, and his beast soul was a Vajra Shen turtle. The second master is called Lu Qing Yi, a golden beast master, and his beast soul is a 7-foot green leaf snake. The third master is called Wu Mang, a platinum beast master, and his beast soul is a wildly whistling spotted tiger. The man gave an account of all the bottoms of the Vajra walled city, but he's just a minion. Knowing is just scratching the surface. This information, in fact, could be known by Li Xian when he went to Tianlu City and casually inquired. Seeing that no other useful information could be asked, Li Xian couldn't help but somewhat regret killing the leading bandit just now. At this time, Black Iron Snake had already cleared all the bandits with Wind Thunder Panther. Just then, all the people from every house in the village poked their heads out. Li Xian hurriedly put away the demonic beast and then asked the last bandit, "Know who I am?" The bandit shook his head in a hurry. "How can you not know who I am? You don't even recognize me?" Li Xian stood up and couldn't help but sigh a little regretfully. "Hey, that's where you're wrong." With that, the serpentine blade viciously stabbed into the man's neck. "In your next life, be a good person." After settling all the bandits, Li Xian saw that all those villagers came out of the door and came in front of Li Xian. An old man walked out, trembling, supported by the crowd. After coming in front of Li Xian, he made a gesture to kneel down. "What are you doing, old man?" Li presently helped him up in a hurry with one hand. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid our entire village would be doomed. Everyone deserves to kill these bandits, and it's just a matter of lifting my hand to kill them." Li now waved his hand indifferently. "I've cleaned up all the corpses. You guys clean up the blood here so the bandits don't get suspicious. And if they come back with more people, you guys just say you haven't seen them. You hear me? When these bandits are killed, the people of the Vajra walled city will surely come out to look for them. In the event that they found their way here and any traces were discovered, these villagers would still not escape extinction. Li Xian could protect them for a while, but not for a lifetime. Honorable Imperial Beast Master Lord, may I ask what your name is? All the villagers of our village will remember your great kindness." Li Xian pondered slightly. Then he also told the other party his name. "My name is Li Xingchen. We'll remember you by name for saving our lives." After the villagers gave some thanks, Li Xian left the place. And when Li Xian left, the trembling old man hurriedly warned the crowd, "If the people from the Vajra walled city come, just say that their people had a conflict with this person outside the village, and that it has nothing to do with us. Got it? Got it." At this time, Li Xian didn't even know that he had told his name to the other party without taking it seriously, but he was being watched by the people of the Vajra walled city, who were dead set on it. But not really. Sooner or later, Li Xian and the Vajra walled city would clash. It was only because Uncle Biao would tell them about the fact that Li Xian was carrying a foreign fire. Therefore, as long as they heard of Li Xian's whereabouts, they would definitely come to look for him at any cost. On the other hand, Li Xian finally arrived at Tianlu City before afternoon. It's time to leave for the capital in 3 days. Li Xian wanted to enjoy the scenery of Tianlu City in these 3 days. Upon returning home, Fong Ro's mother and son were sitting in the doorway of the cookhouse eating their meal. A bowl of fried noodles per person, not to mention a good meal. When Li Xian came back, the mother and daughter immediately put down the dishes in their hands, and then served Li Xian with tea and water. But no sooner had Li Xian sat down than there was a knock on the door. Li Xian couldn't help but be wary, then asked, "That Zhang Jian didn't come looking for things in the days I was gone, did he?" "No, it's quiet," Fong Ro hurriedly explained. "Go and see who it is and what it wants." Li Xian had hot feet and it was not convenient for him to open the door, so he instructed Fong Ro to go ahead and open the door. But before Fong Ro could reach the door was violently kicked open. Immediately afterward, a group of people came barging in aggressively. Fong Ro was so scared that she hurriedly ran in, then came to Li Xian's face and pointed outside. "I don't know what kind of people have broken in by banging on the door." When Li presently heard the ringing, he put on his shoes and stood up. The sound of cluttered footsteps followed. Li Xian looked up, but found that the group of people were actually some raw faces, none of whom he recognized. "Arrest them all." The man at the head wore a black brocade robe with a pattern of swords and knives embroidered on his chest. It looks like it should be from some organization. The others did likewise, all wearing the same attire. "Who are you people?" With a wave of Li Xian's hand, the Wind Thunder Leopard and Black Iron Snake appeared on the left and right sides. Seeing these two demonic beasts, those people then stopped, only to see that the man in charge directly take out a token and said, "The sword and sword guards of the Tianlu City Lord's mansion, by order of the Lord City Lord, have come to apprehend the rebellious Li Xingchen." The City Lord's house? The sword and sword guards? What have I committed that I need you guys to come and arrest me? Li Xian immediately asked back. Your murder of the Dark Factory guards has been testified against. Take them away from me. The man went out of his way to call for a takedown. The wind thunder leopard hissed, and the black iron snake spat out its letter threateningly. However, this blade and sword guard didn't take the two demonic beasts seriously at all. Swish swish swish. Several long knives were drawn out, bubbling with eerie coldness, and there was also powerful beast power coursing through them. At a glance, the person in the lead was clearly a Platinum Imperial Beast Master. As for the other sword and sword guards, all of them were Golden Imperial Beast Masters. With this row, Li Xian was defenseless. Immediately collecting the two demonic beasts, Li Xian intended to follow them to see what was going on. At the same time, he hurriedly instructed Feng Ro's mother and daughter to quickly head to the southern mountainous region to find Captain Qin. It was believed that Captain Qin, who had escorted them to Tianlu City, had not yet left. Li Xian guessed that if nothing else, it must be the mysterious old man who escaped, because the people who intercepted and killed Li Xian on the road were the people from the Dark Factory. 48. The fish escapes as the clam and sandpiper fight. Tianlu City Sword and Sword Guard Headquarters. This is a department mobilized only by the City Lord's office. In fact, there are departments like this one in every city. They all cultivate a private armed force of their own. This is allowed in the Great Zhou as well as other countries, because the royal family is not afraid of any rebellion in you. In the eyes of the royal family, this bit of strength of yours is just a reptile that has gathered a group of ants. There's nothing to be afraid of. Soon, Li Xian was brought to the Sword and Sword Guards headquarters. The Sword and Sword Guards were located in the Beidu district, which was the district of political importance, including the City Lord's mansion, and the Sword Guards have their own jail cell. After Li Xian was brought here, he was directly put in the middle of the prison cell. At this time, Li Xian vaguely felt a hint of crisis, because they moved extremely swiftly and still started after nightfall. In case it was really that old man's trick, in this prison where the sky and the earth were unknown, Li Xian could be said to be in dire straits. Something has to be done to get out of here, or inform the others. But this prison is heavily guarded, so there's no way to get out. So now they could only pray that Feng Ro and the others would hurry up and inform Captain Qin. Captain Qin was the one who escorted Li Xian and the others over from Cloud Shadow City. If Captain Qin could notify the official personnel of the Demon Beast competition and then come forward to prove it, then Li Xian would be safe. However, the other party didn't seem to give Li Xian the slightest bit of breathing room at all. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from far away. It seemed unusually heavy in this dark, damp prison cell. Li now sat on the weed-covered bed and waited silently. Not long after, several silhouettes stood at the entrance of the prison cell. Li Xian raised his head and looked with him, only to find a man clad in a long black robe standing there. Behind them were 4 men from the Sword and Sword Guards. Lord Factory Commander, may I ask if it's him? The mysterious man clad in black robes looked up suddenly. Li Xian's pupils instantly shrank when he saw the human face underneath that black robe. As expected, it was this old guy without a doubt. Yes, that's him. This old guy smiled a playfully triumphant smile. Tough luck to you guys. Next then please leave him to me. No problem, Lord Factory Marshal. The sword guards directly opened the door of the prison cell, then came in and took Li Xian out. So you're actually from the Dark Factory. Li Xian came to the man and said coldly. So what if you know? Now, I'm arresting you on the charge of assassinating someone from the Dark Factory. So come with me and stop struggling. The old man laughed eerily. I know why you're here. So if I hand him over now, will you let me go? Li Xian said to this old man in a consultative tone. Kid, it's too late to give me my stuff now. The old man said with a hard face. You killed 2 factory guards and 4 factory pawns of my Dark Factory, so you must die. The 4 sword and sword guards behind them were secretly shocked at what they heard. Good lord, 2 factory guards and 4 factory pawns. Did this guy really do it? It is important to know that the Dark Factory is divided according to strength and has a clear hierarchy. The factory pawn was the lowest ranked position, but it also required a gold Imperial Beast Master to hold it. Factory guards are a higher ranked position that requires a platinum Imperial Beast Master to hold. And in the last rank, the Factory Marshal. This one comes down to your personal abilities and contributions. The last one was the supreme leader of the Dark Factory, the Dark Factory Master. As far as the 4 sword and sword guards, they were standing here now, in though they qualified for the lowest position in the Dark Factory, Factory Pawn. But for real combat, there was simply no comparison between the sword guards and the Dark Factory. Afterwards, this old man took out an iron chain, so he directly locked Li Xian up, and then brought ready to leave. As he left the sword guards, the old man turned around and instructed the few sword guards. This kid is still participating in the Demon Beast competition. The people from the Demon Beast competition inquired about it. The body is here. Explain yourselves. Li Xian then looked and realized that there were actually several corpses on the ground. From the fact that only the body had decayed and was unrecognizable. But you can tell from the appearance that it's the same people from the dark factory that you killed last time. Li Xian couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Had he known that he would have even disposed of the body? It was at this time that Li now remembered a sentence. If you don't strike, it's necessary to be deadly. Undercard tricks must not be left behind. Once killed, the bones must be thrown to the ground without leaving any traces. Li Xian originally thought that the corpse would be quickly eaten by the demonic beasts. Who knew it would be picked back up by this old man? Now it's good. This old man bites back, and Li Xian has a hard time defending himself. After exiting the door of the sword and sword guard, this old man began to grope around Li Xian's body for a while, trying to find the black iron snake. After some poking around, the old man found nothing. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he led Li Xian towards the outskirts of the city. At the same time, he coldly snorted and said, "That was bred by you. I don't believe that. Crippling you. He will not come out. Besides, you really don't know how brutal the Dark Factory's interrogations are. As an organization on the same level as the Great Summer Demon Suppression Division and others, the Dark Factory can definitely make your life worse than death. And at that time you'll know that death is also an extremely luxurious illusion." After saying that, the old man directly grabbed Li Xian's back and forcefully led him away. And at this time, Feng Rou's mother and daughter finally arrived at the South Mountain District. Following the address given by Li Xian, he finally found Captain Qin. Outside a restaurant in the South Mountain District, Feng Rou's mother and daughter were waiting anxiously here, because they had inquired that Captain Qin was drinking here. But looking along with it, this restaurant didn't seem to be a regular restaurant either. There were flamboyant women standing in doorways, upstairs, everywhere. There was also a warbling laughter coming from inside from time to time. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a raging drunkenness and a face full of scruff came out from inside cursing. Ridiculous, just ridiculous. You bunch of uneducated guys. The advantage of accomplishing human reproduction in a very short period of time is actually scoffed at. Pitiful, pathetic, lamentable, unseen guys, eh? The man mumbled loudly to himself and walked out, then wobbled towards Feng Rou's mother and daughter duo. Feng Rou's mother and daughter didn't recognize Captain Qin, but when he came here before, he had once met with Captain Qin through Li Xian. Seeing this drunken man who was wobbling around, Feng Rou immediately brightened up and walked over to him. This Captain Qin's mouth was still cursing, but when he looked up, he actually saw two beautiful women walking towards him. "Hey, this is a hit of peach blossom luck today. May I ask if this is Captain Qin?" Feng Rou asked before she even arrived in front of him. "You are?" Captain Qin instantly looked at the two beauties in front of him in confusion. "Are you really Captain Qin?" Feng Rou instantly became excited. "I am. You guys know me?" "Captain Qin, Third Master, he's been captured. He asked us to come to you, saying that only you can save Third Master." "Third Master? Who is the Third Master?" Captain Qin froze and didn't react. "Third Master, Li Xingqian." "Oh who?" Captain Qin suddenly came to his senses. He then remembered that Li was now on good terms with Dong Qingguan in Cloud Shadow City, so he was called Third Master. What happened to him? Third Master, he was captured by a group of people. It looks as if they are from the City Lord's mansion. Third Master asked us to come to you quickly so that you can find the officials of the Demon Beast competition, saying that it was the people who intercepted them on the way over who were up to no good. When Feng Rou said this, Captain Qin suddenly came to a realization, because he remembered clearly to this day that he had discovered the origin of those corpses when he examined them. At this moment, with his toes, he could guess that it was the old man who had fled who had returned. Then backbite Li now. Go! Without saying a word, Captain Qin hurriedly led the mother and daughter to prepare to rush towards the city lord's mansion. But just a few steps out, he immediately stopped again. What's wrong, Captain Qin? No way. We can't just go. Captain Qin knew that the Dark Factory was powerful, and if he just went to prove that Li Xian was innocent, then it's highly likely that you'll be silenced yourself. So, thinking about it, Captain Qin flinched. Looking back at Feng Rou's mother and daughter, Captain Qin said with a difficult face, I'm afraid I can't do anything about this. Ah, but what about Third Master? Captain Qin, please think of something. Mother and daughter Feng Rou immediately became anxious. In fact, Captain Qin was mostly sober. Just now, on impulse, I almost went to the city lord's mansion. The old man who escaped came from the Dark Factory and must have been in a good position as well. In the event that he joined forces with the people of the city lord's mansion, then I'm afraid that he himself would not be able to escape the blame. It's not worth it to provoke the people of the Dark Factory for the sake of one Li Xian. Thinking of this, Captain Qin said perfunctorily, "Why don't you guys go back first, and I'll contact our people in Cloud Shadow City and figure out what to do." Just after the words were said, he didn't care what happened to Feng Ro's mother and daughter, so he left in a hurry. Looking at Captain Qin's departing back, mother and daughter Feng Ro immediately stomped their feet anxiously. "What should we do next, mother?" In the next moment, one could only see Feng Ro's face change, and her entire body exuded an extremely solemn and icy aura. The anxious expression on his face also disappeared, replaced by an extreme calmness. "Inform Master Dong. Let Master Dong's side figure out what to do." The person who took away third master is someone from Tianlu City's sword and sword guards. Feng Ro's tone abruptly changed as she looked at the direction Captain Qin had left and said, "And this Captain Qin must know who the person who took Master San is, and he doesn't dare to mess with him. That's why he chose not to go save Master San." "Yes," Jing Chu Chu responded. With that, he put his finger in his mouth. Whoosh! A shrill whistle went out. The sound of this whistle was extremely thin and sharp, and traveled a very long distance. It wasn't long before a small bird, probably the size of a sparrow, flew over at a very fast speed. Looking at it, this bird is the most widely used messenger bird used by human beings to convey messages. This bird is called a weather swallow and is extremely fast and has a great sense of direction. It's just very difficult to capture and tame. The price of a single wind and rain swallow was even more expensive than the price of demonic beasts that were hundreds or thousands of years old. Jing Chuchu took out a pen and paper, then quickly wrote a letter and put it into the bamboo tube on Feng Yuyan's feet. With a wave of his hand, Storm Swallow disappeared into the night. Tianlu City was 3 or 4 days away from Cloud Shadow City, but Wind and Rain Swallow could fly there in less than half a day. It's just that I just don't know if Li Xian can resist until that time. And at this time, Li Xian had already been taken out of Tianlu City by the old man from the Dark Factory. A quick departure down the official road in the other direction. Somewhere in the middle of a secluded and uninhabited forest, the old man dropped Li Xian directly onto the ground. "I know that little loach is still on you. Now if you hand it over, I can give you a hard time. Feelings are still a debt, so why should I pay it?" Li Xian looked around, ready to escape at any time. "Not handing it over, is it? I have 1,000, 10,000 ways I can make you beg to give it to me," the old man said, then walked over grimly. "Wait," Li Xian hurriedly interrupted the old man. "Do you know our principal Chulan?" The old man froze. "Recognize. I can tell you. I'm his personal disciple. If I have a shortcoming, you can think about the consequences, because I've already told my master about your sneak attack on me. Ha ha, so what? What can that old man Chulan do to me?" The old man burst out laughing. He'd better think about how to take care of the people from the Demon Yuan Hall first. Hearing this, Li Xian instantly stared. The Hall of Devil's Element. Sure enough, it was the Demon Yuan Hall. This old man knew what kind of crisis Principal Chulan was facing. That's why he grabbed himself with impunity. Right now, Principal Chulan's name couldn't deter this old guy. So Li Xian pointed to the far side of the official road and shouted, "Look, what's that?" The very moment this old man turned around, Li Xian turned around and ran deeper into the woods. At the same time, the Wind Thunder Leopard was immediately released. Mounting the Wind Thunder Leopard, Li Xian directly caused the Wind Thunder Leopard to release its innate beast skill. Immediately after that, the Wind Thunder Leopard brought Li Xian and disappeared into the depths of the woods with a whoosh. In fact, the old man had already reacted when Li Xian turned around and prepared to flee. But when he was about to reach out to grab Li Xian had then sat on the Wind Thunder Leopard. Under that old man's dumbfounded gaze, Li Xian instantly ran away. In the next moment, the old man released his beast soul and urged his beast power to chase after him. During the rush, Li now glanced back. The old man was gone. But before Li Xian could breathe a sigh of relief, an angry roar came from behind him. "Brat! You won't get far." Turning to look again, the old man unexpectedly caught up with him at an extremely fast speed. At least it was the strength of a Diamond Imperial Beast Master. Even though he was heavily injured, he was able to explode with the strength of a Platinum Imperial Beast Master. Running at full speed, it was surprisingly similar to the Wind Thunder Leopard's extreme speed. One chases, one runs. There was always a distance between the two. Li now couldn't shake that guy, and that guy couldn't catch up with Li now. In this way, both sides were sometimes slow, sometimes fast, and you chased me for the rest of the night. The Wind Thunder Leopard was already running and foaming at the mouth. If it wasn't for the Gale Thunder Leopard King, I'm afraid that he would have already run to his death. Because several times during that period the old guy was on the verge of catching up, Li Xian forced the Wind Thunder Leopard to unleash his innate beast skill an unknown number of times. By the end, the Wind Thunder Leopard was trembling all over its body and limbs. He didn't even have the strength to carry Li Xian, and directly slumped to the ground. Behind him, the old man's face was pale and he was panting. His body's beast power had nearly dried up. Seeing this, Li Xian put away the wind thunder leopard to let it rest, then spread his feet and started running. But Li Xian was always just an ordinary person. How could any faster be a match for that old man? In an instant, Li was now caught by grabbing the back of his shirt. Huffing and puffing, the old man didn't make a sound, just panted heavily. It took a full half hour before he recovered a little past that, but immediately after that, without saying a word, he took out a chain and tied up Li Xian's legs again, only restricting the distance of taking a step. Alright, I'm not going to ask you. You and I will go back to the Dark Factory. I have a specialized interrogation facility in the Dark Factory. There are illusionary royal beast masters in there. At that time, as long as it's something in your head, you'll say all of it word for word, all of it. The old man didn't say anything, grabbed Li Xian and led him forward. As soon as Li Xian heard this, he tensed up. This illusionary type of imperial beast master. Its ability and it's unimaginable. When the time comes, don't even think about the fact that you crossed over. But right now, with both hands and feet bound, Li Xian was unable to escape at all. The wind thunder leopard was also paralyzed with exhaustion and couldn't continue running. In fact, this old man also wanted to break Li Xian's legs and make a verbal and behavioral forced confession. But he was afraid that if Li Xian got the black iron snake killed, the basket would be empty at that time. So the only way was to bring him back to the Dark Factory and interrogate him in the most conservative way possible. However, just as Li Xian was anxious, a teepee suddenly appeared up ahead. This is located in one of the more decent-sized teepees on the official road. By now there were several tables of people sitting down there. Seeing this, the old man took Li Xian and walked over. After running around all night, the old man was really hungry and thirsty. Li now followed and sat down, looking around for a chance to escape. However, the old man said smugly, "Don't struggle. The anklets and bracelets are specially made. Ordinary beast weapons can't open them. And in your current state, you won't even be able to run 3 meters." It wasn't long before the hot buns and ravioli were served. The old man immediately gorged himself and began to eat. Doesn't care at all about Li now? Hey, at least give some. Don't starve me to death. As the words lagged behind, he only heard the sound of a horse's hooves in the distance. Li Xian couldn't help but look with him. In the early morning fog, a group of big, burly men walked quickly. When he came to the teepee, he dismounted and walked over. When Li Xian saw this group of people, his eyes lit up, then stood up violently and shouted, "I, Li Xingchen, am starving to death. Jumping down from here, lying on the official road and being crushed to death. I won't take a bite of your food. Old me came from Cloud Shadow City to participate in the Demon Beast competition. How have I ever been subjected to this kind of birdish anger from you? Don't you just want the foreign fire? Here, I'll give it to you." The old man simply didn't know why Li Xian reacted so strongly. But behind them, the group of burly men who had just arrived snapped back. Among them, there was also a man who was over 100 years old and gray at the temples. This person was clearly Uncle Biao of the Chengwu dartboard. That Uncle Biao who was introduced by Dong Qingwen and eventually assassinated Dong Qingwen and defected to the Vajrawalled City. At this time, Uncle Biao was already the 4th leader of the Vajrawalled City. Yesterday, a group of pups from Konggangzai who went down the mountain to smash the kiln, surprisingly did not come back. The big dog immediately realized something was wrong. So overnight they sent down to look for it. Following the clues, they came to the village that Li Xian had passed by earlier. The doors of every house were broken down overnight and all the villagers were brought out for interrogation. After some interrogation, they realized that it was actually a demonic beast royalist called Li Xingchen, who brought a black leopard and black iron snake, who had clashed with the bandits and killed all of them outside the village. The bandits reported the news to the head of the house overnight. When Uncle Biao heard that it was Li Xingchen, he volunteered to lead people down the mountain to look for Li Xingchen. Knowing that Li Xingchen was participating in the Demon Beast competition in Tianlu City, they then prepared to enter Tianlu City to take a look. Because they had received news that the Chengwu dartboard was disbanded and Dong Qingwu was nowhere to be found. So, Uncle Biao wasn't afraid of anything at all anymore. The sun was just coming up in the morning and the morning fog had not yet lifted. They then thought of finding a teepee for an early dinner. Who knew that just when I came? I heard the scene just now. At this moment, the 3 words Li Xingchen were Uncle Biao's warning signal. At the sound of those 3 words, he was more savvy than anything else. Looking with him, he saw a young man stepping on a stool and shouting loudly in a flaunting manner, "Li Xingchen, foreign fire, demonic beast competition." The message that came out of the words was combined with the one in person. Uncle Biao immediately brightened up. It's so easy to find the place where you've been looking for it. The other bandits were equally shaken. After looking at Uncle Biao immediately nodded. Wow! A group of bandits then surrounded Li Xian's table. Li now sees this. The heart was bursting with joy. But on the surface, he pretended to be very nervous and said to the old man, "It's over and done with. They're bandits from the Vajra walled city, and they're also here to rob the Isoflame. What should we do? Will the foreign fire be given to them or to you?" At the moment, the old man was still eating with his head down, because in his eyes, these bandits were simply a bunch of trash, a bunch of scum. But he missed the point. You chased me all night with Li now. His beast power at this point was less than a tenth of what he had recovered. Snap! Only to see the old man take out an object and slap it directly on the table. Then said coldly, "The dark factory is doing its business, so idle people get out of my way at once." Fixing his eyes on it, that was clearly the token of the dark factory. At this moment, Uncle Biao and the others all tensed up when they heard the words dark factory. But then, Uncle Biao swept a glance at this person's aura. It was discovered that this person appeared to be just a platinum imperial beastmaster, and his breath was extremely unstable, very weak and disorganized. The others looked at Uncle Biao, as if asking for his opinion. Uncle Biao is an old man from the Chunwu dartboard. In his early years, he traveled all over the world, and his experience is nothing to sneeze at. Looks very composed in the face of anyone. This man calls himself a man of the dark factory. Strength is platinum imperial beastmaster, and his breath was unsteady, as if he had just gone through a battle. Uncle Biao himself was a platinum imperial beastmaster, plus there were several other gold imperial beastmasters around. After a few moments, Uncle Bill weighed the trade-offs of seeing only one another. After a slight contemplation, he said, "This person has some personal grudges to settle with us. We are well aware of the might of the dark factory, but please also give us face and let us settle some personal grudges before I return this person to you." With that, Uncle Biao waved his hand and the other bandits immediately surrounded him. The old man seemed a bit incredulous. All spoke of the prestige of the dark factory, and there were still people who were so disrespectful. Putting down his chopsticks and looking up, the old man coldly questioned, "Do you want to die?" "I don't want to die. I just want him." Uncle Biao pointed at Li Xian, and just then, a few bandits behind him took out their weapons and rushed forward. The old man merely grabbed the iron lock on Li Xian's hand with one hand and turned around to kick. Bang! The bandit behind him kicked straight up, and when it was time to turn around again, Uncle Biao moved. Uncle Biao was a platinum imperial beastmaster, and when he moved, he couldn't help but make the old man stare. But who knew that this old fellow would actually file Li Xian toward his body? That Uncle Biao saw this and stopped violently, because both of them knew that killing Li Xian would not be good enough to find the foreign fire. Hey, don't that I'm a shield. You all won't want the foreign fire if I die. Li Xian cried out in fear. Then right at that moment, Uncle Biao fiercely struck out and directly grabbed the chains on Li Xian's feet. Then with that pull, Li Xianjin was suspended in the air. The old man pulled the chains on Li Xian's hands, and Uncle Biao pulled the chains on Li Xian's feet. If the two men had pushed that hard, Li Xian would have been directly split into two horses. Hey, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't run away. You guys put me down. You'll have a showdown first. Whoever wins, I'll go with whoever. Okay? Li Xian cried out repeatedly. Just then, the other bandits immediately rushed towards the old man. The old man had to take care of Li Xian with one hand and face the other bandits with the other. There was no choice but to let go of Li Xian. Bang! Li Xian directly planted his head towards the ground, and when that Uncle Biao saw this, he threw Li Xian to the side while commanding, "Take him away first." The other bandit rushed over, pulling up Li Present. He mounted a horse and ran off into the distance, but the bandit was probably nervous. Taking Li Xian with him, he surprisingly ran in the direction of Tianlu City. On the other side, when the old man saw Li Xian being taken away, he rushed out of the bandit encirclement and was about to chase after him, but Uncle Biao behind him didn't even give him a chance. In just a few rounds, the old man was already a bit out of breath. It was only after eating a little bit of food that the beast power in his body had recovered a little bit. This moment of fighting immediately made him exhausted. Looking at Li Xian's distant back, the old man stomped his foot fiercely. Turning to look at the charging bandits, the old man immediately rushed in towards the woods under the official road. "Don't chase!" Uncle Biao immediately stopped the other bandits, then commanded, "Go ahead and get the man." With that, a group of people mounted their horses and hurriedly chased after Li Xian in the direction he fled. And at that moment, Li was now pinned by a hand on his waist, bouncing up and down on the verge of vomiting. Slightly returning to his senses, Li Xian immediately released the black iron snake. Thumbs up! The black iron snake took a bite out of this bandit's arm. Li Xian's entire body fell straight off the horse. Enduring the pain, Li Xian immediately stood up. Then looking about, he dashed straight in toward the woods below the official road. The Wind Thunder Leopard had probably regained some of its strength. Li Xian hastily summoned it and then ran into the dense forest with himself. It didn't take long for Uncle Biao and the others to catch up, and upon seeing the bandits who had died of poisoning, they immediately separated and began to search. They had no idea that Li was now running in that direction. The group of bandits split up in all directions and then began to search. At this moment, Li Xian was completely a headless fly, running around. I don't know how long he had been running with his head buried in the ground, but Li Xian finally stopped. Looking back, there was a dense forest behind him, with no movement or figure. In front of a small stream, the Wind Thunder Leopard continuously drank from the stream. Li now rolled over and stepped down as well, cupping his hands around a handful of water and drinking it. But just after drinking it, Li Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide, for there was, surprisingly, a faint reddish color in the stream. Li Xian couldn't help but feel a tightening in his heart, then looked toward the upper reaches of the creek, but there was no movement upstream. Li Xian hurriedly released the black iron snake for it to go snooping around. It wasn't long before the black iron snake sent back a message. Li Xian rushed over in a hurry. Fixing his eyes, he realized it was the old man from the dark factory. At that moment the old man was cleaning his wounds by the stream. The crimson blood flowed into the creek, and after treating the wound, the old man rested against a large tree as if he was relieved. When Li Xian saw this, his eyes instantly froze. If this person is not killed, there will be a lot of trouble in the future, even if he escaped on his own. In the future, he could still use the power of the dark factory to make things difficult for himself everywhere. Thinking of this, Li Xian let the black iron snake dive into the water, then slowly leaned towards the old man. At this point the old man had run through the night and then fought the bandits. It can be described as weak. Even as a Diamond Imperial Beast Master, he could easily kill him. Soon, Li now customized a plan. Only the black iron snake was seen slowly leaning upstream along the babbling brook against the current. The babbling brook could mask the black iron snake sent from him. Right after getting close to the old man, the black iron snake quickly rose up, its small body reaching 10 meters in a matter of moments. Then without hesitation, he used golden-scaled poison python Sky Python Rampage, instantly growing into a 30-odd meter long black iron snake. It directly twined towards that large tree. At the same time, the mouth spat out bone-corroding poisonous mist, immediately enveloping this area. The huge body of the snake followed the tree and wrapped the old man around it. Then spiral up. At the same time, unleash the heaven-ranked beast skill, Vajra Binding. Click, click, click. The large tree that was as thick as two people could hug was directly wrapped around the golden-scaled poison python and shattered inch by inch, including the old man inside. It was squeezed and deformed. Seeing this, Li Xian took out his snake scorpion blade and charged. The black iron snake slowly let go, and the old man's squashed and deformed body slowly slid to the ground. Li Xian took the snake scorpion knife and went up to the old man's head and clicked a few knives. In the end, the old man's neck was directly cut off, and only then did Li Xian completely breathe a sigh of relief. Wayawa! The soul of a Diamond Imperial Beast Master. Great tonic! Soulworm shouted excitedly. After terminating the old man, Li Xian didn't stop there, ripping off the black cloth from his face to make sure it was this guy, then letting the black iron snake spit out a bone-crushing poisonous mist to completely corrode his corpse. Thinking of the previous failure to dispose of the corpses of the other Dark Factory people, Li Xian kept it in mind this time. Afterwards, Li Xian turned his body over, then removed his Yuan ring, and finally let the black iron snake swallow his corpse before letting go of his heart. It really didn't occur to me that this old man would show up here, but on second thought, it's also possible that he was outnumbered when he was taken himself and then fled into the woods. Who would have thought that he would be met by Li Xian? Having taken care of this old man, Li Xian was completely relieved. But it's not a place to stay for long. Li Xian briefly cleaned up the battlefield before quickly leaving the area. Worried about encountering people from the Vajra-walled city, Li Xian specifically picked those remote places to walk. But as he walked, Li Xian got lost. In the middle of the huge forest, Li Xian couldn't tell east, west, south and north. Seeing that it was about to get dark, Li Xian couldn't help but get a little anxious. Soon, however, Li now discovered a very hidden cave. This after dark in the middle of the woods it's dangerous, because a lot of demonic beasts, they come out at night. Once encountered, it's a real nightcap for the door. Carefully approaching the cave, Li Xian first let the black iron snake go in to explore the path, and only after determining that there was no danger did Li Xian enter the cave. The cave was a little damp, and its entrance was covered by a large thorn bush, making it very secretive. Tick-tock, tick-tock, a sound of water dripping came from inside the cave. It was seeping down through the cracks in the rocks above the cave. Li Xian slowly walked deeper into the cave, until after the end, Li now saw a cave that opened one's eyes, probably around 100 square meters. Looking around with the beast power lamp, Li now saw that in the very center, there was another pool with a diameter of about 10 meters. The pool sloshed slightly and still seemed to be alive. In the center of the pool, there is a raised irregular circular raised platform. There seems to be room for someone to sit on top. There are also carved irregular stone beds in the corners. Throughout the cave, there are obvious signs of artificiality. Apparently, the cave had been inhabited before. But right now, Li is now the master here. Sitting on the stone bed, Li Xian looked at the chains tied to his hands and feet, then immediately took out that old guy's yuan ring. Hopefully there was something in this meta ring that could unlock the damn chains. This chain and its hardness, ordinary weapons could not leave any marks on it. After letting the golden-scaled poison python help open the beast ring, Li Xian saw that the size of this beast ring was surprisingly as big as 100 square feet. Only, the contents were not filled to the brim. Taking them out one after another, the smile on Li Xian's face gradually stiffened. That's because, well, it takes too long to laugh. Li Xian carefully calculated that there were not a lot of silver bills inside, probably only a few tens of millions, but the crystal coins, surprisingly, amounted to a full 10,000. A crystal coin, neatly arranged inside the box. How many years does this guy have to embezzle before he saves up so many crystals? But what Li now saw next made it seem like the crystals had been tasteless again. Those precious medicinal herbs that were individually boxed were truly Li Xian's favorite things. Tens of thousands of years old herbs. More than 20. Herbs over 1,000 years old and under 10,000 years old. More than 100 plants. Other 100-year-old herbs are simply not available. There were also all sorts of pills, from the 1st grade to the 6th grade. Pills for healing, and pills for auxiliary use simply piled up mountains, as well as an assortment of beastly artifacts. Li Xian saw that the highest quality beast artifacts, there were even platinum-level beast artifacts. At the same time, there were all sorts of beast techniques. This guy, it's comparable to a small low-level imperial beast clan. At the same time, Li Xian also saw a pure black ancient sword. This ancient sword was similar to an open sword, but it was pure black. Beside it, there was a neatly arranged black chain. This kind of chain is the same kind of chain that binds you. Li Xian guessed that the black ancient knife next to him was most likely used to untie the chains. After taking it out, Li now posed and then slammed it hard against the ancient blade. Click. Who knows? The chain actually split apart like glass after it touched the black ancient sword. Wow! The chain fell to the ground, and Li Xian instantly shook his body with relief. Transferring everything in the yuan ring into his own ring, Li Xian put this ring away again. This 100 flat yuan ring can be sold for quite a lot of money when taken to the black market. After doing this, Li Xian hurriedly took out some medicinal herbs and then used the black lotus red flame to refine them into a pure medicinal liquid. Finally, it was given to the Wind Thunder Leopard. Now the nature of the Wind Thunder Leopard and the Gale Thunder Leopard King was the same as that of the Black Iron Snake and the Golden Scaled Poison Python. As long as the Wind Thunder Leopard eats something, all of them could restore the body of the Gale and Thunder Leopard King. At the same time it can give the Wind Thunder Leopard a boost in years and strength. After refining many herbs that are more than 1,000 years old, Wind Thunder Leopard's body, then, quickly recovered. At the same time, the recovery degree of the Gale Thunderbolt Leopard King had also reached 20%. 20%. That's a small tipping point. It allows the Gale Thunder Leopard King to use its first innate beast skill. The Wind Thunder Leopard possessed the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast and could itself use one of its own innate beast techniques. This innate beast skill allowed the Wind Thunder Leopard to run at a faster speed, and inheriting this beast skill from the Gale Thunder Leopard King would allow for an outstanding attack ability. And this innate beast skill was called Wind and Thunder Slay. This Wind and Thunder Slaying had some similarities with a beast skill that Li Xian had learned before. In the past, when Li was now in the Great Summer Kingdom, he had learned a middle-grade Xian rank beast skill called Wind and Thunder 3 Killings. That skill was powerful when used in conjunction with the Whistling Moon Silver Wolf. And this Wind and Thunder Kill, this power is even better. Black Iron Snake, Wind and Thunder Leopard, both doubled up with their respective attack abilities. Li Xian's safety factor has also increased a lot. At the same time, Li Xian also saw an identical black token in that old man's yuan ring. This token was clearly the exclusive token of their dark factory. At the same time, Li Xian also learned the old man's name, which was Jing Deming, through the appointment letter. In the 2 days I spent with this old man, Li now also has a good understanding of the dark factory. To Li's present surprise, this old man was a factory marshal at the dark factory. The factory marshal that's second only to the factory owner. You can imagine how high this old guy is, and how serious the consequences of killing a factory marshal can be. Li Xian also naturally knew it all, but it can't be helped. Hopefully, on the sword and sword guard side, with Captain Qin stepping in, he could help clarify things for himself. But Li now has no idea. At this point, Captain Qin had long since escaped.